Chapter 41. Oh my god, Brother Chung, you're covered in dog hair. Zhou Min noticed Chung Jiu had changed into a white t-shirt, and the black dog hair was particularly noticeable. Zhou Min spoke faster than he could think. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Xiao He glaring at him. He whimpered, "Haha, Brother He, you're amazing. You've lost so much hair all at once. I wonder if you go bald, haha." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Xiao He was furious, thinking Zhou Min was mocking him. Then, he made Zhou Min eat a mouthful of hair. Zhou Min, PSSD. Chung Ji poked Xiao He, "Stop it." Then he told Zhou Min to go to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. Xiao He flicked his tail and pointed his butt at Chung Ji, who was amused and reached out to poke him. "My dear, your butt is so soft." Xiao He, shock. What a mistake. I forgot this guy could be a bit perverted sometimes. Xiao He quickly scrambled out of Chung Ji's arms and jumped onto the cabinet, looking down at him with a gaze full of condemnation. Chung Ji rubbed his nose. He couldn't help himself. Zhou Min came over and explained the current situation. I told Brother Zhang about it, and he didn't agree immediately, but he didn't refuse either. He said he'd think about it and get back to me within 3 days at the latest. Chung Ji nodded. As long as he didn't refuse, there was something to talk about. I've given you accommodations. He'll get back to you when he has news, Zhou Min said. They were at the base, so there was nothing to worry about sharing their address. After all, Brother Zhang was an official, and he could find out if he wanted to. Zhou Min said with a bitter face, I just don't want to talk to him anymore. He always persuades me to join the official organization. He probably thinks it's a good thing, but I don't want it. I'm so free now. Unlike him, he has to make time to see me. Chung Jiu asked, does he know you're a healer? Zhou Min shook his head. I don't know. It's not that I don't trust him. He was already trying to persuade me to join the official organization. If he knew I was a healer, he'd probably be even more annoyed. Well, maybe it's because he's a soldier. He's like my brother, he values the country more than anything else, putting personal feelings aside. I'm not that great. I just want to live my own life. Chung Jiu said no more. Since that's the case, let's wait for news. This is a good time to deal with the Feng family. Chung Jiu said, you've been at the base longer, and are more familiar with it than I am. Do you know any psychics? The two chatted for a while, and Chung Jiu had basically decided on his target. Back at the Feng family, Feng Hongjian asked Wang Li to pass on a message to Tian Manman, but received no reply, which made him very unhappy. With superpowers, he even disowned me as his father. Mrs. Chen sneered. Feng Hongjian, I've already told you, only our Ruer is reliable. You have to rely on him from now on. That bastard is a ruthless person. Ruer is his brother, and he's so cruel to him. I don't think it'd be long before you, his father, have a good time. She was furious. Feng Rui had been beaten, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. He locked himself in his room all day, ignoring everyone, and her heart ached. But she couldn't get justice for Feng Rui, so she could only vent her anger verbally. Feng Hongjian, Ruer is reliable, but he's not a superpowered person. He's just an ordinary person. Who made him so useless? Otherwise, why would I do this? I'm thinking about our future. In the bedroom, Feng Rui clenched his fists at Feng Hongjian's words. His face was usually fine, but the bruises hadn't faded yet, and his ferocious expression made him look frightening. He kept saying he was just an ordinary person, that he had no future. Could it be that he could decide whether or not to become a psychic? If he could, wouldn't he want to become one? If he could become one, how wonderful it would be. He would trample all those who looked down on him under his feet. Feng Rui fell asleep in anger. In his dream, he was a psychic. Everyone adored him and treated him with respect. That bastard could only kneel before him and endure his beatings and scolding. Sadly, he woke up not long after. Darkness had already fallen, and the beauty of the dream made him reluctant to open his eyes. Just then, a soft TSK sounded beside him, as if disapproving of him for not being able to acknowledge his presence. Feng Rui's hair stood on end. This was his room. How could there be someone else? Who are you? Why are you in my room? Feng Rui shouted, his voice trembling. The other person said, don't be so loud. Your useless parents won't notice. Feng Rui's heart sank. It was that bastard. He sent you, right? I'm in this state. Why won't you let me go? He cried as he spoke, his nose and tears streaming. A psychic's night vision was better than an average person's. He saw Feng Rui's expression clearly, and felt nothing but disgust. Alas, if the other person hadn't offered him such a tempting benefit, he really wouldn't bother dealing with such a person. He didn't know how this person had offended him to be willing to spend so much money. Shut up. The mysterious man was annoyed. I don't know what you're talking about. I came to you for something serious. Feng Rui didn't quite believe it. He mustered up the courage to stammer. What? What? The mysterious man said. Do you want to become a psychic? Feng Rui was stunned. What do you mean? TSK, I have inside information. You know that building over there with the authorities? The mysterious man said. They've got a group of researchers working on research in that building. Feng Rui knew that building. It was shrouded in secrecy, guarded by psychics. They didn't dare approach, and they had no idea what was going on inside. The mysterious man said, I've got reliable information. They're researching a potion that can turn ordinary people into psychics. Don't you want it? You've probably wanted to stop being ordinary for a long time, haven't you? Feng Rui's heart was beating fast. He hadn't expected such a potion to exist. If he could get his hands on it, then... But he quickly regained consciousness and swallowed. Of course, I don't want to be ordinary forever. Who wants to be looked down upon? Ha ha, even my dad looks down on me now. The mysterious man clapped his hands. Okay, I was right about you. You're a real man. Feng Rui probed. You came to me to tell me this information about me? Thank you, but I can't even get close to that building, let alone get the potion. Of course I know. With your current condition, you can't even get close to that building, let alone get the potion. The mysterious man said this, heartbreakingly, then changed the subject. But I can help you. Feng Rui suppressed his excitement. Why would you help me? The mysterious man. Just assume I've noticed you for a long time. You must be furious to be beaten like this, right? To be honest, I have some grudges against that group, but I'm outnumbered and can't stand up to them yet. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about you become a psychic and help me deal with them? This argument clearly had a flaw, but Feng Rui was so caught up in the thought of becoming a psychic that he didn't even realize the problem. He immediately said, okay, as long as you help me get that potion, I become a psychic and definitely help you deal with them. Mrs. Chen saw that Feng Rui had been in a bad mood the past couple of days, so she gritted her teeth and spent her points on 2 steamed buns this morning. The 2 vegetable buns were very expensive, piping hot from the pan, still carrying the unique aroma of pasta. Mrs. Chen worked so hard every day to earn points, but she could only afford dry bread. She had almost forgotten the taste of steamed buns, but now, to cheer Feng Rui up, she was willing to spend all her money. She wrapped 2 steamed buns. She knocked on Feng Rui's door. Ruer, come look. Look what Mom bought you. Hot buns. Oh, they smell so delicious. Feng Rui opened the door and held out his hand. Where are the buns? Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up when she saw her son finally speaking. She hurriedly handed the bun to Feng Rui. It's still warm. Ruer, try it and see if it's delicious. Before she could finish her words, Feng Rui had already snatched the bun from her hand and eagerly took a bite. Even the simplest cabbage filling was delicious to him. The thought of becoming a superpowered person and having all the buns he could eat made him feel especially happy. Mrs. Chen sat down with him on the sofa. Seeing his good mood, she assumed he was enjoying the buns and smiled too. Watching Feng Rui chewing on the buns, Mrs. Chen swallowed and said, Ruer, is it delicious? Feng Rui seemed completely oblivious to Mrs. Chen's eager gaze and nodded, delicious. Mrs. Chen hesitated, eat slowly, don't choke. Feng Rui wolfed down his food and sighed contentedly. 2 buns were still too little, not enough for him. Mrs. Chen swallowed furiously, her stomach growling. Feng Rui asked in surprise, Mom, you didn't eat the buns? He was asking knowingly. Buns were so expensive, how could Mrs. Chen be willing to buy them for him? Mrs. Chen swallowed her saliva and said, Mom only bought 2. Feng Rui frowned. Why did you buy 2 and give them both to me? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have given you 1. Mrs. Chen said, it's okay, it's okay. I don't want to eat. I'm old and I've eaten everything. Feng Rui made a promise. Mom, when I'm successful, I buy you buns every day. These words made Mrs. Chen smile brightly. It seemed that as long as Feng Rui said this, she would be happy even if she didn't eat. Her son is so filial. Feng Rui looked at Mrs. Chen and realized that going to that building alone would be dangerous, even with the help of the psychic. He thought for a moment, then looked at Mrs. Chen and steeled his resolve. Mom, I have something to tell you. Please help me. The mysterious man appeared in Feng Rui's room again that night. Upon learning that Feng Rui was taking Mrs. Chen with him, he was speechless. Why are you taking your mother? Feng Rui, I'm afraid too many people will see me, so I asked my mom to distract some of the others. The mysterious man was shocked. What kind of filial son is this, Feng Rui? And my dad? He's too selfish. He definitely won't help me distract them. But it's okay. I have my mom trick him into going over. After saying this, Feng Rui explained his actions. They think I'm ordinary and hopeless. I want to become a psychic to fulfill their expectations. Besides, if I were a psychic, I would definitely save them. The mysterious person, he didn't care. He just had to proceed according to the plan. When the mysterious person offered to help Feng Rui was a little skeptical. It wasn't until the person used his powers and took him for a walk outside that he finally confirmed that the person could truly hide him from others. This is the power of psychics. At this moment, Feng Rui's heart burned even more fiercely. Late in the evening, Feng Rui found Mrs. Chen and asked her to prepare for departure. Granny Chen hesitated. Rui, Mom's scared. Can I go? Feng Rui grew impatient, feeling that Granny Chen was holding him back. No. Do you expect me to be an ordinary person my whole life? Mom, haven't you always hoped I'd become a superpowered person? Once I do, I definitely honor you. Granny Chen remained silent, her heart sinking. Wasn't Rui just letting her be cannon fodder? Feng Rui saw this and became furious. Mom, how can you be so selfish? You don't even think about me. Will you help me or not? If not, I go alone. The worst that can happen is they catch me and kill me. Don't. Granny Chen softened her heart and quickly took Feng Rui's hand, tears streaming down her face. I help you. Isn't it okay for Mom to help you? Feng Rui's expression quickly brightened, a smile breaking into his. Mom, I know you're the best for me. Don't worry. Once I become a superpowered person, I definitely honor you. That bastard, don't try to bully us. Mrs. Chen's face was wet with tears. Okay. Mom believes you. Feng Rui began to move, and Mrs. Chen woke Feng Hongjian. Feng Hongjian was dazed, mumbling, What are you doing? It's late at night. Mrs. Chen was desperate to help her son. One more person could attract more people, buying her son some time. Why are you asking so many questions? There's business. I know there's a place with good stuff. Come with me. Feng Hongjian, half believing, still followed Mrs. Chen out the door in a daze. Because it was dark, and Feng Hongjian was still a little confused, he didn't notice where he was going. When he regained consciousness, he looked at the building not far away, and his eyes widened. You old woman, are you crazy or something? Why did you bring me to a place like this? As he spoke, he was about to leave. There were psychics guarding the dark corners of the building, and he didn't dare go near them. He didn't notice the determination on Mrs. Chen's face. Suddenly, the other person, finding strength from nowhere, grabbed Feng Hongjian and dragged him toward the building. Feng Hongjian regained consciousness and struggled to free himself from old lady Chen's grip, but for a moment, he was unable to break free. When he finally managed to free himself, a gust of wind had already knocked them to the ground. The psychic guarding the area cursed, Don't you know where this place is? What are you two doing? Approaching, they saw a man and a woman, both in their 60s and thin, not looking like psychics. Still, the other person asked cautiously, Tell me, what are you doing here? Old lady Chen was sitting on the ground, her body aching from the fall, and she was still recovering for a long time. Feng Hongjian had no idea what old lady Chen had done. He quickly climbed to his feet and cowed out frantically, Sir! I, an old woman, am out of my mind. I don't know why I rushed over here. We didn't intend to do anything. Really, we wouldn't dare do anything. She rushed over here out of her mind. Please let us go. Seeing they certainly didn't look like they had the guts to do anything, the guards prepared to question them again before releasing them, only to hear an alarm in the distance. The guards hurried over, but Mrs. Chen, seemingly coming to her senses and remembering Feng Rui, actually tried to stop the guards. Feng Hongjian grabbed her. You old woman, what are you doing? Are you crazy? If you want to die, just die. Don't drag me down with you. Mrs. Chen watched the guards go and burst into tears. Feng Hongjian, assuming she was frightened, frowned and said, Are you scared now? Get out of here while no one's around. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Chen shrugged off Feng Hongjian's hand, wailing, I won't go. I won't go. Feng Hongjian cursed, What's wrong with you? If you don't leave, I will. Mrs. Chen held him tightly, refusing to let him go. Even then, the mysterious man used his supernatural powers on Feng Rui. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could see him, he walked in without restraint. The guarding psychic sensed something and looked around. Seeing nothing, he felt something was amiss. Feng Rui grinned wildly, feeling elated. He'd soon get the potion and become a psychic, but just then, the alarm suddenly rang. Feng Rui was startled and tried to calm himself, but the next moment, he realized the guards were all looking at him. He'd been discovered. How could it be possible? No one should be able to see him. Even after being apprehended, Feng Rui was still dazed, unable to comprehend what had happened. When he finally came to, he frantically cried out, "I've been tricked. I've been tricked into coming here. Please let me go. Someone tricked me into coming here." The guard frowned. Feng Rui's words seemed increasingly ridiculous. He was saying a psychic had gone through so much trouble just to lure him here? TSK, was that even necessary? If they had a grudge against him, wouldn't they have just killed him? You didn't notice me at first because he used his powers. Seriously? The guards exchanged glances. Someone had nearly slipped in. It was their fault, or perhaps it was thanks to the building's alarm system. If the higher-ups found out, they'd all be punished. So, rather than trust Feng Rui and continue the investigation, it was better to avoid further trouble. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who knows what methods you used? The guard's face was furious. The man and woman had just been brought in. He'd been planning to let them go, but they refused to leave. Something was clearly amiss. He decided to arrest them both. When Mrs. Chen saw Feng Rui arrested, she cried out in despair, "Ruier." The guards looked at them and asked, "Do you know them?" Feng Rui's eyes twitched, and he steeled his resolve. "They instigated me to come here. I don't know what happened. Let me go. You can arrest them, but not me." Mrs. Chen's heart sank at this. She had never expected Feng Rui to push her out to take the blame. Feng Hongjian, bewildered, finally came to his senses, realizing he had been tricked by the mother and son. His eyes blazed with anger. "Feng Rui, you little bastard. I'm so sorry for raising a bastard like you." Feng Rui's eyes evaded him. "It has nothing to do with me. It truly has nothing to do with me. I know nothing." He didn't dare say anything about stealing the potion from the building. Seeing that the guards wouldn't believe his claim that he'd been tricked, he feared a harsher punishment if he told them about the potion. "They brought me here. I was just curious about what was inside." Feng Rui tried desperately to distance himself from the matter. Feng Hongjian's curses intensified. Mrs. Chen, standing nearby, glared at Feng Rui and gritted her teeth. "Yes, it was us. We tricked him into coming here. He knows nothing. Please let him go." No matter how heartbroken Mrs. Chen was, she couldn't bear to see her son captured. After all, she had been caught, and at her age, she'd lived enough. As long as her precious son was safe, she was content. The guard, looking at the three of them, frowned and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take them all away." Feng Rui was practically going insane. He struggled mightily, trying to escape, but the guards were all psychics, so how could they give him a chance? Finally, a kick brought him down completely. Mother Chen even knelt down and begged the guards to release Feng Rui. She kowtowed repeatedly, looking almost pitiful. But how could the guards let Feng Rui go just because of this? Mother Chen burst into tears, unable to understand how such a good thing could have happened. Feng Rui hadn't become a superpowered person, and instead, they had all been captured. But Mother Chen clearly couldn't bear to blame her precious son. How could these guards be so cruel? Even after she knelt and kowtowed, they still wouldn't let her Ruier go. The one who was most angry was Feng Hongjian. He had done nothing from the beginning, yet he had been inexplicably tricked by this mother and son. Feng Hongjian was now filled with regret, deep regret. Not only did he regret listening to Mother Chen's words today, but he also regretted not having been more discerning. After his first wife died, why had he married someone like Mother Chen? If it weren't for Granny Chen, would Songer have hated him so much now? If Songer hadn't hated him, he'd be the father of a superpowered person, enjoying a life of luxury, instead of the situation he's in now. Feng Hongjian felt he had done nothing wrong. It was this wicked mother and son who were at fault. The Chaoyang base prison was located near the back mountain, and the conditions were limited. They kept a large group of people together, with only a small distinction between those with superpowers and those with ordinary abilities. When those with superpowers were imprisoned, they were given bracelets that limited their abilities to prevent them from escaping. Ordinary people were simply locked up. As soon as he was imprisoned, Feng Hongjian immediately attacked Granny Chen. This old woman had done him a terrible disservice. Granny Chen was no fool, so she fought back. Both of them fought tooth and nail. Feng Hongjian grabbed Granny Chen's hair and slammed her against the wall, while Granny Chen bit Feng Hongjian's arm so hard it drew blood. Feng Rui acted as if he hadn't seen anything, and made no effort to dissuade them. He just sat there blankly, his thoughts unsettled. There were other ordinary people imprisoned in the prison, watching the excitement from the sidelines, some even applauding without hesitation. "Oh, you're still not a man at all? You can't even be a woman." Feng Hongjian gritted his teeth and kicked Mrs. Chen hard. Mrs. Chen felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and then the pain spread throughout her body. She gasped in pain and was unable to speak or move for a while. After finally recovering, she sighed, Ruir, look at my stomach. It hurts." Feng Rui was in no mood to pay attention. "If you want to fight him, leave me alone." Mrs. Chen was stunned, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't expected Feng Rui to say such words. She was his mother. How could he become like this? Ruir had always been so filial. She naturally didn't reflect on herself or how she had raised Feng Rui. She cried a little too loudly and was met with angry scolding. "You old woman, why are you crying? You're disturbing me. If you cry again, I beat you to death." Mrs. Chen trembled, afraid to speak. She knew that neither her son nor Feng Hongjian would help her. They would simply stay away. For a moment, she felt a wave of desolation within her. Chapter 42. Cheng Ji quickly learned the news, but he hadn't expected Feng Rui to be such a traitor. Now, the entire family had been sent to prison. Tianxia felt pleased. They deserved it. Don't think they can escape punishment just because it's the end of the world. Tian Manman said again, "Thank you." Tianxia tooted, "You're being polite, aren't you? Why are you saying that to me and Qingzi? What's our relationship?" Tian Manman smiled woodenly, looking a little silly. Cheng Jiu couldn't help but reach up and touch his head. Xiao Hei jumped onto Cheng Jiu, rubbing his fur. Cheng Jiu helplessly said, "Xiao Hei, I just changed my clothes." Xiao Hei was very upset. "Who said they don't mind me?" "Liar." The word liar was filled with accusations. Cheng Jiu had no choice but to say, "I don't dislike you." It was just like Xiao Hei just now, as if he was deliberately rubbing his fur against him. "Cheng Jiu, are you angry?" Xiao Hei, Cheng Jiu, don't be angry, I make you something delicious." Xiao Hei was easy to coax. He immediately jumped into Cheng Jiu's arms and pressed his paw against his forehead, as if making some kind of promise. "It's a deal." Cheng Jiu smiled, suddenly realizing that foodies were really quite good and easy to coax. He checked the system space. The plants were all normal. Xiaowan had also entered its growth phase, showing some changes compared to the seedlings. It had grown a bit, and Cheng Jiu felt it resembled a vine. He guessed that when Xiaowan matured, it would be a combat type like Xiao Er. Before Xiaowan matured, Zhou Min brought a message saying that his brother and comrade, Brother Zhang, had replied, saying they could talk. Cheng Jiu agreed, and together they went to meet Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang looked to be in his 30s, his aura distinct from that of an ordinary person, and one could tell at a glance what his former identity was. His chin was still stubbled, and he looked tired, as if he'd been so busy that he'd barely had time to rest or take care of himself. The man, aware of his somewhat tarnished image, apologized, "I'm sorry, I've been so busy lately. I finally managed to find some time, but I haven't had time to clean up. Sorry for the inconvenience." Cheng Jiu smiled, "It's nothing. We're honored that Brother Zhang, despite his busy schedule, was willing to take the time to meet us." Brother Zhang shook his head, pressed his brows together, and sighed, "To be honest, I have something to ask of you." Cheng Jiu thought, as expected, if there was nothing else, there was no way he'd have taken the time to come all this way. He gently tapped Xiao Hei's head. "Go ahead. There's nothing to hide about this. I'm sure everyone at the base with special abilities has heard something about it." Brother Zhang took a sip of water, his mouth feeling less dry. He continued, "You can see there's a mountain behind our base." Tianxia could hear it. "Is there something wrong with the mountain?" Brother Zhang nodded. Originally, having a mountain was a good thing. It was deserted, so there wouldn't be any zombies. But unexpectedly, strange beasts appeared. Cheng Ji repeated the unfamiliar word, "strange beasts." Brother Zhang nodded. "Some wild animals have special abilities. We call them strange beasts." Cheng Ji was surprised. He glanced down at Xiao Hei, then quickly looked away. "Animals can have special abilities?" Brother Zhang sighed. "Humans are evolving, zombies are evolving, and I didn't expect animals to evolve too. Many animals with special abilities become aggressive. In the past, ordinary wild animals, under human control, could coexist harmoniously with humans. But alien beasts possess special abilities, and their destructive power is far greater than that of ordinary animals. Recently, the back mountain has been frequently harassed by wild animals. They don't care about day or night, making them difficult to guard against." Cheng Jiu and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. The zombies were already annoying enough, and now there were alien beasts too. It was truly a worry. They hadn't encountered alien beasts before, perhaps because they were passing through areas not known for wild animals. Brother Zhang's expression was somber. A prophet at the base has predicted that a wave of alien beasts will arrive in the future. If that happens, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist. So, we've decided to set out for the back mountain in 2 days to clear out a wave of alien beasts and prevent a buildup that could cause a wave. Cheng Zhiyu's expression shifted, and he understood what Brother Zhang meant. As expected, Brother Zhang said, but the official number of psychics is insufficient, so we're recruiting some freelancers. Cheng Zhiyu calmly asked, Brother Zhang, should you have contacted some other psychics? Brother Zhang nodded. Yes, some are timid and unwilling to go, but there are also those who are willing. We're planning to divide the area into different areas, and we're currently short on manpower. He looked at Cheng Zhiyu. What do you think? Are you all willing to help the base overcome this difficult time? Tian Xiao didn't care. He was quite curious about the psychic beast, but he probably thought it would be difficult to deal with, otherwise Brother Zhang wouldn't be so worried. He didn't agree, and listened to Chenzi. Tian Manman did the same. He listened to Brother Cheng. Cheng Zhiyu didn't agree immediately, but instead asked Brother Zhang, Can I ask you a few questions? Brother Zhang nodded, Of course. Cheng Zhiyu asked, Can alien beasts be very intelligent? Like humans? Brother Zhang shook his head. How could that be? If they were as smart as humans, that would be too terrifying. However, they are certainly smarter than ordinary wild animals. Cheng Zhiyu continued. So, are there many alien beasts in the forest that the base currently knows about? Brother Zhang, not many, but not few either. After all, one alien beast is enough to cause a headache. The forest is tens of thousands of acres. If they were spread out, some psychics might not get a single one in their assigned area, while others might be unlucky enough to encounter several. You never know. Brother Zhang didn't intend to hide it. If he deceived some people and sent them there, they might encounter timid and unreliable ones and run away, rather than clear out the alien beasts. Rather than create hidden dangers like that, it would be better to tell the truth and recruit some truly capable psychics. Cheng Zhiyu nodded, having roughly figured out that those alien beasts were different from Xiao He. He asked, What about the blueprints for the mechanical wooden warehouse we agreed on? Brother Zhang said, Don't worry, I give them to you before we go to the back mountain. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, thinking Brother Zhang was quite straightforward. Giving it to him before heading to the back mountain would give him an extra hand. Also, if you encounter any alien beasts after your trip, you can take their bodies and crystal cores with you. Brother Zhang said, although alien beast meat isn't as valuable as crystal cores, it's still valuable to psychics. Also, we provide a communication device, so you can communicate with each other in case of danger, and other nearby psychics will come to your aid. Brother Zhang said, but you still have to rely on yourself. After all, people from other regions might not be willing to risk coming to help. Cheng Zhiyu understood. Okay, I roughly understand. But we need to discuss this matter. I can't give you an answer right now. Brother Zhang expressed his understanding. We should really think it over carefully. So, send a message by 10 o'clock tomorrow night at the latest so Zhou-Min can contact me. Cheng Zhiyu nodded. Okay. They left, and Zhou-Min hurried after them. Brother Zhang tried to call out to Zhou-Min, but he ran faster. Brother Zhang, forget it. If Zhou-Min's brother were still alive, he'd probably want him to live a happy life. He used to think that if Zhou-Min joined the official organization, he could keep him by his side and take care of him. Now that he thinks about it, he was too simplistic. He might not be able to take care of him even if he was by his side. Oh, forget it, let him be. Brother Cheng, how about we go? Zhou-Min eagerly followed Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu didn't answer, but instead asked, What do you think? Do you want to go? Tian Xiao said, I'd love to see some exotic beasts. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Tian Manman. What do you think, Manman? Tian Manman asked eagerly, Exotic beast meat. Is it delicious? The others couldn't help but laugh. Zhou-Min, laughing so hard, put his arm around Tian Manman's shoulder and said, Manman, you and I are on the same page. I want to try it too. Life is about trying different things, otherwise it's all for nothing. Tian Xiao clapped his hands. Well said. Cheng Zhiyu was helpless. He had wanted to listen carefully to his teammates' opinions, but they were just a bunch of unreliable people who only cared about eating. He had no choice but to ask Xiao He, the only person he considered reliable. Xiao He, what do you think? Do you want to go? Xiao He actually wanted to try the exotic beast meat, But he noticed the way Chung Jiyu was looking at those foodies, and immediately pretended to think seriously. I think we can go. Chung Jiyu, seeing everyone agreeing, smiled, then go. But then he looked at Zhou Min. Are you sure you want to go too? Zhou Min hurriedly said, although I'm not very good in combat, I can be a nurse. If you get hurt? That's unlucky. Tian Xiao was extremely superstitious. Zhou Min had no choice but to spit a few times in agreement, then said, I can be useful anyway. Chung Jiyu said, do you know why I never agreed to take you out of the base? You can't protect yourself. Zhou Min scratched his head. He couldn't argue with that. Actually, I think you're more suited to staying at the base. Chung Jiyu spoke honestly. Zhou Min seriously suspected he was being disliked. He wasn't that bad, was he? Okay. A little. But fighting ability can be acquired through training. Chung Jiyu smiled, looking at Zhou Min. Why don't you give it a try? Zhou Min felt like this was a trap. Couldn't he just be a good nurse? But for some reason, he nodded, completely unaware that he would be crying while training later. The next day, Chung Jiyu gave Zhou Min a dagger made from the hulls of the vegetables grown near Shaotai. It could cut through iron like mud. Tian Man, of course, also had one. He was very strong, so after asking his opinion, Chung Jiyu immediately got him a large sword. He loved it. Zhou Min also loved his little dagger, admiring it with delight. Brother Chung, what's your dagger made of? It's so sharp, I can't even touch it. Chung Jiyu briefly explained, leaving Zhou Min stunned. Isn't that amazing? Brother Zhang, upon learning they were willing to clear out the monsters, readily sent the blueprints for the mechanical wooden warehouse. Chung Jiyu took a look and thought it was a good idea. He immediately called up the system, had it scan the blueprints, and created Shaotai's third form. The system scanned the blueprints. Shaotai's third form is being created. Please check back in 3 hours. 3 hours? Pretty fast. To be honest, Chung Jiyu was very excited. That was a gun. He'd never even seen one before, let alone touched it. Chung Jiyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and would periodically open the system panel to check on Shaotai's condition. After countless attempts, Xiaohe's patience ran out, and he smacked Chung Jiyu on the head with his paw. Go to sleep. The paw was light, effortless, but Chung Jiyu still rubbed his nose and obediently closed his eyes. Did I bother you? Xiaohe looked at him, as if he knew the answer. Don't bother me, it's affecting my growth. It was a lie, but Chung Jiyu believed it anyway, and stopped giving it his undue scrutiny. Forget it, he'd just wait and see tomorrow. He slept through the night, and the next morning, Chung Jiyu eagerly checked, and found it was indeed finished. Chung Jiyu quickly reached out, Shaotai. As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical wooden magazine appeared in his hand. His first reaction was, it's quite heavy. His second reaction was, how do I use it? Will it accidentally go off? Tian Xiao came over, his excitement evident. Oh my god, isn't it stunning? Let me see, let me see. He reached out and touched it. Seeing this, Tian Man joined in the fun, curiously touching it. Chung Jiyu, perplexed, said, let's try it in the forest. I'm afraid of an accident here. The main problem was that no one had ever touched a wooden storage bin before. Everyone was quite cautious, so Chung Jiyu was told to put it away quickly, and try it in the forest later. Just as the wooden bin was put away, Zhou Min arrived. Tian Xiao's expression, as if to say, you don't know what you just missed, left him bewildered. After breakfast, they set out for the designated gathering location. They arrived late, and when they arrived, there were already some psychics there. Chung Jiyu and his companions met Zhang He and Wu Mengting. They had run into the couple on their way to Chaiyang base, but they hadn't run into them since arriving together. Zhang He greeted them with a smile. I didn't expect to see you again after such a long time. Are you going to deal with the monsters too? Mengting and I have found a few people to form a team. Want to join? Chung Jiyu glanced over and saw several people with special abilities. He shook his head, no thank you. Chung Jiyu was an ordinary person, and Zhang He hadn't originally invited him specifically. However, his willingness to join them must have meant he possessed considerable abilities. Furthermore, not everyone in the officialdom possessed special abilities. Many pre-apocalyptic military personnel were ordinary people, but that didn't mean they couldn't deal with monsters. Soon, the officialdom delivered a communication device that looked like a watch and was worn on the wrist. This will show your location in real time, making it easier for someone to come and rescue you. If you're in danger, just press the button next to it. It will automatically send your location to anyone nearby. The psychics listened, not really having high hopes for this feature. Would they be willing to risk their lives to save a stranger? Many of these people agreed to this mission because of the benefits promised by the base, and the fact that all the psychics would belong to them. Whether it was exchanged for points or something else, it was quite tempting. Some others wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to show off, to attract the attention of the authorities, and to join their organization. Whatever their preference, they were prepared for danger and accustomed to it. It was the end of the world, who hadn't risked their lives. Furthermore, private organizations besides the official ones also had intricate ties with the authorities, and some missions they couldn't refuse. Then, the authorities dispatched helicopters to transport each team of psychics to their assigned areas. Cheng Jiyu and his group arrived at the end, and it was almost dark when they were dropped off at their respective areas. The authorities were quite accommodating, giving them boxed lunches with 3 dishes, one of which was meat. After the apocalypse, a meal with vegetables, meat, and rice was considered quite substantial. It wasn't very large though, and the taste was average. After finishing, Zhou Min lay down, whimpering, "I'm not full." After saying this, seeing Cheng Jiyu and the others show no reaction, Zhou Min looked at Xiao He, puzzled. "Brother Cheng, why don't you give Brother He some?" The base distributes meals per person, so Xiao He naturally didn't get any. Of course, it wasn't that Cheng Jiyu wouldn't let him eat, but rather that Xiao He took a bite and didn't want to eat anymore. Since arriving here, he'd been following Cheng Jiyu, and his palate had become quite sophisticated. Aside from the goat milk powder he'd just started drinking, he'd never tasted anything so awful. It was a blasphemy to food, and he refused to eat it. Cheng Jiyu laughed. "That's just how it is with the big pot meals. The taste is just okay." "Xiao He, how much hardship must you have endured before?" They actually thought this was okay. Cheng Jiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They weren't the kind of people who were wasteful, and the lunch boxes weren't bad either. They'd all finished them off. Tianxiao rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm not full either." Zhou Min sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. It's out in the wilderness, with only grass and trees around. We can't just cling to a tree and chew on it, can we?" Cheng Jiyu asked, "What do you want to eat?" Tianxiao immediately raised her hand and said, "I want a piglet blanket." Zhou Min, "A piglet blanket? Where are the pigs? Where are the blankets?" Tianmanmen also craved it. "I want to eat that too." Zhou Min laughed. "You're dreaming, aren't you? Where's the food here?" Cheng Jiyu said, "Tianxiao and Manman, go find some rocks and mud. We make a simple earthen stove." Then he said to Zhou Min, "Go gather some firewood. We need to work." Seeing that Tianxiao and Tianmanmen had no objections, Zhou Min immediately took action. He hesitated a little, but obediently went to gather firewood. As he gathered, he pondered, could he really get a pig? Should he hunt them right away? He wondered if there were any wild boars in the forest. Thinking about it, he picked up a bag and unpacked it. There was nothing else in the forest, just branches scattered everywhere. He returned with the branches and saw Cheng Jiyu had found a flat stone slab somewhere, and then cleaned it with his water ability. Zhou Min put down the firewood. Brother Cheng, don't you have any special abilities?" "Cheng Jiyu, I really don't have one. It's Xiao He." Zhou Min, shock. He had only thought Xiao He was smarter than the average dog, but he hadn't expected him to have special abilities. No wonder Tianxiao called Xiao He Brother He. He'd been calling him that just for fun before, but now, the way he looked at Xiao He was completely different. Just as he was stunned, Cheng Jiyu pulled out a large piece of pork. "Oh my god, pork transformed." Zhou Min blinked excitedly. "Brother Cheng, you have a space?" Zhou Min had heard of some people with space-related abilities, but few would reveal them. After all, if others knew you were a space-related ability, wouldn't it be a clear sign that you had a lot of supplies that would easily attract covetous attention? However, he had heard that space-related abilities came in different levels, and that different levels of space-related abilities could hold varying amounts of supplies. "I wonder how much space Cheng Jiyu can fit in his space." Cheng Jiyu nodded. "Yes, come help." Okay. Zhou Min quickly set the firewood aside, and happily went over to help. Although they only ordered a piglet blanket, Cheng Jiyu didn't plan to just make one dish. He pulled out cucumbers and tomatoes, and made a simple cucumber smear. It was getting dark, so we wouldn't have to worry about being too cold for 2 nights. "Cheng Jiyu, do you know how to smear cucumbers?" Zhou Min immediately said, "That's easy, I can do it." Cheng Jiyu handed it to him, then cut the pork and kneaded the dough himself. Zhou Min actually knew how to cook, but the food was only average, but he had no problem helping Cheng Jiyu. The two of them each took half of the stone slab, Zhou Min smearing the cucumbers while glancing at Cheng Jiyu. He assumed the cucumbers and tomatoes were freshly picked. After all, they looked so fresh. But strangely, the pork was also so fresh, as if it had just been taken from the pig. Chang Jiyu still noticed Zhou Min's look, but since he didn't say anything, he remained silent. Over there, Tian Xiao and Tian Manman had also gathered a large pile of rocks. The rocks in the forest had completely irregular shapes, but they were only planning a makeshift stove, so their requirements were modest. The two found an open space and began to work, mixing some dry grass stalks into the soil to act as a binder. Tian Xiao said to Xiao He, "Brother He, get some water." Xiao He poured some water into the pit for him, and Tian Xiao immediately stirred it. "Thanks, Brother He." Xiao He wagged his tail nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on Chang Jiyu, motionless. Chang Jiyu finished chopping the pork and kneading the dough. After a moment's thought, he took 2 more chickens from his space. These were from the 4 Tian Manman had given him, leaving only 2 left. He was worried he wouldn't have time to cook tomorrow, so he decided to prepare tomorrow's meal tonight. He already had a lunchbox and storage space in his space. Chang Jiyu then began chopping the chicken again, preparing a chicken and potato stew. He had dug up quite a few potatoes. Zhou Min watched from the side, envious, but he had to divert his attention, putting his hands behind his back and saying, "Brother Cheng, I'm going to take a look around." Chang Jiyu figured the area wasn't dangerous. If a stranger appeared within a short distance, the alien beast would sense it and wouldn't be so quiet. But he still instructed, "Don't stray too far. Remember our communication number." The communicators they wore, provided by the base, could also send simple messages to a fixed number, making it easier for some team members to communicate with each other. Zhou Min gave him an okay sign. His physical fitness was a bit low, and he had been exercising recently, as Chang Jiyu had suggested. Over there, the earthen stove was also set up. Chang Jiyu pulled out a large pot from his space. Everyone had big appetites, so he had brought the pot along. If he hadn't worried about running out of space, he would have brought a few more pots. He first heated the oil for the cucumber salad, then began making the piglet quilt. After stir-frying the pork and adjusting its color, he covered the pot and began to simmer. He had just washed his hands when Zhou Min's excited voice came from not far away. "Come over here quickly, look what I found." Chapter 43. Chang Jiyu wiped his hands clean. The simmering pork in the pot was out of the question for now, so he said to the curious Tian Xiao and Tian Manman, "Let's go take a look." Tian Xiao rubbed his chin. "I wonder what you found. A strange beast?" Chang Jiyu picked up Xiao He and paused before saying, "How is that possible? A strange beast has a strong sense of territory. If it were, Zhou Min wouldn't have reacted like that." Tian Xiao nodded. "I'm just guessing." As they approached, they saw Zhou Min with his hands on his hips, straining to look up at the top of a tree. Hearing the noise, he turned and looked at them. "Finally, you're here. Look, are those pheasant eggs in that tree?" Everyone looked up. It was indeed a nest of pheasant eggs. It was a credit to Zhou Min's good eyesight. Otherwise, without careful observation, one wouldn't have been able to tell. However, Tian Xiao's face immediately turned disappointed upon hearing this. "I thought it was something else. Pheasant eggs are still eggs. If you want eggs, there are plenty in Chinzi's space. No need to dig up the pheasant's nest." Zhou Min, following Chang Jiyu and the others, indeed enjoyed an egg every day. He also felt it was unnecessary. The tree was quite tall, and climbing it would be difficult. "Let's go!" Tian Xiao patted Zhou Min's shoulder and was about to leave, but Chang Jiyu stood there motionless. "Qingzi, what's wrong?" Tian Xiao paused and leaned over to look at it with him. "It's unnecessary, right? It's just a few eggs. Save them for hatching pheasant chicks." He just thought Chang Jiyu was a man of the saying, "A thief never leaves empty-handed." Anyway, he was thrifty and unwilling to give up even a little food. Chang Jiyu shook his head. "Why would a pheasant lay eggs in a tree?" "Not in trees, but—" Tian Xiao said unconsciously, pausing. "That's right. Don't pheasants lay their eggs on the ground, just like domestic chickens?" Others might not understand this, but they, who grew up in the countryside, knew it all too well. It's not that they specifically go after pheasant eggs. They're protected species, and they don't lack eggs, so they wouldn't. Besides, finding pheasant eggs is completely a matter of luck. Although pheasants can fly, they don't build their nests in trees like other birds. It's fine when the branches are lush, but when the leaves fall, they're easily visible. Pheasants are completely different. They've never seen a pheasant nest. But how do they know pheasants lay their eggs on the ground? Because pheasants choose to lay their eggs in crops, and when the fields are full, they'd be visible. When they first saw the eggs in the tree nest, They had a preconceived notion that they were large, unlike those of an ordinary bird. Now, after hearing Chung Jiyu's words, they felt something was amiss. This can't be a bird's egg, right? Zhou Min shrank back. But how could an ordinary bird have such large eggs? The others exchanged glances. Mutated bird. The eggs on the tree weren't pheasant eggs at all, but mutant bird eggs. This speculation silenced everyone. Zhou Min swallowed his saliva. Doesn't that mean the mutant bird lives here? If it comes back and finds us here, it won't attack us, right? Tian Xiao, of course. Zhou Min, Tian Manman said slowly, then, should we move? Xiao Hei sneered, it's just a bird. Chung Jiyu chuckled, why move? Aren't we in the forest to eliminate the strange beasts? We didn't know this was the mutant bird's territory before, but now we know. It's a good thing we can be prepared. Chung Jiyu said, thanks to Zhou Min for discovering it. Zhou Min scratched his head embarrassedly. It was just his nature as a foodie. After hearing Chung Jiyu's words, everyone agreed. If they had acted alone, they would have had to be cautious if they encountered a mutant bird. But with so many of them together, it was just a bird. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, Tian Xiao said, that's right. Even if we move to another location, who knows which other beast's territory it might be? It's better to stay here peacefully. Everyone agreed. Zhou Min was always thinking about eating. What about the mutant bird egg? Chung Jiyu said, don't move yet. What if the mutant bird comes back and finds the egg is gone and attacks us recklessly? That would be bad. Although the bird would still attack even if they didn't touch the egg, but maybe the strength would be different. Everyone agreed that Chung Jiyu was right, so they decided not to try to steal the egg for now. Chung Jiyu withdrew his gaze from the tree, wondering if the mutant bird eggs would hatch into mutant birds. The farming genes in his blood began stirring again. Let's go back, Tian Xiao said. Chung Jiyu was about to nod when his nose twitched. I think I smell Sichuan peppercorns. Zhou Min took a deep breath. Indeed, I just smelled something familiar. I think it's Sichuan peppercorns. Tian Xiao, peppercorns are great. Let's go pick some. Xiao Hei asked, what are Sichuan peppercorns? Chung Jiyu explained, it's a seasoning, very delicious in cooking. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hei became interested. Chung Jiyu asked Tian Xiao to go with him to pick peppercorns. Man, you and Zhou Min go back and watch the fire. Keep it simmering over low heat, and make sure it doesn't go out. Zhou Min felt this mission was crucial, as it depended on everyone's dinner. The two of them returned, and Chung Jiyu and Tian Xiao went to pick peppercorns. Xiao Hei jumped to the ground, stretched slowly, and followed them. Based on the smell they had just smelled, they guessed the peppercorns were nearby. Sure enough, after walking a few dozen meters, they saw several peppercorn trees. The central tree was likely quite old, taller and larger than any Chung Jiyu and his friends had seen before. Surrounding it were several smaller peppercorn trees. It was unclear if they had grown from seeds that had fallen to the ground from the central tree. The peppercorns looked ripe, their shells dry and cracked, and the black seeds inside were nowhere to be found. Chung Jiyu pulled out a long-sleeved jacket and gloves from his space, and he and Tian Xiao put them on. The pepper trees have thorns that can easily scratch your skin, so it's best to wrap them tightly. There are so many peppercorns here, picking them all would take quite a while. Chung Jiyu took a bag half a man's height and said, let's just put this much in. Just filling this bag would last them a long time. The two began to work. Chung Jiyu asked Xiao Hei to stand further away, don't get pricked by the thorns. There might be thorns on the ground too. Xiao Hei checked his paws, jumped onto a nearby tree, climbed up a branch, and lay there to watch them work. The two worked quickly, filling the bag before dark. Chung Jiyu pulled a flashlight from his space and turned it on, instantly brightening the surroundings. He looked at the lush, leafy Sichuan pepper tree and said, let's pick some more pepper leaves. Pepper leaves can be used to make Sichuan peppercorn-flavored steamed buns, which are delicious and have a fragrant aroma. When Tian Xiao heard there were Sichuan peppercorn steamed buns to eat, he immediately busied himself picking leaves again. You don't need to pick too many leaves, you can just chop them up and mix them with the flour later. Finally finished, Chung Jiyu took off his gloves. Little Black jumped down, startling him. He hurried over to check on him. Seeing Little Black was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but sternly lecture him. You're just going to jump from such a high place? I think it's 3 or 4 meters high. You're not a cat. What if you get hurt? Little Black twitched his tail, thinking Chung Jiyu was making a fuss. At the last word, his round eyes darkened. You think cats are better? Chung Jiyu was speechless. What the hell? He gently tapped Little Black's head. Be more careful next time. Do you hear me? Little Black, I hear you. Forget it, to save him from nagging. Little Black cleaned off the dust, leaves, and other things that had just gotten on Chungjiyu, then jumped into his arms and expertly found a comfortable spot. Tianqiao, brother Hey, help me too. Before he could finish his words, a stream of water came over, completely different from the one he had just used to clean Chungjiyu. It cleaned Tianqiao up roughly. Tianqiao had gotten used to it. Xiao He wasn't targeting him, but everyone. He had no patience with anyone except Chungjiyu. Let's go back. The pork should be ready, right? Tianqiao said, swallowing. He was really hungry. The little food provided by the base wasn't enough to fill him up. When the two returned, they saw Zhou Min peeking in. He was delighted to see them. Finally, you're back. I said I'd go look for you if you didn't. Chungjiyu washed his hands and prepared to roll the dough, only to find it already done and lying in the pot. Oh, it's just some dough, so easy. I saw you weren't back yet, so I just started. How's that? Zhou Min came over to take credit. Chungjiyu took a look. It was a little thick, but that didn't matter. It wasn't noodles, it just needed to be cooked. He praised Zhou Min. Very good, more reliable than Tianqiao. Tianqiao, feeling put down, immediately got upset. Hey. What are you saying? I'm reliable too, right? I just can't cook. Zhou Min, ha ha. Even Tian Man couldn't help but laugh. Tianqiao looked at Tian Man sadly. Man, who are you rooting for? Tian Man was so embarrassed she couldn't even laugh at him. Alright, time to eat. Chungjiyu told them to stop arguing. Just now, everyone was crying out for food. Everyone was given a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of steamed rice, and they ate right from the pot. Zhou Min touched the rice container. Wow, it was still warm. He remembered clearly that Chungjiyu hadn't steamed any rice. Just then, Xiao He, who was sitting next to him, took a bite of meat and, missing the taste of crayfish, asked Chungjiyu if he had any more. Chungjiyu said, yes, I made a lot earlier. So, he brought out another pot of crayfish. It smelled of garlic. The long, arm-sized crayfish had their backs opened and were covered in vermicelli and garlic. The smell wasn't overpowering, but it was incredibly fragrant. Zhou Min, oh my god, why are there these? Are they giant lobsters? Tianqiao enjoyed watching Zhou Min's naive look. Even though he'd been such a loser in the past, it was just refreshing. He feigned composure, saying, what giant lobster? This is a mutant crayfish. Hey, we used to eat it every day, and we're almost sick of it. Mutated crayfish? Wouldn't that make them ferocious? Zhou Min asked subconsciously. The others were stunned. Chungjiyu shook his head. No, they're just different in size from regular crayfish. After he finished speaking, he pondered, it seems biological mutations are currently divided into two categories. One has superpowers, like the base said, with attack power. The other is probably like a crayfish, only larger, with no other differences from before the mutation. Of course, the increased strength doesn't count. After all, since the size has changed, increased strength is normal. Even crayfish can grow this big. I love oysters. If only oysters could get super big. Oh, I can't imagine how happy I'd be. Zhou Min, a foodie, immediately wanted his favorite food to grow larger. After hearing this, Tianqiao swallowed and asked Chungjiyu, will we pass by the sea on our way back? Chungjiyu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, we catch something from the sea. Clearly, they had the same idea. Although the apocalypse is full of dangers, there are also joys. Zhou Min stuffed his mouth with garlic shrimp and sobbed with emotion, oh my god. I didn't have this kind of good life before the apocalypse. Xiao He had been eating slowly, but seeing Zhou Min's cravings, he immediately felt a sense of crisis and quickened his pace. Chungjiyu helplessly said, eat slowly. Xiao He refused to admit that he'd fought for a bite of food. It was too embarrassing. He excused himself, I'm hungry. Chungjiyu, all right. Unexpectedly, the cold red cucumber salad was finished first. The sweet red cucumber, simply seasoned, was refreshing and paired with the sweet and sour tomatoes. It was a simple cold dish, yet incredibly addictive. The red cucumbers and tomatoes were also packed with energy. Not only did they wash away fatigue, but they made me feel less tired, and I felt warm all over after eating. Next came the garlic vermicelli shrimp, followed by the piggy blanket. The piggy blanket was finished last, simply because it was so large, a whole pot. They devoured it completely, even using the broth to mix with rice, leaving nothing wasted. The group was very satisfied and rested comfortably for a while. Tianqiao, and the others cleared away the pots and dishes. Zhou Min was full and in high spirits. It's such a good meal. I'd be happy even if I had to sleep in the forest tonight. Tianxiao said, don't take me with you. I'm not sleeping under the sky. Zhou Min looked up at the starry sky. Where else do you want to sleep? And look at this starry sky. It's so beautiful. I've never seen it in the city before. Zhou Min patted Tianxiao's shoulder, thinking he was unwilling to accept the situation. He comforted him, it's okay. I'm good at building hammocks. Let's go pick some vines, and I build a hammock for us. Tianxiao thanked him for his kindness. But it's really not necessary. You don't understand. You understand soon. Why should I go so hard with Chenzi? Zhou Min, could it be that Brother Cheng can even bring his bed with him? Isn't that too bad? Tianxiao shook his head mysteriously. It's more exaggerated than you think. He continued, you find out later. Zhou Min muttered, he must have brought his bed, right? Is Brother Cheng's space really that big? He just discovered that his space has a freshness locking function. If it's big enough to fit a bed, that would be incredible. At this moment, Zhou Min had no idea that Cheng Ziyu hadn't just brought his bed, but his entire house. While they were washing the pot, Cheng Ziyu wasn't idle either. He took out some of the freshly picked Sichuan peppercorns and cleaned them. He would make Sichuan peppercorn chicken and potato stew later. Then he chopped the Sichuan peppercorn leaves and mixed them into the dough. Once the dough had risen, he could make Sichuan peppercorn rolls. However, the temperature was too low that night, and he was worried that the dough wouldn't rise well, so he filled a basin with hot water and placed a bowl with the noodles in it to make them rise faster. Seeing Cheng Ziyu already preparing tomorrow's meal, Zhou Min flattered him, Brother Cheng, how can I live without you? I feel like I can't live without you anymore. Cheng Ziyu laughed, is that really too much? Zhou Min, really? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao He looked at him. His eyes weren't very friendly. Haha, it must be an illusion. Isn't Brother He always like that? Xiao He, what do you mean by I can't live without you? How can you say something so corny? And to Cheng Ziyu at that? He felt strangely unhappy. While waiting for the dough to rise, the pot was already cleaned. Cheng Ziyu simply made Sichuan peppercorn chicken and stewed potatoes, covering the pot and simmering slowly. There was no rush to eat anyway. When it came time to steam the flour rolls, Tianxiao and the others came over to help. Making flour rolls required no skill, and the filling wouldn't leak out like in steamed buns. Cheng Ziyu mastered the most difficult step. After rolling them, he cut them horizontally down the middle, and then into palm-length pieces. Tianxiao and the others pinched the cut ends together to create a flour roll. Zhou Min's was decent, but Tianxiao and Tianmanman were a bit clumsy, and their creations were grotesquely ugly. But they had truly tried their best. The way they worked on the flour rolls was like taming newly grown limbs. There was no steamer, but Cheng Ziyu had brought a steaming grate, which he placed in the large pot. It could steam about 10 at a time. It was a bit cumbersome, but it wasn't too late, and they weren't in a hurry to sleep, so they just changed it every half hour. After changing it 3 times, the chicken in the pot was cooked, so they simply took it out and put it back into the space. This was the last batch of flour rolls. After finishing their work, everyone felt sleepy. Tianxiao checked. The mutant bird hadn't returned yet, and he wondered if it would return in the middle of the night. Zhou Min approached Cheng Ziyu and asked, Brother Cheng, how are we going to sleep tonight? Cheng Ziyu looked around. The main reason he had chosen this spot was that it was spacious, and he could put Xiuqiang there. There were mostly weeds and shrubs here, no trees. They just cleared the weeds and shrubs, so they could just let Xiuqiang out. Cheng Ziyu said, move aside for a moment. Zhou Min scratched his head, and obediently moved aside. Then Cheng Ziyu muttered something, and suddenly a huge tree appeared not far away. Zhou Min's mouth dropped open, nearly dislocating with shock. No wonder Tianxiao said he didn't want to sleep under the sun. There was actually such a large tree, no, a tree house. He saw a door and windows. It was indeed even more outrageous than the portable bed he'd imagined. When he followed him into the tree house and looked at the brightly lit interior, he suddenly realized, I've really followed the right person. It goes without saying that anyone else coming to the forest would suffer, but they haven't suffered at all. More than that, how is this any different from camping in the wild? No, there is a difference. Camping in the wild doesn't have such good conditions. Zhou Min asked and learned that this tree house was one of the magical plants Cheng Ziyu had planted. Aside from Xiao Tai, Cheng Ziyu hadn't let him see the others, mainly because it wasn't convenient at the base. That's not right. Aren't the vegetables we eat magical plants? Zhou Min was puzzled. Tian Xiao laughed. Those are just ordinary plants. Zhou Min, Tell me, those are ordinary plants. How embarrassed would that make the plant-based psychics at the base feel? However, he took a look at the towering treehouse, and had to admit that compared to it, those plants were indeed just ordinary plants. If the plant-based psychics at the base knew that the few plants they had painstakingly grown were just ordinary plants in the eyes of Cheng Jiyu and his companions, they would have a very complicated mood. Moreover, seeing how calm Tian Xiao and Tian Manman seemed, it seemed as if he was making a fuss out of nothing. There are only 2 rooms in the treehouse. Cheng Jiyu, thinking that Tian Xiao and Tian Manman were staying upstairs, said, "How about you share a bed with Xiao He and me? After all, Xiao He is so small, he doesn't take up much space." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao He said, "I'm not used to sleeping with others." He was telling the truth, but Cheng Jiyu was an exception. Cheng Jiyu felt a bit embarrassed when he heard this. He naturally didn't want to make Xiao He feel uncomfortable. Zhou Min said, "No, I've never slept in a bed with anyone before, so I'm not used to it. I sleep in the living room. This sofa should be able to be turned into a bed." Cheng Jiyu confirmed, "Can you sleep in the living room?" Zhou Min, "Why not? I've already prepared a tent and a mat, so we're well equipped now." Cheng Jiyu confirmed he wasn't pushing it, then nodded and explained where the bathroom was so he could shower. Zhou Min exclaimed in amazement. He hadn't expected running water in this tree house. "How amazing!" Cheng Jiyu smiled and explained, "It's not running water. There's a water tank in the tree house." Zhou Min nodded in understanding. "So that's how it was." Cheng Jiyu pulled out some spare bedding from the closet, and had Zhou Min spread it out. Then, he cleaned up and returned to his room. Xiao He jumped onto the bed, ready to sleep. Cheng Jiyu told him not to rush, then pulled out a scale from the storage area and had Xiao He stand on it. He had picked up the scale from the supermarket earlier, thinking it was small, wouldn't take up much space, and could be used to weigh Xiao He. Confused, Xiao He came over and asked, "What's this?" Cheng Jiyu, "A scale. I think you've gained some weight." Xiao He, thinking he gained weight, froze in disbelief. How could that be? Then he stepped on the scale and Cheng Jiyu took a look. "You've gained half a pound." Xiao He's vision darkened. That much? He's a cub now. Half a pound is almost 1/5 of his body weight. What's wrong? Cheng Jiyu saw Xiao He suddenly look dejected and, somewhat puzzled, squatted down in front of him. Xiao He said melancholy, "Put away all the mirrors from now on. I don't want to see myself gaining weight." Cheng Jiyu chuckled, and Xiao He turned around, his butt facing him. "Cheng Jiyu, are you silly? You've gained weight, you grown up. Who told me I was starting to grow up?" Xiao He, sleep. Cheng Jiyu, ha ha, how does Xiao He manage to be so reliable in critical moments, yet so adorably sleepy during normal times? He glanced at Xiao He, who lay down pretending to sleep, and gently stroked him. "Good night." Xiao He didn't respond, but he flicked his tail. They slept soundly that night, but the next morning, Cheng Jiyu and the others heard Zhou Min's cries. Chapter 44. Cheng Jiyu instantly regained consciousness, and hurried out to see what was happening. Xiao He followed closely behind him, his short legs trudging along. Tian Xiao and Tian Manman had apparently heard the noise, and were running downstairs. They hurried out to see Zhou Min, scurrying back in with his head in his hands. Cheng Jiyu frowned. "What's going on?" Zhou Min said weakly, "Don't mention it." He had woken up early, thinking of making some porridge for everyone. Although his cooking wasn't great, it was a simple process. He knew how to do it. Zhou Min figured he had to show off enough to stay with Cheng Jiyu and the others. He had already decided to follow them. Just as he was busy pouring rice into the pot and putting the lid on, a small bird fluttered over. It was a dazzling, colorful bird, and quite adorable. Zhou Min couldn't help but look up, wanting a closer look. Suddenly, the bird's rear end turned towards him, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm, a thorn piercing him. He cried out in pain. Realizing that this flashy bird might be a mutant, he knew he couldn't handle it, so he quickly ran back. Cheng Jiyu looked at his arm, and saw a thorn. A closer look revealed it was a barb. Pulling it out roughly would only cause more damage. Damn! How can a bird be so treacherous? We didn't even provoke it. Tian Xiao cursed the bird in anger. Cheng Jiyu examined Zhou Min's injury, and said, "We were in its territory, and we provoked it." He frowned and said, "This thorn needs to be treated quickly." "Wait, I'm feeling a little dizzy." Zhou Min's voice sounded a little weak. "Oh my god, this thorn might be poisonous." Tian Xiao exclaimed in shock. No wonder the beasts were so difficult to deal with. Just like this bird, a single thorn could knock down an adult. Zhou Min, wake up. You're the only one among us with healing abilities. Cheng Zhiyu's expression grew serious. He pressed his other shoulder and said calmly, Does your healing ability still work? Zhou Min pulled himself together, not wanting to die. He tested his abilities and, thankfully, they still worked. Without Cheng Zhiyu's reminder, he immediately used his healing abilities on himself. How's it going? Are you feeling more alert? Tianqiao asked anxiously. Zhou Min exhaled, It's okay. I can cure this poison. His voice was still weak, but this time it was due to depletion of his abilities. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the healing ability could cure this poison, otherwise, it would have been a real challenge. After all, they didn't know what kind of poison this mutant bird carried. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Zhou Min and pursed his lips. I should have asked everyone to move to another location yesterday, when I discovered a mutant bird's nest nearby. Tianqiao knew him. Cheng Zhiyu had always been like this, carrying an inexplicable sense of responsibility that sometimes made him exhausted. He asked, What are you talking about? How far away do we have to move to get out of the mutant bird's territory? What if we end up in the territory of another, more dangerous creature? Cheng Zhiyu was about to say something when Xiao He gently patted his head with his paw. Don't overthink it. Cheng Zhiyu was stunned. It was the first time he had seen Xiao He act so overbearingly. Zhou Min said, Brother Cheng, don't overthink it. Cheng Zhiyu quickly recovered, exhaled, and said, Let's get rid of this thorn first. How do we get it out? Do we need surgery? Tianqiao looked worried. Zhou Min shuddered, tears welling in his eyes. No. Tian Manman looked at him sympathetically. Cheng Zhiyu soothed him, No need. I don't think tweezers will get it out. Your thorn isn't very deep. Zhou Min breathed a sigh of relief. As long as surgery wasn't necessary, it would be fine. Cheng Zhiyu, with a serious expression, retrieved the disinfected iodine and tweezers from his space. After disinfecting them, he hesitated, fearing the pain would cause Zhou Min to struggle. Looking at Xiao He, he said, Xiao He, can you temporarily numb this area? Cheng Zhiyu remembered that electric shock could also act as an anesthetic. At that, Xiao He emitted a small flash of lightning, and Zhou Min immediately felt the pain subside, with a slight numbness. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Tianqiao and Tian Manman. Tianqiao, taking his orders, spoke to Zhou Min. By the way, how big was that bird you mentioned? What did it look like? Zhou Min thought carefully. It was about the size of my palm, not too big, anyway. Its face was red, like a monkey's butt, haha. Tianqiao was puzzled. So small? How could it lay such large eggs? Zhou Min was also confused. Well, I thought the mutant bird was going to be pretty big, so when it appeared, I didn't even think about it. Otherwise, I would have run away. He regretted this, and slapped his thigh with his good arm. Cheng Zhiyu's relieved voice came from the side. Huh. Alright. Zhou Min turned and saw a thorn stuck in Cheng Zhiyu's tweezers, the thorn from the mutant bird. Just as he was talking to Tianqiao, Tian Manman came over and held his arm, while Cheng Zhiyu took the opportunity to remove the thorn with the tweezers. Only a small wound remained on his arm, which Zhou Min healed with his supernatural powers. He stretched his arm, clenched one fist, and smashed it against the palm of his other hand, exclaiming exaggeratedly, Dr. Cheng, you've got a miracle cure. Cheng Zhiyu smiled at his renewed energy. By the way, what should we do with the mutant bird? Tianqiao asked. Cheng Zhiyu, I go check it out after dinner. They were here to eliminate the alien beasts, so naturally they had to eliminate the bird as well. With so many people in the base, too many alien beasts could easily threaten its safety. The others had no objections, but Zhou Min suddenly yelled and ran out. Cheng Zhiyu and the others, puzzled, hurried to follow, only to find Zhou Min standing over the pot, cursing, It's all that damn mutant bird's fault. I almost had my porridge ready. Cheng Zhiyu and the others found it amusing, but Zhou Min's sudden jumpiness was frightening. Taking advantage of the cool weather, after they finished making the porridge, Cheng Zhiyu simply stir-fried 2 dishes and served them with yesterday's steamed flour rolls. Perhaps because they were outnumbered, the mutant bird hadn't attacked them. Zhou Min muttered, What a scheme. It must have been waiting for us to be alone before launching a surprise attack. After dinner, they prepared to check out the mutant bird's nest when a bird half the size of a man appeared. Tianqiao exclaimed, Oh my god, there's another mutant bird? After all, Zhou Min had said that the mutant bird was only the size of a palm. Zhou Min was also stunned. However, seeing the familiar feel of the bird, he said confidently, It's that one. Cheng Zhiyu, it can grow larger. As soon as he finished speaking, a poisonous stinger flew towards them. Tian Man reacted quickly, grabbing his broadsword and swinging it, sending the stinger plummeting to the ground. At the same time, Xiao He erected a wall of water in front of the group. The mutant bird was clearly surprised that its stinger had missed. It raised its head and let out a loud cry. Tian Xiao saw something and opened his mouth wide. Oh my god! Suddenly, a dense swarm of palm-sized birds appeared, and countless poisonous stingers shot towards them. The stingers shattered instantly upon contact with the wall of water. Cheng Xiu, these birds have poisonous stingers. I'm afraid that mutant bird's ability isn't that. Sure enough, as Cheng Xiu suspected, Tian Xiao suddenly screamed, "Fuck, Zhou Min, are you crazy?" Zhou Min, holding a dagger, stabbed at Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao immediately dodged, but Zhou Min continued to stab Tian Xiao with a dull look in his eyes, muttering, "You damn bird, you're still stabbing me? I stab you to death." Tian Xiao couldn't attack him again, so she hid beside Cheng Xiu. Oh my god, is this kid crazy? Cheng Xiu, he's not crazy. I'm afraid he's been controlled by that mutant bird. Tian Xiao shook his head. Then why didn't I? Before he could finish his words, he gave a strange smile, conjured an ice arrow, and stabbed it at Cheng Xiu. Cheng Xiu reacted quickly, grabbing Xiao He and dodging away. Tian Xiao, Zhou Min. Tian Xiao muttered, "You dead bird. You actually transformed into orange? How many years have we been friends? How could you not recognize him?" Cheng Xiu, Great, there's still a plot. Man, are you okay? Cheng Xiu asked as he dodged the attacks of Tian Xiao and Zhou Min. Fortunately, Zhou Min was relatively weak, and Tian Xiao's strength wasn't what it usually was. Perhaps those affected by the mutant bird weren't able to fully exert their full strength, which was a good thing for him. Tian Man nodded. Not. Okay, just a little dizzy. Xiao He frowned. They're too weak. Cheng Xiu had no choice but to summon Xiao Air from the space. Xiao Air wasn't afraid of poisonous stings. Wherever the half-man-high fireball hit, those ordinary poisonous stinging birds were instantly roasted and fell to the ground. Zhou Min, completely controlled, sniffed. What a delicious smell. Hee, wait until I kill you, bird. I'm going to roast it whole. Cheng Xiu, Zhou Min and Tian Xiao were separated by a wall of water. For the time being, there was no need to worry. However, they were now inside the wall. While safe, it was also a two-way barrier. He had no way of dealing with the bird. Cheng Xiu looked at Xiao He. He had received the signal and surrounded himself, Tian Man, and Xiao He with a thin layer of water mist. Tian Man, armed with a machete, swiftly chopped down the birds. Xiao He killed a large group with a lightning strike, while Cheng Xiu pulled out a machine gun. He hadn't tested its power yet. The small iron plate machine gun was different from ordinary machine guns. It had an unlimited supply of bullets. With a burst of fire, another large group of birds fell. Although his accuracy wasn't very good due to lack of professional practice, the dense swarm of birds didn't require great accuracy. Seeing that all its minions were about to die, the mutant bird cried out to the sky. Cheng Xiu suddenly felt dizzy, and then he saw Xiao He appear not far away and said to him, "Be careful, those birds are around you." Cheng Xiu frowned, and as expected, he turned around to see the mutant bird very close to him. "Don't be distracted. Kill it!" Xiao He shouted. For some reason, Cheng Xiu hesitated. He stared at the mutant bird, unable to bring himself to kill it. Seeing he hesitated, Tian Xiao anxiously said, "Qingzi, what are you doing standing there? Kill it!" Zhou Min also said, "Brother Cheng, stop standing there. Listen to Brother He." Cheng Xiu frowned, sensing something was wrong. "Can you hear Xiao He?" Tian Xiao said matter-of-factly yes. Cheng Xiu closed his eyes and looked at Xiao He. "How did you fly?" Xiao He was stunned. Before he could react, Cheng Xiu suddenly raised his mechanical cannon and fired at him. He immediately fled in panic, clearly unprepared for Cheng Xiu's sudden attack. The bird exclaimed, "You're crazy." Cheng Xiu's eyes blurred, and the frantic escape had transformed him into the mutant bird. Unfortunately, his aim was poor, and the bullet only grazed the mutant bird's wing. "Xiu?" Xiao He, standing nearby, looked worried. Seeing Cheng Xiu regain consciousness, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was going to knock you out." Cheng Xiu gently touched his forehead with his. "It's okay." Xiao He said disapprovingly, "Your forehead is covered in sweat." But he didn't dodge. Xiao He asked, "What happened just now?" Cheng Xiu looked at the panicked mutant bird not far away. Perhaps it couldn't understand why Cheng Xiu had regained consciousness. he explained. I seem to have entered a fantasy world. It took on your appearance and asked me to kill you. Xiao Hei's face darkened at this. This ugly bird actually disguised itself as him, taking advantage of the mutant bird's panic. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an adult's arm, struck it. The mutant bird flapped its wings to dodge, but just as it dodged, another bolt, the size of a bowl, appeared overhead. Xiao Hei sneered, "This is the one that's going to strike you." The mutant bird's wings were scratched, significantly slowing its flight. It couldn't avoid the lightning and was struck directly, its head singed, as it fell to the ground, barely breathing. Cheng Jiyu transformed Xiao Tai into a crossbow and fired an arrow, suffocating the mutant bird. He ignored the mutant bird and quickly picked up Xiao Hei. Sure enough, he felt a little weak. Cheng Jiyu frowned and gently rested his forehead against Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei flicked his tail and whispered, "I'm fine." Cheng Jiyu remained silent. Xiao Hei said, "I grow faster this way." Depleting one's superpowers does help improve them, but Xiao Hei wasn't a true cub. He needed to rely on them to grow. Cheng Jiyu, but you're feeling uncomfortable like this. Xiao Hei buried his head awkwardly in Cheng Jiyu's arms. Don't be so cheesy. Cheng Jiyu had no choice but to let him rest in his arms. Tian Xiao and the others had regained consciousness and were dealing with the remaining stingers. Without their mutant leader, the stingers had become panicked, but Tian Xiao and Tian Man could handle them. Although Zhou Min's ability wasn't offensive, he did have a crossbow, a regular one, smaller than Cheng Jiyu's. It could only fire 5 times in a row before needing to reload. However, his accuracy was surprisingly good, missing at most once in 5 attempts. Tian Man, on the other hand, wielded her sword, deflecting the stingers for them. With their combined efforts, the remaining stingers were finally eliminated, leaving the ground littered with them. Oh my god, what happened to me just now? Tian Xiao, coming to his senses, realized that the mutant bird had created this illusion, and his face turned pale. He had originally said that Zhou Min's willpower was weak, but now it was his turn, and he wasn't much better. I finally understand why everyone doesn't want to encounter psychic types. They're too scary. Tian Xiao patted his chest. If it weren't for Cheng Jiyu and Xiao Hei, they would have just slaughtered each other, without the mutant bird having to do it itself. Cheng Jiyu tucked Xiao Hei into his coat and let him rest. Zhou Min felt guilty for a moment, then looked at Xiao Air. Wow, what's that? Tian Xiao explained, "This is Xiao Air. It can transform into a fireball." He then greeted Xiao Air. Xiao Air, however, was unusually aloof and disappeared from the spot, presumably returning to the system space. Tian Xiao touched his nose, distracting himself. Can these birds be eaten? There are so many, it would be a shame if we can't eat them. Cheng Jiyu walked up to the mutant bird and dug out the crystal core from its head. The crystal core was transparent and looked particularly beautiful in the sun. Just what Xiao Huang needed. This mutant bird should be level 2. With this crystal core, Xiao Huang should be able to reach level 2. He wasn't sure if this mutant bird could shrink, but Zhou Min was certain it was this one he had encountered before. Its eyes are different. Other ordinary birds don't look as clever as this one. Anyway, it must be this one. Before it died, the mutant bird was half the size of a human, and it didn't shrink after death. It's unclear if it could control its size while alive. They found the venomous stinger on the birds, but hidden among its beautiful feathers, invisible without close inspection. Zhou Min was still thinking about eating. After the stingers are removed, the meat should be edible, right? Tian Xiao also muttered, "There's so much meat. It's a shame to waste it." Xiao Hei poked his head out and took a curious look. Can this be delicious? Tian Man also looked eagerly. To him, it was all meat. Cheng Ji was amused. The team was truly full of foodies. He said, "Remove the stingers and try it on an animal." Zhou Min clapped his hands. That's right. They cleaned a few birds, and then tried it on an animal. Fortunately, the meat was not poisonous. Besides the mutant birds, there were over 300 ordinary birds. They cleaned them up, and found a shady spot to process them. The ordinary stingers were about the size of a palm, about the size of a pigeon, and didn't have much meat. They processed them roughly, sparing only the meatiest parts. There was no other way. Processing them one by one would waste too much time. They formed a simple assembly line. Cheng Ji beheaded the birds, Tian Xiao gutted them, Tian Man plucked their feathers, and Zhou Min cleaned them up. As for Xiao Hei was the supervisor. After finishing his work, Cheng Ji prepared the seasoning and simply cut the birds into pieces and stewed them in a pot, making bird and potato stew. He and Zhou Min watched the pot while Tian Xiao and Tian Man used a base-issue communicator to scan the nearby mutant bird territories. The communicator also served a purpose. After they had scanned their assigned areas, the base would be notified and come to pick them up. They now needed to scan the areas they had confirmed were safe, though this wasn't a 100% guarantee, as the mutant animals were not invulnerable. But there was no other way. At least after the cleanup, the base would be safe for a while. Tian Xiao and Tian Man also took the opportunity to remove the nest of mutant bird eggs to prevent future trouble. When they returned, they were greeted by a fragrant aroma. Zhou Min had already stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, mumbling, "This bird meat is incredibly tender and delicious. Come and try it." Tian Xiao and Tian Man immediately came over, each carrying a large bowl. After taking a bite, their eyes lit up, and they devoured the food ravenously. Xiao He, with disdain, ate the meat slowly and gracefully. He wished he hadn't been wearing a rice bag. He glanced at Cheng Jiyu, who smiled at him. "So cute." Xiao He, never mind. They were eating ordinary stinger birds. Cheng Jiyu had stored the mutant bird in his space. The exotic meat didn't taste great, but it had a power that ordinary meat didn't. He needed to process it carefully. Cheng Jiyu figured, since it was all meat, there was always a way to make it delicious. The group decided to rest that night. They had originally planned to set out early that morning, but they encountered a mutant bird. After dealing with it, it was already late, so they decided to continue their journey tomorrow. Cheng Jiyu entered the space with the mutant bird's crystal core and approached Xiao Huang. As if sensing something, Xiao Huang, normally quite quiet, was unusually lively today, constantly rubbing against Cheng Jiyu with its branches, acting like a spoiled child. Cheng Jiyu's smile lifted at this, and he coughed softly, "Don't worry, I bury the crystal core right away." Xiao Huang paused, then gently patted Cheng Jiyu, as if urging him on. Cheng Jiyu smiled, then took the shovel and carefully buried the crystal core next to Xiao Huang's roots. Xiao Huang swayed the branches with pleasure, as if struck by lightning. He reached out to touch Xiao Huang, but Xiao Huang, perhaps annoyed, impatiently nudged him with its branches, as if to say, "Go, go." Cheng Jiyu, why two faces? He shook his head and simply went to look at other plants. Besides Xiao Er and the others, the common plant he cared most about was the wheat. The wheat planted next to Xiao Huang was already lush and green, but to his surprise, the wheat planted next to Xiao Chang was taller than Xiao Huang's. Not only that, but the stalks were also exceptionally thick, now as thick as Cheng Jiyu's finger. Will the plants planted next to Xiao Chang be larger than ordinary plants? So far, that seems to be the case. I just wonder what they look like when they grow. Will the wheat ears also be exceptionally large? Cheng Jiyu was looking forward to it. The beans next to Xiao Er and the eggplants next to Xiao Tai already needed a trellis. Cheng Jiyu had gathered a lot of sticks and used them to build the trellis. Since there were only a few vegetables, it took very little time to finish. The pumpkin next to Xiao Tai had already blossomed. As for the lettuce next to Xiao Er, Cheng Jiyu felt the lush green was a bit off. The rosy red leaves made him crave a little. Lettuce leaves are at their best now. If they grow any longer, they become bitter and unpalatable. But pinching the leaves now would easily affect the lettuce's growth. Finally, Cheng Jiyu couldn't resist the temptation. He hadn't eaten leafy vegetables in a while, not even cabbage, so he was quite craving them. So, he picked a handful of leaves, planning to make garlic lettuce tomorrow, which should be delicious. Putting the tender lettuce leaves into storage, Cheng Jiyu felt good and decided to check on Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan had entered maturity a while ago, and he estimated it should reach level 1 maturity within this period. He was pondering this, but before he could even check, he heard a system notification. "Congratulations, host. Xiao Wan has reached level 1 maturity. Rewards have been issued. Please check." Cheng Jiyu raised his eyebrows at this, and hurried over to Xiao Wan. He was curious about what kind of plant Xiao Wan might be. The moment it reached first level maturity, Xiao Wan underwent a transformation. Chapter 45. Cheng Jiyu had already determined that Xiao Wan was a vine. When Shijuan's vine suddenly grew thicker and longer, he hadn't realized what was happening. Until the vine suddenly wrapped around his waist, and then he was completely airborne. Yes, airborne, swung by Shijuan's vines. Cheng Jiyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" He hadn't expected Shijuan's mischievous nature, so he was completely unprepared. The swung made him feel dizzy, and he yelled, "Xiao Wan, put me down!" Xiao Wan seemed to wonder if Cheng Jiyu didn't like this, so it changed its swing. Cheng Jiyu, suddenly swinging on the swing, said, He said weakly, "Put me down?" He didn't want to swing in space all day. Thankfully Xiao Er and Xiao Tai suddenly floated over. One set Xiao Wan on fire, while the other transformed into a kitchen knife and chopped him down. With a clang, Xiaowan was forced to let Cheng Jiyu down. Cheng Jiyu fell flat on his back and said, eh. He got up and brushed the dirt off his butt. He saw Xiao and Xiaotai beating Xiaowan up like crazy. Both of them were level 3, and together they were taking on Xiaowan. Xiaowan was naturally overwhelmed and frantically tried to dodge. Cheng Jiyu, like an old father trying to stop a fight, said, okay, stop it. Xiaowan knows he was wrong, right? Xiaowan, ? Xiao and Xiaotai politely stopped, but didn't leave. They stood on either side of Cheng Jiyu like bodyguards. Cheng Jiyu took the opportunity to lecture Xiaowan. Xiaowan, what you did just now was very dangerous, you know? Don't do that again next time. Xiaowan felt aggrieved. He didn't understand why. He just wanted to play with Cheng Jiyu. How could it be dangerous? Cheng Jiyu explained, falling from such a height is very dangerous. What if you break a bone? His butt still ached. He had to say. Xiaowan still didn't understand. He wouldn't let Cheng Jiyu fall. Even though I know you didn't mean to, look, I fell just now, Cheng Jiyu emphasized sternly. Xiaowan finally responded, guiltily wrapping a vine around Cheng Jiyu's wrist, as if admitting his mistake. Cheng Jiyu resisted the urge to break free. He had just been traumatized. He smiled and said, it's good that you admit your mistake. Don't do that next time, understand? Xiaowan nodded hesitantly and pointed cautiously at the eager-eyed Xiao and Xiaotai. Cheng Jiyu said to the waiter Xiaotai, Xiaowan is just a little naughty. I've already told him. Thanks to you guys just now, we should get along peacefully from now on. Do you understand? The waiter and Xiaotai then returned. Cheng Jiyu clicked on Xiaowan's message and learned that the opponent's attack was strangulation. He knew what that word meant without even thinking, and he patted his chest with a lingering fear. However, after careful consideration, he decided that Xiaowan might be quite suitable for defense. After all, there are still some dangers in the forest, not just from exotic beasts, but also from ordinary wild animals. Having a defense would be much more reassuring. So, Cheng Jiyu asked Xiaowan if he would be willing to defend the treehouse from outside. Xiaowan was very enthusiastic, happily wrapping his vines around Cheng Jiyu, giving him a fright. Fortunately, Xiaowan didn't throw him into the air this time. Well, that was good news. Since Xiaowan was willing, Cheng Jiyu decided to give it a try. Before that, let's collect the system's rewards. As usual, the system space expanded to 10 by 10, looking much more spacious. Then, there was the storage space, which expanded to 20 cubic meters, almost the size of a small warehouse. Now there was a lot more free space. Cheng Jiyu was in a good mood. The expanded storage space meant he could now store whatever he wanted. He had previously worried about having to discard some items when it was almost full. Finally, another plant. He skillfully dug a hole with a shovel, planted the plant in it, and watered it. The plant's vitality was still only a pitiful 5%, so he couldn't fertilize it yet. He needed to let the plant rest in the ground for a while. He carefully watered it. Observing the plant closely, he noticed that it was different from other plants in their twilight years. It had no leaves, only a main body, round, and the size of a soybean. Cheng Jiyu immediately named it. Let's call you Qiuqiu. They had been into space for quite a while without realizing it. When Cheng Jiyu emerged, everyone was asleep except Xiao He, seemingly waiting for him. Cheng Jiyu's heart softened, and he gently stroked Xiao He's fur. You're still growing. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. Don't wait for me. Xiao He was the most stubborn person in the room. I'm not sleepy. He couldn't help but yawn. Cheng Jiyu, He ignored the awkwardness and said, I'd be out for a bit, then back to sleep. Xiao He wagged his tail and followed Cheng Jiyu. Passing by the living room, Zhou Min was sprawled out, completely unaware of their presence. Seeing Xiao He acting so frivolous and about to smack Zhou Min with his paw, Cheng Jiyu quickly stopped him. Xiao He, don't disturb others' sleep. Xiao He naturally retracted his paw, pretending nothing had happened, and followed Cheng Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu found it amusing. Sometimes he truly found Xiao He miraculous, calm and reliable in crucial moments, yet usually goofy and a bit mischievous. He opened the door. The temperature outside the treehouse was much colder. Cheng Jiyu could even see the white steam from his breath. They had plans to keep them warm, and a Xuqiang brand treehouse, so the low temperatures didn't matter. He just wondered how other psychics coped. Cheng Jiyu shook his head and let Xiaowan out. He took root in front of the treehouse door and asked worriedly, Is Xiaowan feeling cold? Xiaowan shook his head, looking at him adapting well. Cheng Jiyu was relieved now that he was sure he could adapt. Looking at Xiao He, who looked up at Xiaowan curiously. He told him to come back. It was getting late. Just as Xiao Hei was about to follow him back, Xiaowan, a little restless, tried to scoop up Xiao Hei with her vines. But before she could even touch Xiao Hei, a bolt of lightning swirled above Xiaowan's head, as if it had eyes on its backside. Xiaowan shuddered and immediately, timidly, retracted the vines, and the lightning vanished. Cheng Jiyu didn't see this. He was truly sleepy. He returned to his room, washed up, and sprawled out on the bed to sleep. Xiao Hei leaned over and asked, "Why are you sleeping on your stomach?" Cheng Jiyu mumbled, "Xiaowan just threw me, and my butt hurts. It was only a slight soreness, and I figured I'd be fine by tomorrow." Xiao Hei regretted not striking Xiaowan. He walked over to Cheng Jiyu's butt and gently touched it with his paw. The injury wasn't serious, and Cheng Jiyu didn't react. Xiao Hei, on the other hand, felt his paws burning, his entire body on fire. How strange. He needed to stay away from Cheng Jiyu. Xiao Hei had fallen asleep at the foot of the bed, but soon, he was curled up next to Cheng Jiyu again. The next day, Cheng Jiyu woke up and found Zhou Min flying outside. Yes, flying. He immediately woke up and rushed out. He saw Xiaowan scooping up Zhou Min, throwing him into the air. Then, after he landed, he caught him with a vine and tossed him up again. Zhou Min, ah! Cheng Jiyu's temples throbbed. Xiaowan was being so naughty. He hurriedly said, "Xiaowan, put him down." Thankfully, despite his mischievousness, Xiaowan was obedient. He carried Zhou Min and put him down, almost reluctantly, as if Zhou Min were some fun toy. Cheng Jiyu hurried over to Zhou Min. "How's it going?" "Zhou Min, my legs are weak." Tian Qiao and Tian Manman, hearing the noise, also hurried out. Tian Qiao looked at Xiaowan. "What is this?" Cheng Jiyu explained that it was a newly mature plant. "It's a little naughty, and likes to throw people into the air. It scared me to death. I saw this thing as soon as I left the house, and then it threw me into the air." Zhou Min was still frightened. Cheng Jiyu apologized. "I left it at the door for protection, but I didn't expect it to." Tian Qiao laughed. "Zhou Min, you're so pitiful, aren't you? But this should be much more exciting than those bungee jumping machines at the amusement park." "Zhou Min, more than that, I felt like I was bungee jumping." Xiaowan shook its vines, feeling complimented. Just as it was about to cheer up, a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl appeared suspended in the air from its trunk. Shijuan's body stiffened, and he dared not move. Cheng Jiyu seized the opportunity to lecture him. "What did I say yesterday? Neither I nor anyone else can do this. Do you understand?" Xiaowan shook the vines frantically, indicating he understood. Cheng Jiyu touched Xiuhei. "All right, take it back." Xiuhei flicked his tail, crackling a few times against Shijuan's trunk, causing the latter to tremble in fear. He then retracted the lightning. Zhou Min was deeply moved. "Brother Hei, you're truly risking your life for your beloved." "Xiao Hei? ? Zhou Min, I didn't expect I meant so much to you. I'm so touched." Xiao Hei, What's it to you?" He leaned over to Cheng Jiyu, concerned. "Does your butt still hurt?" Cheng Jiyu was embarrassed. "How did you know?" "Xiao Hei, you told me yourself." Cheng Jiyu coughed softly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. The fall yesterday wasn't serious." Xiao Hei was relieved to see that he was walking normally and everything. Last night was safe. The mutant bird was dead. Cheng Jiyu had worried that without the threat, other wild animals would take advantage and attack them. But perhaps it was because of Xiaowan's presence last night that nothing happened. In any case, Xiaowan had contributed. Cheng Jiyu let it return to the space to rest. Then Xiaowan shrank, becoming only a dozen centimeters long, and wrapped itself around Cheng Jiyu's wrist. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a uniquely shaped bracelet. Cheng Jiyu raised an eyebrow and poked it, not going back to the space. Xiaowan rubbed against it coquettishly, as if saying, "I protect you." Cheng Jiyu didn't fully listen and asked the system, "Will there be any problems with plants not being able to use the space?" After a while, the system replied, "No, combat plants upgrade mainly through combat or absorbing crystal cores. As long as they return to the space when absorbing crystal cores, they can do so." Cheng Jiyu felt relieved. Since there was no problem, Xiaowan could stay on his wrist. Xiao Hei was very dissatisfied, baring his teeth at Xiaowan. At first, Xiaowan was a little scared, but soon realized that as long as Xiao Hei was wrapped around Cheng Jiyu's wrist, Xiao Hei was powerless, so Xiaowan started to completely ignore it. Xiao Hei, It's annoying. This morning, they successfully ate garlic lettuce leaves. Just boil the lettuce leaves, add garlic paste, and a little salt. No need to add anything else, it was delicious. It wasn't much, and it was hot, so they didn't eat much. Luckily, they were in the forest, where the daytime heat wasn't as hot as in the city. Cheng Xiu and the others hurried along, scanning for safe areas. They moved quickly. They hadn't encountered any danger in the first 2 days. After all, strange beasts aren't that easy to encounter. In 2 days, they had already covered most of their area. Compared to the quietness of the first day, on the third day, the communicator frequently received calls for help. However, they checked the distance and found they were not close. It was too late to rush over, so they were helpless. I guess it'd be over the day after tomorrow. Zhou Min had been exhausted these past 2 days. His physical condition was the worst among the group. He fell asleep immediately at night, exhausted. Cheng Xiu nodded. Yeah, I hope everything goes well. Tianxia muttered. Aside from the mutant bird, we haven't encountered any other strange beasts. It's been pretty boring. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something entangled around his ankle. He looked down and smiled. Xiaowan, can you please stop messing around? Cheng Xiu glanced at Xiaowan, who was calmly resting on his wrist, and his expression changed. Be careful. Thankfully, Tianxia reacted quickly, severing the plant around his ankle before it tightened. Damn! I just said I didn't encounter any strange beasts. Zhou Min was still apprehensive. Is this a plant-based monster? Cheng Xiu nodded. It should be. They frowned and looked around, but saw nothing. Strange, it should be nearby. Xiao Hei, in the tree. Cheng Xiu immediately looked up, met with a pair of lifeless eyes, and felt a chill down his spine. It was a gray-brown snake, as thick as a wrist, spitting its tongue and glaring at them fiercely. Damn, it's giving me the creeps. Tianxiao immediately fired an ice arrow at it. A large emerald green net appeared in front of the snake, blocking the ice arrow, and then the net swooped down towards them. Xiaowan! Cheng Xiu shouted. Countless vines immediately sprouted from Cheng Xiu's wrists, shredding the net. Only then did they see clearly that the net was covered with countless mouth-like structures. If they accidentally touched them, they would undoubtedly be bitten. So many long mouths biting into you. You can imagine what it would be like. Oh my god, this is disgusting. Zhou Min raged in disgust. The snake's first strike failed, and then, the previously harmless plants on the ground suddenly went wild, attacking them frantically. Zhou Min immediately attacked with his dagger, while Tian Men used his broadsword. Cheng Xiu immediately called out, Tianxiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the plants beneath his feet froze into ice, unable to move, and naturally losing their ability to attack. At the same time, a kitchen knife silently moved behind the snake and slashed at it. At that moment, the snake was struggling with Xiaowan. As a strangler vine, once Xiaowan was entangled in its vines, the thorns would pierce the skin, having a paralyzing effect. Therefore, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. The mutant snake, though unaware, knew it couldn't be entangled by Xiaowan. It frantically dodged Shijuan's vines while attempting to bite him. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment, and the mutant snake didn't realize a kitchen knife had appeared behind it and slashed down. The mutant snake, sensing the danger only then, frantically tried to dodge, but the knife still struck. Cheng Xiu had predicted that Xiao Tai's strike would at least cleave the mutant snake in half. However, contrary to his prediction, Xiao Tai only inflicted a deep wound deep enough to see the bone. The mutant snake collapsed helplessly. Dead? Tianxia raised an eyebrow. Zhou Min exhaled. Look at it, it's motionless. It must be dead, right? Xiaowan stretched out his vines, and was about to wrap the snake around Cheng Xiu and throw it to him when something unexpected happened. The snake, once only the thickness of a wrist, suddenly expanded, instantly becoming as thick as a man's arms. It straightened its upper body, obscuring the sky and the sun. Xiaowan immediately clung to the mutant snake, but a burst of fire erupted, instantly charring it black. Cheng Xiu frowned. Xiaowan, come back. Xiaowan ignored him, and continued to cling to the mutant snake. Its poisonous needles pierced its skin, and the snake struggled to shake Xiaowan off. Unfortunately, the mutant snake was so large that even though it was poisoned, its movements were only slightly slowed. Cheng Xiu quickly tucked Xiaowan into the space, and then the small iron plate, mechanical, and wooden magazines unleashed countless bullets at the mutant snake. Xiao Er also appeared. Being a fire type, he was completely unfazed by the mutant snake's fire. The mutant snake frantically dodged the bullets, while also avoiding Xiao Er. Many bullets struck it, and its body was scorched by the waiter. Tianxiao and the others weren't idle either, firing icy arrows at it. The mutant snake attempted to breathe fire, but in the forest, fire was difficult to control once it started. The mutant snake, intent on a desperate struggle, had no scruples. Each fire it blew was extinguished by water, and the next was extinguished by water, leaving the mutant snake furious. From time to time, lightning struck overhead, causing it to writhe in agony. Lightning, bullets, icy arrows, and fire were all part of the attack. Zhou Min even found opportunities to launch sneak attacks with his dagger. If the mutant snake could speak, it would probably curse, wondering if it had been cursed. However, the mutant snake's blood was thick, allowing it to hold its ground. The situation remained stalemated. At that moment, the mutant snake suddenly felt its body grow heavy. Sensing the danger to its life, it attempted to throw the person attempting to climb onto its body off. Unfortunately, Tian Man was incredibly fast, holding onto the mutant snake tightly while climbing upward. The mutant snake, trying to avoid the surrounding attacks, let Tian Man scramble onto its head. It lashed out frantically with its tail, lashing out at Tian Man. Despite several blows, Tian Man gritted his teeth, clinging to the snake. He then raised his broadsword and stabbed it hard in the snake's head. The mutant snake's skin was very tough, but Tian Man's sword wasn't just any ordinary one, and with his immense strength, he specifically stabbed the ground where Xiao Tai had just chopped it. With a whoosh, the broadsword penetrated the snake's head. At the same time, lightning and ice arrows attacked the snake's wounds frantically. Cheng Zhiyu's mechanical wooden cannon transformed into a crossbow, unleashing a single arrow. The mutant snake opened its mouth to roar, but the arrow pierced its throat. Tian Man drew his sword and plunged it into the snake again. The wound was already horribly damaged, and it collapsed helplessly, completely silent. Cheng Zhiyu ran over. Man, where are you hurt? Tian Man smiled foolishly. It's okay. Tian Xiao saw that his arm was already bleeding and almost burst into tears. You're still okay? Look at what you've done. Are you stupid? We kill this snake sooner or later. Tian Man's face paled. I want to help. Man is great. Cheng Zhiyu patted Tian Xiao to calm him down. But we also hope you're not hurt. Tian Man scratched his head. Yeah. Zhou Min, who had also been lashed several times, grimaced. This snake is really tough to deal with. I only managed to leave a small wound with my dagger. Tian Xiao kicked the deadly mutant snake. Who would have thought it had dual powers? Man, come here quickly, I treat your wounds. Zhou Min quickly healed his own wounds, and called Tian Man over. Yes, I almost forgot Zhou Min is a healing type. Tian Xiao hurriedly pulled Tian Man over to Zhou Min. Zhou Min placed his hand on Tian Man, and the wounds on her body, which had been beaten to pieces, instantly healed. Her skin looked incredibly smooth, as if she had never been injured. Even though Cheng Zhiyu and the others had seen this before, it still seemed magical. After using his supernatural power, Zhou Min felt tired and needed to rest. He didn't care about the dirt and sat on the ground, looking at the snake that was dozens of meters long, muttering, "This should be edible, right?" Several people, including Xiao Hei, looked at Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu, he said, first, peel the snake's skin. It's quite defensive, and we can make vests or something later. Everyone agreed and immediately began skinning the snake. Cutting the dozens-meter-long snake took quite a bit of work. During this time, Cheng Zhiyu dug out the crystal core from the snake's head. The dual-element monster had 2 crystal cores in its head, one fire and one plant. No one else could use them, so he gave one to Xiao Air and the other to Xiao Chong. Xiao Air was currently at level 3, and reaching level 4 would be difficult. It would likely require a significant number of crystal cores. Xiao Chong figured that with this one core, he could reach level 2, but he wasn't sure what would happen after level 2. After skinning the snake, they chopped the meat into pieces. While the others busied themselves, Cheng Zhiyu pondered. After confirming the snake meat was non-toxic, he decided to make snake soup, and then salt and pepper snake meat. The former was slowly stewed, while the latter was coated in flour and deep-fried. Once done, it was removed, sprinkled with seasoning, and ready to eat. Cheng Zhiyu called out, "Xiao Hei, come over here and try some." Xiao Hei immediately came over on his short legs, his tail wagging unconsciously. Snake meat has no bones, so it can be eaten directly. Cheng Zhiyu stuffed it into Xiao Hei's mouth, and Xiao Hei took a bite. He found it delicious. The meat had been marinated beforehand, so there was no strange smell at all. The outer shell was crispy, and the meat inside was tender. And because it was a strange beast, it was packed with energy. I want some too. I want some too. Zhou Min reached out like a zombie, followed closely by Tian Xiao and Tian Man. Frying meat requires skill. A little burnt or tender didn't matter, so they took turns frying it, while Cheng Zhiyu squatted nearby to eat. By the time they were almost done, they fried the rest and stored it in their space, ready to snack on when they had time. Then, each of us drank a bowl of hot snake soup, which instantly warmed our stomachs. The salt and pepper snake meat had been a bit greasy, and the snake soup was just the right amount of relief. Each mouthful was incredibly satisfying. It felt like I hadn't eaten anything this good before the apocalypse. We'd been in the forest for a few days, and by tomorrow or the day after, we'd be done and ready to leave. Chapter 46. Next, the group encountered several more alien beasts, but they were all easy to deal with. Presumably, they were all level 2, and any one of them could be easily dealt with. Zhou had a harder time dealing with them, as he was the weakest of the group, but he had made significant progress. Yes, before they knew it, they had easily dealt with level 2 alien beasts. Remember, when they first encountered level 2 zombies, Zhou hadn't appeared yet, and it took quite a while for them to defeat them. Tianqiao and the others could use the crystal cores of the level 2 alien beasts, and they absorbed them all. Xiao He had visibly grown. He looked different almost every day. Before, Cheng Xiu carried him wherever he went, but now he rarely did. After all, Xiao He had gained a lot of weight, now estimated to be around 20 kilograms, and still looked like a small to medium-sized dog. How much bigger he would grow, though, was unknown. That day, they had finally completed scanning their assigned area and were about to notify base to come and pick them up. However, a distress message appeared on the communicator. Many times before, they'd been so far away that even if they'd seen them, there was nothing they could do. But this time, they were much closer, only a few kilometers away. Cheng Xiu, do you want to go over there? Tianqiao, let's go take a look. We help if we can. Tian Man and Zhou had no objections, and Xiao He was even less concerned. So, they followed the location given on the communicator and headed for it. At that moment, Zhang He quickly sent a distress signal, struggling to deal with the mutant wolf pack's attack. Besides his wife, Wu Mengting, Zhang He's team also included 2 other men, one a wind element and the other a thunder element. Their strength was definitely quite good, especially the lightning psychic. The monsters they had encountered previously were mostly half dead from a single lightning strike. They were also relatively lucky, having only encountered level 2 monsters. It was the lightning psychic who was overly dominant. Although he always dealt fatal wounds to the monsters, Zhang He felt confident that he and Wu Mengting had also contributed. However, the lightning psychic simply stated that the crystal core belonged to him. As for the monster meat, they could share some with Zhang He and Wu Mengting. Zhang He and Wu Mengting were furious. When they mentioned this, the meat of the monster they had killed looked rotten. They had no idea what it was, but it was inedible. The crystal core was the only useful part of the monster, and since it was earth-based, Zhang He could use it. But the lightning psychic refused to give it to him, insisting on taking it back to base to trade with someone else. Unfortunately, the lightning and wind psychics, who were brothers, united forces, leaving Zhang He helpless. Wu Mengting was furious and wanted to fight, but Zhang He stopped her. Forget it. We're in the forest, full of dangers. If a fight breaks out, and we get hurt, it'd be very dangerous. Zhang He's words made sense, and Wu Mengting had no choice but to endure it. They finally understood why these 2 psychics didn't choose stronger people to team up with, but chose them instead. They were simply easy prey. They had risked their lives to come to the forest, hoping to obtain a few crystal cores to enhance their strength, but they had no idea their efforts were in vain, and they had endured hardships along the way. When they encountered edible exotic animal meat, they could still fill their stomachs, but due to the lack of seasoning, they could only simply roast it. Moreover, there was no water. The water they brought with them was only enough for drinking, so they couldn't use it to wash the meat. They simply cut the meat and roasted it, still dripping with blood. The smell was indescribable, and several of them nearly vomited. Not to mention, they couldn't shower, and the daytime heat made them sweat. After a few days, they stunk. Plus, sometimes when they hunted exotic beasts, blood would splash on them, and they could only wipe it off. So now, they themselves didn't dare to lower their heads to smell it carefully. The smell was indescribable. Several people, including the lightning-type psychic, had been in a state of extreme distress for the past 2 days. But they didn't think it was a big deal. When you're out on a mission, conditions are limited, and everyone feels that way. Except for Zhang He and Wu Mengting, who felt resentful for not getting any benefits. The other 2 were quite happy. They felt that being in the forest wasn't bad. While the exotic beast meat wasn't tasty, it was still meat, and it had enough energy to keep them full. It's almost over. The lightning-type psychic looked at the communicator. There weren't many places left in their area that they hadn't visited. The wind-type psychic nodded, glanced at Zhang He and Wu Mengting, and muttered, "I don't think any other team has it as easy as you guys. Isn't that a clear sign that they're winning without effort?" Zhang He nearly vomited blood in anger, but he had to hold it in. Wu Mengting, a second-level fire type, was quite powerful, but Zhang He's Earth-type psychic was only at level 1, about to reach level 2. Add to that the fact that the opponent had a powerful thunder type, and she would only be at a disadvantage against Zhang He. As they neared the edge of the area, they couldn't help but let down their guard until the thunder-type psychic was the first to notice something was amiss. He saw a wolf. The wolf was much larger than ordinary wolves, clearly a beast. The lightning psychic didn't hesitate, striking down with a bolt of lightning, scorching half the wolf's body. The wind psychic quickly followed up with a strike, instantly sending the wolf to the ground. The wind psychic said, "Brother, you're still the best." After saying that, he glanced at Zhang He and the others and said, "You didn't help at all just now, so forget about the beast meat." Zhang He and the others didn't care anymore. Their help only earned them a small share of the meat, making it a thankless task. However, just as the wind-type psychic was about to advance and dig out the crystal core, Zhang He exclaimed, "Why are there wolves?" The wind-type psychic, seeing his frightened expression, scoffed, "It's just one wolf, what's the big deal?" Then his brother's voice trembled, "More than one." The wind-type psychic looked up, and saw a pack of wolves not far away. The leader was exceptionally tall. Just by looking at it, he could sense a strong sense of oppression. That wolf must be a level 3 alien beast, and behind it, there were over 20 wolves. Even a pack of wolves would force a tiger to avoid them, let alone these alien beasts. The pair of green eyes staring at them was terrifying. Soon, the leader launched the attack, instantly surrounding them. Perhaps recognizing the thunder-type psychic as the strongest, the leader attacked him directly. The lightning user hurriedly dodged and attacked the wolf leader with lightning, only to find that the wolf leader's reaction was so quick that his lightning couldn't reach it at all. While dodging, he was bitten by the wolf leader, and his arm was instantly covered in blood. Zhang He and his companions weren't in much better shape. Each of them was surrounded by several wolves. Zhang He's Earth-type attacks weren't very powerful, mainly due to his low level, and he nearly died several times. Fortunately, he quickly began to coordinate with Wu Mengting. He used the earth wall for defense, while Wu Mengting used fire attacks, successfully burning several wolves to death. However, their actions further enraged the wolves, and they faced an even more violent attack. Zhang He and Wu Mengting were both injured, the wind-type psychic even worse off, having lost an arm to the bite, torn apart by the wolves. His screams were particularly chilling. The lightning-type psychic's eyes were red, but he was too busy dealing with the wolf leader to do anything but shout, "Zhang He, send a distress signal." Zhang He quickly freed his hands to send a distress signal, but he held out little hope. They were probably going to die there. In the moment he was distracted, the earth wall was breached, and a wolf tore a piece of flesh from his leg. Zhang He screamed in pain, but the wolf still tried to attack, but fortunately, Wu Mengting ignited a fire and drove the wolf away. However, the constant use of their powers had left them exhausted, their powers dwindling, and they were on the verge of collapse. Wu Mengting's tears welled up, perhaps irritated by the sweat, but she closed her eyes and said, "Xing Xing, Mom's here to keep you company." Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing the air was heard, and a wolf charging towards the wind-type user collapsed to the ground with a thud. A clear, powerful voice rang from a distance. "Come on, hold on." Cheng Jiyu glanced at Zhang He, surprised to find him familiar. But at this point, there was no time for small talk. Several others immediately joined the battle. With their participation, the situation quickly reversed. Tian Xiao assisted the lightning-type user against the wolf leader, already quite powerful, and seeing the help he received instantly perked up. If only he could, who wants to die? Soon, the pack's numbers dwindled. Seeing this, the leader roared in anger and attacked even more fiercely. Tian Man, seeing this, rushed to their aid. He was swift, even faster than the wolves themselves. With one strike, the wolf was wounded. It tried to attack him, but Tian Man had already moved to the other side. After the last wolf in the pack, besides the leader, was eliminated, the leader fell to the ground unwillingly dead. Zhang He slumped to the ground, nearly fainting from the pain. The wind-type psychic was even worse off, having lost an arm and passed out. The thunder-type psychic checked on his brother. He was physically strong, and the bleeding had stopped on its own. He was not in immediate danger of death. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as he survived, he could always get his arm back. He put his brother down and said earnestly to Cheng Jiyu and the others, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have almost died here today." Though the lightning-type psychic was domineering, he wasn't foolish and was always polite to those with strength. Tianxia saw Zhang He, an acquaintance after all, and went over to ask him how he was doing. Zhang He shook his head and forced a smile. Luckily, I'm not dead. Tianxia looked at the bitten piece of flesh on his thigh, feeling a phantom pain. He gently patted his shoulder. It's okay. We've already sent a call to the base, and someone should be here soon. Zhang He nodded. The lightning-type psychic, seeing this, asked, Do you know each other? Cheng Jiu said, Yes, we came to Chaoyang base together earlier. The lightning-type psychic's eyes flickered, realizing that his previous actions were unkind. Seeing that Zhang He and the others didn't say anything, he saw that they hadn't said anything. A sigh of relief. Of course, Zhang He didn't have the energy to speak. The lightning psychic said, Thanks to you this time, all the wolf cores are yours. As he said this, his heart felt like it was bleeding. Cheng Jiu didn't agree outright. Instead, he discussed it with Tian Xiao and the others and said, We take 2/3 of the cores, and the same with the wolf fur. The rest is yours. How about that? They didn't want the wolf meat, as the space was filled with exotic beast meat. As for the fur, exotic beast fur was a valuable commodity. It was warm and provided some defense, so naturally they had to take it. The lightning psychic's heart was already bleeding, but upon hearing this, he was instantly delighted. He had 6 or 7 cores, which was only 1/3 of the total, and with the fur and wolf meat, it would be enough to live comfortably at the base for a while. So he agreed. Only then did the lightning-type user notice that Cheng Jiu and the others, unlike his own disheveled appearance, were remarkably clean and in good spirits. To anyone unfamiliar with the situation, one might have thought they had just arrived. On the other hand, he was as disheveled as could be. Wasn't it agreed that everyone would be like this? Which while the base was picking up the people, they began digging for crystal cores and peeling the wolf skins. They were all experienced workers, and their speed was swift. Perhaps because Zhang He knew Cheng Jiu and the others, the lightning-type user changed his attitude and offered to share the crystal cores, wolf meat, and wolf skins equally with them. Zhang He had recovered his spirits by now, and a smile graced his face at the sight of his bounty. Seeing Wu Mingting caring for Zhang He, with a completely different attitude than they had seen him before, Tian Xiao couldn't help but glance at him with curiosity. But he couldn't ask too much about other people's family affairs. Soon, the base's helicopter arrived, but since they were too numerous to carry everyone at once, Cheng Jiu and the others let Zhang He and the wind-type psychic go first, as they were still injured. Before leaving, Zhang He said, Brother Cheng, Brother Tian, when I get back to the base and heal my wounds, I come and thank you in person. By the way, where are you staying now? Tian Xiao mentioned the location. No need to thank me, we just helped out. After all, they figured they'd return home for a night's rest before leaving the base, so there was no need to discuss this. Zhang He immediately said, Of course I want it. I find you when I get back. After the helicopter departed, Zhou Min pondered, Are you close to that Zhang He? Cheng Jiu shook his head, Not really. We've met a few times. Zhou Min breathed a sigh of relief, That's good. You'd better stay away from him. Tian Xiao was curious. After all, Zhou Min had another ability besides healing. He immediately asked, Why do you say that? Zhou Min couldn't explain it. It just felt weird. Tian Xiao, did he lie? Zhou Min, not really. He just didn't seem like a good person. Because he had the ability to tell if someone was lying, over time, he'd subconsciously developed a sense of good and evil in people. He'd subconsciously disliked Zhang He. Tian Xiao shrugged, It doesn't matter. I'm leaving the base anyway, so I probably won't see him again. Zhou Min thought about it and nodded. Soon, another helicopter arrived. After the group boarded, they instantly forgot about Zhang He. Although they had also taken a helicopter the previous time, this second ride still felt novel. Arriving quickly at the base, Zhou Min spotted Brother Zhang as soon as he got off the helicopter and immediately walked over, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang breathed a sigh of relief to see that he was alright and in good spirits. After all, he was the only relative of his deceased comrade. Cheng Jiu and the others exchanged pleasantries with Brother Zhang and handed over their communicators. They learned that each participant in this mission would receive a different reward. 3,000 points, or a level 2 crystal core. The base wanted to allow psychics to choose their points, so they gave more points. Although Cheng Jiu and his group had a lot of level 2 crystal cores, they were still rare. This reward was quite good, especially since everyone could choose one. Cheng Jiu and his group didn't plan to stay at the base, so of course they chose the crystal cores. Tian Xiao and the others chose the ones they needed. Zhou Min didn't want to reveal his healing ability, And since the crystal core he needed wasn't available yet, he simply chose a water-type one, which was perfect for Xiao He. After asking around, Cheng Jiyu chose the plant element. He'd originally wanted a spirit element, but the base didn't have any, so he had to settle for the plant element. Now, not only Xiaoqiang needed it, but Xiaowan did too. This one was for Xiaowan. Xiaowan, wrapped around his wrist, rubbed it cheerfully under the cover of his sleeve, making Cheng Jiyu itch. He held it down to keep it still. Xiao He, this damn grass is annoying. After returning, Xiaowan returned to the system space to absorb crystal cores. Cheng Jiyu took out the crystal cores he acquired over the past few days, and distributed the ones he could use to everyone. He gave the remaining fire element to Shower, and planned to exchange the earth and wind elements today. They had no use for them yet. When they went to exchange crystal cores, Cheng Jiyu and his companions ran into Wang Li. Wang Li had been in a much better mood recently, mainly because the annoying Feng family was gone. Although people soon moved into the other two rooms, this time they were more normal people, and they got along quite well. When Wang Li learned that Cheng Jiyu and his companions were leaving, she felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, she had nothing to give, and she felt a little guilty. After all, Cheng Jiyu and his companions had given her so much. After asking Wang Li if she had any objections to the temporary items in the room that they couldn't take with them, they gave them to her. Cheng Jiyu and his companions were lucky. They traded 2 earth and 3 wind-type crystal cores for 2 ice-type crystal cores, 1 speed-type crystal core, 1 strength-type crystal core, and 1 water-type crystal core. Lightning-type crystal cores were difficult to obtain, as they were relatively rare, and zombies or monsters with such abilities were also difficult to deal with. Actually, they were able to exchange the crystal cores so quickly this time thanks to a large number of psychics going into the forest to hunt exotic beasts, resulting in a surplus of unused crystal cores. After returning home, Tian Xiao and the others went back to their rooms to absorb the crystal cores. Zhou Min wasn't with them at the base, but he stayed anyway. We're leaving tomorrow anyway, and running back and forth is too much trouble. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to miss dinner tonight. Cheng Jiyu, okay. Back in his room, he glanced at Xiao He, who was absorbing the crystal cores, before entering the system space. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiao Chang and Xiao Wan had both upgraded to level 2 thanks to their plant-type crystal cores. Simultaneously, the system space had expanded to 12 by 12 meters due to their upgrades. It was about the size of a large flat. Xiao Wan had grown a bit bigger, but this time he didn't play with Cheng Jiyu, mainly because Xiao and Xiao Ai were watching. However, Cheng Jiyu was more curious about Xiqiang's changes, but unfortunately, he was inside the base and couldn't observe them. He would have to wait until he left to see them. It wouldn't last another day. Cheng Jiyu clenched his fists, mainly because he was too excited. However, since the system space had expanded a bit, he might as well take advantage of his free time at the base to plant some more vegetables, mainly leafy greens this time. For leafy greens, lettuce would be the choice. He had lettuce seeds. Since they would turn red if planted near shower, and eating them would make the whole body hot, they were not suitable for daytime consumption. So Cheng Ji planted them in the empty space next to Xiao Wang, allowing him to harvest as much lettuce as he wanted, just like cutting leeks. Of course, Xiao Ai and Xuqiang were also busy in their empty space. As for Xiao Wan, he repeatedly warned her not to get naughty, and then carefully planted some peppers. There weren't many peppers left in the storage space. He was busy planting peppers, and Xiao Wan poked him with her vines, like a bored child trying to get attention. Thankfully, it listened to Cheng Ji's instructions, and didn't mess with the peppers. Cheng Ji petted Xiao Wan and praised it, good boy. Oh, and there's Xiao Wang too. It had previously reached level 2, and has recently begun to bloom and bear fruit. Cheng Ji was excited to see what the fruit would be used for. After finishing their work and going to bed, the next morning, everyone packed up and prepared to leave Chaoyang base. Unexpectedly, before they could leave, Zhang He and Wu Mengting arrived, coming to thank Cheng Ji for saving him the previous day. Zhang He only had one night's rest, but his spirits were completely different. The wound on his thigh had completely faded, likely thanks to a healing psychic. Thanks to the base, he said. I said I was injured in the forest, and they treated me for free and even contacted a healing psychic. Otherwise, I would have been in pain for several days. After all, healing psychics aren't easy to find. Tianxian nodded and said, that base is really good. Zhang He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, don't mind me asking, Chaoyang base is truly a rare and excellent base. Why don't you want to stay? Tianxiao said they were going home, and Zhang He didn't know what to say. Tian Xiao smiled and changed the subject. Hey, have you reconciled with your sister-in-law? Zhang He nodded. She consulted a psychic and finally believes me. He didn't want to say more, but Zhou Min leaned over and said tactlessly, Psychic, why are you consulting a psychic? Tian Xiao winked at him. Why? Asking everything? Zhou Min acted as if he hadn't noticed and continued to ask Zhang He, did a relative pass away? Wu Mengting looked pale. She felt a pang of heartache when she mentioned her star. Zhang He patted her soothingly, still smiling. It's my daughter. Mengting misunderstood that I gave the star to. Luckily, the psychic helped prevent the misunderstanding. He looked like he didn't want to say more, and Tian Xiao said awkwardly, Don't bother with him. He's mentally ill. Zhang He forced a smile. Zhou Min, however, was particularly tactless, asking, So you really had nothing to do with your daughter's death? Zhang He's face darkened, and he instinctively replied, Of course not. Wu Mengting had been taciturn since Xingxing's death, but that didn't mean she had no temper. Zhou Min's repeated offenses, especially regarding Xingxing, had completely worn her out, and she attempted to strike. Zhou Min quickly dodged, his movements expertly moving him behind Cheng Jiyu. Once he was safe, he poked his head out and said, But you're lying. I can sense it. You're lying. Chapter 47. Watching Zhou Min repeatedly say offensive things, Tian Xiao almost wanted to slap him. What was wrong with him for no reason? It wasn't until Zhou Min suddenly accused Zhang He of lying that Tian Xiao was stunned and finally understood what Zhou Min was thinking. Zhou Min was hiding behind Cheng Jiyu, clutching his clothes with both hands, feeling safe. Looking down, he saw Xiao He watching him intently. Zhou Min coughed softly and let go of Cheng Jiyu's clothes. Wu Mengting paused, anxiously asking, What do you mean by those words? Zhang He frowned and pulled Wu Mengting aside. Mengting, ignore her. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. However, Wu Mengting stared stubbornly at Zhou Min, who cautiously poked her head out. It's exactly what he meant. He said your daughter's death had nothing to do with him. I can tell it's a lie. Wu Mengting glanced at Zhang He fiercely, her eyes red and frightening. Zhang He swallowed and said cautiously, Wife, you can't just listen to everything others say. I know you care about Xingxing, but didn't we consult a psychic? Xingxing herself said, she had nothing to do with me. After that, he looked at Zhou Min with a sullen expression. I don't know why you're trying to sow discord between us. If you weren't a friend of my benefactor, I would definitely be rude to you. Zhou Min bristled at this. What do you mean I'm deliberately trying to sow discord between you? Do I have a crush on you? I just can't stand people lying to my face. Go and find out. My ability can tell if you're lying. I can check your battle records, okay? Zhang He frowned and tried to pull Wu Mengting away, but she shook his hand off and walked a few steps away from Zhou Min. What do you mean? He's lying. Is Xingxing's death related to him? Zhou Min shrugged. How should I know? I only know he's lying. As for the rest, I can't read minds. Wu Mengting clenched her fists. Does it mean you can tell whether anything he says is true or false? Zhou Min could guarantee that, of course. Tian Xiao and Tian Manman approached Cheng Jiyu. What's going on? Cheng Jiyu, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Anyway, they couldn't leave for a while. Wu Mengting seemed to have made a decision. She walked over to Zhang He and looked at him. Zhang He swallowed. Mengting, don't just believe everything others say. Just answer my questions, Wu Mengting said. Zhang He, Mengting. I say it again, I ask you answer. Wu Mengting raised her voice, looking at Zhang He with a paranoid gaze, unwilling to compromise. Zhang He was helpless, his temper growing increasingly agitated. Wu Mengting, did you bribe the psychic? Zhang He breathed a sigh of relief. No. Wu Mengting looked at Zhou Min, who said, That's true. Wu Mengting frowned. Did you kill Xingxing? Zhang He turned his head away. No. Zhou Min looked disgusted. That's fake. Wu Mengting's fingers trembled, and she tried to calm herself down, but she couldn't. She almost demanded, Zhang He. Xingxing is your daughter. Why did you kill her? Do you know how much she loves you? Every time you go out, she cries in my arms, saying she misses her daddy. Zhang He, as if struck by something, loudly retorted, Even if I killed her, it was accidental. It was an unintentional mistake, and I deeply regret it. Zhou Min, fake, fake, fake. He said, every word is a lie. As if to prevent others from understanding his meaning, he even went out of his way to explain, he did it on purpose. It wasn't an accident, and I don't regret it at all. Cheng Jiyu and the others were speechless. They knew Zhou Min wasn't lying. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Tian Xiao muttered quietly, That's too strange. Why did the psychic say Xingxing didn't kill her? Cheng Jiyu said, some victims may not even know the cause of their death. Besides, as Wu Mengting said, Xingxing had deep feelings for Zhang He. Tian Qiao was speechless after hearing this, looking at Zhang He as if he were a beast. Zhang He, you're a complete bastard. Wu Mengting roared, her body and soul trembling as she attacked. Zhang He hurriedly dodged, saying, Mengting, don't believe him. Xingxing is my daughter too. How could I bear to kill her? Zhou Min added fuel to the fire with a tut-tut sound. You're still lying. Zhang He, completely overwhelmed, yelled, glaring at Zhou Min fiercely, why are you talking so much nonsense? What does our family affairs have to do with you? Zhou Min snorted, can't I just stand up for what's wrong? Zhang He gritted his teeth and said, mind your own business. Before he finished his words, a hard, sharp lump of earth rushed towards Zhou Min, seemingly intent on killing him. Zhang He had wasted no time last night, absorbing all the crystal cores he could, and was now a level 2 earth element. That mud clod was even harder than rock. However, a broadsword struck directly at it, and the clod instantly crumbled. Tian Man, holding his broadsword, glared at Zhang He fiercely. He didn't care about anything else, but that Zhang He had dared to attack his friend. He was courting death. Cheng Jiyu's face turned cold. Zhang He, do you want to fight us? This statement clearly defended Zhou Min. If Zhang He continued to attack Zhou Min, they would not be polite. Zhang He's face darkened. Brother Cheng, I'm just helping you. With such a troublemaker in the team, aren't you afraid that it will get you into trouble one day? Cheng Jiyu, that's our own business. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Min was deeply moved. Wow, I love you guys so much. Xiao Hei, you're always flirting. How frivolous. Cheng Jiyu laughed. Seeing he'd hit a snag with Cheng Jiyu, Zhang He turned to Wu Mengting and said, Mengting, we're husband and wife after all. You're trying to kill me. How could you be so cruel? Wu Mengting's eyes were red. Then I ask you, why are you so cruel to Xingxing? Oh, she pretends to be nice and innocent, but she's actually quite cunning. Zhang He had given up. Since Wu Mengting already knew, he simply blurted out what he'd been holding back. Wu Mengting was incredulous. Xingxing is only 5 years old. How could you say that to her? Zhang He said impatiently, am I wrong? If it weren't for her, would my son have died? She was just afraid that my son's birth would take away her love, so she had the heart to kill him. He demanded, Wu Mengting, you keep saying you love Xingxing, but what about our unborn son? Don't you love him? Wu Mengting was speechless for a long time. Zhang He muttered to himself, if it weren't for her, my son would definitely be a year old now, right? We both have special abilities, and he must be one too. We were a happy family, but it's all her fault. My mother said, she asked an experienced aunt, and that baby was definitely a boy. She was running around when you were pregnant, and you had to look for her all day. I think she was deliberately trying to force a miscarriage. Xingxing got lost accidentally. I asked you to look for her that day, but you refused, so I had to do it myself. Haven't you ever considered that you had something to do with my miscarriage? Wu Mengting had been heartbroken when she had the miscarriage, but she knew it wasn't Xingxing's fault. Instead, it was Zhang He's behavior as a husband that chilled her heart. He couldn't have cared less about his daughter's disappearance. Because of that incident, Wu Mengting always believed Zhang He had caused Xingxing's death after her death. And Zhang He, don't think I don't know. That time Xingxing got lost, it was your mother who took her away. Your mother wanted to get rid of Xingxing. Wu Mengting had always known her mother-in-law disliked Xingxing because she was a girl. She had her suspicions about that incident, but without proof, and since her mother-in-law didn't live with them, she had no choice but to let them go. But this incident had always been a thorn in her heart. It was your mother who killed the unborn child. Can you blame my mother for that? If Xingxing hadn't been so insistent on not wanting a brother, causing you to want to abort the child, would my mother have done that? Zhang He had been influenced by his mother's ideas, and had long since accepted the theory of favoring sons over daughters. He could love Xingxing, but only if he could have another son. Xingxing had become an obstacle to his son's birth, and he couldn't accept that. Wu Mengting sneered, you admitted it. Zhang He said coldly, she deserves to die. As long as she's alive, you won't have any more children. Besides, when I returned home after the apocalypse, my mother was already dead, and she's still alive. She was responsible for my mother's death too. She's a demon. That wasn't the case at all. It was my mother-in-law who, despite Xingxing's objections, insisted on going out to see what was happening, and ended up being bitten by a zombie. After being bitten, she was practically transformed into a zombie. She knocked on the door, trying to get back in. Xingxing, seeing her mother-in-law about to turn into a zombie, didn't open the door. Wu Meiting didn't think Xingxing did anything wrong. Before she left, she'd told Xingxing not to open the door no matter what. Honestly, if it weren't the apocalypse, she wouldn't have allowed her mother-in-law to be in the same space with Xingxing. Wu Meiting seemed to calm down. She looked at Zhang He and asked, "How did you kill Xingxing?" Zhang He retorted, "She was mauled to death by zombies." "What does it have to do with me?" Zhou Min was furious. "You're lying." Wu Meiting's fingers trembled. "You pushed her into the zombie pile on purpose, didn't you?" Zhang He remained silent. He changed the subject. "Meiting, as long as the two of us live well, isn't that enough? It's the apocalypse, and separations are normal. If you like children, why don't we just have another one?" Speaking of this, Zhang He resented Zhou Min furiously. He had just recently coaxed Wu Meiting into a good mood, saying that having another child might allow Xingxing to be reborn into his family. Of course, these were all lies, but Wu Meiting, a mother who had recently lost her child, was easily persuaded by such arguments. He just wanted another son. Wu Meiting said nothing, merely staring at Zhang He. Something was amiss, but by the time he realized what was happening, he'd already sensed the intense heat surrounding him. He'd been engulfed in flames. Zhou Min, oh my god. To be honest, the scene was truly terrifying, especially Wu Meiting, who, looking at the flames, wore a strange smile. An ordinary person would die instantly if engulfed by fire, but Zhang He, a psychic after all, was still alive. The burning pain around him was worse than death. He screamed and struggled in agony. He heard Wu Meiting say, "Xingxing must have felt the same way back then." Zhang He screamed, "Help! Help me!" The base was bustling with activity, and soon someone noticed the commotion and was startled by the burning figure. Some psychics ran over, trying to put out the fire. Wu Meiting warned, "Anyone who dares save him, I burn you too." Wu Meiting's disturbed state of mind made the other psychics hesitate. After all, no one wanted to mess with a lunatic. Zhang He screamed in agony. The psychic's superior physical strength made him suffer immensely at that moment. He was utterly miserable, even wanting to die. He had never imagined his life would end this way. For some reason, he suddenly remembered Xingxing, her desperate eyes, as she was being torn apart by the zombies, as he had led her into the swarm. She cried, "Daddy, come and save me, please. Save me." Xingxing didn't even know how she had ended up surrounded by zombies. Before she died, she still imagined her father coming back to save her. The fire died down, turning into a cloud of ash. Wu Meiting twitched her lips, looking up at the sky. She stretched out her hands, intending to slap herself to death. Cheng Jiyu sighed, "Xingxing wouldn't want you like this." Wu Meiting paused, and though she hadn't cried until then, she began to cry. She remembered the time when the psychic had communicated with Xingxing. Xingxing had said, "Mom, Xingxing wants you to be well." Cheng Jiyu said, "You're alive. At least someone in this world still remembers Xingxing." Zhou Min coughed softly, "Run. Killing someone in the base is pretty heinous. The authorities must have already sent someone to arrest him." Wu Meiting was stunned. Tian Xiao reminded her, "Don't think too much about it. Run away first. Are you willing to be arrested for this scum?" This sentence brought Wu Meiting back to her senses. She thanked him solemnly, and ran out of the base as fast as she could. She had her most important belongings with her, and there was nothing else she needed to take. Wu Meiting clutched the small urn tightly. "Xingxing, Mom has avenged you." Soon, someone arrived at the base. Zhou Min looked over and realized, what a coincidence. He knew the leader. It was one of Brother Zhang's men. Zhou Min hurried over and asked, "Brother Feng, what are you doing here?" Seeing he was an acquaintance, Brother Feng's expression softened. "We've received a notification that a psychic has injured someone here." "Where's the person?" Zhou Min pointed to a charred mass on the ground and said, "Here." Brother Feng took a look and immediately had the body collected. He asked Zhou Min, "Where's the psychic who injured someone?" Zhou Min patted his chest and said, "I'm an eyewitness. Let me tell you what happened." Brother Feng glanced at him and said, "You know the psychic who injured someone? Trying to buy her some time? It's no use. The base gate has also been notified. She can't escape." Zhou Min, Let me tell you what happened. You must think this guy deserved a good kill." Zhou Min pulled Brother Feng aside and muttered something. Brother Feng's expression shifted, clearly angered by Zhang He. Zhou Min patted him. "Well, please be kind." Feng said, "The base has its own rules." Zhou Min was unwilling to accept this. Rules are fixed, but people are alive. Feng glanced at him. Without rules, there's no order. If the rules could be changed at will, how could the base still have dignity? Zhou Min, Feng's communicator started beeping. Communication within the base was now possible, but it only worked internally. He checked and saw it was activated at the entrance. After the connection was established, he asked, "Did they catch the person?" The guards at the entrance were tight, and Feng felt they would definitely be caught. Instead, they said, the person never came here. Wu Mengting hadn't even gone to the entrance, which was completely unexpected for Zhou Min. He exchanged glances with Cheng Jiyu and the others. Brother Feng frowned. Look everywhere. She must have hidden herself. He hung up the call and glanced at Zhou Min. Don't be stupid. Harboring a criminal at the base is a crime. Zhou Min looked confused. I was wondering where she went. Brother Feng saw he wasn't lying, and since he was busy looking for her, he explained a few things and left. Zhou Min was sure she was far away, so he approached Cheng Jiyu and the others and asked, "Where do you think she's hiding?" None of them knew. What was certain was that Wu Mengting, seeing the tight security at the base entrance, didn't force her way in and hid. They discussed it, and stayed at the base for another day. They left early the next morning. Before leaving, Zhou Min made a point of checking in and heard that Wu Mengting still hadn't been found at the base. He breathed a sigh of relief. Not being found was good news. Maybe Wu Mengting has some special escape trick, and has already escaped? Zhou Min smiled optimistically. In any case, I wish her good luck. Zhang He was so cruel that they didn't even see anything wrong with Wu Mengting burning him. How could someone who assaulted his own 5-year-old child have any sense of self-respect? Let's go, it's time to leave, Cheng Jiyu said. He glanced down at Xiao He. He had grown a bit. He used to be about halfway between his calves, but now, he was just a little higher than his calf. He had grown considerably taller than when he first arrived at the base. Cheng Jiyu, fearing that something was wrong, had kept him from seeing anyone since they left the forest. Now that they were leaving, he had him stay in the backpack. Xiao He looked a little reluctant. After all, the backpack was so cramped, it must have been uncomfortable. Cheng Jiyu kissed him soothingly. Be good, I just put you through this for a bit, it'd be over soon. Cheng Jiyu, is Xiao He the most obedient puppy? Xiao He jumped into the backpack. Childish. Cheng Jiyu smiled and zipped it up, carefully leaving a gap. Xiao He, unsure of what was going on, suddenly emphasized, I'm not a dog. Cheng Jiyu, okay, you're not, then what are you? Xiao He, He was afraid of scaring Cheng Jiyu by saying it. Seeing Xiao He remain silent, Cheng Jiyu didn't ask any further questions. He put on his backpack and set off. If only the system space would allow Xiao He in. He wouldn't have to put him through this. Staying in the system space would definitely be more comfortable than in the backpack. Thankfully, they quickly and smoothly left the base. Xiao He eagerly stretched out a paw, then poked his head out of the backpack, his fur a little messy. He shook it off and prepared to jump. Zhou Min leaned over. Come on, brother He, jump into my arms, and I catch you. He stared longingly at Xiao He, hoping he'd take the opportunity to give him a good rub if he jumped into his arms. But Xiao He glanced at him and jumped off the other side. Zhou Min, Cheng Jiyu was amused and tried to explain Xiao He's behavior. He doesn't like being touched. Zhou Min, all right. A few days later, Tian Xiao patted an SUV in front of him, his eyes sparkling. This one's pretty good. Cheng Jiyu took a look around, confirmed that it looked all right, and liked it too. They'd been riding motorcycles before, which was convenient, but the daytime temperatures made it practically impossible to move. After some discussion, they decided to upgrade. SUVs have a much higher ride height than regular cars, and are also more durable, so they all agreed it was a good choice. They had also obtained a map from the Chaoyang base, and had planned the shortest route home. Much of this route was wilderness, making it ideal for an off-road vehicle. Plus, with Cheng Jiyu's storage upgrade, he could easily store the off-road vehicle in a pinch. Tian Xiao found the keys to the off-road vehicle, and eagerly said, let me try it out. Zhou Min lined up behind him. I want one too. Tian Man stood beside Cheng Jiyu, scratching his head. He couldn't drive. Tian Xiao got in the car, started it, and drove around. Reluctantly, he got out. The car's fine. Zhou Min also drove around, and came to the same conclusion. Then let's get in. Maybe we can reach the beach before dark. Cheng Jiyu spoke, feeling a surge of anticipation. Part of their planned route would take them to the seaside, but Cheng Jiyu, having grown up inland, had never seen the ocean. He had thought that after earning enough money, he'd take his family on a trip to the seaside, but he'd never imagined the apocalypse would arrive first. The others were excited by the news, and eagerly got in the car. Cheng Jiyu patted Xiao He. Get in, Xiao He. In just a few days, Xiao He had grown, like he had been suppressed and finally released. From being just above Cheng Zhiyu's calf, he was now almost at his waist. Sometimes, Cheng Zhiyu would wake up to see Xiao He had grown considerably. He had completely shed his adorable puppy image and become a majestic figure. His black fur was like silk, and his expression carried a certain arrogance, reminding Cheng Zhiyu of a black panther. He looked like a king. However, who would have thought that such a large dog had been feeling quite depressed recently? The reason for his depression was that he'd grown up, and Cheng Zhiyu couldn't hold him. His paws were almost as big as Cheng Zhiyu's hands. Cheng Zhiyu wanted to hold him, but it was too much for him to bear. He would be crushed to death. Xiao He looked at Cheng Zhiyu and said, "You get in first." Cheng Zhiyu got in as he was told, and Xiao He followed suit. Fortunately, the SUV had plenty of space, with 8 seats, otherwise there might not have been enough space. Xiao He naturally rested his upper body in Cheng Zhiyu's arms, his lower body on the seat, his tail wagging happily. Cheng Zhiyu stroked Xiao He's thick paws, and then rubbed his bouncy ears. Xiao He didn't seem bothered by the constant rubbing, but when he got really annoyed, he pressed Cheng Zhiyu's hand with his paw, which was quite amusing. Zhou Min, sitting up front, kept turning his head to look eagerly. He wanted to rub it, but Xiao He was extremely vigilant, not letting anyone other than Cheng Zhiyu get close. Frustrating. The SUV was moving quickly, and soon they could smell the salty, damp sea breeze. They were nearing the beach. Chapter 48. On the way, Cheng Zhiyu discovered Shijuan's amazing abilities. Initially Xiaowan, bored, stretched out a vine and began dangling it. Cheng Zhiyu thought this action was dangerous. What if there's an obstacle ahead? You could easily get hurt. Xiaowan, injured? Just then, a large rock appeared ahead, blocking the road. Zhou Min, who was driving, was about to stop and have everyone get out to clear the obstacle. Xiaowan suddenly extended countless vines, one of which was wrapped around a large rock. The rock was thrown far away, leaving a series of perfect parabolas in the air. Zhou Min's eyes widened. Wow, we don't have to get out of the car. Tianxiao, Brother Wan, you're awesome. He could call anyone he considered impressive without any hesitation. Xiaowan, beaming with pride, swung a short vine close to Cheng Zhiyu, waving it back and forth as if to say, "See how powerful I am." Cheng Zhiyu was amused, and was about to speak when Xiao He, his eyes half round, slapped Xiaowan with one claw. Xiaowan, unwilling to be outdone, instantly sprouted poisonous thorns from the vine, waving them with a show of force, as if to say, come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, Xiao He, unfazed, slapped Xiaowan back with his claw, knocking her directly onto the seat. Cheng Zhiyu frowned and quickly grabbed Xiao He's paw, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiaowan's thorns are venomous. Did you get hurt? A closer look revealed Xiao He's paw to be intact, its pad smooth and soft, with no sign of injury at all. Xiaowan, on the other hand, looked limp, his thorns bent. When Xiao He saw that Cheng Zhiyu cared about him, he wagged his tail happily and looked at Xiaowan with his eyes, as if saying, "Stupid thing." Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly, glared at Xiao He, and then asked Xiaowan with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiaowan, as expected of a high-energy plant, quickly lifted the vine again and shook it vigorously, trying to prove it was fine. But it was clearly already a little scared of Xiao He. After all, it had never seen a creature that wasn't afraid of its stings. Xiaowan had already classified Xiao He as the most dangerous creature bar none. It didn't dare approach Xiao He, but stayed away and extended another vine. Cheng Zhiyu, like an old father worried about his child, said, "This is very dangerous. What if we encounter a zombie?" Before he could finish his words, he actually encountered a zombie. The zombie tried to attack the car, but Xiaowan's vine ripped its head off. Just as it was about to hit its head, Cheng Zhiyu's heart skipped a beat. Don't throw it. He could tell that this zombie was a level one, with a crystal core in its head. Moreover, the zombie could survive with just its head. Tianxiao and the others watched in amazement. "Oh my god, Xiaowan is amazing, but don't throw away the head. There's something valuable inside." Xiaowan paused, not quite understanding why humans would like this thing, but still understanding, he rolled up his head and was about to throw it to Cheng Zhiyu. "Cheng Zhiyu, don't." He quickly called Xiao Ai out, who transformed into a kitchen knife and chopped off Shijuan's curled head. Then, a ball of water entered the zombie's head, dug out the crystal core, cleaned it, and handed it to Cheng Zhiyu. Xiaowan, seeing that the rest was useless, threw it away like a ball. After throwing it away, he returned to the car, wanting to approach Cheng Zhiyu to claim credit, with zombie brains still hanging from his vines. Cheng Zhiyu quickly had Xiao He rinse Xiaowan clean, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Tian Xiao and the others were so excited to see Xiao Wan's actions that if Zhou Min hadn't been driving, they would have wanted to scoot over to the back seat to get a closer look. Even then, he kept talking, blabbering, "Wow, Brother One is amazing. We were sitting in the car doing nothing, and he went straight for the zombie core. What could be more amazing than that? Nothing." Tian Xiao sighed. Back then, killing a level 1 zombie took a lot of effort, but now Brother One takes it easy. Oh, if only Brother One had shown up back then. Tian Manman joined in the fun, awkwardly giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Xiao He wagged his tail. That's how these people used to praise him. TSK. Xiao Wan seemed to understand their praise, and was completely captivated. He swayed his vines, curling around each person who praised him. Cheng Jiu looked on in amusement. But Sichuan's defense is really good. At least, they didn't have to bother dealing with zombies below level 2. While they could easily deal with level 1 zombies now, it still took time. Cheng Jiu thought for a moment and asked Xiao Wan, can you wrap the car in vines? Xiao Wan seemed to consider this for a moment, and then several vines climbed up the car's exterior. Cheng Jiu raised an eyebrow and asked, will that be a problem? Xiao Wan swung one of the vines that had penetrated, appearing to be driving it cheerfully. It looked like there was nothing wrong. With Xiao Wan around, even if there were zombies outside, the common and level 1 ones would be easily dealt with. As for the more powerful zombies, Sichuan's kicks would alert them, and they would react quickly. Cheng Jiu took the zombie core Xiao Wan had eliminated and distributed them to the others according to their abilities. Tian Xiao grinned from ear to ear. Oh, I'm taking advantage of Brother One. Cheng Jiu, if you're fine, just absorb the cores. Tian Xiao and Tian Manman were both on the verge of reaching level 3, on the verge of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, Zhou Min's abilities were unique, and he couldn't find any cores he could use. He could only level up by consuming his abilities. Zhou Min didn't mind. His abilities were more like a Nani's. Improving his own combat effectiveness was more important. He gazed at the azure coastline ahead, his voice brightening. We're at the beach. The car stopped at the beach, and everyone eagerly got out. Cheng Jiu bent down, grabbed the sand from his feet, and smiled. A gust of sea breeze lifted his spirits. Woohoo, see, here I come. Tian Xiao immediately let loose, taking off his shoes and stepping onto the sand, sprinting into the water like a big, carefree dog. Cheng Jiu watched, reminding him, be careful. Tian Xiao, I know. Then he called out to Tian Manman and Zhou Min, how about we build a castle? Zhou Min, sure. I majored in architecture, so follow my lead. Tian Manman, what's a castle? Tian Xiao, you know once it's built. Cheng Jiu wasn't interested. He found a lounge chair from nowhere and lolled back, his little black head nestled in his arms, squinting, rubbing his head, looking as comfortable as could be. Such a beautiful view, of course, needed to be enjoyed quietly. He closed his eyes, and was about to fall asleep when Tian Xiao's voice rang out from a distance. Aren't you an architecture student? How did it collapse halfway through? Zhou Min, unwilling to give in, said, it has nothing to do with me. I told you to lay the foundation properly, but you botched it. It's your fault if it collapses. I did as you said, okay? Tian Xiao was unconvinced. Bullshit. Don't think I didn't see you cutting corners. Zhou Min steadfastly refused to admit it was his fault. The two parted on bad terms, their temporary friendship temporarily broken. Tian Manman, ? Building the castle was boring. It was a natural endeavor. Coming to the beach, they naturally had to catch some seafood. They asked Cheng Jiu for fishing gear and prepared to catch some. Cheng Jiu wanted to help, but Tian Xiao told him to rest. We need you to cook later, so leave these to us. Zhou Min nodded and swallowed. I want to catch king crabs. King crabs couldn't be caught at the beach, but luckily they found a fishing boat that could take them out to sea. Seeing this, Cheng Jiu left his recliner and wanted to join them on the boat. If he wanted to go, Xiao He naturally had to follow. Thankfully, the fishing boat had plenty of power, so once they were all aboard, it could be driven. They put bait in their fishing gear and cast it into the sea, hoping a fish would fall into their net. However, after waiting for a long time, the net still didn't move. Cheng Jiu rubbed his chin. Let's try to drive the fish over here. Tian Xiao asked, how do we do that? Cheng Jiu called Xiao He over and, after some discussion, he saw Xiao He looking out to sea. The water was churning not far away. The fish, perhaps sensing danger, swam towards them. Soon, one of the fish hanging by the side of the boat began to sway. We've got a fish. Hurry up and see what it is. Zhou Min rubbed his hands excitedly. Tian Man pulled hard, and several more lively fish immediately appeared on the boat. Tian Xiao leaned over to take a look, pointing at one of the ugly ones and saying, "I know this one. It's a grouper. It's delicious." "Huh? What's this?" Zhou Min grabbed one of the fish and watched it rapidly inflate in his hand, becoming round and adorable. A pufferfish so cute. Cheng Jiu took it and looked at it curiously. After all, it was his first time seeing one. He had only seen it in videos before, and he thought it was very interesting. Xiao He commented sharply, "How is it cute?" "It looks like a ball." Cheng Jiu smiled. "It's round, that's cute." Xiao He lowered his head, glancing at his well-proportioned body, and doubt settled over his thoughts. "Have you had enough fun?" "It's my turn, my turn." Tian Xiao reached out eagerly, like a child vying for a toy. Cheng Jiu gave him the pufferfish. "Pufferfish, feed me peanuts." Tian Man curiously touched it, then quickly withdrew his hand, more concerned with something else. "Is this delicious?" Tian Xiao pondered. "Pufferfish seems edible, but it's poisonous, right?" "Orange, can you cook it?" Cheng Jiu said. "You think too highly of me. I make you a pot of poison later." Tian Xiao grinned. "Forget it, then." Tian Man lost interest when he heard it wasn't edible. He figured, what good was there in something inedible? So he went back to studying the remaining fish. Tian Xiao had enough fun and decided to release the pufferfish, since it wasn't edible after all. They had 2 fishing nets, and one of them began to shake violently. Zhou Min hurried over. "Come over here, Man. There must be a big fish in the net." Tian Man was incredibly strong, able to pull the net up quickly. Hearing another delicious catch had been caught, he hurried over and began pulling it up. However, once the net was pulled up, everyone was stunned. There was nothing inside. "Zhou Min, that's impossible. I just saw the net shaking so violently. There's a huge hole here." Cheng Jiu pointed to a patch of the net. The hole looked enormous, as if something had bitten it. He was certain the net had been intact just now. "Look! A giant crab!" Tian Xiao suddenly exclaimed. Following his pointing, Cheng Jiu and the others looked over, their skin crawling. The crab was truly enormous. It was half the size of a human. Even a king crab wasn't that big. This was the crab that had been caught in the net, but it should have run away instantly. Instead, it wandered around the boat. Zhou Min asked, "What's it going to do?" Tian Xiao said blankly, "Is it planning revenge on us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp piece of metal suddenly hurled itself towards their boat. Cheng Jiu immediately called out to Xiao Tai to block the metal. This giant crab was actually a strange beast, and it was planning to attack their boat. If the boat leaked, they would all be doomed. The giant crab, seeing its initial attack had failed, sent more metal pelting the boat. Zhou Min quickly maneuvered the boat to avoid the metal, while Tian Man used his broadsword to break it apart. Tian Xiao then conjured an ice blade and attacked the giant crab. However, the giant crab's shell was incredibly hard, and the ice blade couldn't break it. Xiao Tai's kitchen knife slashed at the giant crab's leg, instantly severing it. The shell on its leg wasn't as tough as its body. "Crab legs," Zhou Min exclaimed. Cheng Jiu, what time is it?" he called out to Xiaowan, who immediately came over, wrapping the big crab's legs around him, and trying to wrap the big crab himself. Cheng Jiu quickly stopped him. "Don't." But it was too late. Shijuan's claws had snapped a vine between them. Cheng Jiu hurriedly checked on her, frowning. "How's she? Is she okay?" Xiaowan was fine, just a little limp. Cheng Jiu told her to return to her space, but she refused, refusing to leave. The vines were stirring, ready to attack the big crab. Cheng Jiu had no choice but to warn her, worriedly, "Be careful." It's unclear whether Xiaowan took her words to heart, but she shook the vines to show she understood. "Oh my god, look! The big crab has grown another leg." Zhou Min, with his sharp eyes, noticed it immediately. The new leg looked lighter in color than the others, and its shell hadn't yet hardened. Could it heal too? Tian Xiao was shocked. Zhou Min shook his head. Probably not. It doesn't seem like my method. Maybe it's regeneration? I can't even imagine it. If I had a crab that could regenerate its legs endlessly, how happy I'd be. Several people instantly understood what he meant. Are you a demon? However, they glanced at the crab leg that Xiaowan had reeled back, nearly as thick as an arm, and it was hard not to be moved. The big crab, completely enraged by the loss of its leg, attacked even more fiercely, causing the sea to surge and their boat to sway. Tian Xiao held onto the side of the boat. "Oh my god, I'm dizzy." Cheng Jiu frowned and fired several rounds from his machine gun. One of the rounds pierced the crab's shell, but the damage quickly healed. How do we fight this? This thing can regenerate health infinitely? Zhou Min was stunned. Cheng Jiyu shook his head. Impossible. It's noticeably slower this time than last time. Although it can regenerate health, it's not incredibly powerful. But even so, it's still not easy to deal with. Cheng Jiyu estimated that this crab was level 3, and because it was dual element, its strength was close to level 4. Let me try out my new ability. Xiao Hei slashed at the crab several times, then stood up, his eyes finally becoming more serious. New ability? Cheng Jiyu looked at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei felt the gaze on him, and nodded reservedly. He looked at the crab, his eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Hei twitched his tail uncomfortably and asked, "Are there any powerful creatures in the sea?" Cheng Jiyu pondered for a moment. A great white shark. Xiao Hei didn't know what a great white shark looked like, so he asked Cheng Jiyu to describe it. Cheng Jiyu had seen one on TV and described it to him. Seeing Xiao Hei close his eyes, he didn't dare disturb him. He simply joined Tian Qiao and the others in fending off the giant crab's attack and draining its energy. Just then, Cheng Jiyu and the others saw a massive black shadow appear on the seabed, much larger than the giant crab. It moved so silently that the giant crab was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Just that shadow alone was incredibly oppressive. Even knowing its presence was connected to Xiao Hei, Cheng Jiyu, and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. The giant crab finally sensed the danger, and it was beyond its ability to handle it. It retreated and tried to flee, but the shadow wouldn't let it. A great white shark surfaced, its maw wide open, its sharp triangular teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Without hesitation, it bit the giant crab, and the men could clearly hear the agonizing sound of its shell being crushed. The giant crab was severely injured and couldn't recover for a moment. As if on command, the great white shark carefully carried the giant crab to their boat. Seeing the great white shark's head almost touching his, Tian Qiao swallowed and restrained himself from attacking. The great white shark carried the giant crab, flicked its tail, and instantly vanished. Xiao Hei explained, "I can currently control this creature for a maximum of 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, they had to keep the great white shark away from them, or it would attack them if it saw them." Cheng Jiyu patted Xiao Hei and told him to rest. The giant crab was now seriously injured, and they had easily dealt with it. A crab this big, I can't even imagine how delicious it is. Zhou Min swallowed his saliva as he cut the giant crab. "You're a coward, but I dare to imagine." Tian Qiao wiped his mouth and chopped the crab legs, chuckling. Tian Man, having heard that large crabs are delicious, chopped them with extra effort, a strange smile on her face that was quite creepy. Cheng Jiyu left them busy, and walked over to Xiao Hei. Just as he was about to ask how it was going, Xiao Hei said, "Is the crab delicious?" Cheng Jiyu was at a loss for words. "Very delicious." "Then I want to eat it." Xiao Hei took the opportunity to wrap his tail around Cheng Jiyu. He had wanted to do this before, seeing Xiao Wan do this, but he was too small, and his tail was too short. Now, finally, he could. Well, even though Cheng Jiyu couldn't hold him now, it wasn't without its benefits. "Okay, I make it for you when we get ashore." Cheng Jiyu let Xiao Hei act cute, and his heart softened. "Are you tired?" He patted Xiao Hei's head, a little distressed. Many times, it was only because of Xiao Hei that they'd escaped danger. Xiao Hei lazily flicked his tail. "Not bad. Even if I hadn't taken action, that ugly thing wouldn't have been able to defeat you. The cost might be high, and Cheng Jiyu would have gotten hurt, and he didn't want him to get hurt." Although the feeling of having his powers completely depleted was uncomfortable, he didn't think it was a big deal. It was a common occurrence when his father forced him to train. It was just that now someone felt sorry for him. Xiao Hei's tail rubbed restlessly against Cheng Jiyu, who grabbed it as it tried to burrow into his clothes. "Stop it, it's itchy." Xiao Hei struggled awkwardly, but not much, mainly because he felt a little guilty. His tail had been moving like that for some reason. It wasn't his intention at all. Cheng Jiyu grabbed Xiao Hei's tail. His fur was slightly longer and soft to the touch, and he couldn't help but stroke it from the base of his tail to the end. Xiao Hei felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Instinctively, he exerted force, knocking Cheng Jiyu to the ground. Cheng Jiyu lay on the deck, his chest pressed against Xiao Hei's large paw. He smiled defenselessly. "What are you doing, Xiao Hei? I can't even touch your tail." Xiao Hei twitched his tail anxiously, looking at Cheng Jiyu's smiling face. His teeth itched, and his wet nose touched his cheek. No! He had no idea what he was doing. He just wanted to get closer to Cheng Jiyu. The closer the better. Ouch. Cheng Jiyu felt a little tickled, and complained with a smile, "Stingy. On the shore, Chung Jiyu and his team expertly set up a large iron wok, preparing to process today's catch. The large crab unearthed 2 crystal cores, one metal type for Xiao Tai and the other, which was comparable in strength to Zhou Min's healing type, so he gave it to Zhou Min. Zhou Min was delighted to receive the crystal cores. After all, having one he could use was definitely a stroke of luck. But he didn't rush to absorb them. He eagerly approached Chung Jiyu, saying, "Brother Chung, let me help." Quick help meant quicker eating. Chung Jiyu assigned Tian Qiao and Tian Manman the simple task of preparing the ingredients. Zhou Min's task was a bit more challenging, since they could cook. Make some batter. We coat the shelled crab meat in it, and deep fry it. Zhou Min, okay. Chung Jiyu prepared to coat some of the crabs in flour, for spicy crab, and steam the rest. Although the giant crab was also a beast, Chung Jiyu noticed that its meat was similar in texture to that of a regular crab, perhaps due to a different species. In addition to the giant crab, there was also pan-fried grouper and stir-fried octopus. Afraid they wouldn't finish it, they only cooked half of the giant crab, giving it enough space to keep it fresh. Not far away, Xiao Hei watched gloomily as Zhou Min circled Chung Jiyu, his tail drooping. He had just been circling Chung Jiyu, but because he was too big, the other party felt in the way and chased him away. Dejected, he glanced down at his claws. When would he finally be able to transform into a human form? Not far away, the aroma of ingredients stir-fried in hot oil wafted over, and Xiao Hei couldn't help but stand up. It smelled so good. Tian Manman wielded the spatula while Chung Jiyu squatted, controlling the fire on the earthen stove. When he saw it was almost done, he said, "It's out of the wok." This was the spicy crab, followed by steamed crab, braised grouper, and stir-fried octopus. Chung Jiyu said to Xiao Hei, who was staring eagerly from a distance, "Come and eat." Xiao Hei immediately came over, leaned against Chung Jiyu, and gently nudged his arm with his head. Chung Jiyu was used to Xiao Hei's clinginess and didn't mind. He patted Xiao Hei's big head and placed the spicy crab in Xiao Hei's bowl. Xiao Hei lowered his head to eat the spicy crab, feeling a constant heat build up inside him, but he didn't mind. After all, Chung Jiyu's touch always warmed him up. Chapter 49. The flour-coated spicy crab was incredibly spicy and addictive. The grouper was tender and flavorful, and the stir-fried octopus was irresistible. But the most satisfying thing for them was the steamed giant crab. The crab legs were almost as thick as a human arm. Peeling the shell, dipping it in Chung Jiyu's sauce, and swallowing it down in one mouthful was incredibly satisfying. The giant crab was also full of roe. Chung Jiyu was planning to make crab roe noodles tomorrow, but even half the crab meat was enough for them to eat. In the past, eating crabs took ages to peel before even taking a small bite, but this giant crab was no different. It was like eating ordinary pork. He could take a big bite without much effort. Wow, delicious. Zhou Min was deeply moved. For this bite, the injury was worth it. His arm had been scratched by the giant crab, and he'd been screaming before, but now he could say this, a typical example of someone who has forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. Yet, this statement garnered unanimous agreement. It was undeniable. Who could possibly understand the redemptive feeling of a delicious crab? After a comfortable meal, it was already dark. Everyone enjoyed the sea breeze for a while, and Chung Jiyu let Xiqiang out. Xiqiang had now reached level 2, and looked much sturdier than before. The most noticeable change was the increased space inside. Besides Chung Jiyu's master bedroom, there was an additional room on the first floor. Now that Zhou Min had moved in, there was also a new room on the second floor. Previously, Tian Qiao and Tian Manman shared a room, but now, thanks to this, they each had their own room. Similarly, there was an additional bathroom, which was a very user-friendly feature. However, none of these changes pleased Chung Jiyu the most. What delighted him most was that Xiqiang's treehouse had a new feature, hiding. As the name suggests, unlike the previous treehouse, which would attract attention from afar upon its initial deployment, Xiqiang's current appearance could transform into a seemingly ordinary tree, completely unremarkable and even less recognizable as housing. While this feature might not protect against zombies, it certainly could protect against humans. Chung Jiyu chose a suitable location, and after they entered, he activated the hiding feature. It looked like a common seaside tree. Even the seabirds were mesmerized, landing on the tree and chirping. Inside, Chung Jiyu showered and returned to his room, feeling relaxed. He saw Xiao sprawled on his side on the bed, the 1.8-meter tall bed already occupying most of it. Chung Jiyu paused. Maybe it's time to get a bigger bed. Xiao's tail twitched as he saw him enter. Chung Jiyu smiled and climbed into bed. As soon as he lay down, Xiaohei's head rested on his chest. Cheng Jiu, He was breathless. He tried to get Xiaohei to put his head down. Xiaohei, aren't you uncomfortable with this pillow? Xiaohei, hearing Cheng Jiu's concern, felt happy, very comfortable. Cheng Jiu smelled delicious. Cheng Jiu, He hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth. You're not as small as you used to be. You're pressing on my chest. Dehei. Dehei looked up at him. Question mark. Cheng Jiu saw on his furry face that he seemed about to collapse. Ahem, I really shouldn't call you Xiaohei. Cheng Jiu felt guilty, but he really couldn't bear it. He was afraid he would be crushed to death. Dahei patted his head away from Cheng Jiu's chest, his expression broken. You dislike me? Cheng Jiu quickly explained, no, that's not the case. Dahei, really not? Cheng Jiu quickly soothed him, hugging and kissing him. Baby, how could I dislike you? Even if you don't sleep on my chest, I can still hold you while you sleep. Dahei's depressed mood lifted a little, and he angrily said, growing up isn't good at all. Cheng Jiu was amused, thinking he was so adorable. He hugged his head and kissed him vigorously. Why not? You were so tiny before, I couldn't even hold you. Now I feel so satisfied holding you. It was like holding a big doll. Dahei's tail lingered around Cheng Jiu's waist, his eyes hinting at him. Hold me. Cheng Jiu was amused and hugged Dahei tightly, burying his face in his fur. He took a deep breath and found it smelled wonderful. Dahei was very clean and often groomed his fur, which smelled like sunshine. Cheng Jiu closed his eyes. Dahei, will you still grow? Dahei answered honestly, yes, and don't dislike me. Cheng Jiu laughed. Idiot, how could I dislike you? I love you enough. Dahei's heart fluttered. Who is this happy winged tribe member? Oh, it was him. Cheng Jiu's breathing quickly became steady, and he looked like he was asleep. But Dahei couldn't sleep. That warm feeling returned. It must have been because Cheng Jiu was holding him. Dahei carefully licked the tip of Cheng Jiu's ear. Perhaps it tickled him. He buried it firmly in his fur, frowning and muttering, so noisy. What's so noisy? Dahei thought, oh, it's my heart. How strange. Why is he jumping so fast? It's all Cheng Jiu's fault. Dahei thought as he hugged Cheng Jiu tighter. The next day, Cheng Jiu woke up to find Zhou Min and the others outside. Cheng Jiu pushed Dahei away, who was clinging to him and unwilling to let go, and left the tree house. What are you doing? Zhou Min was particularly excited, going to the beach. Catch some seafood and save it in your space, so you won't have to worry about not having enough to eat later. Cheng Jiu had seen videos of beach hunting before the apocalypse, and he'd been itching to try it for a while. Now that he had finally had the chance, he naturally couldn't pass it up. He immediately rolled up his sleeves. I'm coming too. Maybe it was because no one had been at the beach in a while, but they easily found a lot of seafood. They didn't eat it all, so they put it all in Cheng Jiu's space. This morning, we had crab roe noodles. The noodles were hand-pulled and very chewy, paired with the delicious crab roe. Each person finished a whole bowl. Afterward, they were busy catching seafood, but they didn't encounter any more powerful monsters like the giant crab. This was understandable, given their limited numbers. A monster as close to level 4 as the giant crab was even rarer. However, they did encounter level 2 and ordinary level 3 zombies, all of which they dealt with. They also encountered a level 3 zombie that attacked them. This zombie was quite clever, hiding in the back, allowing the level 1 and level 2 zombies to take the lead. It hid far enough away, and in the end, Cheng Jiu killed it with a single blow of his wooden cannon. Soon, they decided to leave the beach. The space was almost full of seafood, so it was time to go. Tianqiao drove, humming a song. We're more than halfway there, right? Cheng Jiu glanced at the map and nodded. Yeah, more than halfway. Of course, he was talking about the journey home. If there were no delays along the way, he'd be home in 2 months at most. In his arms, Dahei's head kept shifting, as if he wasn't feeling comfortable. Cheng Jiu put the map away and petted him. What's wrong? Uncomfortable? Dahei felt a little anxious. It's so cramped in the car. I get out and run after the car. Cheng Jiu agreed. Then you go out and run. After all, the car was small, and dogs need daily exercise, right? It was nighttime, not hot outside, and Dahei had fur, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. Dahei nodded, got out, and ran after the car. Cheng Jiu rested his head against the window. Can you keep up? Dahei felt Cheng Jiu underestimated him. Yes. Seeing that he ran so easily, Cheng Jiu felt relieved. Yeah, that's good. Brother Cheng, look at Brother Wan. Zhou Min pointed at Xiaowan, who occasionally poked him, and complained to Cheng Jiyu. Not only did she poke him, she also deliberately tickled him, making Zhou Min laugh so hard her stomach hurt. Xiaowan wanted to harass someone else, but harassing Cheng Jiyu would result in a stern reprimand. Tianxia was driving, so she couldn't harass him. As for harassing Tian Man, it was like she had no ticklish spots at all. She didn't react at all. After a while, she found it boring. As for Dahei, there was no need to mention him. He didn't dare. Cheng Jiyu was helpless, feeling like a kindergarten teacher trying to mediate between children. Xiaowan, stop teasing Zhou Min. Xiaowan was somewhat reluctant. He was bored. Cheng Jiyu, be good, stop it. Xiaowan wrapped her arms around Cheng Jiyu's wrist and acted coquettishly, but Cheng Jiyu was both angry and amused. It's no use being coquettish. You can't harass others by being coquettish. Xiaowan was so angry that he whipped a vine around a zombie that hadn't the slightest bit of attention close to the car, sending it flying. Cheng Jiyu shook his head. You got quite a temper. Outside the car, Dahei, noticing Cheng Jiyu's inattention for a long time, felt his once relaxed mood turn edgy again. Damn vines, why all the drama? Dahei, Cheng Jiyu. Suddenly being called by his full name, Cheng Jiyu immediately looked at Dahei outside the car. What's wrong? Dahei asked. Do you want to ride me? That sounded strange. Cheng Jiyu coughed lightly, reminding himself not to overthink it. Dahei was a big dog. No. Cheng Jiyu was tempted but refused, fearing he'd crush Dahei. After all, he was a grown man, weighing over 100 pounds. Dahei's heart broke. Why? You don't like me? Cheng Jiyu hadn't figured out how to get into this, and fearing he'd hurt the child's feelings, he quickly explained, I like you. Why wouldn't I? Dahei, then why don't you want to ride me? Is it more comfortable to ride in a car than on me? Cheng Jiyu thought, how should I know? I've never ridden before. But he still explained, I'm afraid I crush you. Dahei's mood brightened. I'm not afraid. You're not heavy at all. Get on. Cheng Jiyu, Okay, the child said so. So, after saying goodbye to Tian Xiao, the car stopped. The big black dog hunched over slightly, looking graceful and powerful. If you ignored the wagging tail behind him. Cheng Jiyu carefully straddled Dahei and asked, Is it heavy? Dahei replied cheerfully, Very light. Cheng Jiyu raised an eyebrow. Dahei stood up and began running. Cheng Jiyu quickly grabbed Dahei's fur, but fearing to hurt him, he bent down and hugged him, his body pressed against his back. It felt completely different from riding in a car. It was thrilling. After a moment's pause, Cheng Jiyu tentatively straightened up. Dahei's speed was about the same as the SUV's, and Cheng Jiyu could sense that since he was deliberately slowing down, the other vehicle should be able to run faster. Cheng Jiyu pondered this and spoke. Dahei, like a peacock spreading its feathers, said, of course. This is very slow. Cheng Jiyu's heartbeat quickened, and he felt the excitement. Then run faster? His eyes sparkled. Dahei hesitated. You get hurt. Cheng Jiyu immediately laid down and hugged Dahei. That way you won't. Dahei, hold tight. Cheng Jiyu, hold tight. Instantly, he felt the wind in his ears grow sharper, and he faintly heard Zhou Min's cry, but it was unclear, having been blown away by the wind. Everything around him vanished into a shadow, hurtling backward. Honestly, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. The wind stung his exposed cheeks and ears, stinging them. Cheng Jiyu didn't dare open his mouth, fearing the wind would blow into his lungs. But it was thrilling. His adrenaline surged, and while his body felt a little uncomfortable, his spirit felt strangely satisfied. After an unknown amount of time, Dahei slowed down until he came to a complete stop. Cheng Jiyu straightened up and spotted a cluster of beautiful, fragrant flowers by the roadside. The night temperature was very low, but Cheng Jiyu had eaten the plants planted by the waiter, so he didn't feel the cold. Instead, the air in the wild was exceptionally fresh. It was sparsely populated here, and there were no zombies around. It felt wonderful. Cheng Jiyu tried to dismount from Dahei, but he wouldn't let him. He gave up and glanced behind him, uneasy. Will Tian Xiao and the others find us? Dahei, I went straight. Cheng Jiyu felt relieved, but Dahei had just been going too fast. He wondered how long it would take for Tian Xiao and the others to catch up. He glanced around and led Xiuqiang out of the treehouse. After a day's journey, it was time to rest. Cheng Jiyu didn't feel like cooking today, so he took out some pre-made food from his space, and he and Dahei ate first. Dahei's appetite had increased as he grew. He used to have the same appetite as Cheng Jiyu, but now it was 3 times his. Chung Jiu had a collection of lunch boxes, not disposable ones, so he could wash them and reuse them after eating. He had thought Tian Xiao and the others would catch up soon, but after eating and showering, they still hadn't arrived. Chung Jiu began to worry they wouldn't find their way or get into danger. The latter shouldn't happen. After all, there weren't many monsters or zombies along the way, not to mention that Tian Xiao and the others could handle anyone below level 4. Chung Jiu, worried, turned to see Dahe rolling around. He was amused. "Why are you rolling around again?" Dahe didn't know what to do. He was feeling uncomfortably hot again, a feeling he'd been experiencing frequently lately. And Chung Jiu hadn't touched him just now. Could he be turning human? He used to be able to transform, but he couldn't after his injury. Now that he'd recovered a bit, it wasn't impossible. But Dahe didn't know how to tell Chung Jiu, so he could only mumble a response. Luckily, a voice came from outside the treehouse. Zhou Min yelled, "Oh my god, you guys ran so fast. I only saw a shadow, and it was gone in a flash." Chung Jiu opened the door. "Come in." He didn't feel it clearly. After all, he was lying on Dahe's back, so the sensation wasn't obvious. However, the SUV was moving so fast, and it had been chasing him for so long, which was enough to prove just how fast Dahe was. When someone came in, Dahe immediately sat up straight. He wouldn't roll around in front of anyone other than Chung Jiu. Even if it was uncomfortable, he would endure it. Chung Jiu saw that he had stopped rolling around, and thought he was just playing around, so he ignored it. "Shinzi, you don't know, I just floored the accelerator, and I didn't even see Brother Hei's butt." Tian Xiao plopped down on the sofa. After saying that, Dahe glared at him. "Why are you looking at his butt?" "Tian Xiao, it's just a way of describing it." "I didn't see it either." Tian Man continued to respond foolishly. "Dahe, Zhou Min looked at Dahe eagerly. "Brother Hei, you're so handsome, so cool, so incredibly handsome." Dahe didn't react. Zhou Min's numerous compliments were nothing compared to Chung Jiu's simple "you're awesome." He lazily lay there, letting Zhou Min's praise dry his mouth. Zhou Min felt he'd praised enough and made a bold request. "So, Brother Hei, can you let me ride you?" Chung Jiu looked at Dahe, who had a furry face, but he felt his expression was gloomy. "Get him out of here." Only Chung Jiu could communicate with Dahe. He looked at the eager Zhou Min and said tactfully, "Dahe doesn't really like socializing." Zhou Min said sadly, "No, Brother Hei, I be your slave. Letting a member of the Wing tribe become your mount?" Dahe narrowed his eyes, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl immediately appeared above Zhou Min's head. Sensing danger, Zhou Min responded, "Eh." His scalp tingled. He quickly laughed dryly, "Haha, I was just kidding. I actually meant you riding me. Maybe I slipped up, haha." Dahe slowly retracted his lightning bolt, and said disdainfully, "I'm not short of mounts." Chung Jiu suppressed his laughter, and didn't translate for Zhou Min, fearing it would break his heart. Zhou Min shrank back in fear. Tian Xiao, standing beside him, gave him a thumbs up. "You're so brave to say you want to ride Brother Hei. You're awesome." Zhou Min scratched his head. "As a person, you should always have dreams. What if they come true?" Tian Xiao was impressed. Zhou Min was just like that, audacious. Chung Jiu brought them their food and returned to his room with Dahe. Once they were alone, he said, "Dahe, don't you like people riding you? I experienced it today, and it was great. If you don't like it in the future, don't force yourself." Dahe, Why did I force myself? As soon as Chung Jiu finished speaking, Dahe simply tucked him up with his tail, and threw him on his back, scratching the ground with his paws. "You're different. I like you riding me." Chung Jiu was stunned. Who wouldn't like this unique and special feeling? He leaned over and kissed Dahe vigorously. "I understand. Dahe treats me like your master, but don't be like this. You're not just any dog. We're equals." Dahe, What? Master? He was so depressed that he didn't want to talk. Seeing Dahe remain silent, Chung Jiu realized he had listened and dismounted from him. "If you're tired, go to bed. I'm going to the system space." Dahe nodded perfunctorily, wondering what had gone wrong. What master? He wasn't a real dog. Damn it, why would Chung Jiu think that? He must be crazy. So angry. In the system space, Chung Jiu was completely unaware of Dahe's sulking. As usual, he took a walk around, checking on the plants. The second crop of watermelons had ripened. Chung Jiu patted them, cut the vines, and put them in storage. 2 were ripe, with a few still unripe. A watermelon weighs about 20 pounds, so there will be watermelons to eat tomorrow. Then the peppers have started to ripen. As for the lettuce, it's already edible. They've been eating it lately. And the eggplant, pumpkin, lettuce, and beans, they were planted earlier than the peppers and lettuce later, and they've been ripening every day lately, so Chung Jiu has to come in every day to pick them. After picking them, Chung Jiu hurried to check on the wheat next to Xiqiang. Xihuang's wheat was already turning yellow, and would be ready for harvest in 2 days, but Xiqiang's wheat was still green. However, this wheat was completely different from what Chung Jiu had imagined. It was a full man tall, and each grain on the ear was half the size of his palm. Originally, he had thought that growing wheat on such a small plot of land was pointless, as even a small plot wouldn't yield much flour. But now, with the wheat next to Xiqiang mutating like this, his previous worries were completely unnecessary. After all, a single mutated wheat plant could already yield a small bag of flour. Chung Jiu smiled, as he silently mutated the wheat, his eyes kind. Let it grow well. Back at the Chaoyang base, he had heard that mutated plants like this could adapt to the current weather, so he figured he could plant some when he got home. But it would depend on the conditions, and he had already begun consciously saving seeds. After tidying up his space, Chung Jiu stretched and returned to his room. Dahe had his eyes closed, and Chung Jiu assumed he was asleep, so he stepped lightly. However, as soon as he appeared, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. Chung Jiu quickly washed up and came over. Did I disturb you? Dahe, I wasn't asleep. He couldn't sleep at all. He felt hot and irritable, and his mood was also a bit affected. He had felt this way before he transformed, so he was almost certain he was about to become human. He felt a little guilty, unsure how Chung Jiu would react after he transformed. He had always thought he was a dog, so even if he had expected the transformation, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. This unpredictable situation made Dahe even more anxious, and his tail twitched anxiously. Chung Jiu climbed onto the bed, burying his face in Dahe's fur. He sighed softly. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Dahe said weakly, nothing. Chung Jiu rubbed his head worriedly. Are you feeling unwell? Dahe said, nothing. Go to sleep. Seeing he was silent, Chung Jiu closed his eyes, unsure what was going on. Dahe didn't want to talk, but he had no choice. He couldn't force him to speak. He'd find a chance to ask tomorrow. Dahe opened his eyes and looked at Chung Jiu. Chung Jiu's breathing was steady, suggesting he was already asleep. He gently pressed his large paw against his cheek and muttered, Don't hate me. Evidently, Chung Jiu wouldn't respond. Dahe said to himself, If you don't say anything, I take that as your agreement. Then, Chung Jiu frowned slightly and muttered, Dahe, stop it. Dahe's expression was not happy. What happened just now doesn't count. He repeated, If you don't say anything now, I take that as your agreement. Good, Chung Jiu didn't say anything this time. Satisfied, Dahe gently wagged his tail, wrapping it around the waist of the person in his arms. The tip of his tail gently touched the smooth skin, and he felt his entire body burning even more. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep at all. Chung Jiu was half asleep when he heard birds chirping outside. He figured it was just dawn, and he could sleep a little longer. No, the feeling he was holding wasn't right. It wasn't furry, but rather like human skin. Also, where was his face buried? Why was it rising and falling? Chung Jiu's eyes snapped open, and he saw a pair of massive pectoral muscles, incredibly close together, where his face had been buried. Ah! Chung Jiu screamed, kicking the man off the bed. Chapter 50. Chung Jiu quickly called out to Xiao Hai, warily watching the stranger he had kicked off the bed. After being kicked off, the man woke up, his handsome, almost unreal face filled with displeasure and a hint of inexplicable panic. Chung Jiu glanced around, but didn't see Dahe. Then, glancing at the stranger, an incredible guess formed in his mind. The next moment, his suspicions were confirmed. The man glared at him resentfully. Chung Jiu, why did you kick me? In reality, he hadn't fallen asleep at all. How could he have? He was pretending to be asleep, finally waiting until Chung Jiu woke up to see his reaction, only to be kicked off the bed. He felt incredibly wronged. Dahe? Chung Jiu was stunned. You're Dahe. What else? Dahe stood up. He looked very tall, probably around 1.9 meters. He looked down at Chung Jiu. That kick you just gave me really hurt. Chung Jiu knew he should be more serious now, but he was sitting on the bed, and when the other person stood up, the huge thing was right in his face. It was only then that he noticed the other person's beautiful pecs and 8-pack abs, like a model. Paired with his handsome, almost lifelike face, it made him look even more like a model. Under normal circumstances, this scene would have had a huge impact on him, but at this moment, Little Dahe's presence was simply too strong. Chung Ji-yu closed his eyes and exhaled. Get dressed first. Don't close your eyes. Dahe angrily reached out and pried open Chung Ji-yu's eyes with his fingers, forcing him to look at him. Am I ugly? Why are you closing your eyes? Chung Ji-yu, forced to open his eyes manually, said, Never mind. Dahe had just become human, so his brain might work differently than a normal person, and he wouldn't realize there was anything wrong with being naked. Besides, the other person was feeling shattered. Chung Ji-yu sighed softly, trying to ignore the fact that Dahe had already touched him as the distance between them closed. He tried to calm down. You're very beautiful, but we humans are used to talking with clothes on, so I'm not looking at you if it's not proper. Dahe's lip curled at the first sentence. I see. There's no such thing as politeness. I have the final say. You can see it if you want. Chung Ji-yu, help. He was certain this was Dahe. The other person smiled at him. His once handsome, model-like face now looked silly, which made him look even more attractive. He said helplessly, let's keep our clothes on. I'm used to talking with them on. Dahe reluctantly accepted. Okay, it's not that I don't want to wear clothes, I just don't have any. Chung Ji-yu finally realized what was happening and said, wait a minute, I find you some clean clothes. Dahe followed him and asked, are they your clothes? This question was crucial. Chung Ji-yu nodded. Dahe was satisfied. Oh, dirty ones are fine. Chung Ji-yu, what are you talking about? Of course, he couldn't take anything dirty, but the clothes were all his own, washed clean. Thinking of Dahe's figure, he found 2 loose-fitting ones. As for the boxers, Chung Ji-yu couldn't really give Dahe his own, so he had to let him keep them empty for now. After handing the clothes to Dahe, Chung Ji-yu sat there, stunned. He hadn't been able to accept it that quickly. Yesterday, he was just a big dog, and today, he had become a man taller than him. His mind was completely bewildered. Although he had wondered before whether Dahe could become human, the thought itself and its realization were 2 different things. And how could it happen so quickly? According to his assumptions, even if it did, it would take a long time. Besides, he thought that even if Dahe became human, he would still be a child. What went wrong? Dahe took the clothes Chung Ji-yu gave him and didn't rush to put them on. Instead, he turned them over and over in his hands, then asked, have you worn this before? I remember you have. Chung Ji-yu said absent-mindedly, yeah. Because the clothes were a bit too big for him, he had only worn them once. Seeing Dahe's constant questions, he assumed he was disgusted by the fact that he had worn them, so he said, you have to make do with this for now. I don't have anything I haven't worn yet. I find you a new one later. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Dahe buried his face in the clothes and said, you smell so good, Ji-yu. Do you smell that good? Chung Ji-yu felt his whole body burning. He gritted his teeth and said, that's the smell of laundry detergent. Also, are you a dog? You're sniffing around? Well, he was. Chung Ji-yu let out a breath, choosing not to argue. Hurry and get dressed. Chung Ji-yu had already blurted out, aren't you freezing? In fact, it was already daybreak, and it wasn't cold at all. Oh. Just talk if you want to, why are you so snarky? Dahe muttered unhappily. Chung Ji-yu had never been so snarky with him before. Chung Ji-yu, I'm not snarky. I was just a little anxious. Dahe said nothing, as he finally put on his clothes. Chung Ji-yu had given him a loose-fitting tracksuit, but on Dahe, the looseness became tight. Chung Ji-yu looked at the man's t-shirt. It was so tight, it was immediately clear how well-built he was. He pursed his lips. Help. Although Dahe's face and figure perfectly matched his aesthetic, he must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. He always felt that he was innocent, and it would be a sin to have any other thoughts about him. Thankfully, although his upper body was tight, and his lower body was a little tight, it wasn't noticeable. Dahe moved his arms. It's so tight, it's uncomfortable, I don't want to wear it anymore. Chung Ji-yu, I asked Tian Xiao if he has any loose clothes later. Tian Xiao was taller and larger than him. No. Dahe refused, frowning. I don't wear clothes that have been used by others. Dahe, it's okay if it's tight. It's your clothes after all. Chung Ji-yu, given. By the way, how did you suddenly become a human? Chung Ji-yu tried to change the subject. Dahe, I don't know. Alright. Chung Ji-yu asked again, so how old are you? How did you suddenly become so tall and big? Dahe rubbed his nose and said, oh I just came of age, I guess. He was actually 99 and a half, which sounded very old, and he didn't want Chung Ji-yu to know he was that old. The Wing tribe lived for thousands of years, and they only reached adulthood at 100. He was indeed not far from adulthood. Well, not really lying. If he were in the Wing tribe, he would still be a child. 18? Chung Jiyu glanced at Dahe suspiciously. Honestly, he didn't look 18 at all. It wasn't that Dahe looked old, but rather mature. He had the typical dark-skinned look. Well, dark-skinned people tend to look more mature. He had originally thought Dahe was only a year or two old, but now he's heard he's 18. That's not so bad. No wonder he's grown so big. Chung Jiyu smiled and said, I'm 24, so you have to call me brother. Dahe, who was actually 99 and a half, said, eh. He couldn't bring himself to say that. Okay, I need to change, Chung Jiyu said, still in his pajamas. Dahe's cheeks flushed. Oh! Seeing he didn't move, Chung Jiyu reminded him, I need to change. You go out first. Dahe hesitated, then nodded and left. Chung Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief, his mind a mess, and he found some random clothes to change into. Help! How did he get so big? He really didn't know how to get along with Dahe. Especially when he thought about how he used to kiss him. Ah! Who are you? Tian Xiao's wary voice rang out from the door. Dahe sat on the sofa with a dignified expression. He was clearly looking up at the other man, but now he had a condescending air, a stark contrast to his demeanor towards Chung Jiyu. He was a total cool guy. Tian Xiao immediately conjured an ice arrow and shot it at him. He waved his hand, and the arrow instantly shattered into pieces. Tian Xiao's scalp tingled. What did you do to Chung Zi? Damn it, I fight you. Dahe's expression softened slightly, noticing Tian Xiao's concern for Chung Jiyu. He sipped some water and washed Tian Xiao's face. Tian Xiao? ? Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. He was about to charge forward to fight Dahe, but Tian Manman and Zhou Min held him back. Tian Xiao, why are you stopping me? Zhou Min, I think he looks familiar. Familiar? Before Tian Xiao could finish her words, Chung Jiyu hurried out of the room. He's Dahe. Tian Xiao was stunned. Huh? Brother He? Dahe nodded slightly, a gesture of agreement. Ignoring Tian Xiao and the other's shock, he walked over to Chung Jiyu and whispered to him, These pants are so uncomfortable. Chung Jiyu, are they too tight? No, mine. They keep swinging around and slapping my thighs. Chung Jiyu, just make do for now. Chung Jiyu was exhausted. Dahe, okay. Is he really Brother He? Tian Xiao's mouth nearly popped open in shock. He was so shocked. Brother He was a dog last night. How could he suddenly become a human? Chung Jiyu, yeah. Zhou Min, oh my god, this is so sudden. Chung Jiyu, I think it's sudden too. Shocked as they were, they still had to get back to work. After breakfast, they had to get on with their journey. Chung Jiyu cooked while the others were busy with other things. Dahe stayed by his side. I help you cook. Dahe was in a good mood. Chung Jiyu had already accepted his transformation into a human and showed no resistance. Chung Jiyu smiled and asked, Can you cook? Dahe, no, I can learn. Following him, he felt like a big dog. Chung Jiyu assigned him the task of chopping vegetables. Dahe held the knife, his handsome face stern. He frowned slightly, exhaled, and began to chop. He was chopping eggplant. Chung Jiyu wanted to make a braised eggplant dish, so just chopping the eggplant into pieces was enough. It didn't require any skill. Dahe, I've done it. Chung Jiyu glanced at it and said, Not bad. Dahe laughed happily. He found cooking with Chung Jiyu quite enjoyable. Breakfast was roasted eggplant, stir-fried pork with beans, braised mutant bird, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Dahe ate next to Chung Jiyu as usual, his thigh pressed against his, causing Chung Jiyu to feel uncomfortable and move aside. Chung Jiyu, why are you deliberately standing so far away from me? When Dahe was upset, he liked to call Chung Jiyu by his full name. Seeing the others looking at him with gossipy faces, Chung Jiyu coughed lightly, a little hot. Dahe's expression softened slightly, and he used his water power to brush against Chung Jiyu, instantly cooling him down. Contently, he continued to cling to him. Yeah, not hot anymore now. Chung Jiyu, Zhou Min, watching from the side, chuckled and said deliberately, Oh brother He, I'm hot too. Dahe glanced at him calmly. Then you be hot. Tian Xiao slapped his thigh, ha ha ha. Zhou Min, After dinner, while the others cleaned up, Chung Jiyu took out a map to read, and Dahe sat down next to him. Chung Jiyu tried to ignore him, but he suddenly opened his arms and hugged him. Jiyu, what are you looking at? Chung Jiyu broke free from his embrace and coughed lightly. looking at the map. You don't like me anymore, Dahe suddenly said. Chung Jiu, Dahe, seeing Chung Jiu silent, felt deeply aggrieved. You always hugged me before, so why won't you let me hug you now? Who has ever hugged me and told me they loved me before? Chung Jiu, so powerless. He really wanted to travel back in time and strangle his former self. But it was clearly impossible, and Chung Jiu could only feebly explain, I didn't. Then why didn't you let me hold you? Dahe looked at Chung Jiu. Chung Jiu gave in. Hold me. Hold me, okay? Dahe, in a good mood, immediately hugged Chung Jiu, nuzzling him gently like a big dog. Okay, I understand you're not used to it at first, but you get used to it. You get used to it. Chung Jiu closed his eyes, unable to imagine. Dahe was a size larger than him, so he could completely hold him in his arms. His whole body was enveloped by the scent of masculine hormones, and Chung Jiu felt a little numb. Jiu, why are you beating so fast? Dahe reached out and touched Chung Jiu's chest. Chung Jiu, stop touching me. Dahe withdrew his hand, muttering, if you don't let me, then don't. Why are you being so mean? You've touched me plenty before. Chung Jiu, I see if there's any city nearby. Chung Jiu changed the subject. We're running low on supplies, so I go find you some clothes. Especially boxer shorts. Dahe can't just keep them in neutral, right? Chung Jiu was already impressed by his own concentration. He'd even managed to think straight, and finally spotted a city 50 kilometers away. He nodded. This is the closest. Let's go this way. The map wasn't very detailed. It only gave a rough idea of direction and distance, where the city was and how to get there, but nothing more specific. But it was enough. He quickly discussed it with the rest of the team, and no one had any objections. They weren't short on food, either. They were mainly focusing on seasonings and some daily necessities. A trip to the city was definitely necessary. After packing up and arranging the route to the nearby town, we set off. Chung Jiu said he wanted to drive. If he didn't, he'd have to sit in the back. Dahe would definitely have to hold him, but no. He needed to calm down. Chung Jiu wanted to drive, so Dahe had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat, closest to him. He felt the distance was still far enough, and placed his hand on Chung Jiu's leg. Satisfied? Chung Jiu gripped the steering wheel tightly. You're disturbing my driving. Dahe could only reluctantly withdraw his hand, sighing softly. Zhou Min, with a mysterious smile, patted Tian Xiao and Tian Man, silently winking. Tian Xiao, completely unconcerned, looked at Zhou Min and asked, puzzled, what's wrong with you? Is your eye twitching? Are you feeling unwell? The honest and simple Tian Man said with concern, you need to get more rest. You should rest. Zhou Min, how boring. He had no choice but to turn his head and look forward. Who knew Dahe suddenly turned around and asked them, am I ugly? The three of them responded, Brother, are you being Versailles? He was asking himself if he was ugly, even with a model face. In fact, Dahe's question was serious. He didn't quite understand Earthling's aesthetics. Brother Hey, you're so handsome. Are you asking us questions like this? Are you trying to save our lives? Tian Xiao was speechless. He was a handsome guy after all, but Dahe's face was just too handsome to be fair. Zhou Min said quietly, are you being Versailles? What's Versailles? Dahe frowned and looked at Tian Xiao. Did you and Jiu grow up together? He said this with a sour tone. Tian Xiao, oblivious, said, yes, we grew up together. Is your family poor? Why do you share a trouser with Jiu? Dahe frowned. What this means is that we have a good relationship, Tian Xiao explained. Dahe pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, then you should know Jiu fairly well. Do you think he likes my looks? The car suddenly lurched, and Chung Jiu, his hands trembling, said, Do you think I'm dead? Tian Xiao, not understanding Dahe's meaning, scratched his head. Everyone would want to look like you, right? Ha. Dahe understood, and assumed it meant he liked her. He was in a good mood. It seemed Chung Jiu didn't think he was ugly, but perhaps he was actually disturbing her driving. Zhou Min chuckled, hee. Tian Xiao and Tian Man, hearing this, were confused. What was he laughing about? Zhou Min patted their shoulders. You're obviously straight men. It's normal you don't understand. The two responded with question marks. The 30-kilometer drive was quick. Once in the city, the roads became difficult to navigate. There were abandoned cars and miscellaneous items everywhere. They had no choice but to get out of the car and leave the SUV where it was. The town was desolate and abandoned. Perhaps the survivors had already left, leaving only wandering zombies. Chung Ji frowned as he dispatched a zombie, expertly digging out its core, cleaning it, and storing it away. Soon, they lost track of the cores as they encountered a horde of zombies. Fortunately, the highest level among them was level 3, and Dahe immediately manipulated them into committing suicide. "Oh my god, Brother He, you're amazing," Tianxiao boasted as he hacked away at zombies. "So you can control whoever you want?" Dahe subconsciously glanced at Chung Ji when he heard this. Seeing he wasn't looking, he pursed his lips and said, "No, I can only control these low-intelligence creatures." He raised his hand, and a burst of lightning and water blasts instantly wiped out a large number of zombies, muttering, "These zombies are so annoying." "That's right," Zhou Min chimed in. "Dahe, Ji was so busy hacking away at zombies that he didn't even bother to look at me." Zhou Min, I'm impressed. Chung Ji's side fell even more zombies. He had Xiao Er, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Wan, all of whom were incredibly powerful. A half-man-high fireball could incinerate a large area. Xiao Wan tossed the zombies around while digging out their cores. He wielded his small iron plate mechanical wooden gun, sweeping across a large area. Tian Qiao's abilities had improved significantly, allowing him to conjure over 10 ice arrows simultaneously, each one striking down a zombie by the dozen. Tian Man was much more brutal and swift, darting through the zombies at lightning speed. With his broadsword, he slashed through the zombies, cleaving their heads in two. Zhou Min, armed with a crossbow Chung Jiu had specially crafted for him, and carrying his bow and arrows on his back, fired 3 arrows in quick succession, sending 3 zombies falling to the ground. He then quickly drew 3 arrows from his backpack, finishing off any that weren't dead with his dagger. Hundreds of zombies were easily dispatched. Zhou Min exclaimed, "Oh my god! We're rich!" as he dug for crystal cores. They could have dug up a bagful of crystal cores alone. Chung Ji was also delighted. The higher the level of the plants in his space, the harder it was to find the crystal cores needed to upgrade them. With so many cores, they should be able to reach the next level. After finally digging up all the crystal cores, they piled the zombies together and burned them. Otherwise, piling corpses together could easily cause new problems. After a short rest, they went looking for a supermarket. This place used to be a small town, not very large, so they should be able to find it quickly. Even though they had just dealt with a zombie swarm, they remained vigilant along the way. Chung Ji frowned. It was so quiet here, so eerie. "Hey, is there someone over there?" Zhou Min, with his sharp eyesight, pointed somewhere nearby. As soon as Chung Ji looked over, he heard the other person exclaim, "There's a zombie next to that person." Chung Ji was startled. Sure enough, there was a zombie next to the person. The zombie's level of decay seemed lower than any they had seen before. This meant it was definitely at level 3 or above. Seeing the zombie about to bite the person, Chung Ji intervened, having Xiaowan roll it towards him. Xijuan's movements were brutal, grabbing the man's waist and throwing him forward, sending him sprawling onto his butt. Chung Ji coughed softly and looked at him. "Are you okay? Were you bitten?" The man's hair was long, and his head was slightly lowered, making it difficult to see his eyes. He shook his head. Chung Ji glanced at him, and seeing that he wasn't bitten, he ignored him and immediately turned his attention to the zombie. "That zombie must be stupid. It didn't even attack us the whole time," Tianxia muttered. The next moment, a fiery object slammed down at them. Xiaowan quickly rolled them away. A loud noise echoed from where they had been. Turning around, they saw a massive deep pit. The radius was several dozen meters. Their expressions darkened. This zombie was far more formidable than the near level 4 zombies they had seen. It was probably not even level 4, perhaps even level 5. How could a level 5 zombie appear in such a small town? Leveling up is incredibly difficult for zombies, and the higher they go, the rarer they become. The strongest they encountered along the way was barely above level 4. However, before they could pause in their confusion, the zombie attacked again, giving them no time to breathe. Thankfully, Xiaowan was there. While being tossed around by Xiaowan, the others looked for opportunities to attack the zombie. However, whether it was ice arrows, bows, or bullets, the zombie dodged them. Dahe's lightning did strike, but the zombie's health was too thick, and it had little effect on it. Chung Jiu, on the other hand, was grazed by the powerful fireball, instantly burning most of his skin. The others also suffered some injuries. "Jiu?" Dahe's eyes were red. Damn zombies. Chung Jiu's forehead was sweating from the pain. He endured the pain and clutched Dahe's arm, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He was truly afraid that Dahe would charge forward and fight. Chapter 51. A massive, solid ball of water also pelted the zombie. The level 5 zombie dodged quickly, but without Xiaowan, it was still partially hit. As a fire-type zombie, it was most afraid of water, and instantly felt its strength weakened. The zombie was furious. How could it have imagined that someone could actually injure it? It had no idea that Dahe was deeply dissatisfied with his current strength. At his peak, he could easily crush this lowly creature. Zhou Min hurriedly treated Cheng Jiyu's injuries. Almost instantly, the burned area healed. Without further words, they continued to fight the zombie. The situation was now at a stalemate. Thanks to Xiaowan, they were able to dodge the zombie's attacks, but they couldn't inflict much damage on it. Thankfully, this zombie didn't have unlimited attacks. Each time its fireball, which was comparable to a bomb, appeared, it took a heavy toll on the opponent. Especially since it had been hit by Dahe's water balls, it needed a break. Dahe was completely furious, throwing bowl-sized lightning bolts and condensed water balls at the zombies like crazy. Cheng Jiyu was worried that the others wouldn't be able to replenish their superpowers, so he told them to absorb them while they dealt with the zombies. The zombies were particularly aggressive. Although, aside from Dahe, the others weren't particularly harmful, they were outnumbered. A single drop of rain might not leave a mark on hard ground, but what about tens of thousands, tens of millions? Cheng Jiyu and his men, relying on their ability to absorb crystal cores, simply dealt with them without worrying about exhausting their superpowers. The man who had just been swept up by Xiaowan seemed to have recovered. He stood up and looked at the somewhat disheveled zombie not far away. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, but it seemed to disappear quickly. "Thank you for saving me." Tian Xiao threw ice arrows frantically. "Why are you saying this? It's already this late. If you can help, please." Despite the current stalemate, Tian Xiao felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. His head was about to split open. Even if he had a crystal core to absorb superpowers, humans aren't machines. They need to rest. Even machines need to stop after running for too long, right? The others weren't much better off, with only Cheng Jiyu and Dahe doing better. Cheng Jiyu, because he didn't rely on superpowers to fight, was at most a little tired. Dahe, on the other hand, was simply used up from using up his powers, so often he'd grown accustomed to it. The man pondered for a moment and joined the fight. After an indeterminate amount of time, everyone was nearly exhausted, and the zombie suddenly stopped attacking. Zhou Min began to dream. Is it dying? Hurry up and die. But the next moment, countless basketball-sized fire bombs rained down on them, and now Xiaowan couldn't completely get them to safety. Dahe hugged Cheng Jiyu and dodged the fireball. Tian Manman, being quick, also dodged it, but the others weren't so lucky. Zhou Min's arm was singed, and Tian Xiao was even worse off, struck in the stomach. Fortunately, he was wearing a mutant snake suit, otherwise he would have been pierced through. The man they rescued was also slightly injured. Meanwhile, countless basketball-sized fireballs continued to rain down overhead. Dahe erected a water barrier, temporarily isolating the fireballs. Tian Xiao, Zhou Min, how are you? Cheng Jiyu stumbled over. Tian Xiao tried to get up, but couldn't move. Shit, this hurts. Zhou Min remained optimistic. It's okay, it's okay. As long as they're alive, there's hope. He used his supernatural powers to heal the two men, but his face quickly turned pale. His powers had been depleted. Their injuries weren't completely healed, but at least they were better than before. Zhou Min was too exhausted to speak. Tian Xiao stared at the fireballs raining down from overhead. What do we do now? We're not going to end up like this, are we? He gritted his teeth. If not, I fight him to the death. We can't all end up like this. Zhou Min said with difficulty. If we have to fight, it's me. I'm useless. He had the weakest combat ability, and always felt like he was being held back. Cheng Jiyu frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for you, my arm would be broken. He looked at Tian Xiao. Don't talk nonsense. Tian Manman, who had been silent the entire time, said, I run the fastest. I blow him up. When they said fight, they meant they wanted to kill the zombies at the cost of self-detonation. Cheng Jiyu's face darkened. You're thinking of just dying before anything happens? I'm telling you, I won't allow that to anyone. Anyone who dares do that will be whipped even after they die. Tian Xiao laughed heartily. Xingzi, aren't you? Too cruel? Zhou Min, will there still be a corpse by then? How will I whip it? Cheng Jiyu, shut up. Zhou Min, Don't worry. Even though Cheng Jiyu usually has a good temper, he can be quite terrifying when he gets angry. Tian Xiao said, that was our last resort. If there was a way, who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Min and Tian Manman nodded. Cheng Jiyu's expression brightened slightly at this. Dahe looked up at the water barrier. which was already cracking, and said, "This barrier won't hold up for much longer." He could protect Chung Ji-yu, but not the others. He knew they wouldn't abandon their friends. "Well, I have something to say. Would you listen?" The man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Chung Ji-yu looked at him. "What?" The man looked at Chung Ji-yu and curled his lips. "I know that zombie's weakness." Tian Xia was puzzled. "Aren't zombies' weaknesses all in their heads?" The man shook his head. "Low-level zombies do, but as they level up, they deliberately protect their heads. You just tried that, didn't you? Its head is so hard that a bullet couldn't even scratch it." "How treacherous," Tian Xia complained. "So what's its weakness?" Chung Ji-yu asked anxiously. The man said, "His weak spot is in the back, 3 inches below the shoulder blades." Chung Ji-yu looked at the man. "Are you sure?" The man nodded. "Of course. You saved me. How could I lie to you?" Chung Ji-yu had no choice but to believe the man's words. He turned to Dahei and took his hand. "Dahei, I need your help." Dahei's face was cold. "I won't agree." "Chung Ji-yu, I haven't said it yet." Dahei looked at him, his eyes red. "You want to go behind the zombies alone, right? You know how dangerous it would be if they discovered you? I can't bear you taking such a risk alone." Chung Ji-yu said helplessly, "We have no other choice." "Dahei, then I go." Chung Ji-yu shook his head. "No, you're too strong. The zombies clearly see you as their primary target. If you make any move, they notice immediately. If they notice, we won't have a second chance." He looked Dahei in the eye and took his hand. "Promise me?" Dahei's eyes flushed red. Chung Ji whispered something in his ear. "If I weren't sure, I wouldn't have taken this risk." Dahei hugged him tightly, so tightly that it felt like it was melting into his bones and blood. He whispered, "I'm useless." Chung Ji smiled and patted his head. "You're already very capable. You mustn't get hurt." Chung Ji sighed softly. "I will definitely come back safe and sound. You forgot I have something to save my life." He had a space, which could save him in a critical moment. That's why Dahei agreed to his request. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him go no matter what. The zombie finally broke through Dahei's defenses, only to find that Dahei, after a short rest, had suddenly become much more powerful and attacked it recklessly. The zombie vaguely sensed someone slipping away, but its not-so-bright brain pondered for a moment before ignoring it. Just a weak human, he might have taken the opportunity to escape. After all, the enemy couldn't harm him at all. It was powerful enough to be so confident. Meanwhile, Chung Ji-yu, at top speed, carefully slipped behind the zombies. He raised his mechanical wooden gun and aimed at the zombie, sweat forming on his forehead. He knew he only had this one chance. Just now, he suddenly received a system upgrade notification. Xiao Tai had reached level 4. Level 4 no longer meant form shifting, but elemental attacks. Xiao Tai's bullets were no longer ordinary bullets. They were imbued with elemental powers. Ordinary bullets might not inflict fatal damage to zombies, but bullets with elemental powers were a different story. What's more, Xiao Tai is now level 4. You know, Xiao Tai can attack higher levels. Chung Ji exhaled, aimed at the zombie's weak spot, and pulled the trigger. The next moment, a rather unusual bullet instantly shot towards the zombie's back. The zombie seemed to sense something and tried to dodge, but Dahei's reckless attack completely blocked its escape route. The bullet pierced its back, and the zombie roared, launching a massive fire bomb backwards. Just one bullet, and you thought you could kill it? Wishful thinking. But this reckless human still angered him. Chung Ji-yu. Dahei rushed towards the fire bomb, watching it create a huge crater where Chung Ji-yu was. His mind went blank for a moment. At the same time, the zombie's body suddenly exploded without warning. Amidst the explosion, Dahei stumbled to Chung Ji-yu's previous position, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had died. Just then, a warm hand grasped his wrist. Dahei turned, and Chung Ji-yu, his face dark, smiled at him. Before Chung Ji-yu could say anything, he was pulled into a tight embrace. The other person snarled, "Chung Ji-yu, do you know how scared you were of me?" Chung Ji-yu's heart softened. "You forgot I have a space dimension. How could I be in trouble?" The moment the bullet was fired, he was on guard. Sure enough, the zombie launched a fire bomb, and he immediately hit in the space dimension. Dahei said nothing. At that moment, he was completely mad, and he had no time to think about anything else. Chung Ji patted Dahei on the back, knowing that he must have been frightened. Tian Xiao's delighted voice echoed from afar. "Qingzi, you're awesome." "Ha ha, cough cough cough. This kid's wound hasn't even healed yet, and he's already yelling." Chung Ji laughed. "Let me see if you're hurt." Dahe, thinking of something, hurriedly checked on Chung Ji-yu. Chung Ji-yu's chest and stomach were touched, and he couldn't help but tense up. Seeing Dahe trying to touch him further, he quickly held his hand, his face burning. Stop, there's nothing hurt. No, I need a closer look. Dahe was persistent, carefully touching Chung Ji-yu from head to toe. Chung Ji-yu, it's melting. Confirming he was unharmed, Dahe was satisfied and said aggrievedly, you really scared me to death. Chung Ji-yu touched the big dog's head. Dahe suddenly cupped his face and kissed him. The soft touch on his cheek left Chung Ji-yu stunned. You? Stop kissing me. Chung Ji-yu came to his senses and frantically touched the spot he'd been kissed. Dahe complained, why? You used to kiss me all the time, so why can't I kiss you? Chung Ji-yu looked at Dahe's handsome face, his whole body aflame with anger. It's different. He hadn't had any extraneous thoughts about the big dog before, but if Dahe continued like this, he was afraid he'd make a mistake. Why is it different? Dahe was unhappy. It's different, don't ask. Chung Ji-yu covered his mouth and manually muted the microphone. Dahe, never mind, I didn't agree anyway. Chung Ji-yu dug up the zombie's crystal core and was somewhat shocked. It was larger than his palm, like a ruby. After the battle, everyone was a bit disheveled. They found a house nearby and rested for a while. Brother, you're incredible. You dared to come here alone. Tianqiao spoke to the man. The man's skin was very white, almost pale, and his face was too handsome to be real. Tianqiao sighed. Why do they all look like this? The man said. I was just looking for some supplies. I didn't expect there were such powerful zombies here. He looked at Chung Ji-yu. Thank you for saving me. Chung Ji-yu, it's nothing, just a small favor. Besides, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know the zombies' weaknesses. The man smiled slowly. My name is Sang Yin. He extended his gloved hand. Chung Ji-yu was about to shake his hand when Dahe took Sang Yin's hand first. I'm curious. How did you know its weakness? Sang Yin withdrew his hand and smiled. Just luck. He seemed reluctant to say more. Dahe leaned close to Chung Ji-yu and whispered in his ear. He didn't say anything, but transmitted a message. I think there's something wrong with this Sang Yin. Chung Ji-yu looked at Dahe. Dahe said, he gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. Be careful. Chung Ji-yu naturally trusted Dahe more than Sang Yin, whom he had just met, and nodded. Dahe was satisfied. Ji-yu simply trusted him, and his mood was good. Chung Ji-yu glanced at Sang Yin a few more times. He was handsome and gloomy, with a mysterious aura that others couldn't fathom. As he was watching, Sang Yin suddenly turned his head and said, You're the first person who has shown me kindness. Chung Ji-yu glanced at Zhou Min, who had closed his eyes to rest after exhausting his supernatural powers. He looked at Sang Yin. There are still many good people. Sang Yin scoffed, seemingly finding the remark ridiculous. A lot of good people? It was the first time he'd heard such an amusing statement. To be honest, the moment he laid eyes on Chung Ji-yu, he'd been captivated by his clear, lake-like eyes. He licked his fangs, but alas, the zombie's eyes were too cloudy. With outsiders present, Chung Ji-yu couldn't afford to expose his presence. After they'd rested enough, they headed to the supermarket. Perhaps because there were too many zombies in this town, and they had no interest in food, most of the supermarket's items were still there. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had lasted too long, and the small supermarket's backup power supply didn't last long, leaving much of the meat spoiled and inedible. All they could eat was some rice, flour, and dried vegetables. Chung Ji-yu found some rice, ham, bacon, and dried vegetables and decided to make a simple clay pot rice. He found a gas stove and gas at the supermarket, enough for cooking. Dahe brought a bag of chips over and asked Chung Ji-yu, Ji-yu, can I have one? Chung Ji-yu smiled. It's just one bag of chips. I eat it, and you're asking me? Didn't they see that Tianqiao and the others were already frantically stuffing themselves with snacks? They consumed so much just now. Dahe frowned. You don't want to take care of me anymore? Chung Ji-yu helplessly replied, I take care of you, why wouldn't I? Eat it. Just one bag, you need to eat later. Dahe was satisfied. Tianqiao came over, eating spicy noodles. Brother He, why are you taking care of me just because you like me? You even asked me to hide your chips earlier. Dahe glanced at Chung Ji-yu and distanced himself from Tianqiao. I didn't. Tianqiao, No, it feels weird. Zhou Min's weak voice came from the distance. I want to eat too. Tianqiao quickly agreed. Come on, come on. What do you want? I get it for you. Zhou Min, I want some jelly. I haven't had it in ages. Tianxiao laughed. Why are you acting like a child? Come on, I give you some jelly, as big as a bowl, so you can eat as much as you want. Zhou Min refused. He didn't want to eat too much. He had clay pot rice later. Clay pot rice was simple to make. Cheng Ziyu didn't ask them for help. Just prepare the rice and vegetables and steam them. A potato chip was slapped into his mouth. Dahei shared it with him. Try this, it's delicious. Cheng Ziyu tasted it. It tasted like cucumber, and was quite refreshing, but he wasn't too cold. He preferred to eat his rice. Dahei saw that he wasn't very interested, so he stopped feeding him. He finished the bag and didn't eat any more. Cheng Ziyu thought of something, coughed lightly, and said to the others, you guys watch the pot. Dahei and I are going to go out for a bit. Tianxiao quickly agreed, okay, go ahead. I keep an eye on it. Sang Nian saw them leave and tried to follow, but Zhou Min stopped him. Aren't you feeling hot? Why are you wearing such thick gloves? Sang Nian glanced at Zhou Min and sat down beside him. My hand is injured, so I didn't want to scare anyone. Zhou Min nodded, staring at his gloves for a few more seconds. The two of them stopped talking. Sang Nian lowered his eyes, his thoughts unsettled. Outside, Dahei followed Cheng Ziyu, in high spirits. He took his hand and shook it. His hand was a bit larger than Cheng Ziyu's, and wrapping it around his own made him feel even more cheerful. Cheng Ziyu tried to shake him off, but Dahei wouldn't. Don't you dare. Cheng Ziyu looked at him. Don't you think this is weird? Dahei didn't agree. You used to like grabbing my hand and squeezing it. What did I say? Cheng Ziyu, He couldn't argue. But it really was different. How could a soft claw be the same as a bony hand? But he couldn't shake him off, so Cheng Ziyu just let him go. Why did we come out? Dahei asked, leaning over Cheng Ziyu. Cheng Ziyu was sweltering. To find you some clothes and underwear. The small supermarkets in town generally didn't sell clothes, so they had to go to the separate clothing stores. They didn't go far, just across from the small supermarket. Before leaving, Cheng Ziyu had specifically told Tianxiao to be on the lookout for Sang Nian. At this distance, if anything happened, Tianxiao could just shout and they would hear. Cheng Ziyu coughed softly. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Yes. Dahei frowned. It's making me uncomfortable. He reached out to take off his pants for Cheng Ziyu to see. Cheng Ziyu's forehead twitched, and he quickly held his hand. No need to show me. Dahei, oh. Cheng Ziyu couldn't help but say, don't take your pants off all the time. Dahei nodded knowingly. Okay, I just take them off for you. Cheng Ziyu, The two entered the clothing store. It was dimly lit with no lights. After confirming there were no zombies, Cheng Ziyu found the men's clothing section. It had probably been neglected for a long time, and the clothes were dusty. Given Dahei's obsessive-compulsive nature, Cheng Ziyu decided to look in the warehouse. He easily found the warehouse, but it wasn't as easy to find here as it was hanging, so he had to rummage through it himself. Cheng Ziyu, hands on his hips, instructed Dahei, pick out anything you like. Dahei simply used his water ability to be lazy, wrapping the garment bag in water and throwing it out, finding a few plain outfits. There weren't many brand-name brands in town, so Cheng Ziyu tried to pick out fabrics with good quality. While the styles weren't particularly good, Dahei was a walking clothes hanger, looking good in anything. But he had a lot of issues. He wouldn't try on clothes until they were clean. Luckily, he had a water ability, so after washing the clothes, he used it to dry them out. Cheng Ziyu pointed to the nearby fitting room and said, go try them on. Dahei examined the clothes again and again. Ziyu, I'd better wear your clothes. Cheng Ziyu instinctively asked, why? He regretted asking after he heard Dahei say, this clothes don't smell like you. They don't smell good at all. Cheng Ziyu's ears burned. What did he mean by his smell? He gritted his teeth and insisted, that's the smell of laundry detergent. If you don't like it, I wash it with laundry detergent. Just now, this guy was nagging. He shouldn't have asked any more questions. He just violently suppressed him. Dahei was about to say something, but Cheng Ziyu said fiercely, go change. Dahei said innocently, I don't have any underwear yet. Cheng Ziyu, I forgot to find them. Thankfully, underwear is easy to find, and you don't have to pick a style. Ordinary boxers will do. Cheng Ziyu coughed lightly, and pointed to the pile in front of him. Pick a size. Dahei, which is the largest? Cheng Ziyu, I'm impressed by this guy. However, he thought about what he had seen before, and it seemed to be true. No, what was he thinking? Cheng Ziyu shook his head violently, and took a few of the largest sizes, and tossed them to Dahei. Now it's time to try on the clothes, right? Dahe looked at them critically, making sure they were clean, and then stripped them straight off. Caught off guard, Chung Ji-yu said, He closed his eyes. Didn't I tell you to go to the fitting room? Why bother? Dahe muttered. He then walked over and pried open Chung Ji-yu's eyes, unhappily saying, Why are you doing this again? Don't look down on me. Chung Ji-yu couldn't stand it anymore. Put on your clothes. If Dahe's figure or face weren't so perfect that he liked them, he would have remained calm, but now, he just felt so guilty. Damn, this guy has a really good figure. Chapter 52. Dahe finally, after much deliberation, finished changing. Without even looking in the mirror, he leaned over and asked Chung Ji-yu, How are they? Do they look good? Chung Ji-yu coughed softly. Yeah, they look good. Dahe asked again, Do you like them? You're picking clothes for yourself, not for me. Why are you asking me? Chung Ji-yu asked. Dahe, if you don't like them, I won't take them. Chung Ji-yu, Dahe, do you like them? Chung Ji-yu couldn't lie. I like them, I do. Okay, stop asking. Satisfied, Dahe picked out a few more outfits, asked Chung Ji-yu about them one by one, and only after confirming that he liked them did he put them away in his space. Then, he put on Chung Ji-yu's outfit again. Chung Ji-yu glanced at him and said, Why don't you wear something new? He quickly regretted asking. Dahe, this outfit still smells like you. It smells nice. Chung Ji-yu couldn't help but pinch him, but his penis was stiff. He gritted his teeth and said, I say it again, it smells like laundry detergent. Dahe didn't feel any pain at all, and smiled heartily. Okay, it smells like laundry detergent. Chung Ji-yu, He got even angrier. When they returned, the clay pot rice was already steaming. Tian Xiao and the others came over like puppies asking, Can we eat it? Can we eat it? Zhou Min, who had been languid just a moment ago, was now full of energy. Chung Ji-yu steamed 6 clay pots for the number of people and told them to help themselves. Eat, eat. Several people came over to carry the clay pots. Chung Ji-yu glanced at Sang Yin, who was sitting in a corner not far away. He was leaning in the shadows, and his expression was unclear. He thought for a moment, then carried a pot over and placed it in front of Sang Yin. They've all gone. Why aren't you going? Eat. Sang Yin looked up, stunned. I thought there wasn't any for me. Chung Ji-yu, there's plenty of ingredients here. Everyone gets a share. Sang Yin said nothing. In the past, people he'd encountered would simply grab food from him, even if they had more. Not far away, Dahe called out again. Chung Ji-yu smiled. Hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, there's more. Sang Yin hesitated, watching Chung Ji-yu leave, wondering what he was thinking. He lowered his head, staring at the pot of clay pot rice. The color looked so tempting. It must be delicious. Unfortunately, he couldn't taste it. Not far away, Dahe grabbed Chung Ji-yu's hand and complained, I told you to stay away from him. Chung Ji-yu explained, It's better not to be too obvious. Dahe glanced at Sang Yin, who looked at Chung Ji-yu with a look he disliked. So who's prettier, him or me? Chung Ji-yu, you're prettier. Dahe, then who do you prefer? Chung Ji-yu, you. Dahe was content. TSK, what could compare to him? Since there were outsiders present, they slept in the small supermarket that night. Dahe naturally slept next to Chung Ji-yu and reached out to hug him. Chung Ji-yu struggled, but Dahe held him tighter. It's cold tonight. It wasn't good to reveal the existence of the dimension, and Chung Ji-yu couldn't get the special plants from it. Chung Ji-yu felt his whole body burning. Dahe was like a furnace, his warmth seeming to penetrate his skin and penetrate deep into his being. With Tian Xiao and the others still nearby, he felt uneasy. Tian Xiao's voice came from the side. Hey, let's cuddle together, it keep us warm. Zhou Min, I think I can still bear it. Tian Man, I don't want it either, you're grinding your teeth and snoring. Tian Xiao cried out, Tian Man, you've learned bad habits. Tian Man sounded innocent, speaking the truth. Chung Ji-yu couldn't help but relax a little as he listened to the noises beside him. They were just keeping each other warm, it was normal. However, Dahe suddenly reached out and pressed his face against his chest. Chung Ji-yu's first reaction, so soft. His second reaction was a flush, and he immediately raised his head away, only to be pushed back by Dahe again. Then he whispered in his ear, Ji-yu, you've been staring at me here all day. You like that, don't you? Chung Ji-yu, shock. He wasn't staring, he just looked a few more times. It was so soft, Chung Ji-yu's face pressed against it, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. What was going on with Dahe? Zhang Ziyu was confused. Was he clueless, or was he doing it on purpose? He looked up and met Dahei's innocent eyes. Zhang Ziyu reached out and manually closed the other's eyes. So annoying. He kind of hoped Dahei was doing it on purpose. Dahei leaned close to his ear again and whispered, Ziyu, do you want to touch me? I can give you a pinch. Zhang Ziyu, what are you talking about? He noticed that since Dahei became human, he had become increasingly restless and often felt dizzy. Do you want it? You can give it as much as you want. Dahei seemed a little shy, his voice soft. You can use some force. Zhang Ziyu's vision darkened, and he fought the urge to actually touch her. Sleep. Dahei, are you really not going to give it to me? Zhang Ziyu felt so annoyed. He reached out and pinched Dahei's mouth. I'm sleepy. Shut up. Or I sleep. Dahei blinked. Yeah. Zhang Ziyu finally closed his eyes, exhausted. His head was spinning, and he didn't care if Tian Xiao and the others in the distance heard anything. Haha, so what if they heard? So powerless. Dahei frowned. He didn't understand. Zhang Ziyu had glanced at his pecs several times, so why didn't he want to touch them? Could he have misunderstood, and the other party didn't like it? Emo. In the night, a dark figure approached their position. Dahei opened his eyes devoid of any trace of sleep. He carefully lowered Zhang Ziyu from his arms, stood up, and looked at Sang Nian. Sang Nian noticed the other man's gaze and smiled. You can't kill me. Dahei tilted his head, a sinister smile on his face. He raised his hand. How about giving it a try? Sang Nian glanced at the sleeping Zhang Ziyu, his expression softening. I mean no harm. Oh, but I can't stand you. Dahei debated whether to gouge out the other man's eyes. Sang Nian smiled. Never mind. The timing isn't right. Almost as Dahei attacked, he vanished from the spot. Dahei withdrew his hand, tooted, and ultimately didn't pursue. Zhang Ziyu sensed something, and blearily opened his eyes. Dahei? Dahei immediately went over and lay down, cradling him in his arms, resting his cheek against his chest. It's nothing. Go to sleep. Zhang Ziyu unconsciously rubbed against him, accidentally revealing himself. Dahei? The next day, Zhou Min asked, when did that Sang Nian leave? Seeing Zhang Ziyu get up seriously, Dahei glanced at him a second time, his lips curled up, and he was in a good mood. He left last night. Tian Xiao said angrily, it's a good thing he didn't do anything. We didn't notice anything. Zhang Ziyu frowned slightly. Ziyu woke up, and I coaxed him back to sleep. Dahei said, the rest of you didn't react at all. The others, Tian Xiao excused himself. I don't know who he is, but I'm usually quite alert. Zhou Min, me too. Tian Man, but we definitely didn't wake up. Zhang Ziyu said seriously, it seems nighttime defense is still very important. The others nodded. Sang Nian's departure was a good thing. They no longer had to hide anything, and happily began to gather supplies. There wasn't much else here, but there was plenty of rice and flour. Zhang Ziyu's storage space was empty, and as for the wheat in his planting space, he decided to save the remaining wheat for seed. After we get home, we see if we can grow anything in the fields back home. Everyone was busy gathering supplies, taking whatever they could use and leaving any they couldn't use untouched, just in case someone else came over and needed them. Wow, I found this projector, and there are a lot of CDs. I take them back to pass the time. Zhou Min exclaimed in surprise. Having material needs met, one always seeks spiritual pursuits. Tian Xiao suddenly chuckled. What movies are they? Zhou Min was speechless. They're all serious, some old dramas. Tian Xiao coughed lightly. Let me see what we have. Dahei, listening from the side, approached Zhang Ziyu. Ziyu, what's not serious? Zhang Ziyu's ears warmed. I don't know. Asked Tian Xiao and the others. Dahei was instantly disappointed. No, I won't ask. After spending half a day gathering supplies, they didn't stay long. They found their hidden SUV and set off. Tian Xiao drove, Tian Man watched from the passenger seat, and Zhou Min sat comfortably in the second row, taking a break and switching shifts with Tian Xiao. Zhang Ziyu and Dahei sat in the back. Dahei yawned. Zhang Ziyu, didn't sleep well? Dahei nodded. Can I get some sleep? Zhang Ziyu amused. You're asking me about sleep? Dahei, then can I sleep? Zhang Ziyu, yes, go ahead. Dahei smiled, and Zhang Ziyu had a bad feeling. He saw him resting his head directly on his lap. Zhang Ziyu, No wonder he was asking him. You? Before he could finish his sentence, Dahei said, this way it's more comfortable. Sleeping sitting up is uncomfortable. Zhang Ziyu was speechless. Forget it, Let's go to sleep. After a few seconds, Chung Ji-yu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't bury your face, or I throw you out." Dahye turned his face away and said, "Oh." Chung Ji-yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him calm down. Fortunately, he didn't react, but if Dahye continued, he would probably be done soon. When Zhou Min replaced Tian Xiao, he saw the two of them squeezed in the back and kindly said, "Brother Hey, why don't you come in front of me? Qingzi and I will sit in the back." Chung Ji-yu almost agreed. Dahye looked at Tian Xiao, who shrank back. Forget it. I don't think Brother Hey is very willing, haha. Chung Ji-yu looked down at Dahye, who said innocently, "I want to be with Ji-yu." "Chung Ji-yu, my legs are numb." Dahye had no choice but to sit up and said earnestly, "Let me massage them for you." Chung Ji-yu held his hand. "No need." Dahye regretfully withdrew his hand, but he didn't rest his head on Chung Ji-yu's leg. But they were still close together, and Chung Ji-yu felt numb. Dahye, neither sleeping nor idle, held Chung Ji-yu's hand and played with it, wondering what he was doing. Chung Ji-yu looked at him. "I can't always call you Dahye, can I? Do you have a name? Or maybe you can choose one yourself." Dahye showed some interest. "You can give it to me?" Tian Xiao was amused. "Are you sure you want Qingzi to give it to you?" Chung Ji-yu, a name challenger, touched his nose. "I'm not very good at naming." Dahye smiled at Chung Ji-yu. "It's okay, I like whatever you choose." Like a big dog, Chung Ji-yu couldn't help but pat his head. Let me think. "What's your last name?" Chung Ji-yu felt he had to decide on one first. Dahye said without hesitation, "Of course, the last name is Chung." "Chung sounds nice." Chung Ji-yu thought seriously, racking his brains. "Chung Xiuhei? Chung Dahye?" Dahye grumbled. "Can't you just think seriously?" Chung Ji-yu rubbed his nose guiltily, feeling like he was being perfunctory. He pondered for another half hour before suddenly having an idea. "Chung Mo, how about Chung Mo? Mo means black, and it also fits Dahye's name." Dahye thought the name was a good one. "Then I'd be called Chung Mo from now on." Chung Ji-yu's desire to name someone else exploded. "How about I think about it again?" Chung Mo nodded, his eyes shining at him. "Then think about it. I picked you up in the spring, Chung Chatian?" Chung Ji-yu was speechless after saying this. No, let me think about it. I always thought you were smart." "Chung Song?" Chung Mo shook his head. "Nothing sounds better than Chung Mo." Chung Ji-yu thought so too. He tried harder, but after a long time, the names he came up with were all sorts of weird. Even Chung Song wasn't as good as it. Chung Mo was an exceptional example of his ability to pull off a name. Finally, Chung Ji-yu had to give up. Well, he wasn't cut out for names. The car drove into the evening, and Chung Ji-yu, who was driving last, pulled over to a small road in the fields. It was too dark now, and it was hard to see clearly. Chung Ji-yu planned to go check the fields tomorrow. The land here must have been planted with crops before the apocalypse, so he wondered what the situation was like. He didn't hold out much hope. He mainly wanted to dig up some of the current soil to simulate the current environment and see if the plants he planted could thrive. After all, the ride wasn't anything special. Chung Ji-yu released Xuqiang. He had previously obtained a plant-type crystal core in the town, which he gave to Xuqiang and Xiaowan. Xuqiang was almost at level 3. As for Xiaowan, she was already at level 3. And Xiaowan had also obtained a spirit-type crystal core, which had reached level 3. The fruit it had grown was ripe, and it could render level 3 zombies unaware of their presence for 5 minutes. To be honest, they didn't have much use for it. However, the fruit was still very valuable to the others, so Chung Ji-yu carefully stored it. Xiaotai had just reached level 4, and finally it was Shower, who was at level 3, almost level 4. Chung Ji-yu took out the level 5 fire-type crystal core and asked for the others' opinions. Tian Xiao said, "Of course, give it to Shower. If we give it to Shower, the tower will definitely reach level 5, and we won't have to worry anymore. After all, Chung Ji-yu's plants are practically invincible at their level." Zhou Min also said, "Such a precious crystal core must be kept for myself. Giving it to Shower will keep us safer on the road." Tian Man, "Yes, for Shower." Chung Ji-yu finally looked at Chung Mo, and his answer, unsurprisingly, was for Shower. So, Chung Ji-yu went to the system space and buried the level 5 fire crystal core with Shower. Shower acted coquettishly for a while, then busied himself absorbing the crystal core. Chung Ji-yu finally had time to check on the cultivation space. Due to the continuous plant upgrades, the cultivation space had grown from its original 12 by 12 meters to its current 15 by 15 meters. It had grown considerably. Chung Ji-yu was in high spirits. Swinging his sickle, he mowed the already ripe wheat next to Xiao Huang. It wasn't much, and it was dry enough, so he threshed it right away. The wheat next to Xiao Chong probably still needed a few days to mature, but there was now more space next to Xiao Chong. Cheng Jiyu, feeling a surge of growth, decided to plant the wheat he had just harvested next to Xiao Chong, wondering if it would yield a large, endlessly harvestable crop. Thinking this, he immediately set to work and planted the wheat. Then he busied himself with picking vegetables. The last batch of peppers he had planted was ripe. Cheng Ji plucked one and took a nibble. So spicy. I guess I have to use less in cooking. The space had expanded considerably, and Cheng Ji couldn't bear to see it sitting empty, so he set to work again, planting more seeds next to each plant. After finishing, he finally checked on Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was almost entering its growth phase, still a small, round ball the size of a finger, with nothing much to show for it. Cheng Ji watered and fertilized it, then yawned, feeling a bit tired. He left the space with a yawn. Cheng Yamo had been lying in bed, bored, but when he saw Cheng Jiyu, his eyes lit up. You've been busy for a long time, aren't you tired? Cheng Jiyu was about to speak when he saw Dahe without clothes, his beautiful chest and 8-pack abs swaying before his eyes. He felt his nose warm. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Cheng Yamo said innocently, my clothes are worn outside, so I can't wear them to bed. Isn't that what you said? Cheng Jiyu, He really wasn't used to wearing clothes worn outside to bed. But he changed into pajamas. Cheng Jiyu pressed his eyebrows together. You can't be naked though. Go put on your pajamas. Cheng Yamo was being rude. I don't want to. Clothes are uncomfortable. Cheng Jiyu rummaged through the quilt. Then I sleep outside. Cheng Yamo, upset, came over to hug him. Do you dislike me? Cheng Jiyu's scalp tingled. He tried to remain calm. No. Cheng Yamo asked him to turn around. Then you're not allowed to sleep outside. I won't go out until you put on your pajamas. Cheng Jiyu softened his tone. Ultimately, he couldn't bear it. First, he'd raised him for so long, and second, who could be so cruel to him? Cheng Yamo was reluctant. He deliberately went naked. I'm not wearing clothes just for you to see. Jiyu, you like to see it, right? Cheng Jiyu, unable to argue. Then, the other person grabbed his hand and pressed it against his chest. Cheng Jiyu felt it burn intensely. He wanted to move it away, but damn, he couldn't help but squeeze. Cheng Mo's tanned skin was now a little red. He nuzzled Cheng Jiyu and pressed. Jiyu, do you like this? Do you like this? Cheng Jiyu swallowed. What beautiful pecs. He liked them, he loved them so much. But he was too embarrassed to say it. Under Cheng Mo's questioning, he couldn't lie. Ahem, I like them. Cheng Jiyu withdrew his hand, but Cheng Mo grabbed it back. Pinch them again. I can tell you're reluctant. It's okay, you can pinch them all you want. Cheng Jiyu, Fuck, he really couldn't resist. He pinched harder. Cheng Mo, yeah. Cheng Jiyu came to his senses, and quickly withdrew his hand. Did it hurt? Cheng Mo hugged him, burying his face in the crook of his neck, panting slightly. No, it doesn't hurt. It feels so good. Pinch them again? Cheng Jiyu's mind was clouded, and he was acting on instinct. All he could think about was, pecs are so nice to touch. He rubbed harder, and his scalp was numb from hearing Cheng Mo's voice. He was really going crazy. Jiyu, aren't you done with it? Cheng Mo felt the other man withdraw his hand, and looked at him in confusion. Cheng Jiyu tried to keep a serious face, but what he had just done made it impossible. He resigned himself to his fate and said, yeah, no more. He silently resolved to not give in to temptation next time, and to resist it firmly. Cheng Mo nudged him like a big dog and asked, how's it going? Is it nice to pinch? Cheng Jiyu coughed lightly, wanting to say it wasn't nice at all, that he would resolutely resist the temptation, but he couldn't bring himself to say something that went against his conscience. Yeah. Cheng Mo's mood brightened when he heard him say that. Sure enough, all his hard work and training was for this day. Of course, if anyone had dared to tell him, before he met Cheng Jiyu, that he trained so hard just to seduce, he would have punched them to death. Cheng Jiyu closed his eyes, not sure if he was feigning sleep or trying to calm himself. Then, he sensed what Cheng Mo was doing. He was calming down him, just pretending not to know. However, the other person's hand slipped into his shirt, reaching his chest. Cheng Jiyu's scalp tingled again, and he snapped his eyes open. What are you doing? Cheng Mo replied matter-of-factly, Jiyu touched me, so let me touch you too. Cheng Jiyu was speechless. You didn't say that just now. Sure enough, the world's gifts all come with a price tag. Cheng Mo's expression, isn't this as it should be? left Chung Ji-yu at a loss for words. Forget it, just touch me. After realizing this, he realized with horror that his limits were indeed being lowered. Ah! Where are you biting? Chung Ji-yu exclaimed, looking down. His shirt was stained with saliva. Chung Mo's weak-colored skin flushed slightly. I couldn't help it, Ji-yu. You're so beautiful there. Pink. Chung Ji-yu was completely aroused. He was wearing loose, comfortable pajamas with buttons and a wide neckline. Chung Mo accidentally caught sight of it and couldn't take his eyes off it. It was truly beautiful. Chung Ji-yu also had muscles, a thin layer, and his skin was very white, making it look like a cherry. He really wanted to bite it, but he was afraid Chung Ji-yu would get angry, so he pulled his clothes back to hide it and bit through them. The fabric was thin, but it also blocked some of his senses, but he could still clearly feel the pulse there. After Chung Mo finished speaking, seeing Chung Ji-yu fall silent, he assumed he didn't believe him and reiterated, Ji-yu, seriously, you're so beautiful there. I want to kiss it, I want to bite it. Is that okay? Chung Ji-yu felt powerless. He felt a strange sensation where he'd been bitten, but he tried to ignore it. As Chung Mo's words grew increasingly outrageous, he glared at him. Get lost. He was truly going crazy. Chung Mo seemed completely oblivious to this. What a damn straight man. Chung Ji rolled over, no longer facing him, and lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time, he didn't know what to do. Facing Chung Mo, he was truly helpless. If it had just been Chung Mo, not his little black or big black, he wouldn't have needed to be so passive. He could either refuse or explain himself. But now, Chung Ji covered his eyes with his hands, laughing to death. He had no idea what to do. Chung Mo, standing next to him like a large dog, clung to him, hugging him and complaining, Are you angry? But don't yell at me if you're angry. You could just talk to me properly. Chung Ji, feeling powerless. Chapter 53. Qingzi, you didn't sleep well last night? Look at those dark circles. Tianxiao leaned over. Chung Ji tried to keep a straight face. Yeah, a little insomnia. As for why he couldn't sleep, he didn't want to say. It's okay. Zhou Min and I will drive today. You can sleep in the back, Tianxiao said considerately. When they set off, Chung Ji went to the last row, and Chung Mo followed as a matter of course. However, before they could get on, the door was slammed shut. Chung Mo, frustrated, said, What's going on? Is Ji angry? He hurried to the front row and leaned in to talk to Chung Ji, but he was already lying on the seat, eyes closed, asleep. Chung Mo hesitated, but ultimately didn't interrupt, sitting in the front row, feeling depressed. When Zhou Ming got on, he saw Chung Mo's stern expression. Hey, why aren't you sticking with Brother Chung? Zhou Min found this rather unusual. What's the point? Chung Mo didn't want to talk. Zhou Min, woohoo, are there any conflicts? He didn't dare say anything more. He looked at Chung Ji, then at Chung Mo, winking frantically at Tianxiao. Tianxiao, what are you doing? Do you want to drive? Zhou Min, Tian Man took the initiative. I want to learn how to drive. That way, he could take turns driving. Tianxiao immediately said, Sure, I teach you later when we get to a more accessible road. Tian Man nodded, promising to learn seriously. Zhou Min, no one understands me. Chung Mo, who was standing nearby, had been staring out the window with a sullen expression, but soon couldn't help himself. He turned around, leaning back on his seat, and looked at Chung Ji in the back seat. The other person's breathing was steady, clearly asleep. But the seat was a bit narrow and not long enough, making their sleeping position awkward and uncomfortable. No, waking up like that would make them sore all over. Zhou Min watched helplessly as Chung Mo, standing beside him, transformed into a handsome, large black dog, leaping to the back and nestling into the empty space in the back seat. The originally narrow seat instantly felt much more spacious with Chung Mo filling the gap. Chung Ji opened his eyes slightly, seeing the large black dog, his head dazed. He laid down on top of him, hugging the dog and nuzzling it, big black. Chung Mo flicked his tail and wrapped it around Chung Ji's waist, preventing him from getting hit by the bumps in the car. Zhou Min, watching this, said, He felt like he was being shown off. Chung Ji woke up again, feeling the soft fur he hadn't felt in a long time. He opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Dahe? So you can transform back into your animal form? Chung Mo said, feeling guilty. Suddenly I can. Chung Ji looked doubtful, but he didn't say anything. He rubbed Dahe's head, rubbing it. He hadn't seen him for a few days and missed him. Chung Mo decided not to transform back into a human for now, until Jiyu was no longer angry with him. Chung Jiyu glanced at the sky and realized how long he had slept. A little embarrassed, he asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Why didn't you call me if you were hungry?" The ingredients and other things were all in his space. "I'm fine, not too hungry." Tianxia waved his hand. "Besides, I have snacks in my bag." Zhou Min was actually a little hungry, but he said, "How can a superpowered person be so immune to hunger? Besides, it's only been a little over half a day." Seeing how sleepy Chung Jiyu was, it didn't matter if he went hungry. Although Chung Jiyu was generally the one who cooked for them, they didn't take it for granted. On the contrary, while he was busy, they would find something to do themselves. It had nothing to do with the quality of their relationship. Even in the best of relationships, it wouldn't be right for someone else to do all the work while they rested. In any case, they felt that while Chung Jiyu was busy, they also worked, which was the normal way to get along. It couldn't be helped. Their cooking skills weren't great. As long as the food was tasty, they were willing to take on the cooking responsibilities. The car stopped, and they had lunch. Chung Jiyu directly pulled out the previously prepared food from his storage space and started eating. The few people who had just said they weren't hungry were wolfing it down. Chung Jiyu placed the food in front of Chung Yamo. "Won't you turn into a human and eat?" Chung Yamo curled his tail around Chung Jiyu's wrist. "Are you still mad at me?" "Chung Jiyu, I'm not, I'm just a little sleepy." He was telling the truth. He wasn't angry, but he wasn't sure how to face Chung Yamo. Chung Yamo was still worried. "If I turn into a human, will you pay attention to me? You won't ignore me again, will you?" Chung Jiyu was helpless and amused. "If I ignore you, are you still planning on turning into a human?" Chung Yamo nodded, clearly thinking so. What could Chung Jiyu do? He could only promise, "I won't ignore you." Satisfied with the assurance, Chung Yamo got into the car, transformed into a human, got dressed, and then sat down next to Chung Jiyu. Chung Jiyu acted as if it were his normal routine, and the two of them ate. After they finished, they washed the lunch box and put it back into their space. They got in a car and continued on their journey, encountering no serious zombies along the way. Tian Xiao was teaching Tian Manman how to drive on a flat road. Tian Manman was a little nervous at first, but gradually found it easy, and the car became much more stable. Tian Xiao praised, "Manman is amazing. You learned it so quickly." Zhou Min also exaggerated, "She's a real talent. Manman is awesome." Chung Jiyu smiled as he listened to their chatter. He used to prefer quiet, but after the apocalypse, perhaps having been alone for so long, he'd actually come to appreciate the hustle and bustle. "Jiyu, your hands are smaller than mine." Chung Yamo gestured, prying Chung Jiyu's hand open. Their palms pressed together, and he looked at each other, as if he had just realized something. Chung Jiyu's palms were sweating, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. Chung Yamo wrapped his fist around his, beaming. Chung Jiyu tried to shake it off, but it didn't work. He reached out his other hand and pinched Chung Mo's waist. It was so hard, the other person felt nothing, as steady as a rock. But the pinching hurt his hand. Damn it, Chung Jiyu refused to give up. On a sudden impulse, he stopped pinching and started tickling Chung Mo's waist. Chung Mo's hand trembled. Ha ha ha. Zhou Min, who was standing in front of him, turned and leaned over curiously. "Brother, hey, what's so exciting?" Chung Yamo tickled, let go of Chung Jiyu's hand, and put on a cool face. "Nothing, you probably don't want to hear." Chung Jiyu nodded. Let's not talk about it." Their behavior only made Zhou Min more curious. "What's it that makes you so happy?" Chung Yamo coughed softly, then gave up the pretense. He glanced at Chung Jiyu before looking at Zhou Min. "Do you really want to hear it?" Zhou Min nodded without hesitation. Of course, of course." Chung Yamo coughed lightly, crossed his arms, and a smug look on his face. "Nothing, Jiyu probably thought I had a good figure, so he just touched my waist." Chung Jiyu, facing the rumors in front of him, said, "Question mark. I didn't touch. I was tickling." Chung Mo's face was full of "Oh, so that's what it is. So you were tickling?" "It's almost the same though." Chung Jiyu emphasized coldly, "Very different." He acted like a pervert, touching her in front of so many people. Damn his innocence. Chung Jiyu glared at Chung Yamo fiercely. Chung Yamo flirted with him. "Jiyu." Zhou Min, It was unbearable to watch. Is he the only one who thinks there's something off between Chung Jiyu and Chung Yamo? That feeling of loneliness, of being the only one sober, while everyone else is drunk. Just then, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Chung Jiyu frowned. "What's going on?" Tian Manman, who had just learned to drive, was startled and pointed to the road ahead. "There's someone." Tian Xiao saw the man standing in the middle of the road. his arms outstretched, blocking their car. He rolled down the window and cursed. "What the hell are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Get out of here. This guy is deliberately blocking the road. Who's to blame if they accidentally hit him?" But Tianqiao had barely finished speaking when the man suddenly knelt down in front of him. Tianqiao was stunned. No, even if he was blocking the road, he wouldn't have to be so polite. Cheng Jiyu, puzzled, saw that the man was an ordinary person and got out of the car. The others followed suit. Cheng Jiyu glanced at the kneeling man and said calmly, "What are you doing? You're blocking our way." The man cried out, "Wow!" and began to kowtow to them, mumbling, "Please, save me, I don't want to die, woo-woo." Cheng Jiyu's mind was filled with black lines. The man continued, I'm being hunted by a psychic. Woo-woo, I don't know how I offended her. I'm just a poor, ordinary person. I just want to live. Please help me. I really have nowhere else to turn. I'd be willing to work like a slave for you, as long as you're willing to help me." Cheng Jiyu and the others remained silent, looking at Zhou Min. Zhou Min clicked his tongue and said bluntly, "He's lying." The man paused in his sobs and looked at Zhou Min with tearful eyes. I'm telling the truth." Cheng Jiyu sighed, not wanting to waste time. "Dahe, get him out of the way. Let's go." The man watched them get into the car, and one of the stern-faced psychics raised his hand, instantly tossing him aside. Just as they were about to drive off, the man immediately crawled over, clinging to the car window. "Please, I'm being chased. Please help me. Cheng Jiyu, we don't want to get involved in your personal grudges." The man Zhao Ming had never imagined that, after all his hard work, he would encounter a group of people with special abilities. He thought that playing pitiful might win their sympathy. In the end, his luck was so bad, encountering such a hard-hearted group. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth. He expected the woman to catch up soon. He couldn't let this group leave him alone, or he would be dead. Before the apocalypse, he was a wealthy second-generation kid, who knew that after the apocalypse, his luck would be so bad, and he would be just an ordinary person. To make matters worse, the woman with whom he had a grudge had gained special abilities and came to kill him. Fortunately, his bodyguards had become superpowered. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they naturally couldn't protect him loyally anymore. Furthermore, he had always been bossy and rude to them. Zhao Ming also had a way to win them over. He told them that his family had a large granary, and because his parents had become zombies after the apocalypse, he was the only one who could access it. In the apocalypse, money was gone. It was just a piece of paper. What was useful was resources, and food, the most important resource. He couldn't believe the bodyguards wouldn't be tempted. Sure enough, the bodyguards were tempted, willing to protect him, but only if he led them to the granary. Zhao Ming agreed outwardly, but he had his own plans. He did have a granary. After all, his family had been in the food business before the apocalypse. But he wasn't stupid, so how could he possibly be willing to give the granary to his bodyguards? He was hoping to use it to win over some powerful psychics, using them to his advantage and making a comeback. Even if he didn't have any psychics, he would still command and control them, making them obey him. Then, if that woman dared to come to him again, he'd make her suffer the same fate she'd suffered before. He hadn't expected those bodyguards to be so useless. They were all psychics, but they couldn't defeat the woman. He'd been on the run, and the bodyguards had either fled or died, leaving him alone. He desperately needed new bodyguards, and as luck would have it, he encountered a few more psychics. Since playing pitiful wasn't working, he resorted to his ultimate tactic. He had a granary. He feigned generosity, saying, "I'm willing to give it to you if you're willing to protect me." Zhou Min said. He wasn't lying about the granary. He did have one. Cheng Jiyu pondered. Although they had plenty of food and drink, knowing there was a granary was certainly tempting. He asked, "How much grain is there?" Zhao Ming gave an approximate amount. Tianqiao's eyes widened slightly. "A lot?" He was a little tempted and asked Cheng Jiyu, "Chinzi, what do you think?" Under Zhao Ming's expectant gaze, Cheng Jiyu said, "Sure. We keep you alive." Zhao Ming felt something was amiss with this statement, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He swallowed and said, "I'm the only one who could open the granary. Of course, I keep you alive." Cheng Jiyu nodded. He was doing it entirely for the sake of the granary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to Zhao Ming. His calculations were written all over his face. And so, Zhao Ming got into the car. He sat in the last row, next to Cheng Yimou, who had been assigned by Cheng Jiyu to keep an eye on Zhao Ming. Unable to stick around Cheng Jiyu, one can imagine how upset he felt. His face was sullen. Zhao Ming had originally wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but seeing him like this, he didn't dare to speak. His mood was at its lowest. These people are truly ungrateful. His granary could feed countless people, yet they don't even support him and are so cold. Just wait and see. When he meets another psychic and recruits new people, these people won't get any benefits from him. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Ming was accustomed to being high and mighty. Even after the apocalypse, he still hadn't grasped reality and held on to ridiculous ideas. As he was thinking, he looked up and met Cheng Mo's gaze. He shuddered for a moment, feeling as if he had seen through him. While waiting for dinner, Zhao Ming watched them stew a large pot of meat, stir-fry vegetables, and make soup, his mouth watering with greed. Life after the apocalypse had been a living hell. Eating well, even enough, was a struggle. How long had it been since he'd seen something truly delicious? Zhao Ming swallowed, looking forward to dinner. Then, a dry piece of bread was thrown into his hand. Zhao Ming was stunned. What does this mean? Tianxiao said, your dinner tonight, you're welcome. After all, in the apocalypse, no matter what food you eat, being able to fill your stomach is precious. Zhao Ming's face suddenly darkened. He gestured towards the table overflowing with fragrant food. You're so kind, and you're only giving me this? Tianxiao was speechless. How could this man be so shameless? We eat well, but that's ours. What does it have to do with you? We're also short on supplies. Besides, we're protecting you and giving you food. We've done the best we can, right? Zhao Ming hadn't known Cheng Jiyu had a space, and simply assumed they'd taken these things from the trunk. Even if that was the case, how could they only give him bread? They should at least give him a bowl of meat. Zhao Ming swallowed, ravenous. Give me some meat. When we get to the granary, I give you 10 times as much. The others laughed. Zhao Ming was confused. What are you laughing at? Zhou Min was puzzled. We agreed to protect you, and the granary was your reward, wasn't it? Zhao Ming, Did I get robbed? The bodyguards must have thought the same thing. But who would say it so openly? Zhao Ming wanted to say something, but they ignored him, acting as if he didn't care. He looked resentful, sniffing the delicious food and munching on the bread with a dull, unappetizing air. Ha ha ha, it feels so good to be a villain, Zhou Min muttered. Cheng Jiyu declared, I'm not a villain. Villains never have a good ending. Cheng Yimo agreed, Jiyu is kind-hearted. Zhao Ming doesn't look like a good person, yet Jiyu agreed to protect him. Cheng Jiyu coughed lightly, embarrassed by the compliment. I did it for the sake of the granary. Not that kind though. Cheng Yimo smiled wickedly. If it was for the granary, they could just ask where it was, and then kill him to save the trouble. Not far away, Zhao Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was too cold at night. Cheng Jiyu patted Cheng Mo's head. Don't make killing people sound like cutting a watermelon. Even though it was the end of the world, Cheng Jiyu had no problem killing zombies, but he always felt a sense of burden when asked to kill people. Cheng Yimo rubbed Cheng Jiyu's palm, like a big dog. Zhou Min, Feeling full. Tianxiao laughed foolishly. You two are almost as close as my childhood friend. Cheng Yimo was unhappy. What do you mean by almost? He and Jiyu are the best in the world. He flirted with Cheng Jiyu and asked, Jiyu, who are you best friends with? Cheng Jiyu met Tianxiao and Cheng Mo's gazes. He frowned. Eating your food, isn't that childish? Like a child, asking who he's best friends with. Tianxiao thought it was a bit childish, laughed, and touched his nose. Cheng Yimo looked at Cheng Jiyu eagerly, and the latter, helpless, held his hand and squeezed it gently. Cheng Mo's lips curled up. Jiyu was indeed his best friend, even secretly coaxing him. He felt he had won and glanced at Tianxiao with a hint of pride. Tianxiao, I really want to hit him. But I can't, so forget it. So how are we going to sleep tonight? Zhou Min asked as he finished the last bite of his meal and cleaned up. They usually don't sleep in the treehouse when outsiders are around. Cheng Jiyu, in the treehouse. As for him, just knock him out. Tianxiao clapped his hands. Hee, Qingzi, you're really smart, haha. With that, he asked Tian Man to come over. Tian Man was stronger and could knock him out immediately, preventing him from waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. Although Zhao Ming didn't want to gnaw on the dry bread, he had no choice. He was so hungry, and seeing that these people really didn't care about him, he could only curse in his heart while eating the bread. He'd originally thought that if these people treated him well, he'd be willing to give them a few positions under his command once he became the leader of the superpowers with the food in the granary. But now, he decided not only not to give them any positions, but to kill them to appease his hatred. Just as he was enjoying his happy fantasy, Tian Man approached, raising her hand. He stammered, What are you doing? Tian Man, suffering from social anxiety, naturally wouldn't answer his question. Then, Zhao Ming felt a blackout and passed out. After dispatching Zhao Ming, Cheng Jiyu found a blanket to cover him to prevent him from freezing to death outside. Cheng Mo sighed, Jiyu is truly kind. They entered the treehouse, with Xiaowan guarding outside. When Zhao Ming woke up the next day, he realized he'd been knocked unconscious, and his face was dismal. After several days of traveling, Cheng Jiyu received good news. The level 1 Qiuqiu had matured. The field in his system space expanded from 15 by 15 meters to 16 by 16 meters, and the storage space had increased to 40 cubic meters. As for Qiuqiu, it was a defensive plant, a cactus. Placed outside the treehouse, its thorns would shoot out if danger approached. Now, not only was Xiaowan guarding the treehouse, but Qiuqiu also provided an additional layer of defense. Cheng Jiyu collected the new plant and planted it. The seedling of this new plant was quite unusual, resembling a small umbrella, so Cheng Jiyu named it Little Umbrella. Although Zhao Ming mentioned the granary, Cheng Jiyu still didn't give up on growing crops. The wheat planted next to Xiaoqiang had matured and had been sun-dried and threshed. Each grain was about the size of a palm. Cheng Jiyu tried to grind a head of wheat into flour. A regular wheat head has 30 grains, but a large wheat head, perhaps because it's larger, typically has over 20 grains, with as many as 26 and as few as 22 or 23. Even so, because the wheat grains are so large, the flour from each single head could fill a bag. Wheat is also quite filling, so a single large wheat head was enough for several of them. Cheng Jiyu specifically tried the texture of the large wheat head. It was similar to regular wheat, but more fragrant. He would go back and see if the large wheat seeds could be grown outdoors. He had previously experimented with these mutant plants in flower pots, and they worked, but he needed to expand the planting experiment. They traveled non-stop, and on the night before they were about to arrive home, something unexpected happened. The psychic who was hunting Zhao Ming arrived. Cheng Jiyu went outside and saw him being swept up by Xiaowan, with Qiuqiu spitting wildly at her. The female psychic raised her hand, and the thorns sprayed by the ball were immediately corroded. Then, the section of vine that had wrapped around her was completely corroded, and the female psychic successfully freed herself. Seeing Cheng Jiyu and the others appear, her face turned cold, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Are you the new bodyguards hired by that beast Zhao Ming? Perfect. Kill you, and then kill Zhao Ming. Zhou Min hurriedly said, Sister, let me explain. There's nothing to explain. Who could be good with Zhao Ming? The female psychic concluded that they were no good and attacked them directly. Chapter 54. Tian Xiao hurriedly dodged the female psychic's attack. Turning his head, he saw a large corroded hole where he had stood. Tian Xiao, still apprehensive, said, Oh my god, you didn't have to be so ruthless, did you? The female psychic, seeing her first strike fail, attacked again. Cheng Jiyu and the others had no intention of harming her, so they could only evade her. Cheng Jiyu seized the opportunity and used the small scroll to bind the female psychic. She was still trying to use her powers, so he warned her, the small scroll's spikes can knock a psychic down instantly. Why don't you try to see if you corrode faster or it pierces faster? The female psychic's face turned grim as she spat. You can kill me or chop me up as you please, but if you're in league with Zhao Ming, you won't end well. Cheng Jiyu rubbed his nose. You may not believe this, but the Zhao Ming we're talking about has nothing to do with you. Of course, the female psychic wouldn't believe it. If it didn't, why would these people protect Zhao Ming? Do they think she's a fool? Cheng Jiyu didn't explain much, saying to Cheng Mo, go wake Zhao Ming up. Cheng Mo didn't move. Suddenly, a ball of water poured over Zhao Ming's head, choking him awake. He regained consciousness, his face grim. Knocking him unconscious would be fine, but they were also throwing water on him in the middle of the night. Were they protecting him or torturing him? What exactly are you trying to do? Zhao Ming was halfway through his sentence when he spotted a familiar figure on the ground. Wasn't it Sun Yu who had been chasing him? He was tied up and sitting on the ground, looking rather disheveled, completely lacking the formidable presence he had been when he was chasing him. Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Sun Yu, aren't you feeling quite so proud? You even want to kill me. I'm telling you, I, Zhao Ming, will never be trampled under your feet. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You probably never thought you'd fall into my hands again, did you? Zhao Ming's laughter was incredibly exaggerated, as if he was afraid Sun Yu wouldn't notice his elation. His face became increasingly contorted, practically writing treacherous villain across his features. Sun Yu's face darkened, a pale expression on her face. She looked at Zhao Ming, her eyes filled with deep hatred, and gritted her teeth. Zhao Ming, I kill you sooner or later. Zhao Ming was startled, but then realized, what's there to be afraid of? Sun Yu was clearly no match for Cheng Jiyu and the others. So he steeled himself again. You still want to kill me? Dream on. But, TSK, I'm really liking this face of yours more and more. You missed that feeling from before, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be chasing me. How about I give you another taste? Before he could finish his words, the vines binding Sun Yu suddenly loosened, and Sun Yu fiercely grabbed Zhao Ming's neck. Then, his face was rapidly corroded. Zhao Ming screamed in terror, Ah, help me! Help me! Ahem. Cheng Jiyu's face sank. He hadn't wanted to get involved in their feud. Zhao Ming didn't seem like a good person, after all. But what he said sickened him. If he hadn't remembered the granary, he would have strangled him to death on Sun Yu's behalf. Seeing Zhao Ming's death approach, Cheng Jiyu slowly reminded him, spare his life for now. Sun Yu released her restraints on Zhao Ming and watched him gasp in disgust. She looked at Cheng Jiyu and asked, what do you mean? We really have nothing to do with him. Zhou Min stepped forward to explain, we took him with us because he has a granary. Sun Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized why those psychics had risked their lives to protect Zhao Ming. So that was the reason. But thinking of the pain she'd suffered in the past, how could she wish Zhao Ming alive? I'm going to kill him, Sun Yu said. At that, Zhao Ming crawled behind Cheng Jiyu and the others like a dog, repeatedly saying, the granary. The granary is yours. You promised to protect me. His corroded face was already terrifying, and with his current expression, it was even more chilling. Sun Yu, if you really want to protect him, I fight to the death to achieve my goal. Cheng Jiyu was at a loss for what to do. Honestly, he also wanted to kill Zhao Ming, but the granary. The situation was at a standstill. Just then, Zhou Min coughed lightly. Well, there's actually a way to have the best of both worlds. Several people looked at him, and he said, our goal is the granary. Once we find it, you can kill him or chop him up as you please. Sun Yu frowned, wanting to say something. Zhou Min said, wait until I finish. Think about it. Don't you think killing him outright would be a quick fix? It's better to torture him slowly. He leaned closer to Sun Yu, about to say something, but the latter immediately stepped back, looking at him warily. Zhou Min touched his nose, didn't move closer, and stated his plan. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in horror. No. If you do that, I never tell you where the granary is. Cheng Mo scoffed, don't worry. As long as he's still alive, I have plenty of ways to make him talk. Zhao Ming was almost despairing. He hadn't expected this group of people to not only not help him, but also to offer advice to Sun Yu. He gritted his teeth. Why are you helping this woman? We're all men, shouldn't we help each other? Cheng Jiyu looked disgusted. Don't say such disgusting things. Even though they were both men, he didn't want to be in the same species as Zhao Ming. Cheng Mo kicked Zhao Ming. Shut up, you disgust me, Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu, when did I become yours? Cheng Mo smiled ingratiatingly. After hearing Zhou Min's words, Sun Yu felt a surge of urgency. Yes, she had suffered so much. If Zhao Ming died so easily, it would be a relief for him. Why not cut off his penis and let him experience the pain of a life worse than death? In the past, she had no choice but to seek legal help for what Zhao Ming had done. However, her parents accepted money from the Zhao family and tried to settle the matter peacefully. How could Sun Yu accept that? She constantly thought about how to get revenge on him. When the end of the world arrived and she discovered she had awakened her superpowers, her first move was to find Zhao Ming. During this entire chase, she had yearned to kill him day and night, but at that moment, she realized that she wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death, rather than death. Zhou Min said, I have healing abilities. If one cut isn't enough, I can let you do it multiple times, even every day. Sun Yu's mouth twitched. Cheng Ji pulled out a small knife and handed it to Sun Yu. This knife is good, though not very sharp. Sun Yu, She took the knife and walked toward Zhao Ming. Seeing the man's terrified expression, trying to retreat, and pleading for mercy, Sun Yu slowly smiled. When I begged you, did you ever consider letting me go? Zhao Ming cried out, ah, and then fainted. When he woke, he found the room empty and instantly burst into tears. TSK, a grown man, why are you crying? Tian Xiao, annoyed, covered her ears. Zhou Min said kindly, come on, it's okay. I let you grow back. Before Zhao Ming could even rejoice at being a man again, Zhou Min asked Sun Yu, do you want to do it again? Sun Yu pulled out a knife and smiled, haha, here I come. I use anesthesia today, and let him watch himself being cut off. Zhao Ming's desperate cry of awe echoed through the air again. Zhao Ming was tortured constantly, begging for death every day, but he couldn't. To ensure a quick end, he maintained a positive attitude as he made his way to the granary. Cheng Jiyu and the others finally arrived at the granary. Tianqiao got out of the car and looked around. It's not far from our village. Cheng Jiyu nodded. This place was about 100 kilometers from their village. The warehouse was quite remote, with farmland nearby. This was probably to facilitate direct purchase of the rice once it matured. The warehouse looked like a shipping container. Cheng Jiyu took a quick look and guessed it was a small warehouse, probably holding only about 200,000 kilograms of rice. With the appetites of modern psychics, this amount would probably be enough to feed more than 50 people for a year. It wasn't much, but it was still food. Cheng Jiyu was worried. His storage space could only hold half the food. There was no way around it. The other half was already filled with other things. The storage space was still too small. Cheng Jiyu poked the system, and it pretended to be dead. Tianqiao suggested, "Why don't we go back to the village first? This place is hard to find, and I don't think anyone will be here for a while. We can then get a truck to take it back." Zhou Min surveyed the warehouse and said, "This warehouse is quite sturdy." Tianqiao, "No matter how sturdy it is, it wouldn't be able to stop the arrival of a powerful psychic. But again, no one has discovered this place for so long. We're not so unlucky to be discovered while we were away, are we?" Cheng Mo leaned over to Cheng Jiyu and said, "Jiyu, why don't you store some of the grain in the space first?" Cheng Jiyu nodded. He thought so too. Since they were already here, it would be better to store half of it first than to worry about something happening to the warehouse while they were away. Seeing Cheng Jiyu agree, Cheng Mo pulled Zhao Ming, who looked like a dead dog, out and raised his chin. "Open the warehouse." Zhao Ming's eyes were sinister, and he spat, "Dream on. Even if I die, I won't help you open the warehouse." He had been subjected to countless insults these past few days, and now he just wanted to die. He was no longer afraid of death, but he was afraid that after his death, these people would get the grain and take advantage. TSK. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Jiyu, asking for his opinion. Cheng Jiyu smiled, "Leave it to you." Cheng Mo pulled Zhao Ming away. A moment later, Zhao Ming's expression was filled with fear. No longer daring to refuse to open the granary, he trembled and recited the password. Cheng Jiyu didn't ask what Cheng Mo had done. He said calmly, "It's best if he cooperates. Otherwise, if we force it, the remaining grain won't be stored here." Zhao Ming trembled beside him. He regretted it deeply, deeply regretting why he had done that in the first place. He didn't think he was wrong, but the consequences were unbearable. Opening the granary, he saw it overflowing with grain. The sight was quite shocking. Cheng Jiyu stretched out his hand, and half the grain in the granary vanished in an instant. Locking the granary again, Cheng Jiyu looked at Sun Yu. "What are you going to do with him?" Sun Yu's face faded considerably, and he rubbed his chin. Carrying him along is a real hassle. "Zhou Min, isn't he desperate for death? Let's give him a quick death." Sun Yu nodded. Naturally, she had no intention of letting Zhao Ming go. If you let a man like that live, he won't repent and will only continue to harm others. Rather than letting him continue to harm others, why not? Cheng Jiyu asked Sun Yu, "We're planning to return to the village. What are your plans next?" Sun Yu was somewhat bewildered. She hadn't realized that after the apocalypse, her single-minded focus on revenge had led her to pursue Zhao Ming for over 6 months. Now that her hatred was gone, she felt as if she had lost her goal and didn't know what to do. Tianqiao suggested, "You could go to some of the larger bases. The Chaoyang base we visited before is pretty good. With your abilities, you should be able to do well there." Sun Yu came to her senses and asked if the Chaoyang base was far away. Tianqiao rubbed his nose and said, "It's a bit far. It would take a month or 2, but we've only been to that one base and don't know the others." Cheng Jiyu said, "We're going back to the village, and there aren't many bases nearby. Why don't you come with us to the village first, and then decide which base to go to?" Sun Yu thought about this. She didn't like men at all. She hated them. But she had gotten to know Cheng Jiyu and his friends over the past few days. They knew she hated men and kept their distance from her. Although Sun Yu was physically resistant, she knew they were good people. She finally nodded. "Thank you then." Zhou Min smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" Cheng Jiyu said, "I drive." They were almost home, and it was impossible not to be excited. His hands were shaking as he gripped the steering wheel, and he wondered what had happened to his parents and Jian. In Xiahe village, Cheng Jian was on patrol with the village's psychic team. After the apocalypse, most of the villagers turned into zombies. Chung Jian and her parents, warned by her brother, hid at home and escaped. She had food at home and grew vegetables in the yard, so she didn't leave the house for months. Until one day, Chung Jian realized she had accidentally spit out a ball of fire. She was startled, unsure what was happening, and thought she had a physical problem. She was worried for a long time, afraid to tell her parents. Later, there was movement outside the door. Someone went out and killed all the zombies outside. Chung Jian and her parents bravely left the house. There was no other way. The water they had stored at home was already running low. Even if they had food, they couldn't survive without water. Xiaohe village did have a river, and they wanted to fetch some water. After leaving, a small group called them to gather. The leader was a man wearing glasses. Chung Jian knew him. He seemed to be from the 2nd Brigade of Xiaohe village, named Lin Kong. It was said that he had returned home to take the civil service exam, so he would be in the village even with the apocalypse. Lin Kong had decent organizational skills. He was the one who gathered the people to eliminate the zombies in the village. Because of this, he had some prestige among the zombie handling team. Lin Kong called out everyone who had been hiding in their homes. Everyone in Xiaohe village gathered together to discuss the next steps. Hiding forever wasn't a solution. Not to mention whether they had enough supplies. If a zombie swarm gathered, and they encountered a powerful one, they would all be dead. So they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. When Lin Kong mentioned superpowers, Chung Jian realized she had awakened a fire-based superpower. She couldn't help but feel relieved. This way, she could at least protect her parents and Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian. Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian only had one son, Tian Xiao, and no chance of having a daughter. When they met Chung Jian, they were incredibly affectionate, treating her like their own daughter. Their homes were separated only by a low wall. In the past, Chung Jian and Chung Jiu loved to lie on the wall and talk to the Tian family next door. After the apocalypse, although they were hiding at home, they could still cross the wall to the next door. Coming to their senses, Lin Kong explained his intention, to gather people. First, they needed to build a wall around the village to prevent zombies from sneaking in. Secondly, they needed to gather some Esper warriors to go out and find supplies. The latter wasn't a pressing matter, since every household in the village had a habit of stockpiling food. Even if they didn't have vegetables or meat, they had food, so at least they wouldn't starve to death. So, the most important thing was to build a wall. But the village wasn't very populous. Originally, their village had over 1,000 people, but in just 2 months, half had died. Some were mauled to death by zombies, while others starved to death while hiding in their homes. The latter were all elderly. Of the remaining 600 or so people, only 300 could be mobilized to build the wall. Even if there were Earth-type Esper warriors among them, enclosing the entire village would be impossible. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon half of the village and encircle the other half. Chung Jian's family lived inside the wall, so they didn't need to move or find a place to live. They toiled day and night to build the wall, dodging zombie attacks, until it was finally completed. Though zombies still occasionally breached the wall, at least they were prepared. Once they dealt with the zombies, they could just repair the wall. There were about 100 psychics in the village. Besides daily patrols, they also needed to go out and scavenge for supplies. After all, even if they had food stored at home, they couldn't just sit there and eat it all. Chung Jian herself was quite anxious. After becoming a psychic, her appetite had skyrocketed, and the several hundred pounds of food stored at home probably wouldn't last much longer. So, the psychics would also join the group in their search for supplies. At first, the supplies were easy to find, so they searched the surrounding area. But after searching the entire area, they couldn't find anything. They began hunting, and with luck, they could find cattle and sheep that had escaped from other farmers' homes. However, hunting soon became difficult. Some animals had acquired superpowers, and some were even more difficult to deal with than zombies. As a result, hunting became dangerous, with injuries common either from zombie bites or attacks by monsters. Over time, some psychics began to become lazy, unwilling to go out to forage for supplies, preferring to work in the village. Later, Lin Kong realized this wasn't going to work, so he forced every psychic to go out only once in a while. Some new psychics were dissatisfied, wondering why ordinary people without psychics were content to be protected in the village while they risked their lives to hunt for supplies. At first, Lin Kong was able to control them, but eventually, he was helpless. Supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, and the share allocated to ordinary people was dwindling. Chung Jian felt that this shouldn't be the case. Ordinary people didn't do anything dangerous, but they did have some work to do. Aren't they responsible for village hygiene, cooking, and the clothes of the psychics, but her voice was too low. Most psychics were unwilling to support ordinary people. Even if they had ordinary people in their own families, they only cared for their own families. There was no way around it. Supplies were scarce in the village, and psychics weren't actually hungry. Chung Jian was helpless. Her family was actually in a relatively good situation. First, because they had a sense of crisis. When the apocalypse first arrived, they didn't rely on their stored food to eat lavishly. They were always frugal. They ate those that couldn't be kept first, then gradually moved on to those that could be kept. Later, they were able to go out and forage for supplies. Initially, the situation wasn't too dangerous. The zombies were ordinary, and ordinary people could handle them. Some were too timid to go out, but Cheng's father and Tian's father went with them to look for supplies. Supplies were easy to find in the early days, so they barely ate any food at home. They only ate what they found. Later, when superpowered zombies appeared, ordinary people were helpless. Chung Jian wouldn't let them go out, so she went out to look for them. At that time, she could still hunt, and she was lucky enough to catch a sheep. The sheep was still alive, and Chung Jian had originally wanted to keep it, but later realized there was no grass for it to eat, so she had to kill it. In short, when things were easier in the early days, they tried not to eat from home. So now that supplies were scarce, while they weren't full, they weren't starving to death. And with Chung Jian, a superpowered person, there was a family in the village that was all ordinary. So life was difficult. Sometimes, Chung Jian felt a pang of sadness when she looked at people she once knew, now with dull eyes and sallow complexions. She was just an adult, easily moved by her feelings, but she also knew she didn't have the ability to help these people. The days went by like this. Today, Chung Jian finished her patrol with the team as usual and waited for the night patrol to take over. Afterward, she took the supplies she had been given and prepared to go home. TSK, the rations are getting smaller and smaller. Someone nearby complained. Chung Jian glanced over. Today's ration was a piece of pork, only the size of a palm, dried and hard, and who knew how long it had been there. Chung Jian didn't complain. Having meat was good enough. Ordinary people worked so hard to only get a handful of rice. If you ask me, we should change our leader. Look at the life Lin Kong leads us through, someone muttered. That's right. I think Yang Kai is more suitable. Yang Kai possesses both water and lightning abilities, making him the most powerful psychic in the village. Lin Kong simply had the advantage of being the first to organize the group. Initially, they needed someone to take the lead, and everyone had some faith in him. But as time went on, the psychics began to complain more and more about him. Yang Kai, also self-conscious about his own strength, never gave up on Lin Kong, sometimes even challenging him to show off his superiority. Chung Jian frowned at this. She didn't want a change in the village leader. Lin Kong was definitely better than Yang Kai. Lin Kang's friendly attitude towards ordinary people was also a factor that resented many psychics. The Yang Kai they had chosen treated ordinary people with complete disregard. If he became the leader, life would likely be even more difficult for ordinary people. Furthermore, Yang Kong was inexplicably obsessed with her. If he truly became the leader, Chung Jian probably wouldn't stay here any longer. Although it was dangerous outside, she would rather take her two families to find her brother and brother Tian. Thinking of this, Chung Jian felt a little uncomfortable, wondering how her two brothers were doing. Chapter 55. Mother Chung divided the meat Chung Jian had brought back into two parts, saving one piece and cutting the other into small pieces to cook in porridge. She cooked a large pot of porridge, the meat almost invisible, but still fragrant and delicious compared to plain porridge. Actually, anyone who could afford plain porridge was considered well off these days. At least it filled them up. Mother Tian and Father Tian joined them for dinner. Their two families had been living together for a long time, and they felt somewhat ashamed of Chung Jian's care. Jian had just reached adulthood. In the past, a child her age would have been in school, but now she was the one carrying the household. At the dinner table, everyone tried to talk about happy things, but if they chose to talk about happy things, they would have said only a few words. The village's supernatural beings' attitude towards ordinary people had grown increasingly hostile. They didn't have enough to eat, and they felt resentful that their food was being taken away from them. Tian's father was nearly assaulted by a psychic today. The psychic behind him, having heard there was one in his family, ultimately refrained from attacking him. But verbal humiliation was inevitable. Tian's father endured it. He hadn't planned to tell Chung Jian about it, as he didn't want her to get into trouble with other psychics. Talking about it would have been pointless. Seeing the dull atmosphere, Cheng's father racked his brains for a topic, I heard those psychics say today that they want to nominate Yang Kai as a leader. Hey, isn't Lin Kong quite good? Noticing Cheng Jian's displeasure, Cheng's mother nudged her husband with her elbow. Even food can't stop you. How can you be so talkative? Realizing that he might have said something wrong, Cheng's father gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Mom, Dad, Aunt, if Yang Kai becomes a leader, ordinary people will probably have no chance of survival. Cheng Jian was a psychic, and knew more than ordinary people. She hadn't wanted to talk about it before, but now she had other plans and wasn't going to keep it a secret. The others exchanged glances, and Cheng's mother spoke. Yin Yin, you're saying this because you have other plans. Cheng Jian nodded. Since we can't stay in the village anymore, why don't we go find my brother and brother Tian? Cheng Jian knew her decision wasn't wise. Although she was a psychic, and considered relatively strong among the village's psychics, she wasn't sure she could protect the other four from outside. However, if Yang Kai truly took control of the village, she wouldn't be able to protect her family either. Furthermore, she could vaguely sense Yang Kai's intentions. It was just as dangerous in the village as outside. It was better to go outside. She missed her brother. For a moment, the others didn't know what to say. They all wanted to find their son, but they were all ordinary people. What good would that do? Following Cheng Jian would only be a burden. They felt a little upset. How could they, just ordinary people, not be able to help at all? Don't overthink it. The village hasn't changed its leadership yet. We see when it does. Cheng Jian forced a smile, her words merely soothing. She knew in her heart that Lin Kong wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. She needed to make more preparations. The others, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, finished their meal tastelessly. The next day, Cheng Jian decided to go on a mission. Someone in the village had discovered a small herd of wild boars 10 kilometers away. If they could capture the herd, everyone who participated in the mission and made a contribution would receive a wild boar. The reason for the large distribution was that the leader of the wild boar herd was a level 3 alien beast, and there were several level 2 alien beasts within the herd. This mission was somewhat dangerous, but the promise of a rich reward garnered some willingness to take the risk. So, in the end, there were 14 people on the mission. Yang Kai led the team. Regardless of Yang Kai's character, he was undoubtedly the strongest psychic in the village. With him around, at least someone could handle the wild boar leader. Cheng Jian, guessing Yang Kai's presence, kept her distance upon seeing him. On the way, Yang Kai approached her and asked, Xiao Yan, why are you so indifferent to me? Cheng Jian remained silent, ignoring him. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He would eventually replace Lin Kong, and then... Yang Kai gave a determined smile and sighed, I feel so bad for you. You're such a beautiful girl, and you have to take care of 4 ordinary people at home. It's too hard. Instead of carrying it all alone, why not find someone to share the burden? Cheng Jian frowned. No, my family doesn't need me to take care of them either. She truly hated Yang Kai. In his eyes, ordinary people were nothing but useless, no different from the disabled. After she finished speaking, she stepped away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to approach her to say something, but Aunt Wang, who was in her 50s, stepped in front of Cheng Jian and said with a smile, Captain Yang, we should pay more attention to our surroundings. It's quite dangerous out there, after all. It would be terrible if we were attacked by zombies or monsters. Yang Kai glared at Aunt Wang. I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Aunt Wang was puzzled. How can you be meddling in the safety of everyone in the team? Yang Kai sneered and fell silent. He would deal with such tactless people later. He strode forward. Cheng Jian breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang sighed, I've watched you grow up, kid. That bastard Yang Kai is really... Yang Kai was already in his 30s. He'd been idle in the village, and his parents had always worried about him finding a wife. But now, he thinks he's powerful enough to set his sights on Cheng Jian, a young woman barely out of age. How shameless. Cheng Jian felt bad. If only my brother were here. Her brother was so powerful, he'd definitely help him deal with Yang Kai. One of Yang Kai's sycophants nearby scoffed, your brother's probably dead out there. Cheng Jian's expression changed. He dared to curse her brother? She was about to teach him a lesson when someone in front of her exclaimed, mutated wild boar. Cheng Jian had to give up on teaching him a lesson for the moment, and went hunting for the mutant wild boar together. The boar leader was assigned to Yang Kai, while the others worked in pairs to deal with the second-level mutant boar. Initially, Yang Kai was comfortable handling the boar leader. With his dual-type abilities, he had few rivals at his level. However, the mutant boar's roar gave Yang Kai a splitting headache, and his expression darkened. He had initially assumed the boar leader was just a common third-level beast, but he hadn't expected it to be a psychic type. The roar gave him such a splitting headache that he couldn't even use his abilities. His vision blurred, and then the boar leader roared at him again. Yang Kai couldn't hold on any longer, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Oh my god! What should I do? Yang Kai's fainted. Someone noticed Yang Kai fainted and immediately panicked. After all, he was the most powerful psychic among them. And Wang, having experienced much, quickly said, "Let's retreat." They were clearly no match for the mutant boars, so they had no choice but to run. However, their attempts to flee were met by the enraged mutant boars. The leader commanded the others to surround them. Cheng Jian frantically used her fire powers to block the boars' attacks. The leader's sonic attacks left her dizzy, and she tried hard not to faint. If she did, it would be the end. She still had family. She hadn't found her brother yet. Just as Cheng Jian drifted off, the boar leader suddenly collapsed, making a loud noise. Then she heard a familiar voice. Yin Yin. Her brother's voice. Was she dreaming? Cheng Jian truly believed she was dreaming. After all, she had experienced auditory hallucinations, and felt disappointed so many times. Until the wild boars around her fell one by one, a familiar figure appeared before her, reaching out to support her as she teetered. Cheng Jian's eyes widened, and she murmured, "Brother? Am I dreaming?" Cheng Jiu, seeing his sister's expression, felt a pang of heartache. He smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Silly Yin Yin, you're not dreaming. I'm back." Cheng Jian suddenly burst into tears. The longing, grievance, and anxiety she had felt for so many days suddenly erupted. She hugged the man she had missed so much, venting her emotions. "Brother, you're finally back." Seeing his sister like this, Cheng Jiu felt a little uneasy. "Mom and Dad?" Cheng Jian quickly said, "Mom and Dad are fine, and Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian are fine too." Cheng Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. "Yin Yin, I'm still here, Yin Yin." After finishing off the wild boar, Tian Xiao hurried over. "I'm back too." Cheng Jian couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Tian Xiao's stunned expression. She let go of Cheng Jiu and wiped away her tears sheepishly. Brother Tian, Mom and Dad will definitely be happy to know you're back." Cheng Jiu patted his sister's head and sighed, "Grown taller. And thinner. Haha, I'm only 18, I must be growing all the time." Cheng Jian was quite happy. After the apocalypse, who would have the time to worry about her own height? Hearing her brother say, that suddenly made her feel much more relaxed. Yes, Yin Yin is only 18. Cheng Jiu saw the weariness in her eyes, and said, "I'll be there for you in the future." Cheng Jian's smile faltered, her nose sore again. "Oh brother, don't make me cry. Come on, let Brother Tian introduce you to some friends." Tian Xiao hurriedly said, "This is Tian Man, this is Zhou Min, this is Sun Yu, and this one. Brother Man, Brother Zhou's sister son." Cheng Jian called everyone one by one. When she got to Cheng Yimo, she was stunned. "Oh my god, this guy is so handsome. How can he have that model face?" Cheng Jian likes fair-skinned handsome guys, but seeing Cheng Yimo now, I had to admit, even tan skin was incredibly handsome. Cheng Yimo interrupted Tian Xiao, "I'm your brother's." Before he could finish, Cheng Jiu said, "Friend, ahem. This is also my friend, Cheng Yimo." Cheng Jian blinked, "Brother Yimo?" But she was wondering, huh? If we're all friends, why introduce each one individually? Cheng Jiu glared at Cheng Yimo, who grasped his hand in confusion. "Shiyu, I was just saying friend. Did you expect me to say something else?" "What was it?" Cheng Jiu, He was so used to Cheng Yimo holding his hand that he didn't think anything was wrong for a moment. Cheng Jian watched, shock. "Is that right?" "Huh?" It's no wonder she was overthinking it. Two grown men holding hands was a little gay. Besides, her brother, while good-natured, had a strong sense of boundaries and didn't like getting too close. Yet, he was so submissive to being held hands. Brother Tian and the others weren't surprised at all. They acted like it was normal. "Oh my god, is my brother gay?" Cheng Jian thought a lot, her eyes widening slightly. When Cheng Jiu asked her what was wrong, she coughed lightly and tried to appear nonchalant. "Nothing, brother. I'm so happy you're back." Cheng Jiu smiled. The other psychics, who had come out with her, were all shocked. They hadn't expected Cheng Jian's brother to actually come back. If memory serves, he went to university in City A and eventually worked there. City A isn't that close to here, yet they managed to make it all the way back safely. Everyone was filled with mixed emotions, especially those close to Yang Kai. They thought about how Chung Jiyu and his team had just easily dispatched the wild boar herd, yet they hadn't even done anything. On the contrary, Yang Kai, who always boasted of his prowess, had fainted without even doing anything. For a moment, everyone was very enthusiastic towards Chung Jiyu and his team, including those who had previously been close to Yang Kai. Well, never mind, just shamelessly approached them. And Wang had a cheerful personality, disdaining certain actions by certain people. She said with a smile, "Jiyu, Xiao Qiao, today's wild boar hunt was all thanks to you. We didn't help much. Do you think we're going to deal with this wild boar?" Aunt Wang. Chung Jiyu lived not far from Aunt Wang, and they were quite familiar with each other. He politely greeted her and said, "You guys helped too." Aunt Wang waved her hand. "No, we didn't help at all. We're embarrassed to take the wild boar. You decide." Chung Jiyu looked at his sister. "Yin Yin, I just got back and don't know the rules here. What do you think we should do?" The other psychics in the village looked at Chung Jiyan. They hadn't really helped much, but even if they hadn't contributed much, they had worked hard, right? They probably wanted a share of the benefits. Chung Jiyan glanced at her brother, knowing he was trying to establish her authority, so she didn't refuse. She thought about it and realized that, if she were to say it, these people hadn't really helped much. But that wasn't the way it should be. She tentatively said, "Our village has a rule that half of the supplies we get while out on the field are handed in, and the other half is divided equally. Brothers, each of you gets a wild boar, and there are still 3 left. We didn't help much, so we split these 3 equally. As for the crystal cores, there's no way to split them either, so just hand them in. Brother Lin Kong will give us contribution points." The other psychics in the village breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They were lucky to be alive. Getting 1 each was unthinkable. Getting so much was already a good deal. 3 may not sound like a lot, but wild boars are big, and they're mutants. The leader weighs over 500 pounds, and the mutants weigh over 300 pounds too. Each of them can get 70 to 80 pounds of meat. After Chung Jiyan finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai lying on the ground. "I think the team leader should be left alone. He really didn't help at all. If he divided up the pork for everyone, I'm afraid everyone would be upset." The others who knew the inside story watched, their eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and no one dared to say anything. Even those who usually had a good relationship with Yang Kai didn't object. Firstly, Chung Jiyan was different now. Her brother had returned, bringing so many powerful psychics with him, so they didn't dare say anything. Secondly, well, if Yang Kai wasn't given a share of the pork, they could still get a bigger share. Forget about the good or bad relationship. When it comes to profit, such arguments are useless. After all, their close relationship with Yang Kai was based on his powerful psychics, not real feelings. After hearing his sister's plan, Chung Jiyu naturally had no objection. However, he silently remembered Yang Kai and planned to inquire about him later. "So how do we get these wild boars back?" Tianxiao asked. The psychics immediately volunteered enthusiastically, "We do it." After all, they were psychics, and they could handle wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds. They would clean the blood to prevent attracting other wild animals, then drag them back by the trotters. What about Brother Kai?" Ape A, who was close to Yang Kai, asked hesitantly. "No matter what, we couldn't just leave him here. Just carry him on your back." Ape B, who was nearby, dragged a wild boar in each hand, indicating he couldn't carry anyone else. Ape A was already dragging a wild boar, but seeing no one cared about Yang Kai, he reluctantly put him on his back and dragged the wild boar with his other hand. TSK, this might as well be dragging 2 wild boars. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about their lives. No, when Yang Kai woke up, he had to have a good talk. These people didn't care about him, and he was the only one who cared about friendship. Just as he was thinking, he accidentally. Bang! With a bang, Yang Kai fell to the ground, his head instantly bruised. If he weren't a psychic, blood would have gushed out. Psychic A rubbed his nose. Seeing no one was paying attention, he guiltily put Yang Kai back on his back, not caring about the scraping of his feet. Ahem. Psychics are tough, so it's no big deal. Over here, Chung Jiyan naturally didn't have to drag the wild boar. She got in the car. Seeing that the SUV had room for another person, she asked her brother and quickly called out to Aunt Wang, "Aunt Wang, please get in. There's room." Aunt Wang glanced at the wild boar in her hands. This pig. She couldn't just let the other psychics drag the pig back while she got in the car herself, could she? Unexpectedly, the SUV suddenly extended 2 vines, dumped the wild boar on the roof, and used them to secure it. Aunt Wang's eyes widened. She'd just been wondering why the car was covered in grass, But she hadn't expected it to be any ordinary grass. It actually moved. Great. Chung Jiu, the older brother, had returned. No one in the village would dare bully Jian anymore. Tian Xiao drove the car on the way back. He knew the roads well, so he didn't need to ask. He arrived at the village in no time. Only then did he notice that part of the village was fenced off, and the entrance was guarded. The guards at the gate perked up at the sight of the car. This was clearly not something they knew from their village, and they couldn't help but raise their guard. Unexpectedly, Wang got out of the car and said with a smile, "Brother Jian and Xiaoqiao are back, and they've brought their friends with them." "Brother Jian? Where are you from?" The people at the gate knew Chung Jian, but not all of them knew Chung Jiu. Although they were from the same village, Xiaohe village was considered a large one, so not everyone knew each other. Those who knew each other were all in the same team. "Isn't Brother Jian in City A? How could he possibly be back from such a long distance?" Some people who knew Chung Jiu were a little incredulous, thinking Aunt Wang was dreaming. Chung Jian got out of the car, followed by Chung Jiu and Tian Xiao, with a few strangers following behind. Those who knew Chung Jiu were instantly startled, slapping their thighs. "Oh my god, it's really Jiu, and Xiaoqiao too. How did you get back from such a long distance?" Tian Xiao laughed and joked, "Of course you could have driven back. Wouldn't it be exhausting to walk?" "Haha, could that be what I'm talking about?" They had to quarantine after returning from outside. Jian would quarantine for 2 hours. If she was fine, she could go back in. And Wang and Chung Jian would also be allowed in. They sat in the quarantine shed, chatting with the guard at the gate from a distance. "Guard, you also killed 2 mutant wild boars?" He was referring to the 2 on the roof of the car. And Wang was a chatterbox, rarely finding time for conversation, so she immediately launched into a torrent of chatter. "Not only that, weren't we going to kill a herd of mutant wild boars this time? I had no idea the boar leader was a psychic. Ugh, we almost got killed there, but luckily, Shiyu and the others showed up at the critical moment and dispatched the herd in a matter of seconds. Not just these 2, but the people behind them were dragging mutant boars back." The guards, already somewhat bored at the gate, didn't find Aunt Wang's talk noisy. Instead, they listened with rapt interest. However, they thought Aunt Wang was exaggerating a bit. It was a herd of mutant wild boars. How could they be dispatched in a matter of seconds? Even if Chung Jiu and his group had made it all the way back, they must have been very strong, but it shouldn't have been that easy. That's not right. Where's Yang Kai? Isn't Yang Kai going with us? Someone noticed the subtle difference. Haha, forget it. They say he's the most powerful psychic in the village. I thought following him would give me a sense of security. Who knew, after the mutant boar called out twice, he fainted and wasn't any help at all. And Wang rolled her eyes. She already disdained Yang Kai, so she didn't want him to say anything good. He's still unconscious. He's being carried on his back. How could that be? I've seen Yang Kai's abilities. They're formidable. Some Yang Kai's fans were skeptical. In reality, Yang Kai wasn't that weak. None of the psychics who went hunting the mutant boars could withstand the leader. Aunt Wang deliberately didn't specify the leader, only the mutant boars. Aunt Wang chuckled, "Don't believe me, you see later." The man remained unconvinced until the psychics, who had been dragging the wild boar, gradually returned. Sure enough, Psychic A was carrying Yang Kai on his back, with a large bump on his forehead, looking rather miserable. Isn't everyone saying Yang Kai is amazing? Is this all? This was the reaction of those who had heard of Yang Kai. Brother Kai, this isn't right. This was the reaction of those who supported Yang Kai, feeling somewhat ashamed. No, how could someone like that be the leader? Those who had never heard of Yang Kai thought he was too weak. He seemed quite famous in the village, but he was probably just a marketing whiz. Special A watched Yang Kai's reputation plummet. He looked left and right, trying to explain, but could only weakly say that mutant boar leader is too powerful. TSK, I'm so unlucky. You all, leaving me to drag this fat pig. One unlucky person just happened to come back with the mutant boar leader and plopped down on the ground. Wow, that pig is so big! Someone exclaimed. The unlucky guy panted, yes, that's the mutant boar leader. He's really fat. I don't think the mutant boar leader is that powerful. He just looks a little bigger. Someone else said without hesitation that Yang Kai, TSK. Psychic A, trying to save Yang Kai's face, said, never mind. He'd done his best. He hoped Yang Kai wouldn't go crazy when he woke up. Chapter 56. The guard who knew Chung Jiu slapped his thigh and said, Jiu and Xiaoqian are back. His parents must be so happy. I have someone tell your parents. He couldn't leave. or he would have gone to tell them himself. Cheng Jiu, who was asking about his sister's situation, said, "Then please." Tian Xiao, "Thank you." The guard, "It's nothing. Just a quick reminder." With that, he called someone over. After some discussion, the person nodded and ran off. Cheng Jian glanced at Cheng Yamo, who was sitting next to her brother, coughed lightly, and touched her nose. "Mom and Dad are doing fine. You reminded us earlier. We didn't go out for the past few months, and since I've been on a mission, we still have some food stored at home." Cheng Jiu sighed, "Thank you for your hard work." Cheng Jian chuckled. She didn't actually feel it was hard. Instead, she was thankful for awakening her powers, allowing her to care for the people she cared about. If she hadn't, her family would probably have had a much harder time. She unconsciously glanced at Cheng Yamo again, thinking her glance was discreet, but Cheng Yamo had noticed. Cheng Yamo squeezed Cheng Jiu's hand. "Jiu, I'm going to leave for a moment." Cheng Jiu instinctively grabbed him. "What for?" Cheng Yamo relished the care, which reassured him. "I won't be far." I'll be back in an hour, okay, Jiu?" Cheng Jiu's ears burned. Don't act like a spoiled brat in front of so many people." He sternly said, "Ahem, go ahead. Be careful." Cheng Yamo smiled. "I know." After Cheng Yamo left, Cheng Jiu turned around and met his sister's curious gaze. Cheng Jiu rubbed his nose. "What's wrong?" Cheng Jian smiled. "Brother, you and Brother Imo." "Cheng Jiu?" "Cheng Jian, they're pretty close, haha." Cheng Jiu had a feeling his sister was saying something else, but then he thought he was overthinking it. How could that be? His sister was so innocent. She didn't understand anything. Innocent Cheng Jian. Cheng Li's house in the village. Cheng's father rubbed his eyes and muttered, "What's wrong with you today? Your eyelids are twitching non-stop. Could it be something good?" Cheng's mother, busy with her work, took a moment to say, "What good could it be? As long as Yanyan comes back safely, that's all that matters." Cheng's father nodded quickly at this point. "That's right, that's all that matters. As long as Yanyan is fine, that's all that matters." They didn't dare to think about anything else. Cheng's father was currently making furniture. His ancestors were carpenters, and the craft had been passed down to his generation. However, since everyone bought ready-made furniture, he stopped making furniture. After the apocalypse, this craft resurfaced. He crafted furniture and turned it in for contribution points. Father Cheng worked whatever he could, his hands blistered. Mother Cheng, like most women in the village, cleaned when she had nothing to do and spent the rest of her time mending clothes. Since all the women in the village could make clothes, the contribution points earned from this one piece of clothing were exceptionally low, often not enough to buy a meal after a day's work. But what could she do? She could only do this, at least to ease Yanyan's burden a little. Mother Tian, like her, did the same thing. Father Tian had no carpentry skills, so he could only do odd jobs, often for people with special abilities, and often came home feeling aggrieved. Father Cheng asked Father Tian to join him in carpentry work, but Father Tian refused. He couldn't do the work properly, and Father Cheng would have to redo it, so he decided against it. Mother Tian usually stayed at Cheng's house when she had nothing to do. At least she had someone to talk to. Mother Tian said, "Yin Yin will definitely come back safe and sound." Everyone nodded. After the apocalypse, even when they got together, there wasn't as much laughter and joy as before. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Are you home? Is anyone home?" Father Cheng quickly answered, "I'm coming, I'm home." As he went to open the door, he wondered, "Why are you in such a rush? What could have happened?" Mother Cheng and Mother Tian, no longer in the mood to make clothes, followed him to the door to check. Cheng's father opened the door and saw the person knocking, hands on knees, panting with exhaustion. Your family." Cheng's father was extremely anxious. "What's the matter? Tell me quickly, I'm so nervous." Cheng's mother also hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" The other person gasped and waved his hands. Good news." Tian's mother, "What good news?" "Oh, you're so anxious." Thankfully, the other person finally recovered and said, hands on hips, "It seems, your son is back." "My son? Is it Jiu? Jiu is back?" Cheng's father grabbed the other person in surprise. Even though the blisters on his hands had broken, he didn't feel the pain and looked at him excitedly. "Really, Jiu? Jiu is back?" Cheng's mother was also excited. Upon hearing this, Tian's mother, worried about her son, quickly inquired, "What about Xiao Qiao? Has Xiao Qiao returned?" He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Well, I don't know. There are several of them, anyway. Then Xiao Qiao must be there. Mother Chung reassured Mother Tian. They're in the same place, so they must be coming back together. Mother Tian nodded hurriedly. Yes, that must be it. Father Chung hurriedly said, What are you standing there for? Let's go to the village entrance and take a look. Yes, let's go and take a look. As they hurried to the door, Mother Chung remembered something. Are you going to call old Tian? Mother Tian couldn't care less about old Tian at the moment. She said, Go check first, and find him when we come back. That's right, that's right. Mother Chung was also so focused on checking that she didn't even bother looking for Father Tian. They hurried to the door, muttering to themselves, but seeing only guards from afar, they felt a little uneasy. Could they be mistaken? The three of them watched anxiously, about to ask the guards when Chung Jian's voice came from the isolated shed, Oh, Mom and Dad are here. Then the three of them saw Chung Jiu and Tian Qiao, and the others exit the shed one after another, staring at each other from a distance. For a moment, no one spoke, tears welling in their eyes. In these turbulent times, there's nothing more rewarding than a family reunion. Throughout the distance, they'd missed each other, and it wasn't until they met that their hearts finally settled. Chung Jiu lowered his head and wiped away his tears. Tian Qiao couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing, Mom. Sob. Where's my dad? Mother Tian, already weeping, was speechless upon hearing this. Why are you crying? Your dad's fine. Tian Qiao wiped his tears awkwardly. He knew his dad was fine. It was just a casual question. Although it did sound strange. Tian Qiao said sadly, Mom, you've aged so much. Tian's mother glared at him. Nonsense. I didn't dye my hair. Chung Jiu looked at his parents, who had aged considerably, and said, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Hey, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Cheng's parents wiped their tears. They had countless nightmares about their son, but thankfully, they were all dreams. He was standing right before them. Ah! Why are you pinching me? Cheng's father cried, clutching his arm. Cheng's mother said, Let me see if I'm dreaming. Cheng's father was speechless. Then pinch yourself. Why are you pinching me? Chung Ji was amused. It's not a dream. I'd be out of quarantine soon. They no longer had to stare at each other from a distance. After the quarantine ended, Chung Jiu and his friends eagerly entered the base. Cheng's mother quickly pulled her son up and down, then reached out to touch his face. He really is my son, Wu. Cheng's father patted his son's shoulder and laughed. Who else could it be if not my son? Look how you're crying. Then he was glared at. Cheng's father, Chung Jiu hugged his mother, who was a head shorter than him, and said, Mom, it really is me. Mother Chung wiped her tears, muttering, I'm glad you're back. Father Chung coughed softly and expressed his concern for his daughter. Did Yin Yin get hurt? Chung Jian turned around. No, my brother is here, nothing's wrong. Father Chung nodded, and Chung Jiu let go of his mother and hugged him again. The man, not good at speaking, was embarrassed. Haha, I'm glad you're back. He repeated his mother's words. Chung Jiu smiled. His parents were still the same. Since the apocalypse, so much has changed. Only seeing his family brought him some peace of mind. They didn't rush back, but waited for Chung Mo at the door for a while, waiting for him to finish his quarantine before returning together. Then, Chung Jian received a small box as a welcome gift from Chung Mo. Chung Ji raised an eyebrow. Could Dahe have gone out just to get this? TSK, a special gift for his sister? Chung Jian wasn't sure whether to accept it, and looked at her brother for help. Chung Ji smiled. If he gives it to you, just keep it. Chung Jian nodded and said happily to Chung Mo, Thank you, Brother Mo. Chung Mo nodded slightly, his attitude towards Chung Ji's family becoming a little gentler. When they returned home, they found a crowd gathered outside. Just as they were wondering, someone approached with red eyes and excitedly asked, Where's my child? Did he come back with us? These people were children who originally lived in City A, the same city as Chung Jiu and his family. Having heard that Chung Jiu had returned, they wondered if their own child had returned too. But when he didn't see the familiar figure he'd been thinking about day and night, his heart sank a little, but he still didn't believe it and wanted to ask again. Chung Jiu lowered his eyes and shook his head. You're all in the same city. Why didn't you bring him back? The person speaking was agitated, questioning, You were so close as kids, playing together all the time. How could you just ignore him? Chung Jiu pursed his lips, speechless for a moment as he thought of those familiar figures. Tian Qiao also opened his mouth. The people he'd played with as a child were also close to him, but he didn't know what to say. Just then, someone scoffed. The person speaking, crying, looked up, wanting to question why the other person was still laughing, but he saw a cold, frightening face. The person's expression was blank, but that look reminded him of some kind of beast, and it instantly chilled him to the bone. "You're your child's father. Why don't you go find him?" Chung Yimou asked back. The other man was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly go find someone?" Chung Yimou folded his arms and tilted his head. "Well, it seems you don't love your child as much as you say. You care more about your own life than his. You're not willing to risk your life for your child, but instead you're using moral blackmail on Jiyu. Well, it's because Jiyu is kind that anyone has the audacity to bully him. The person being called shameless, you. I just want him to come back and take my child with him. What moral blackmail? But you, after all, am Chung Jiyu's elder. Who are you to say that to me?" Chung Jiyu, who had been silent the entire time, was unhappy. He could understand the other man's words as a sign of deep love for his son, but when it came to Dahe, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Uncle, he's someone very close to me. I won't allow anyone to say that about him." Chung Yimou coughed softly, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth that were curling wildly. "Someone very close to me." He lowered his head, raising his hand to hide his smile. The other person, not expecting Chung Jiyu to confront him, opened his mouth and said, "How can you talk like that? Hey, if you keep going on, I, as a mother, can't bear it any longer." Mother Chung frowned. "My son risked his life to come back, only to be stopped here by you. I understand your deep love for him, but if you keep going, it's too much. Is your child the only one in City A? The other's children aren't here, and why are you the only one questioning my son? Did you pay my son for bodyguards? You haven't given him anything, and yet you're asking him to do something you can't do yourself. I think Xiao Mo is right. You're shameless." Indeed, as Cheng's mother had said, the other relatives in City A, though disappointed and sad to see their family members hadn't returned, didn't dare question Chung Jiyu. This was likely the only one who was shameless. "You mentioned your childhood friendship, but why didn't you mention how things deteriorated as adults?" Tian's mother also erupted in anger, sneering, "My son went to your house and claimed to have lost something. How dare you falsely accuse a 7 or 8-year-old? After clarifying the matter, Tian's mother told Tian Xiao not to play with the child. Chung Jiyu's good relationship with Tian Xiao also faded. The man's face darkened at the remark, and he mumbled, "That happened a long time ago. Xiang Qizhen, I've been wanting to tell you a story for a long time. Every child's life or death is uncertain outside, and you're so shameless as to question them. I don't know how you can have the nerve to do that." The villagers, unable to bear it any longer, spoke directly. "I'm not saying anything, but you're going too far. You're blocking the doorway before the kid even gets home. Just because they're good-tempered. That's right. They're surrounded by rows of psychics, who could crush you to death. You're just taking advantage of their good temper and currying favor. You're pretending to be the elder. You're saying that all the young people in the village are juniors. Why don't you dare talk to other psychics like that? Ugh. Shameless." Xiang Qizhen was completely unable to continue, and turned away angrily. Chung Jiyu silently admired the village uncles and aunts for their ability to talk. The uncles and aunts quickly dispersed, and Chung Jiyu and his companions entered the house. After entering, they were stunned. Tian Xiao looked between the two houses and asked, "Has the wall here been demolished?" Tian's mother nodded. "It was demolished a few months before the apocalypse. We couldn't leave the house back then. Now we can talk and take care of each other." Tian Xiao nodded. When he was a kid, he had so much fun playing with Chung Jiyu that he didn't want to go home. He asked his parents if they wanted to tear down the wall between their houses, but they were rebuffed. Unexpectedly, now he's finally realizing his childhood dream. "You must be thirsty and hungry on your journey back, old Chung. Go trade your contribution points for something." Cheng's mother patted the man. They'd saved up some contribution points before, though not much, but they couldn't let their son and his friends go hungry and thirsty. So, they gritted their teeth and decided to use them all. Tian's mother said, "And my family's contribution points too. Let's trade them together. We still have the concept of contribution points in our village." Tian Xiao was quite interested. Zhou Min said, "All bases now use contribution points. The old currency system is gone, and we definitely have to re-establish it, otherwise it'd be inconvenient." Chung Jiyu, eager to learn more about the family situation, inquired, "Are contribution points easy to earn? And how many contribution points are needed for daily necessities?" Their glances met, and Cheng's mother gave a wry smile. "It's not easy to earn. Besides, supplies are scarce in the village, so we can't exchange them for much. Chung Jiyu lowered his head, looking at his parents' chapped lips and their thinner faces. Chung Yimo squeezed his hand. Tian Xiao, also feeling a little sad, leaned in close to his mother and sniffed. Tian's mother patted Tian Xiao's head. What are you smelling? Tian Xiao, I just thought I was wrong. Mom, why do you stink? Tian's mother's face sank, and she twisted Tian Xiao's ear in anger. Do you think I'd agree? Water is scarce in the village. There's not enough to drink, let alone bathe. Chung Ji was puzzled. Doesn't our village have a small river? How could there be a water shortage? Oh, forget it. Tian's mother said. At first, no one paid attention. No one cared when zombies died in the river. Later, we discovered the water was contaminated and undrinkable. Now we rely on those few water-based psychics, but they can't give much water. And isn't there a well in the village? It doesn't hold much water either. And what about food? Tian Xiao hadn't expected the village to be so difficult. No wonder everyone looked so worried on the way here. Even the psychics didn't look much better. We have to go out and find food. Cheng's father explained that their contribution points were hard to earn and couldn't be exchanged for much food. He didn't complain. His daughter was a psychic, and he knew that psychics risked their lives every time they went out. What was the point of them working at the base? Just having something to eat was good enough. Aren't there any plant-based psychics in the village? Chung Ji remembered that plant-based psychics in the apocalypse could grow things. Chung Jian understood this. There are a few, but the few plants they painstakingly cultivate aren't even enough to eat. I'm afraid they're only good for themselves. Chung Jiu and the others, Zhou Min coughed softly and soothed, Uncle and Aunt, it's okay. Brother Chung is back. He won't let you suffer like this again. Mother Chung shook her head. As long as Jiu is fine, I don't want him to be in danger. She believed that going out on missions was too dangerous. Every time Chung Jian went out, she was terrified. She would rather go hungry than put her 2 children in danger. Father Chung felt the same way. Tian's mother also told Tian Xiao, don't take advantage of your psychic powers and disregard danger. He's still a psychic, and he ended up encountering a powerful zombie. Sigh. Chung Jiu felt a warm feeling in his heart. It's not dangerous. Tian Xiao, that's right. We can kill a few monsters. It's easy. Tian's mother thought her son was bragging, saying it was as easy as killing a chicken. However, just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. The door opened and someone from the village, distributing supplies, arrived. He was carrying a large piece of pork, estimated to weigh about 70 or 80 kilograms. He was particularly polite when he saw them. I'm here to distribute supplies. This is for Chung Jian. Cheng's mother and the others were shocked. So much? She felt a little uncomfortable. What a risk Yan had taken. Ordinary missions wouldn't give her so much. Ah, there's more than that. The handout pointed to the 6 wild boars behind him, one of which weighed over 500 pounds and was the leader. These are all yours. Mother Tian's mouth widened. This? Are you sure these aren't from the whole village? Why are there so many? Tian Xia boasted. Haha, we were just passing by today. We just killed a whole herd of wild boars, one for each of us. Several people responded with surprise. Mother Chung pulled Chung Jiu aside, looking him up and down. Let me see if they're hurt. Chung Jiu felt a warm feeling in his heart. No. Chung Jian became more talkative. Mom, don't worry. My brother is amazing. He knocked those wild boars down in a snap. They couldn't even fight back. Mother Chung and the others watched in a daze, as Chung Jiu and his men dragged the wild boars back. Chung Jiu wanted to reach out and drag him away, but Chung Mo was not willing to let him do that. The wild boars had not been processed yet, and were dirty. He held down the other person's hand, wrapped the wild boar with his water power, and threw it into the yard. Cheng's mother and the others' eyes widened again. Chung Jiu explained, Dahe has water-related abilities. Then, Chung Mo filled all the containers in the house with water. Well, I have to behave myself in front of Jiu's family. Zhou Min watched, his teeth aching. Like a peacock. He glanced at Sun Yu, trying to find sympathy. Sun Yu frowned and distanced himself. Stay away from me, or I hit you. Zhou Min touched his nose, and silently moved away. Alas, life is truly lonely like snow. Tian's mother had been upset by Tian Xiao's comments that she smelled. Before the apocalypse, she was very clean and bathed every day. Wasn't it just that the conditions of the apocalypse prohibited this? Now that conditions allowed, she happily went to bathe. Cheng's father and mother were embarrassed. Ahem, they said, they don't smell well either. Let's go wash too. Chung Jian coughed softly, blushing, and returned to her room with a bucket of water. Back in her room, she remembered the gift Chung Mo had just given her. It wouldn't be polite to look at it in front of others, so she hadn't looked at it yet. But when she opened the box and saw what was inside, her eyes widened. A whole box of level 3 zombie cores. Chung Mo only picked level 3 zombies. Anything lower was beneath him, and he felt it was too good to be true. After all, Shiyu seemed to love his sister dearly. Chung Jian's hands trembled, and she resisted the urge to absorb the cores, quickly covering the box. This gift was truly too valuable. Level 3 zombie cores were hard to come by, let alone so many. For a moment, she felt incredibly rich. No, she had to ask her brother later. She was afraid that if she absorbed them, she would have to sell him off to pay him back. After finishing their work, the family began to prepare the wild boar. Will this be enough for us? Mother Chung cleaned the wild boar, weighing over 70 pounds. This was too much. They probably wouldn't be able to finish it all. Chung Jiu and the others said it wasn't enough, so they gutted one of the animals and cut off 100 pounds of meat. Mother Chung, are you sure you can finish it? But seeing Chung Jiu and the other's certainty, she didn't say much and just did it. What do we do with the rest? It's too hot, it go bad. Father Chung was a little worried. He hadn't expected to worry about too much food. What a sweet burden. Then Chung Jiu asked him to bring over a few large rice bags. The bags were about half a person's height. Chung Jiu reached out, and the empty bags were immediately filled with rice. Mother Chung and the others were stunned countless times today. How could this? How could so much rice appear? Chung Jiu filled a few bags of rice, until the space was almost full, and then he put the wild boar into the space. Watching the wild boar vanish into thin air, the others exclaimed, shock. Chapter 57. Hey. Where did this rice appear? And why is the wild boar gone? Chang's father was so shocked he was incoherent. Chung Jiu then remembered he had forgotten to explain. I have a space that keeps rice fresh. It won't spoil if it's left out. I use that space to store the pork. Space? Chang's father finally came to his senses, remembering that such a supernatural power existed, and that he had heard of it before. His expression suddenly turned serious. Jiu, don't tell anyone about this, okay? It could be dangerous if you run into bad people. Chung Jiu couldn't help but laugh at his father's serious instructions, as if he were giving him instructions as if he were a child, but he still agreed earnestly, I know. Chang's father breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had understood. By the way, you need to make room in your space. Is it full? Mother Tian noticed something. Chung Jiu nodded. Well, my space isn't big. 40 cubic meters, and it's already full. Chung Jiu only hoped the next plant would mature quickly, so he could expand his storage space. 40 cubic meters? Isn't that big? It's the equivalent of a small warehouse. And it's already full? Chung Jiu smiled. Most of it is food, so there's no need for you, Mom and Dad, to be frugal. Mother and Dad were overwhelmed with emotion. They gritted their teeth and cut the meat into larger pieces. They had food and drink. It would be foolish to continue to save while starving. Tian Xiao asked Tian's mother where his father was. He was going to look for him. As for Tian's mother, she stayed to help with the cooking. With nearly 200 kilograms of meat, just cutting it was a lot of work. Thankfully, there was help. Tian Man, with her kitchen knife, chopped the meat into pieces with the same swiftness as if it were tofu. Then, he sliced the meat. Sun Yu, who also knew how to cook, silently followed Chung Jian as she cut the side dishes. Chung Jian's mood lightened when she saw her brother return, and she became chatty again, addressing Sun Yu eagerly. Sister, are you my brother's friend? Sun Yu frowned slightly. She disliked men but still said, yeah, sort of. Well then, my brother must have encountered a lot of danger on his way back, didn't he? Chung Jian sighed. How could it not be dangerous out there? Sun Yu didn't know what to say, so she simply said, he got back safely. That's right. Chung Jian smiled again, full of energy. My brother is awesome. It's a good thing he has friends like you. Sun Yu wasn't sure if they were really friends. She hadn't known Chung Jiu and the others very long, and she was planning to leave, but she was a little lost, unsure where to go. Chung Jian, oblivious to her change of heart, coughed lightly and inquired of Sun Yu, are my brother and brother Mo particularly close? Sun Yu, not quite understanding what she meant, thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, they're inseparable every day. Chung Jian, shock. Chung Mo's welcome gift felt a bit hot to the touch. Should she accept it? She'd better ask her brother later. Chung Jiu had no idea what his sister was thinking. He also busied himself, with Chung Mo following him around to help. Zhou Min, observing the two of them, tactfully went to Tian Man to help cut the meat. Wild boars need to be marinated thoroughly. After all, they're not fan like domestic pigs, and have a somewhat fishy smell. Exotic meat isn't as tender as regular meat, so it needs to be handled carefully. They decided to cut the meat in half and make boiled pork slices, marinating it with starch, cooking oil, and various seasonings. This would make the meat much more tender and smooth. Another person was making pork stewed with vermicelli noodles. Chung Jiu still had plenty of vermicelli noodles in his space. The longer the pork stewed, the softer it would become. Elsewhere, Tian Xiao went to see his father. He had grown up here, so his mother could just tell him the location and he knew it. At the moment, Tian's father was repairing the roof of a house owned by a psychic. The roof was leaking, and he could fix it himself, but he thought it was too much trouble. Since it wouldn't cost him many contribution points anyway, he thought it would be better to hire someone. Tian's father and another person worked on the roof, sweating profusely. They were speechless from the heat, but the psychic wouldn't even provide water. After all, water was so precious these days. "Oh, I work so hard, but I don't earn many contribution points, and I don't even spend as much," complained a co-worker. Mr. Tian's voice was hoarse. "There's nothing I can do." The worker sighed and said, "I'm done for today, I'm not going to do it anymore." He smiled and said, "My daughter's got a boyfriend with a superpower." The thought of having to do this alone worried Mr. Tian, but the effort wasn't worth the reward. Others had better lives, so he couldn't stop them. The worker watched Mr. Tian toil away silently, feeling a little sorry for him. "When will this end for you?" Although he had a superpower, Chung Jian, at home, she wasn't his daughter. After all, they weren't biological, so it was different. Mr. Tian heard the sympathy in his voice, and his heart ached. Life was too hard, damn the apocalypse. My son-in-law said he could find me some easy work, so at least I wouldn't have to suffer so much. The worker took out a half-empty bottle of water and took a cautious sip. His throat instantly felt better. He wasn't complaining. The weather was bizarre right now, probably over 40 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, ordinary people's physical fitness had improved, otherwise they'd probably die from the heat. But even if they weren't dying from the heat, they weren't exactly comfortable. After taking a sip of water, he carefully screwed the cup shut and tucked it into his arms. He asked Mr. Tian, "Didn't you bring any water?" Mr. Tian shook his head. "I drink it back home." He was used to being frugal, so he'd avoid drinking if he could. The work was almost done anyway. The coworker took a sip of water and didn't feel much better, but he didn't drink any more. He only took a sip when he was truly thirsty. The two of them stopped talking and continued to work in silence. Just then, a voice came from the distance. "Dad!" Mr. Tian was stunned and muttered, "Why does that voice sound so much like my son's?" Mr. Tian's co-workers laughed at him. "Are you missing your son? You're hallucinating." Mr. Tian shook his head. He was truly hallucinating. Then he heard someone shouting, "Dad, why haven't you responded after calling you so many times?" Father Tian looked down and saw his son standing in the yard. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. He was so excited that he almost fell off the roof. "Xiao Qiao. Son! Is it really you?" His co-workers were surprised. Wasn't Mr. Tian's son in City A? He'd actually come back? "Dad, don't get excited." Tian Qiao was startled and quickly climbed onto the roof. When he saw it was his son, Father Tian's eyes filled with tears. "It's really you. Your mother talks about you every day. If she knew you were back, she would be so happy." "Oh, why are you crying?" Tian Qiao scratched his head. "I just came from home and saw my mother." Mr. Tian wiped his tears, feeling rather embarrassed. "Tian Qiao, let's go back. We've cooked dinner at home. Let's go home and eat." Mr. Tian glanced at his co-worker, who waved his hand. Go back, go back. There's not much left. Your son finally got home. Let's have a good reunion." Tian Qiao quickly smiled and said, "Thanks, uncle." The co-worker waved his hand back. Seeing Tian Qiao's demeanor, he was secretly shocked. He might be a psychic. Just now, he felt sorry for old Tian, and now his psychic son was back. He shook his head. Old Tian probably wouldn't do this job anymore. On the way home with Tian Qiao, Father Tian felt a bit dazed, like he was dreaming. Just a moment ago, he'd been feeling bitter, and then, the next thing he knew, his son was back. Wasn't that like a dream? When they arrived home, he felt even more like he was dreaming. As soon as he entered the yard, he could smell the rich aroma of meat. Father Tian couldn't help but swallow. It was so fragrant. How long had it been since he'd smelled that? His dry throat seemed to be less dry from the saliva. Seeing his father's thirsty mouth, Tian Xiao quickly got him a large glass of water. This? Father Tian hesitated, feeling that water was too precious. He couldn't even drink so much. Tian Xiao saw his concern and said, "There's plenty of water. Brother He has water powers, and Mom and the others just took a bath." Afraid his father wouldn't believe him, he dragged him inside the house. Almost every container that could hold water was completely filled. Mr. Tian believed it now. He took the cup of water and took a big sip. He immediately felt much better. Then he continued to drink until the cup was completely finished. Tian Xiao looked at him with a pang of pity and asked if he wanted more. Father Tian waved his hand, "No more." Although he still felt thirsty after a while, any more would make his stomach bulge. Uncle Tian. Cheng Jiu came over. The meat was already stewing in the kitchen, so there was nothing he could do. Cheng Mo followed him closely like a shadow. Father Tian smiled happily. "Jiu's back too? Great, great." The meat stewing in the kitchen didn't require supervision, so everyone had some free time. Cheng Jiu thought for a moment, and pulled out a watermelon from his space. After Tian Xiao chilled it, they all ate it together. The watermelons grown in the system space had exceptionally thin skins and bright red flesh, looking delicious. Father Cheng and the others took a bite, their mouths instantly filled with the fragrance and sweetness of the watermelon, and they unconsciously took another big bite. They simply found the watermelon incredibly delicious. Cheng Jian, a psychic, could sense the brimming energy within it. This was clearly no ordinary watermelon. Cheng Jian ate the watermelon without a word. There were a few people, and one watermelon wasn't enough. Cheng Jiu took another. Seeing this, Cheng's mother was reluctant to eat, suggesting they should be frugal. Before the apocalypse, they had been frugal, and afterward, they had learned to be frugal. Cheng Jiu said, "Mom, I have a lot of watermelons in my dimension. Consider it freeing up space for me." Zhou Min could attest to this. "We eat watermelon every day." The watermelons Cheng Jiu had planted next to Xiao Huang grew indefinitely. Pick one, and another would grow. There were indeed many watermelons in the dimension. This? Cheng's mother hesitated. Her experience of the apocalypse had intensified her sense of urgency, and she feared she would run out of food one day. After all, it's the end of the world, and nothing can be grown. As farmers, their livelihoods are gone, a devastating blow. Then, Cheng Jiu showed her the contents of his space. "Hey, I forgot I had this in there. I deal with it later." Seeing the yard almost full, Cheng's mother was at a loss for words, and quickly said, Okay, Mom believes me. Don't take anything out." Cheng's father, and the others were also shocked. There were so many things. Cheng Jiu put the things away, and said seriously, "I want to tell you that we're back. You don't have to live as hard as you did before." Tian Xiao agreed. "Yes, that's why we came back. If you're still suffering, then our return would be in vain." Cheng's mother, and the others felt a little sour again. They secretly wiped their tears and said with a smile, "Okay, don't save it, eat it. But don't waste it." This was their final insistence. No matter how much stuff there was, it couldn't be wasted. They saw how hard the other villagers were living, and they couldn't bear to waste food. Cheng Jiu smiled, "I know. Waste is a crime." He cut another piece of watermelon and devoured it, leaving nothing to waste. As they chatted and listened to Cheng Jiu and his friend's stories, the courtyard was filled with laughter. Zhou Min teased, "The best decision I've ever made was to resolutely and shamelessly follow Brother Cheng. With Brother Cheng, I never have to suffer the pitiful hunger again." As he spoke, his affection soared that he wanted to hug Cheng Jiu. However, Cheng Mo stopped him. His handsome face was stern. "Just talk, why are you touching me? And what do you mean by following Jiu? Did you ever fail Chinese?" Zhou Min, I clearly didn't mean anything else. It's you who's seeing things through my lens, okay? He secretly rolled his eyes, then smiled at Cheng Mo. "Brother He is right, haha." Tian Xiao watched from the side, slapping his thigh with joy. Tian Man didn't understand why, but she knew Cheng Mo didn't seem to like people touching Cheng Jiu. He took note. Sun Yu watched from the side, seemingly out of tune with the situation, but now a faint smile played at the corner of her mouth. Cheng Jiu was speechless, and looked at Cheng Mo. "Don't bully me." Cheng Mo, innocent, hugged Cheng Jiu and nuzzled him like a big puppy. "How did I bully you?" Cheng Jiu blushed, his expression stiff, seeing his parents and elders all watching. He felt awkward pushing Cheng Mo away, but also awkward not pushing him away. Really? Couldn't Cheng Mo be more careful in front of his parents? Cheng's mother and the others froze for a moment, wanting to say something, but ultimately nothing was said. Chung Ji-yu slyly glared at Chung Yimo and pinched his thigh. Chung Yimo, it's thick and tough, so I don't feel anything. Luckily, it was time to eat. The wild boar's pungent flavor was well masked by the seasoning, and the meat was stewed to a tender, flavorful consistency that fell off the bone in one bite. Chung Ji-in, delicious. She hadn't had such a delicious meal in ages. Zhou Min gave him a thumbs up. The meat was stewed by Cheng's mother. Annie, your cooking is amazing. By the way, are you still in need of a son? Cheng's mother was stunned. It's just a meal, isn't it? Chung Ji was speechless. I still have my own son. Zhou Min, with a cheeky grin, said, then are you still in need of a younger brother? Chung Ji and Chung Yimo said in unison, yes, I am. Zhou Min, well, another day of choking on dog food. Delicious, Tian Man suddenly said, lowering her head to take a bite of meat. Ha. The others couldn't help but laugh. Eat slowly, there are bones, don't get them stuck. Tian Man, yeah. He's truly a foodie. Back then, these people were willing to follow him just for the food. Chung Ji looked at Chung Yimo, who was also eating quickly, but his eating manners were still impressive. After all, he had a model face. Over 100 pounds of meat, he devoured it all. Although Cheng's mother and the others were ordinary people, their appetites had increased significantly after the apocalypse, not to mention those with special abilities, like Chung Ji. Chung Jian, despite looking thin, also ate a large bowl of food. She used to only eat a small bowl, and it was clear she was never full. Mother Chung patted her daughter's head with a distressed look. The latter looked over at her in confusion. She smiled and said, it's okay. Ah. Chung Jian didn't ask any more questions, but called out to Chung Ji-yu, brother, come here. I want to ask you something. Chung Ji-yu, his hand held by Chung Yimo, stood there and asked, what's it? Hey, come here. Chung Jian urged. You're being so secretive. Helplessly, Chung Ji-yu let Chung Yimo release him, and went to find Chung Jian. Chung Jian pulled him to a corner, pulled out a box she'd been carrying, and opened it to show her brother, look, brother Imo gave it to me. It's so expensive. I don't know if I should accept it. Chung Jian puffed out her cheeks, a look of distress. Chung Ji was stunned. He knew Chung Yimo had given his sister a meeting gift, and at the time, he thought it strange. A friend shouldn't give a meeting gift to his sister, right? But his relationship with Chung Yimo wasn't something that could be explained as simple friendship, so he let Chung Jian take it. However, he had no idea what was in the box. Now that he saw it, he realized what Chung Yimo had been doing. So many level 3 zombies had been killed in such a short time. Chung Ji smiled. Chung Jian, who knew him well, shrank back. Her brother's expression was terrifying. Chung Ji smiled broadly. Since he gave it to you, just keep it. Chung Jian shrank back. Ouch! Chung Ji turned and left. His sister stood there scratching her head. I feel like I've let brother Imo down. Ji-yu, I want to share a room with you. Chung Imo, seeing Chung Ji approach, whispered to him. Cheng's mother was currently arranging rooms for them. Zhou Min and Tian Man had moved in with Tian Xiao and the others, so Chung Ji's family still had enough spare rooms. The layout of the house is that upon entering, there's an open space with a roof. This is usually where the car is parked, and during busy farming season, crops are stored. Then, there's the yard, where the family used to grow vegetables. But now the soil is dry, and the once lush vegetable patch in the yard has long been abandoned. Beyond the yard are the rooms where Cheng's parents live, followed by the bathroom and kitchen. Next is the living room. Chung Jian lives in the room next to it. Chung Ji's room is behind the living room, and there's a spare room next to him. However, the Chung family has a second floor with a utility room, so the other 2 rooms are empty. Chung Yimo said, Jiyu and I can live here? No need to worry about arranging my own room. Chung Jiyu smiled. Since we have a spare room, why squeeze in? Well, you can live upstairs, and son, you can have the spare room downstairs. Mom, what do you think of my arrangements? Mother Chung nodded, feeling it was fine. It's fine. I get the bedding out to air out. They're all new, haha. We used cotton back then, so we haven't used the new quilts yet. With that, she dragged Father Chung out to the yard to dry the quilts. Son, you didn't say much to them, and went to find Chung Jian. Chung Yimo was unhappy. I want to live with you. Chung Jiyu, it's not like there aren't any spare rooms at home. Chung Yimo, I want to live with you. What does it have to do with whether there are spare rooms at home? Even if there are 10 or 8 empty rooms, I live with you. Chung Jiyu looked at him. Let's not talk about the rooms for now. Chung Mo's scalp tingled for some reason at that glance. What's wrong? Chung Jiyu, what's your gift for Yin Yin? Chung Mo, a zombie crystal core. Chung Jiyu's face was stern. So you're going to kill zombies alone? Let me ask you, what if you encounter a more powerful zombie? Chung Mo grabbed Chung Jiyu's hand, his eyes shining. Jiyu, are you concerned about me? Chung Jiyu almost couldn't contain his expression and pulled his hand back. Just speak properly. Chung Mo coughed lightly and said to him calmly, even if I encounter a level 5 zombie, they won't be able to do anything to me. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Chung Jiyu felt a surge of anger. The apocalypse was too dangerous. What if something unexpected happened? Maybe he was being a little overly concerned, but he was genuinely worried about Chung Mo. Chung Jiyu said angrily, think about it alone. That night, Chung Mo stayed alone in the spare room, which was upstairs. To get to Chung Jiyu's room, he had to go downstairs and then through the living room. Such a long distance. I couldn't sleep at all. Chung Mo was gloomy. If he had known Jiyu was going to say that, he would have admitted his mistake. After tossing and turning for the umpteenth time, Chung Mo stood up, glanced out the dark window, and decided to sneak into Chung Jiyu's room. Jiyu should be asleep by now, right? He quietly left the room, went downstairs, crossed the living room, and came to Chung Jiyu's door. He grabbed the doorknob and pressed it. But it didn't open. Chung Jiyu actually locked the door. Damn it, but even if he locked the door, was there nothing he could do? A moment later, Chung Mo quietly entered Chung Jiyu's room. Just when he thought Chung Jiyu had fallen asleep, his voice echoed from the darkness. Chung Mo. Chung Mo, He coughed softly. I came to check on you. Why aren't you asleep so late? Chung Jiyu chuckled. Then if you see me, go back to your room. No. Chung Mo threw himself into a desperate embrace, embracing Chung Jiyu and saying, it's pitch black. I'm so scared. The power in the village had been out for a long time, and it was indeed pitch black at night. Chung Jiyu was speechless. After struggling for a moment, he gave up and said, don't you care about your dignity? Chung Mo, what's dignity? Can I hold Jiyu while you sleep? He quickly admitted his mistake. Jiyu, I was wrong. I won't do anything so dangerous again. Chung Jiyu was speechless after hearing this, and his attitude softened. You really know you're wrong. Chung Mo hurriedly said, I understand. If you do something so dangerous again, Jiyu won't hold you anymore. Chung Jiyu's face flushed. What? He was talking about something serious, but Chung Mo's words made it sound like nothing. Chung Mo grabbed Chung Jiyu's hand and touched the top of his head. Chung Jiyu? ? This touch, why does it feel so similar? The furry ears in his palm twitched. Chung Jiyu, shock. Damn it, why is there no light? I can only touch it. I really want to see it. Chung Jiyu strained to see clearly in the moonlight from the window, but could only make out a silhouette. His heart raced. Just imagining Chung Mo's furry ears was too much to bear. He pondered where he could find a flashlight at home that would allow him to clearly see his current appearance. Just as he was thinking, something soft and wet touched the corner of his mouth, and Chung Jiyu's entire body was on fire. Chapter 58. Chung Jiyu was completely bewildered. How could Chung Mo? Did he even understand what this meant? He felt like he didn't understand. And for some reason, he felt a bit down. Don't be like this. Chung Jiyu tried to calm himself. Why? Chung Mo was dissatisfied. Chung Jiyu, who has ever kissed me and said they liked me before? Chung Jiyu, Can you please not talk about the past? What, you don't like me anymore? Chung Mo demanded. Chung Jiyu was exhausted. How could he explain this to Chung Mo? He didn't know, so he just said, no. Chung Mo took the opportunity to ask, then can I stay tonight? What could Chung Jiyu do? Feeling manipulated, he could only say whatever. Chung Mo, happy, stripped off his clothes, leaving him in his boxers, and hugged Chung Jiyu. Let's sleep. Chung Jiyu said calmly, okay. He thought to himself, it's okay, it's okay. I get used to it. I just consider it a training session. Jiyu, why are you wearing clothes when you sleep? Aren't you uncomfortable? Chung Mo whispered devilishly, take them off, like me. Chung Jiyu felt like Tang Sanzeng, seduced by a demon. He closed his eyes and chanted, I'm used to it. I don't think it's a good habit. Chung Mo said seriously, his hand shoving into his pajamas. Take them off. Chung Jiyu felt a little hot. Put your hand back. Chung Mo said coquettishly, just take it off. Chung Jiyu said cruelly, if you keep doing this, you sleep alone. Chung Mo, no. Chung Jiyu gritted his teeth and said, then take your hand out. Chung Yimo reluctantly withdrew his hand and sighed. Just say it nicely. Why are you being so mean? You've never been mean to me before. You never said anything when I got under your clothes. Chung Jiu, will my words be of any use? Some people just push their luck. Besides, can things be the same now as they were before? He wouldn't have feelings for a dog, but Chung Yimo wouldn't necessarily. And he just doesn't understand anything. Forget it, I'm done with it. It's so annoying. Chung Yimo shifted, huddling close to Chung Jiu. He sniffed the back of his neck, his warm breath lingering down. Jiu, you smell so good. Chung Jiu exhaled calmly. It smells like shower gel. If you like it, I get you a bottle later. Chung Yimo sniffed again. It doesn't smell like shower gel. It smells like Jiu. Shut up and go to sleep. Chung Jiu threatened again. If you disturb me again, I go to sleep. Chung Yimo, I know. He had thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but perhaps because Chung Mo's scent was too familiar, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he lost consciousness. Chung Jiu stirred, suddenly feeling a dampness as he drifted off into a dream. Realizing something, his face flushed, and he cautiously pulled away from Chung Mo's embrace. Jiu, what are you doing? Chung Yimo muttered. Chung Jiu coughed softly and said calmly, I'm going to the bathroom. Chung Yimo opened his eyes and glanced at Chung Jiu. I be with you. Chung Jiu hurriedly said, go to sleep. Fearing he might follow, he said, I haven't slept enough yet. I need to go back to sleep soon. Chung Yimo, having heard this, had no intention of following him any further and closed his eyes again, then come back soon. Chung Jiu gave a vague nod and hurried to the bathroom. He was incredibly grateful that his room had a private bathroom. When he'd just graduated, he'd earned some money from an internship and renovated his house. Thinking a private bathroom would be more convenient, he installed one. If it weren't for that, he'd have to go out, and his parents were usually up at the crack of dawn. He went into the bathroom, changed his clothes, and blushed as he rubbed his underwear. Thinking back to that hazy dream, he felt a wave of regret. Damn it, had Chung Yimo soured his feelings? He thought that even if he could transform, he'd still be a child, and he'd even considered him his own. And yet, he'd grown so big. Afraid Chung Yimo would suddenly come in, he quickly rubbed his underwear. He heard his parents talking outside. They were already up. No, he couldn't go out to dry. He could only put it in the basin for now, and come back to dry it. He exhaled, exited the bathroom, and just as he reached the bed, Chung Yimo scooped him up into his arms. He muttered in his ear, why did you take so long? Chung Jiu blushed, pretending not to hear, closing his eyes. Chung Yimo, not hearing a reply, opened his eyes, and poked Chung Jiu's face. Why is your face so red? Chung Jiu, it's hot. Don't hold me. It's hot. Why are you like this? I don't know who snuggled into my arms last night. After Chung Mo's accusations, he used his water power to cool him down. Chung Jiu was incredulous. How is that possible? Are you making this up? Chung Yimo, I swear on my animal nature, not only did you snuggle into my arms, you also touched me, pinching and squeezing me. Okay, stop talking. Recalling his dream last night, Chung Jiu couldn't utter a word in rebuttal, and could only tell Chung Yimo to shut up. Chung Yimo kissed his cheek. It's okay, I'm Jiu's, touch me however you want. Chung Jiu's scalp tingled. What nonsense are you talking about? Seriously? Chung Yimo said seriously. Jiu found me, I'm yours. Chung Jiu, you're not a real dog. Of course I'm not. Chung Yimo was unhappy. Our only dog's yours. Chung Jiu pushed him away, asking him to hold her back so tightly, and said matter-of-factly, you have an independent personality, not property. Of course, you can't belong to anyone, not even me. Chung Yimo acted coyly. I don't care, I'm yours. Chung Jiu was helpless, a little confused by Chung Mo's train of thought. Perhaps dog demons and humans think differently. Chung Yimo was about to say something when Chung Jiu said, if you're not sleepy, get up. Chung Yimo fell silent immediately. If he got up, he wouldn't be able to hold Jiu like this anymore, and he wanted to hold him a little longer. Chung Jiu was shattered, not only by Chung Mo's behavior, but also by that dream. How could he have had such a dream? His thoughts about Chung Yimo, or at least about her body, were no longer pure. Logically, he should have kept his distance from Chung Yimo and allowed himself time to calm down, but that was obviously impossible. Not to mention whether he was willing to let go, but mainly because he was afraid Chung Yimo would go crazy. Oh, let's forget it. Maybe that dream was just an accident. When Yongkai woke up, he found himself back at the base. Thinking back to the time before he fainted, his face darkened. He'd actually fainted after just 2 roars from the wild boar. What a shame. But then he thought, that didn't make sense. If he'd already fainted, who else could possibly handle a mutant wild boar? Since he was at the base, he must have been brought back. So what was going on? Did the base's psychics carry him back after he fainted? But the wild boars wouldn't let go of those humans who tried to provoke them. The psychics who followed him were probably in trouble. Thinking of this, his face darkened. It wasn't because he was worried about those people getting hurt, but because he was worried about the damage to his hard-earned prestige. Never mind, it was the wild boar leader they encountered this time who was so powerful. Anyone else would have had to flee if they'd encountered him. How could he be blamed? Thinking this way, he went out as usual, but he felt something was amiss. Why were the others looking at him strangely? In the past, they'd mostly looked at him with fear, but today, there was a hint of mockery. Yang Kai was annoyed by the stares, and tried to grab someone to ask what was going on, but they just ran off. TSK, coward. Still, he had a feeling something was out of his control, and he had to get to the bottom of it. Thankfully, Yang Kai finally ran into Psychic A, who had carried him back. He asked what happened after he fainted. Were many of the psychics who went out with me injured? He felt that this was the only explanation for the strange looks. Perhaps many of the people who had accompanied him on this mission were injured or even dead. This speculation made Yang Kai feel uneasy. If that was the case, he wanted to say, how could he be blamed? Even if he was the most powerful psychic in the base, he wouldn't be burdened with the responsibility of protecting everyone, right? However, Psychic A's words surprised him. No one was hurt. No one. Not a single one. Yang Kai was surprised. How could it be possible? He'd already fainted, and these people had managed to escape the wild boar's attack? Psychic A lowered his head and nodded, not wanting to say anything more, fearing Yang Kai's anger would cause him harm. How could no one be hurt? You mean no one died? Were they all injured? Yang Kai still didn't believe it, and repeated his incredulity. Psychic A helplessly replied, no one was hurt. Yang Kai raised his voice. How is that possible? Psychic A exclaimed, I'm just saying no one was hurt. He mentally blamed Yang Kai for his constant questioning. Of course, he didn't dare show it, only complaining in his mind, maintaining a respectful facade. Since he couldn't hide it anymore, he might as well just come clean. He just hoped Yang Kai wouldn't go crazy and take it out on him. We almost died there, but Cheng Jian's brother returned with a few people. Cheng Jian's brother? Yang Kai was incredulous. How is that possible? How could he return? Since Psychic A had already said it, he decided not to hide it any further. He brought several psychics with him, and they easily took out the wild boars. Yang Kai's face darkened. He moved his lips and asked, is he also a psychic? He didn't say who, but Psychic A knew it all. After all, Yang Kai had been shamelessly interested in Cheng Jian. He was in his 30s, and Cheng Jian was only 18. Who wouldn't call him shameless? How could Yang Kai not be worried? If Cheng Jian got wind of this, he'd be in big trouble. Psychic A muttered inwardly, then said honestly, he seems to be a plant type. Yang Kai, initially nervous, smiled at this. Plant type? Haha. It's just a useless ability. I bet the wild boars were taken out by the people he brought back. Psychic A wanted to object. After all, he'd seen it clearly at the time. Cheng Jiu had taken out the wild boar leader. But he opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Forget it. If he angered Yang Kai, he'd be in trouble. Better not to say anything. Yang Kai had no idea Psychic A was hiding something, and he felt a sudden sense of relief. He originally thought Cheng Jiu might have some powerful ability, and he'd have to think about what to do next. But it turned out to be just this? Just a useless plant type. By the way, did you guys kill the wild boars yesterday? Yang Kai asked, remembering. Psychic A nodded. What about my wild boars? Yang Kai asked shamelessly. Psychic A almost rolled his eyes. Everyone's already divided the wild boar. Yang Kai was incredulous. No share for me. Even if he fainted and didn't help at all, why shouldn't he get a share of the wild boar? The psychics in the village weren't getting enough to eat, including Yang Kai, so he really cared about wild boar. Could it be that Cheng Jiu and the others are shameless enough to take all the wild boar we deserve just because I helped them? Yang Kai speculated, then sneered. I go get an explanation. They really don't take me, Yang Kai, seriously? Brother Yang, you'd better not go. Psychic A felt particularly embarrassed under Yang Kai's puzzled gaze. We all got pork. Except you. Yang Kai, ? Psychic A said that because Yang Kai had been involved initially and hadn't helped, he didn't get any wild boar meat. He soothed the irritated Yang Kai. Actually, we didn't get much either. less than 80 kilograms each. Chung Jiyu and the others each got a wild boar. This didn't soothe Yang Kai, it only infuriated him further. Shame, this was a colossal shame. He immediately stood up and demanded an explanation. He first went to see Lin Kong, the village manager, but Yang Kai had always been unruly and didn't take him seriously. Once there, he confronted him directly. Lin Kong, wearing rimless glasses and looking gentle, said helplessly, "This is the village rule, and besides, no one else has any objections to this distribution." Yang Kai was furious. Why am I the only one who doesn't have any? This wasn't just a question of flesh and blood, it was a deliberate mockery. However, Lin Kong kept repeating the same two sentences. A master of Tai Chi, Yang Kai felt incredibly frustrated, but he was helpless. After all, Lin Kong seemed quite polite. Even if he was getting more arrogant, he wouldn't hit Lin Kong, right? "No, I'm going to Chung Jiyu and demand an explanation." Yang Kai angrily said, "I've never been treated like that." Lin Kong said calmly, "Calm down, talk it over." He said this, but he didn't seem to be trying to stop him. Alas, it was time to dampen Yang Kai's spirit. He was being too arrogant, not considering that Chung Jiyu and the others had made it all the way back from Sidia safely. How could they not have some skills? Lin Kong shook his head and said, "Oh, these people with special abilities are too difficult to manage. Every day I feel like giving up." Elsewhere, Yang Kai actually went to look for Chung Jiyu. He knocked on the door. At that moment, Chung Jiyu was just about to find an opportunity to hang out his underwear. But Chung Imo noticed something was wrong. Why did Jiyu go back to his room right after breakfast? Chung Imo came in and asked Jiyu, "Didn't you sleep well last night? Can I stay up with you for a while?" Chung Jiyu's mouth twitched. "He couldn't sleep well without you," he said. "I'm not a child. I don't need someone to sleep with me." Chung Imo was unhappy, his handsome face cool. "How can it be the same? When have you ever slept alone? You definitely can't sleep without me." He said it with great conviction. "Chung Jiyu, for the past 20 years, before I met you, I slept soundly." Chung Imo grabbed Chung Jiyu's hand and bit it viciously, leaving a faint tooth mark. "Say it again." Chung Jiyu suppressed a smile. Chung Imo was so adorable. Did he really think this could intimidate him? He pulled his hand back. "Alright, that's all your saliva. Do you dislike me?" Chung Imo, heartbroken and incredulous, cupped Chung Jiyu's face and kissed him hard on the cheek. "Don't dislike me." Chung Jiyu was numb. "Don't kiss me." Chung Imo, "You used to." Chung Jiyu, Okay, it's all my fault." "Hey, get out first." Chung Jiyu pushed Chung Imo. Actually, there was nothing wrong with openly hanging his underwear out, but seeing Chung Imo made him feel guilty. Chung Imo narrowed his eyes. "You?" Before he could even leave, there was a knock at the door. Chung Jiyu seized the opportunity and said, "Go open the door." Chung Imo was reluctant, but said, "Got it." Seeing him leave the room, Chung Jiyu immediately seized the moment and, like a thief, hung the underwear in the yard. Mother Chung had already gone to open the door, and Chung Imo followed behind her. When the door opened, they saw an enraged Yang Kai. Mother Chung didn't know Yang Kai very well, so she politely asked, "What do you want?" Yang Kai angrily said, "I'm going to get an explanation from Chung Jiyu." "Get him out." Chung Imo narrowed his eyes, shielding the flustered Mother Chung behind him. He looked at Yang Kai dangerously. "What do you want from Jiyu?" Being stared at, Yang Kai felt strangely like being stared at by a large beast. Deep within him, his biological instincts filled him with fear. He swallowed, feeling it was too humiliating to admit defeat. He tried to appear assertive. "I went to him. Of course, I want an explanation." "What does he mean? Why am I the only one who didn't get a share of the pork?" Chung Imo scoffed, his tone infuriating. "Why?" "Of course, it's because you're useless." At home, Chung Jiyan also heard the noise at the door and faintly heard Yang Kai's voice, which made her a little worried. After hanging up the underwear, Chung Jiyu noticed Chung Jiyan's expression and frowned. Yin? Chung Jiyan came back to her senses. "Brother." Chung Jiyu walked over and asked, "You seem to hate Yang Kai?" Chung Jiyan pursed her lips and said, "That guy bullies the weak by relying on his own strength. Of course I hate him." Chung Jiyu had a feeling his sister had something else to say, but she seemed unwilling to speak, so he didn't ask any further. He knew he would eventually find out. Zhoumin came over to join in the fun, and when he heard the noise at the door, he tooted his tongue twice. "Hey, it's okay, sister, someone is going to be in trouble." Chung Jiyan blinked. At the doorway, Yang Kai, enraged by Chung Mo's merciless words, completely lost his temper and raised his hand to attack Chung Imo. As a result, he was struck by lightning, his hair turning into curls. Chung Yimo seemed to find this amusing, laughing broadly, his palm resting on his chin, as if thinking seriously, where should I strike next? Yang Kai shuddered. The man in front of him had easily dodged his attack. He was completely timid, but also felt embarrassed. Many people around had heard the commotion and came to watch. He said, I find Chung Jiu later. Chung Mo's smile faded, his eyes dangerous. Of course, he didn't think this useless guy posed any threat to Jiu, but what he said was really annoying. How about making him shut up forever? As he was thinking, someone suddenly held his hand. Chung Mo's expression changed, and he smiled brightly at Chung Jiu. Jiu, that guy just said something really annoying. Chung Yimo complained. Chung Jiu, he just lost face and said something without thinking. Ignore him. Chung Yimo listened and said, okay, let's just forget about it this time. Who made Jiu kind? He had to be kind too, at least on the surface. Chang's parents breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yang Kai was just a coward. Chung Yimo passed by the yard and noticed something was missing. He looked at Chung Jiu and complained, Jiu, why are you so shy? It's just a pair of underwear, and you're hiding from me. Chung Jiu, I need to go find Lin Kong. We need to bring back half of the remaining rice in the warehouse as soon as possible. Chung Yimo was a stickler. I want to come too. Chung Jiu let him go. Even if he didn't agree, he would still follow. Soon, he met Lin Kong, a gentle-looking man with a bright smile. I heard about you yesterday. Even if you didn't come today, I would have invited you to meet. After hearing what Lin Kong had done, Chung Jiu had a good impression of him. With a smile on his face, he said, you manage the base and are very busy. It's better for me to come over. Haha, there's really a lot to do at this base. Lin Kong said this with a headache on his face. I have no management experience. I've been learning everything by trial and error. Fortunately, our village is small. With so few people, he couldn't manage well. Alas, he was powerless. Lin Kong said, come to think of it, thanks to the mutant boars you hunted yesterday, the base's survival crisis has been alleviated a bit. Chung Ji frowned and asked, is the base short of food? Lin Kong nodded grimly, yes, there's nothing we can do about it. Most of the psychics in the base aren't very skilled, and even Yang Kai is considered quite capable. I originally wanted to provide for both ordinary people and psychics, but as resources dwindle, the conflict between them has only deepened. Survival in the apocalypse is difficult, and even the beasts outside have become more formidable than humans. Sigh, humanity's living environment is being squeezed again and again. It's really... Lin Kong sighed. Chung Jiu consoled him, you've done a great job. At least you've largely ensured the safety of the people in the base. Truly, he was very grateful to Lin Kong for initially stepping forward and establishing a safe haven. The people he cared about were safe. Well, that's all I can do. Lin Kong adjusted his glasses. Chung Jiu mentioned his intention, smiling, I know a warehouse with rice. It might be able to temporarily alleviate the situation at the base. Lin Kang's eyes lit up at this, and he excitedly grabbed Chung Jiu's hand. Are you serious? That's great. I was just worried about this. Chung Yimo stared at Lin Kang's hand intently. TSK, it was really annoying. Chung Jiu said, of course, but I have a request. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Chapter 59. Under Chung Mo's deathly gaze, Lin Kong withdrew his hand and looked at Chung Jiu. What's your request? Tell me. Regarding the distribution of this batch of rice, there are approximately 100,000 kilograms of rice. Chung Jiu said, I hope 1/3 will be used for ordinary people. 4/5 of the people in the base are ordinary people, but ordinary people's consumption is not as high as that of psychics, so 1/3 is a lot. Lin Kong had not expected Chung Jiu to make such a request. A little surprised, he smiled. It's rare for a psychic to be so considerate of ordinary people. Chung Jiu smiled, but remained silent. Lin Kong thought for a moment and said, I promise you, this rice is, to be honest, your contribution to the base. Of course, I can fulfill this small request. Not to mention, Chung Jiu's request was quite what he wanted. Chung Jiu was not surprised that Lin Kong agreed. He was relatively friendly towards ordinary people. When do we leave? Chung Jiu asked. Lin Kong thought for a moment and said, to avoid further complications, let's get the truck ready and set off. 100,000 kilograms of rice would be more than enough for the village's trucks. Chung Jiu nodded, and they agreed to meet at the base gate. As soon as they left, Chung Jiu felt his hands damp. Chung Yimo used his water power to wash them. Chung Jiu helplessly said, don't wash them. I almost washed my skin off. Chung Mo then stopped and, with a sour look, grabbed Chung Jiyu's hand. Just talk, why are you grabbing your hand? Chung Jiyu was helpless as Chung Mo grabbed his hand and kissed it. Chung Jiyu, After Chung Mo kissed both of them, he felt satisfied, his mood finally brightening. Mark them one by one. Chung Jiyu hesitated. You. Chung Mo, what's wrong? Chung Jiyu shook his head. Nothing. Never mind, it's just a kiss, isn't it? Nothing. Chung Jiyu brainwashed himself. The two of them packed up, and when someone from Lin Kong arrived to notify them, they headed to the base gate. After hearing about it, Tian Xiao and the others followed. Then, they ran into Yang Kai again at the gate. Yang Kai's face darkened even further. He had just heard the rumors about him at the base. They said he was supposedly the most powerful psychic in the base, but it was all just a lie. He couldn't even handle a mutant wild boar, fainting from fright when he encountered one. Yang Kai, who spread that rumor? Was he fainting from fright? He wanted to say it was because the wild boar was powerful, but he couldn't explain it. After all, Chung Jiyu and the others had easily dispatched the herd. Yang Kai was furious. Chung Jiyu again, just a useless plant-based psychic, why would they step on him? He couldn't just gossip about it one by one, explaining it to everyone, pretending he cared. He could only suppress his temper, and pretend he didn't care. He then heard someone say, see, he's embarrassed himself and can't refute it. Yang Kai nearly vomited blood in anger. He was in a dilemma, wasn't he? Thinking of today's events, his eyes turned to Chung Jiyu with a stern look. Then, a bolt of lightning struck his head. This time, not only did his hair become frizzy, but his head also started to hurt, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lin Kong had just arrived. He had to personally bring back the rice. This rice was extremely important to the current base. With 100,000 kilograms of rice, the base could last at least a month. He spotted Yang Kai immediately. Oh, when did you get that new perm? Afro, huh? Pretty fashionable. Yang Kai was so angry he wanted to curse. I got struck by lightning. Zhou Min laughed, adding fuel to the fire. What kind of heinous crime did you commit to deserve being struck by lightning, haha? Yang Kai, I got struck by lightning. He looked at Lin Kong. Captain Lin, didn't you say that fighting is forbidden in the base? He pointed to his head. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Lin Kong was stunned. It was like the sun had risen from the west. Yang Kai actually addressed him so respectfully as Captain Lin. Lin Kong smiled. Of course I do. Tell me who did it. Yang Kai looked at Chung Mo. A cool smile appeared on the other's face, and he couldn't help but shudder. A threat, a clear threat. Thinking back then, it was always Yang Kai who threatened others. He never expected that he would experience the feeling of being threatened himself. This didn't sit well with him. He gritted his teeth and said, no one did it. Lin Kong patted his shoulder, his face full of concern. If you're being bullied, tell me, and I take care of it. Like a primary school student complaining, Yang Kai grumbled, no one bullied me. Lin Kong helplessly said, all right. It wasn't that he didn't care. Seeing Yang Kai looking like he was about to die of anger, Chung Jiyu glanced helplessly at Chung Mo. The latter looked innocent. It was Yang Kai's fault for looking at Jiyu like that. Chung Jiyu didn't say anything. After all, he disliked Yang Kai quite a bit. Not counting Chung Jiyu and his group, there were 5 psychics who came with him from the base. Except for Sun Yu, everyone else in Chung Jiyu's group came, totaling 10 people, which was quite a lot. They encountered zombies along the way, the highest being level 2. As if to show off, Yang Kai dispatched them without waiting for anyone else to make a move. Chung Jiyu was relieved. They encountered level 3 zombies along the way, forming a small swarm. Chung Jiyu and his group had handled these situations with ease. The psychics at the base were initially a bit panicked, but after seeing how calmly Chung Jiyu and his team dispatched many zombies, they calmed down a bit as well. As Yang Kai killed the zombies, he observed Chung Jiyu, trying to gauge his strength. He discovered that he was just slacking off, barely making any moves. Yang Kai sneered, feeling he had discovered the truth. What was Chung Jiyu's pretense? He'd been relying on his teammates for so long, a complete loser. No wonder he'd gone looking for him today, but he'd been a complete coward, barely showing up. Yang Kai was distracted and nearly caught by a zombie. Lin Kong, his usual good temper gone, scowled as he dispatched the zombie, cursing, "You're distracted now? If you want to die, just say so." Yang Kai's expression was grim, but he ultimately said nothing. Chung Jiyu, feeling no need to intervene, was completely unaware of Yang Kai's intentions. He was also observing Yang Kai and the others. He discovered that Yang Kai was indeed one of the more formidable members of the base. However, while Lin Kong appeared gentle and refined, he was also quite capable in combat. No wonder Yang Kai's attempts to usurp the throne had been unsuccessful. Lin Kong spent most of his time at the base, rarely accompanying them on missions. Over time, the base's psychics had forgotten his true strength and only remembered Yang Kai's prowess, thus consistently supporting him as their leader. But Yang Kai probably knew he had little chance of defeating Lin Kong, so although he'd always wanted Lin Kang's position, he held off on taking action. After dispatching the zombie horde, they quickly reached the warehouse. Luckily, the rice was still there. Except for Lin Kong, none of the psychics in the base had any idea why they had come. They were all excited to see the rice, including Yang Kai. With so much rice, at least they could have enough to eat. They began moving the rice. Cheng Jiu, not wanting to expose his spatial dimension, didn't use it and joined the others in moving the rice. 100,000 kilograms of rice filled a large truck to the brim. Lin Kong smiled, and after ensuring all the rice was loaded, he waved his hand. Let's go back to base. Yang Kai and his companions had arrived by truck, having sat in the bed, but now the truck was full, and it was clear there was no room for anyone else. They could only cling to the bed, hanging outside the truck all the way back. Fortunately, they were psychics, and they managed to persevere through the hour-long journey. Back at the base, the somewhat dull-faced people inside couldn't help but light up with hope when they saw the truckloads of rice. With all that rice, could they possibly feel a little full? If only they could have a bowl of rice, though that would be a luxury. Back there, after putting the rice into the warehouse, Lin Kong was discussing how to divide it. Yang Kai and the others said matter-of-factly, of course the rice should go to the psychics. We psychics face dangerous and toilsome daily, unlike ordinary people who don't have to do anything. Tianxia was annoyed when he heard this. They don't do anything? Then how are the roads in the base so spotless? And if your things break, just say so, and they'd be back in good shape the next day. You don't think the roads clean themselves, or that broken things fix themselves, do you? He tooted his words. Some people, just because they've awakened their powers, think they're superior. I don't know where they get that kind of nerve. The psychics, you? How can you say that? Aren't you a psychic too? Tianxiao sneered. I'm different. I have no interest in being superior. Don't drag me into this, okay? Even so, the rice should be distributed to the psychics. We're all starving, so how can we have the energy to defend the base? One psychic said righteously, I'm also thinking about the base. That's right. Some said this, while others disagreed. You can't say that. The majority of people in the base are ordinary people. Many of them are elders, who have watched us grow up. Seeing them skinny every day makes me feel bad. We have rice now, how can we monopolize it? You claim to be protecting the base, but aren't you actually squeezing out the survival resources of ordinary people? I also think we shouldn't think that because we have special abilities, resources should be allocated to us. Besides, with so much rice, we should at least share some with ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be too heartless. Are we going to watch them starve to death? Someone was unconvinced. I didn't say we were going to starve them to death. I just said we should give them more and leave them a little. How much is your little? Just enough to keep them alive? Isn't it enough to keep them alive? They don't need to do anything. Ermatzi, don't forget that you grew up without parents, eating at many people's homes. Who in the village didn't even give you a meal? How could they raise such an ungrateful person like you? Hey, why are you still making personal attacks? How can it be the same now? Back then, we fed the leftovers to the dogs. I think it's worse than feeding them. Say more. Enough. Lin Kong couldn't stand it any longer. With a cold face, he interrupted their argument and said bluntly, Cheng Jiu and his team found all this rice. They'd already arranged the division before they left. Your argument is pointless. The psychics exchanged glances, some discontented, some happy, and some with complicated expressions. Lin Kong looked at the supply manager and said, please count this rice. The base hasn't distributed supplies in a while. Notice everyone to come tomorrow night and line up for distribution. Seeing there was nothing more to say, everyone dispersed. Cheng Jiu and his team were about to leave, but Lin Kong stopped them. Lin Kong said, you know the current situation at the base. Even if we eat all this rice, it only lasts a month. If we save it, it should last us half a year. Half a year? That would probably be the same as now, just hanging on to that little rice. Cheng Jiu knew, of course, that Lin Kong was right. Being well fed wasn't the most important thing. Ensuring more people could survive longer was. After all, eating as much as they wanted was good, but if the base ran out of food, who knew how many people would starve to death. It was okay for the psychics, risking their lives to slay the monsters, but what would ordinary people do? But Chang Jiyu felt that this wasn't a long-term solution. He did have plenty of rice in his space, but even if he took it out, it would only prolong the wait. Captain Lin, have you ever considered growing some food at the base? Chang Jiyu asked. Growing food would at least make things less passive. It would give ordinary people something to do, and at least those psychics wouldn't be able to justifiably consider ordinary people dispensable. Yes, I think we still need to plant crops. Otherwise, we'd just be living off the land. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the harder it will be to find food. Zhou also said this. Tian Man nodded in agreement. Farming is good. Lin Kong said helplessly. I grew up in the village too, so it's natural I haven't thought about farming. But I just sowed the seeds, and they just wouldn't grow anything. Later, I discovered that only plant-based psychics, who inject their psychic powers into plants daily, can make them grow. Lin Kong said, but we only have 3 plant-based psychics in our base. They've worked tirelessly, and they've only just grown the first batch of plants after the apocalypse. The seeds of those plants can adapt to the apocalyptic environment, but their efficiency is too low. I'm afraid the little they grow will only be enough for them to eat. Chang Jiyu actually had some idea of what was going on. After all, when they had previously visited Chaiyang base, even though it was a large base, they hadn't yet achieved seed distribution and were still in the cultivation stage. Not to mention that their village only had about 100 psychics, while the Chaiyang base alone had over 100 people cultivating seeds. Considering this, Chang Jiyu didn't eat much of the plants on the way back, saving whatever he could for seed. He currently had quite a few mutant seeds, especially the wheat planted next to Xiaohuang. After each crop was cut, another crop would grow every 10 days or so. He didn't eat any of them, but dried them and stored them. He had also previously planted Xiaohuang's mutant wheat next to Xiaocheng, hoping to see if it would produce mutant wheat that would grow larger and longer, like leeks, after each crop. It turned out to be not that easy. Chang Jiyu didn't know if the original mutant gene had been overwritten by the new one, but after planting it next to Xiaocheng, the wheat only had the gene for growing larger. Wanting to grow bigger while harvesting again and again is obviously impossible. But then again, Chang Jiyu did have quite a bit of seeds saved, especially wheat seeds. He simply took out the seeds and showed them to Lin Kong. I have some mutant seeds here. Can you clear a plot of land and arrange for people to plant them? Lin Kong immediately became excited when he heard about mutant seeds. Really? How many do you have? Chang Jiyu showed him a large sack of mutant wheat. Because it could grow again after being harvested, he had a lot saved. The mutant wheat was a bit less, but because it was larger, it also filled a large sack. So many? Lin Kong was brimming with excitement. His eyes were first drawn to the mutant wheat. He was amazed. Is this wheat? A single wheat seed was almost the size of my palm. He grasped the wheat seed, turning it over and over, examining it as if it were a rare treasure. Then, a thought struck him, and he quickly asked Chang Jiyu, wouldn't this wheat plant only produce this many grains? Of course not. It's just like the wheat ears before, Chang Jiyu said, just with slightly fewer grains than a normal ear. That's great, already great. Lin Kong muttered, his eyes tender as he looked at the mutant wheat. Then, he looked at the mutant multicrop wheat, which looked just like ordinary wheat. Compared to the mutant wheat, this one looked just like ordinary wheat. Lin Kong asked Chang Jiyu what the direction of this wheat's mutation was. Chang Jiyu, this is multicrop wheat. Once harvested, it will grow again. Lin Kang's eyes lit up. That's just like leeks. Chang Jiyu thought about the wheat stalks in the space, which were growing slower and slower. He guessed this was the last one. He said, they don't grow as fast as leeks, and there aren't that many stalks. Maybe 5 or 6? Lin Kong slapped his thigh. That's already great. If the yield remains the same, planting 1 acre now is equivalent to planting 5 or 6 acres before. He looked at Chang Jiyu, his expression mixed with relief. Thanks to you, I'm finally feeling a little more settled. Otherwise, I'd be constantly worrying about what would happen to the base. Chang Jiyu didn't think anything of it and said, I still have vegetable seeds. Lin Kang's eyes lit up again. What are they? Chang Jiyu said, and Lin Kong hesitated. Given the base's current situation, it's best to focus on wheat first. As for vegetables, you can only choose 1 or 2. Finally, after discussing it, they decided to plant lettuce and potatoes. Lettuce grows quickly, and can be eaten quickly. Potatoes are filling and have a high yield, making them a good substitute for staple foods if they're running low. After agreeing on the plan, Lin Kong praised Chang Jiyu again and again. He was about to say something when Chung Mo suddenly stepped between them. Lin Kong? Question mark. Chung Mo was disgruntled. This guy really? He should just get down to business. Instead of talking about all that nonsense, he was just too chatty. Chung Jiu gave Chung Mo a look and coughed softly. Captain Lin, since there's no problem, make arrangements as soon as possible. Lin Kong came to his senses and nodded. Yes, I arranged for people to reclaim the wasteland first. Although there was existing farmland, it was some distance from the base, and the dangers outside the base made it unsuitable. If they wanted to reclaim the wasteland, the base would need to be moved outward. Thinking about it, there was indeed a lot to do. They had to get busy. After saying goodbye to Lin Kong, Chung Jiu glanced at Chung Mo helplessly on the way. Chung Mo looked puzzled. What's wrong, Jiu? You? Chung Jiu shook his head helplessly. Forget it, no more. Chung Mo put his arm around Chung Jiu's shoulder, gently nudging it as if holding him close. Are you angry? Chung Jiu shook his head. No. What's there to be angry about? Chung Mo's possessiveness towards him is a little too strong. Whenever someone gets close to him, they always feel like they're after something. Little did Chung Mo know, thinking, Jiu is so kind, I have to protect him well. Even then, the person in charge of supplies came over and asked Lin Kong, how much rice will each person get? Of course, they couldn't give it all at once. The base distributes it every week or half a month, to prevent someone from overeating and starving to death later if they run out of food. Although contribution points can be used to exchange for food, they alone can't buy much. Lin Kong looked at the wheat seeds. He had originally planned to hold out for 6 months, but Chung Jiu said the wheat seeds would mature in less than 3 months. He gritted his teeth and increased the original half-gene, approximately 500 kilograms, per person to 1 kilogram. Ordinary people would get 2 kilograms, and those with special abilities would get 6 kilograms, with each distribution to be distributed once a week. With the current weight of people, this amount would definitely not be enough to fill them. If they were to be fed, 100,000 kilograms of rice would be gone in a month. This definitely couldn't be done. With this arrangement, based on the number of people at the base, about 4,000 kilograms of food would have to be distributed at a time, which would last at least 4 to 5 months. The people managing the supplies hadn't expected such a large amount to be distributed and were a little surprised. However, they were considered Lin Kang's confidants, the first group to follow him, and they were very obedient to his instructions, so they didn't say much. The base was distributing rice. As soon as the news spread, the base seemed to come alive. Are they really distributing rice? Someone asked, pulling the person who had passed the message over. Really? Look, there's a notice on the base bulletin board. And this time, it's not just for families, but for everyone. I don't know how much we can get. I haven't tasted rice in ages. Just something to eat is fine. I'm happy to taste it. How can you just taste it? At least a small bowl of rice. A skinny woman, clutching a baby of only a few months old, heard this, and her numb eyes finally brightened. Great. With rice, she could make rice porridge, and her baby would finally have something to eat. She never had enough to eat, let alone nutritious food. Her milk had long since dried up, and her baby cried heartbreakingly every day. She could only comfort him with a pained heart, but she couldn't get him to eat enough. A baby of a few months old should be plump, but hers was skinny, with eyes that looked frighteningly large, a sight that was heartbreaking. Her husband was also happy. We can save all the rice. Even if each person gets only a small bowl, it'd be enough for the baby to eat for a while. The woman wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. At least there was a glimmer of hope for survival. When her baby was born, it was already the end of the world. They had never had a good day. As parents, they felt heartbroken and guilty. When it was time to collect rice, the woman arrived early with her husband, standing at the front of the line, holding a bag. The person distributing the rice took one look at the tiny bag and frowned. Your bag is too small. It can't hold it all. Can't hold it all? The woman was a little confused. Her husband licked his lips and asked hurriedly, how much rice can you give out? The person distributing the rice. Ordinary people get 2 kilograms each. Your family can get 6 kilograms. Everyone, wow! So much, and even babies in their arms. Are they dreaming? Chapter 60. The crowd was in an uproar. They'd originally thought, since people were lining up to receive rice, they'd hazarded an assumption, thinking each person would at least get 1 bowl. Somehow, the rumor spread, and it became clear that each person would get a small bowl. So, even though they were told to bring bags, everyone carried a single plastic bag in their pockets. They didn't dare take the larger ones, so a small one was enough. And then, what did they hear? 2 kilograms per person? 2 kilograms of rice. If you save some, it lasts you a long time. The contribution points you earn can be used to buy water, so at least you can have a few more sips. The woman holding the child was so excited that she burst into tears. They'd originally thought they'd save the rice for the child to cook, but now that they knew each person would get 2 kilograms, there was no need to save any. Her child's 2 kilograms would be enough for them. I go find a bigger bag. Her husband was the first to react and ran off. The others, whose bags were short, also realized and hurried home to get more. When everyone returned with their bags, each received 2 kilograms of rice. Some had family members, so they packed their bags together. The white rice looked like a large bag. Thinking of the taste of the rice, they swallowed their saliva. Those who received rice said nothing to each other as they carried their rice home. That night, the aroma of rice filled nearly every household. The next day, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Although the rice wasn't enough to fill them up, being able to eat halfway was already great. But some people were worried. Do you think the base distributed so much this time? Will they stop giving us more in the future? I was afraid too. I didn't dare to eat too much, so I only ate a little. Oh, haven't you heard? This rice will be distributed once a week from now on, and the amount will be the same as yesterday. Really? But the base is distributing so much. How long can it last? What will we do when it runs out? Don't worry about that. Didn't you see Captain Lin and his men bring in a huge truckload of rice yesterday? Even a huge truckload will eventually run out. Why are you so anxious? Didn't I finish what I was saying? The person who spoke was speechless and said, Captain Lin has already arranged for people to clear the land and start planting. Planting? Didn't they say the seeds won't come out? That's just normal. Seeds, mutant seeds can be planted. Someone who knew a little bit quickly said, haven't those plant-based psychics been cultivating mutant seeds before? Could it be that they've been cultivating them, and now they're here? They only cultivated a little bit. Someone who knew the situation said, my son is a psychic, and he says those plant-based psychics, who cultivate seeds grow enough for themselves to eat. Then where does Captain Lin get the mutant seeds to plant? You don't know that? I heard it from my son. The woman whose son is a psychic smiled mysteriously, deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. The others, intrigued, urged, just tell me. You're just teasing us. That's right, tell me now. The old lady's vanity satisfied, she slowly said, this is all thanks to old Cheng's son. Old Cheng's son? Isn't he out of town? Your news is out of date. He and old Tian's son are back, all the way from City A, and they brought several friends with them, who have special abilities. What does this have to do with old Cheng's son? It matters a lot. I heard from my son that the rice we eat was all found by him. Oh, then we should thank him. I was wondering where the base got the rice, and how they gave us so much. Not only that, the aunt saw that they were all talking among themselves, not paying any attention to her, and she quickly coughed lightly to attract their attention. What else is there? Tell me now. That's right, you haven't said anything for a long time, so we have to guess on our own? The aunt had no choice but to say, those mutant seeds were given by old Cheng's son. Otherwise, why would they suddenly start farming when they hadn't planned to before? Amidst everyone's astonishment, the aunt said, I heard that after the land is reclaimed and the base expands, they'd be hiring a group of skilled farmers to manage the fields. Everyone was excited when they heard this. They were all farmers, so who didn't know how to farm? If they really didn't know how to farm, they'd be laughed at by the villagers. Everyone thought they were good at farming, vying with each other to say, I'm good. We used to have the highest yield in the village. You're just bragging. You actually have 9 acres of land, but you always report 8 when you harvest. The village harvests crops using machines, so if you report 1 acre less, you pay 1 less acre for the harvest. The person whose face was exposed instantly felt red. After a long pause, he stammered then. Even if my land is only 9 acres, the yield isn't bad. TSK, my crops are growing well. How dare you say that? You're the laziest person in the whole village. The fields are overgrown with weeds, and you're too lazy to pull them out. I've already sprayed pesticides, so why should I pull them out? The lazy villagers in the village used to be scrambling to prove themselves. This wasn't the case anymore. Farming in the apocalypse was definitely a good job. After all, it controlled the village's food supply. Before, they could just plant whatever they wanted. The yield wouldn't be much different, and they wouldn't starve. But things were different now. They argued furiously, until someone said, what's the point of you arguing now? As if winning will actually get you selected. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, what's the point of arguing? They scattered like birds and beasts. Come on, get back to work and earn contribution points. We have food now, but we're still short of water. More contribution points, at least we can buy more water. Mother Chung was walking down the street, and noticed that everyone was particularly welcoming to her today. Several strangers came up to greet her with smiles. Mother Chung didn't understand why, but she still smiled and greeted them. When they got home, they heard Chang's father say the same thing today. Several people pulled me aside to talk, and it took me ages to get home. Chang's mother slapped her thigh and said, "Me too." Later, they heard that Tian's father and mother had also encountered several very enthusiastic people. Everyone was confused, unable to figure out what was going on. It was Chung Jian who explained the reason. Then, they suddenly understood, and felt a surge of pride. Oh, their son is so awesome. Tian Xiao came back from outside, and noticed that his parents' eyes had softened considerably when they looked at him. This gave him goosebumps, and he rubbed his arms. Mom and Dad, please don't be like that. It's creeping me out. Tian's father and mother, whatever. His son has always been like this. He's used to it. Chung Jiu also felt that his parents were treating him better, but he didn't think much of it. Mainly because they had always been good to him. He was now contemplating something more important. Compared to clearing land for farming, the current water shortage at the base was a top priority. He had discussed with Lin Kong that the village river was polluted, the water undrinkable, and access to water was a real problem. Xiaohe village wasn't at the very top of the river, but it was not far from the mouth, and there were no villages upstream. When Chung Jiu was a child, he and his friends would often play at the mouth of the river. There was a small spring there, likely groundwater, flowing continuously from it. To be honest, everyone in Xiaohe village had a special affection for the river, including Chung Jiu. Now that the water was unusable, they felt a pang of sadness. Besides, the base was desperately short of water. Chung Jiu decided to go to the spring. After all, Lin Kong was in charge of the base, so he had to respect him, so he informed him before proceeding. Lin Kang's expression was complicated upon hearing this. Are you sure you want to go? Chung Jiu nodded, then asked, is there a problem? Lin Kong sighed. Xiaohe village has always relied on this small river, and with the water shortage, how could anyone just leave it alone? I've sent people there several times before, but each time they came back empty-handed. Several times, people got injured, and after that, no one wanted to go anymore. Chung Jiu wasn't surprised someone had been to the base. After all, with such a water shortage, it was impossible for them to just sit there and do nothing. It seemed they had indeed encountered a difficult problem. He asked, what's there? Lin Kong said, people who've been there say there's a powerful beast there that attacks anyone who approaches the spring. It's so hot now, and water is scarce everywhere. I imagine the beast is guarding the spring, treating it as its own private property. The good thing is, it won't attack unless you get close to the spring, so only some people were injured, not killed. The beast didn't sound like a ferocious beast. Chung Jiu decided to give it a try. Since it won't attack unless you get close to the spring, there's nothing to lose by going. Lin Kong was deeply moved by this, and looked at Chung Jiu excitedly. You're willing to go even though you know there's danger. You're truly wholeheartedly thinking about the base. No matter what the outcome, I thank you on everyone's behalf. Chung Jiu saw Lin Kang's eyes red with excitement, and was at a loss for words. Ah. He was quite sentimental. Lin Kong thought for a moment and said, I sent someone to go with you. Chung Jiu wanted to refuse. After all, Chung Mo and the others would go with him, so he really didn't need anyone. If they went, they wouldn't be able to solve the problem, so sending more people would be useless. Before he could say anything, Lin Kong said, don't be so quick to refuse. I send this person, and they certainly be useful. Chung Jiu was puzzled. Lin Kong smiled and said, her ability is to communicate with strange beasts. I figured the beast guarding the spring was rather gentle, so perhaps there was a way to resolve the situation peacefully. Chung Jiu hadn't expected such an ability to exist, but if the other party possessed such an ability, it was certainly worth bringing along. He didn't refuse again and agreed. Soon, Chung Jiu met the person with the ability to communicate with strange beasts. She was a woman in her 30s with short hair, appearing quite capable. Because Xiaohe village was relatively large and Chung Jiu attended school regularly, and the other party had married into the village, he didn't know her. The woman's name was Lin Jiaxu. Upon seeing Chung Jiu and the others, she smiled. I've heard of you for a long time, and today I finally get to meet you. Tian Xiao, you've heard of us. Are we famous? You didn't know? Lin Jiaxu was a little surprised. It spread throughout the village. Word has spread that you provided the rice this time, and Mr. Chung also provided mutant seeds to the base. Everyone was so happy when they heard the base could now be used for farming. Everyone felt hopeful. Lin Jiaxu spoke seriously. She was the only one with a special ability in her family, and her ability wasn't very useful, so life wasn't easy for them. The night after she received the rice, she had the most delicious meal she'd had since the apocalypse. No way, no way. Tian Xiao was embarrassed by this, having been told that for the first time. Zhou Min scratched his head. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he felt a faint sense of pride. Tian Man was lost in thought, his mind wandering off. He was no stranger to it. Chung Yamo, my Jiu is truly kind. Without further delay, everyone boarded their SUVs and headed for the spring in the stream. To get a better look at the stream, they followed its course. They noticed fallen leaves and other debris floating in the water. While these weren't particularly noticeable, there were also animal carcasses, which appeared to be rotting and emitting a foul stench. Thankfully, there were no zombie carcasses. If the river water was to be cleaned, they had to send someone to clean it up. But the key now was to get to the spring. Encountering zombies on the way startled Lin Jiaxu. Her abilities were functional, completely devoid of combat power, and she was still terrified by the sight of zombies. Thankfully, Chung Jiu and his team easily dispatched the zombies. Lin Jiaxu breathed a sigh of relief as she watched them incinerate the zombies on the spot. No wonder they'd made it all the way back from City A. They were truly impressive. Lin Jiaxu had initially risked her life leaving the base, her nerves on edge, but now she felt more relaxed and at ease. Tian Xiao chatted with Lin Jiaxu. Sister Jiaxu, your ability to communicate with alien beasts is incredible, isn't it? Tian Xiao imagined an alien beast about to attack a human, and Lin Jiaxu approaching, using both emotional and logical persuasion to persuade the beast to retreat, peacefully resolving the conflict. However, Lin Jiaxu gave a wry smile. To be honest, my ability isn't really that useful. Chung Jiu was puzzled. How could that be? Lin Jiaxu reluctantly explained. Really, even though the alien beasts have evolved some intelligence, they don't necessarily communicate. Most of them are like children, completely refusing to listen to me and making it impossible to communicate. Some alien beasts have violent personalities, their sole focus being to kill their enemies whenever they encounter them. They haven't learned to communicate at all. So far, I've only been able to interact with naturally gentle herbivorous alien beasts, but these beasts don't actively attack humans. After hearing this, Chung Jiu finally understood. So that's how it is. We were overthinking it. Chung Yamo played with Chung Jiu's hand, propping up his chin and looking at him. Chung Jiu hadn't been used to the overwhelming gaze before, but now he was. Zhou Min suddenly had an idea and said to Lin Jiaxu, since you can communicate with alien beasts, this ability shouldn't be wasted. Why don't you tame one? Lin Jiaxu said helplessly, it's not that easy. Communication is a problem. Well, we could find something that's easy to tame, like a cat or a dog, Zhou Min suggested. Tian Xiao snapped his fingers. You know what, it might actually be possible. Chung Jiu added, if an adult exotic beast can't be tamed, maybe we could try raising one from a young one. Lin Jiaxu was tempted. It was the end of the world, and who wouldn't want to be able to protect themselves? If she could tame an exotic beast, at least her own safety would be guaranteed. But how could it be that easy? To get a juvenile exotic beast, you'd have to be able to defeat an adult one, right? Lin Jiaxu gave a wry smile. If there's a chance, I'd be willing to try. As they spoke, they had already reached a point not far from the spring, and several people got out of the car. Huh? Where are those exotic beasts? Tian Xiao looked around, but there wasn't even a trace of one. Hidden? Zhou Min muttered. Chung Jiu glanced around. Near the spring, a patch of grass, about a meter tall, stood out. Perhaps because of the moist soil near the spring, the grass was particularly lush. Tian Xiao, seeing the clear water flowing continuously from the spring, was tempted to wash his face. However, as he approached, he felt a gust of wind approaching. Chung Jiu, be careful. Tian Xiao quickly dodged. Seeing the tree chopped down not far away, he patted his chest with lingering fear. Oh my god! Was this a sneak attack? Tian Xiao muttered. Then the group noticed the grass stir, and a moose limped over, eyeing them warily, and making a low, warning sound. It seemed to be just as Leng Kong had said, as long as they stayed away from the spring, the elk wouldn't attack. Brother, we mean no harm. Zhou Min waved his hand. Not far from the spring, there were also animal carcasses, soaking in the water and polluting it. The elk, perhaps sensing the pollution, stayed close to the spring, drinking only there. But those living downstream and needing water were in a worse situation. The elk, seeing they were lingering, looked agitated and attempted to attack them several times. Chung Imo raised his hand to block the wind blade. Seeing Chung Jiu frown, he smiled. "I take care of it." Chung Jiu held him back. "No, let's see if there's any other solution." Not wanting to anger him, Chung Imo withdrew his hand. "Okay, I know you're soft-hearted." Lin Jiashu quickly engaged the elk, trying to convey that they meant no harm, but simply needed water. Upon hearing this, the elk became even more enraged and attacked them again. It saw these people as trying to steal its water. In nature, competition for water is fiercest. Without water, life is impossible. How could it possibly give up its water supply? Chung Imo parried the attack and looked at Lin Jiashu. Can this deer communicate? If not, he'd have to find another way. He didn't want Chung Jiu to worry about the base's water shortage. Lin Jiashu quickly said, "I try again." She quickly assured the elk that they weren't here to compete with it for the spring. The elk hesitated, hesitant to believe them. "Then what are you doing here?" Lin Jiashu was relieved to see it willing to communicate. "We want to clean up here. We live downstream from the river, and the water is polluted, and we don't have any drinkable water." She tried to be concise, so the elk wouldn't misunderstand her. The elk shifted anxiously, as if wondering if they were trustworthy. Its movements were choppy and awkward. Chung Imo narrowed his eyes. "It's injured." Because they were quite far away, Chung Jiu and the others only noticed the elk's limp and didn't see anything else. Now, upon closer inspection, they discovered that its right front leg was rotten, looking like, "Oh my god, it's been infected by the zombie virus," Zhou Min exclaimed, also becoming wary. Hearing this, Tian Man immediately clenched his sword. While they could still communicate with strange beasts, with zombies, there was no room for communication. Chung Jiu was also a little nervous, but he noticed something was wrong. The zombie virus spreads quickly, but we've been here all this time, and it hasn't been infected. He then glanced at Lin Jiashu, who nodded. It's still able to communicate. Communicating meant it was still conscious. You know, even humans infected by zombies would be completely controlled by the virus. This elk's consciousness meant it hadn't been infected, or rather, not completely. Everyone was initially a little nervous when they heard the elk had been infected by the zombie virus. Only now did they realize that this elk had actually managed to survive the onslaught of the zombie virus. Is there something special about it? Zhou Min's eyes lit up. Is its ability special? Chung Jiu shook his head. It's just a very common wind-based ability, but it's quite powerful. This beast was quite high level. Could it be that a higher level protects against the zombie virus? Tianxiao speculated. If that were the case, that would be great news. Maybe it has something to do with this elk itself? Chung Jiu wasn't quite sure. I'd never heard of a high-level ability protecting against infection. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but they had to admit that this elk was valuable. Perhaps they could draw some of its blood for research. It's unclear if all high-level supernatural beasts have this ability, or if this elk is unique. Chung Jiu asked Zhou Min, "Can you heal its leg?" Zhou Min scratched his head. "I don't know. It's mainly because he's never encountered this situation before." Zhou Min was certain. "Cut off its infected leg, and I can make it grow back." Everyone, So what's the deal? "We can heal your leg, but we need to cut it off first. I don't think this elk will bite them." After hearing that, the atmosphere tensed for a moment, and the elk grew agitated again, trying to drive them away. Lin Jiashu tried to talk to it, but the elk was wary and unwilling to trust them. She was sweating profusely, and helplessly said, "We can communicate, but it doesn't trust us." Chung Jiu and his group made it feel too powerful, especially Chung Imo, who was the only one since it acquired its powers that terrified it, making it even more afraid to let them get close. "Are we just going back like this?" Zhou Min was somewhat reluctant. The base's drinking water problem needed to be solved urgently, no matter what. Tianxiao, what else can we do? Force it? That's definitely not going to work. This elk has the ability to resist the zombie virus. Maybe we can develop a vaccine through it. It sounded a bit far-fetched, but what if? Even if there was even a slight possibility, they couldn't take the risk. Lin Jiashu tried to communicate with the elk again, and this time it gave them a direct warning. If they didn't leave, it would attack them again. Tianxiao helplessly said, "How about we go?" Before he could finish his words, Chung Jiu pulled out a black pumpkin. Oh, a mutant pumpkin. Chung Jiu simply cracked the pumpkin shell with a small iron, and instantly, the alluring aroma of pumpkin emanated. The elk, after munching on wheats for months, said, ? Chapter 61. Seeing the elk peering curiously at the pumpkin, Chung Jiu smiled and said to Lin Jiashu, "Ask it if it wants to eat it?" Lin Jiashu asked. The elk, having been eating wild grass for months, inexplicably noticed the pumpkin's fragrance. This was no ordinary pumpkin, a mutant pumpkin from the cultivation space, holding an unusual allure for exotic beasts. So, upon hearing Lin Jiashu's words, the elk moved its legs anxiously. It longed to eat, but also suspected that the cunning humans might be up to something. But it smelled so good. Seeing this, Chung Jiu had Chung Mo use his water power to transport the pumpkin over. Chung Jiu smiled. "Sorry to bother you today. Consider this pumpkin our apology." Lin Jiashu translated diligently. The elk thought, "Is there such a good thing?" Cautiously, it lowered its head and sniffed the pumpkin in front of it. Finding nothing amiss, it finally gave in and took a tentative bite. Elk, surprise! What a delicious smell! It unconsciously opened its mouth wide and chewed rapidly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. This pumpkin was specially picked by Chung Jiu. It was a relatively small one, but still weighed over 10 pounds. However, compared to the mutant elk's enormous appetite, it was clearly not enough. The elk devoured it completely in a short while. Elk, delicious, delicious. It couldn't help but look at Chung Jiu and the others with its clear, large eyes, its gaze softening. Chung Jiu said, "Since you've accepted our apology, we leave." Lin Jiashu immediately translated. Elk, surprise! Although it had wanted to drive these humans away earlier, now it didn't want them to leave. The innocent elk was completely oblivious to the humans' trickery. Seeing the humans tired and ready to leave, it panicked and hurriedly asked, "Human, do you still have the delicious food you just had?" Lin Jiashu translated the elk's words. Chung Mo and the others had already guessed what Chung Jiu was about to do and readily agreed, saying, "Jiu worked so hard to grow these pumpkins. Giving him one is already a great gift. Don't push your luck." Lin Jiashu immediately addressed the elk. The elk felt a little disappointed. It was right. It had been grazing on grass for months, so such a delicious pumpkin must be hard to come by. Chung Jiu, it's not that hard, actually. Growing pumpkins requires water, and we're short on water right now. I only have what I planted earlier, so of course I have to be frugal. After hearing this, the elk glanced at the spring it was guarding, seeming somewhat troubled. So that delicious treat was actually grown? How could someone who could grow something so delicious be a bad person? Definitely not a bad person. The elk couldn't resist the pumpkin's allure, and immediately said, "You can come over, but you have to give me something like that every day." Chung Jiu tried hard not to laugh, saying, "Once we have water, we can grow more pumpkins. I give you 3 a day." The elk, 3? That's a lot. Finally, tempted by the pumpkin, it succumbed. After Chung Jiu gave it a larger pumpkin, he allowed them to come to the spring. Chung Jiu and his companions approached the spring and began clearing away animal carcasses and fallen leaves. Perhaps, animals had previously fought for the spring's water, and many had perished. Their bodies, left in the stagnant water, polluted the water downstream. To avoid threatening the elk, they stayed away from each other and diligently cleaned the area. The elk observed them cautiously for a moment, then, reassured by their obedience, lowered its head and happily ate the pumpkin. Delicious, delicious. Chung Jiu and his crew moved quickly. They waited until new water flowed from the spring, and the foul odor from the upstream water subsided before stopping. Tianxia washed his face with the water. The groundwater was exceptionally cool, and he squinted in relief. Great. Now we only need to clean up the section of the river near our village. Chung Jiu nodded, smiling, and generously gave the elk another pumpkin. The elk, wow! What a generous human! It began to like Chung Jiu even more. If it weren't for its genetically programmed vigilance, it would have been tempted to rub against Chung Jiu. Although Chung Jiu and the others were curious about how the elk managed to resist the zombie virus, they knew the elk hadn't completely let down its guard, so they kept quiet. After all, there would definitely be a chance in the future. Chung Jiu told the elk that they would come regularly to clean the river and bring pumpkins along. The elk, there's delicious food. I'm so happy. Chung Jiu and the others said goodbye to the elk. The river was a kilometer from their village, and it would take them forever to clean it all by themselves. They decided to return to base and ask Lin Kong to send another group. Another problem. The nearest water source to their base was several dozen meters away. While not far, being outside the base posed a constant risk, so they needed a solution. When Lin Kong heard that the spring had been cleaned, he was overjoyed. Great, great! The river is clean, and the base's water problem has been solved. He immediately dispatched troops to clear the river. Chung Jiyu and his team had already cleared the zombies along the way, so there was no immediate danger, so ordinary people were also going. Even if they were going on a mission, the contribution points were high, and everyone knew the importance of water resources, so many were willing to go. After all, it wasn't just ordinary people. Lin Kong had also sent psychics, who were more friendly to ordinary people to protect them. The group set off enthusiastically. Although they were a little nervous, as they were leaving the base, they were also happy because they finally had water to drink after returning. As for how to get water, Lin Kong said, "We send psychics every day to fetch water, and the distance is only a few dozen meters." Chung Jiyu thought it wasn't feasible. If psychics were sent, they would have to waste time fetching water every day, which would increase the cost. Moreover, how much could psychics fetch per day? Would they be expected to fetch water all the time? Would ordinary people have access to water so easily? However, Chung Jiyu didn't directly refute him, simply reminding him, "Our base has over 1,000 people, so water usage is likely considerable." That's right. If we send too many people to fetch water, it's wasteful, and if we send too few, it won't be enough. Lin Kong thought this made sense. He frowned and said, "We can't send ordinary people. If they run into danger, they'd be completely defenseless." Chung Jiyu said, "I remember people in the village used to use water pumps all the time." Lin Kong slapped his head, remembering the existence of such a thing. He sighed and shook his head. "Alas, it's only been a short time since the end of the world, and I've subconsciously only used people to solve problems." The villagers used to use water pumps to draw water from the river to irrigate their vegetable plots, so finding one wasn't difficult. Once the river is cleared and the pumps are installed, it won't be long before everyone at the base has drinking water. What are you talking about? Seeing several people gathered together, someone approached curiously and asked. "Great news." The person speaking was in a good mood, grinning. "I heard that old Chang's son cleaned the river. Maybe we have drinking water soon." "Really?" Hearing this, the person subconsciously licked his dry lips. How could it be fake? The person speaking glared at him and said, "Old Chang's son has done so much good for our base." At this, everyone nodded, feeling deeply grateful to Chung Jiyu. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't even be thinking about their next meal, let alone drinking water now. Although they still didn't have enough to eat, hadn't they seen the base begin clearing the land? Once they started farming, they'd have something new to look forward to. Thinking of this, a smile quickly broke across their previously gloomy faces. On their way home, Chung Jiyu and his companions stopped frequently, being approached by villagers for warm conversations. One villager pulled out a treasure tea candy and offered it to Chung Jiyu. "Son, I don't have anything special, so take it." Everyone felt that verbal thanks were superficial and needed to be tangible, but Chung Jiyu, looking at the man's emaciated appearance, didn't feel comfortable accepting such a gift. Even though tea wasn't essential for survival right now, Chung Jiyu didn't refuse outright. Instead, he said, "I'm craving some tea, but how can I accept your gift?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What's the big deal? This tea is useless to me. You've given us hope. Don't worry about your laughing, but I used to think life was hard and wondered what was the point of living. But now there's hope again. You know, I've endured this for so long, how can I just run away?" Chung Jiyu was moved by what he heard and said, "I won't accept your things for free, or I feel uneasy. I trade them, and send them back to you later." The middle-aged man waved his hand. No. Chung Jiyu said nothing more. He would just send it back later. After returning, he cut up 2 pounds of pork and a bucket of water, and took them to the middle-aged man. The tea he had given was fine tea. Based on its value before the apocalypse, it certainly wouldn't be worth just this much. But after the apocalypse, these things were worthless, so Chung Jiyu didn't dare to offer more. If someone else wanted to trade with him in the same way, would he do it or not? Not doing so would only offend them. Although he wasn't afraid of offending people, he was too lazy to manage these relationships. The middle-aged man, seeing Chung Jiyu actually offer something, initially considered refusing, but seeing the meat and the currently scarce water, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Chung Mo followed Chung Jiyu around like a long tail, carrying the meat and water and placing them on the table in the middle-aged man's home. The middle-aged man felt a little ashamed. "Hey, how could I accept your gifts?" He felt that Chung Jiyu had done so much for the base, and it was only right for him to be grateful. He didn't have anything special to offer, so he could only offer the relatively good tea he had saved before the apocalypse. But he hadn't expected the other party to send him another gift. He naturally knew that the value of tea could no longer be measured by pre-apocalyptic standards, so he felt Chung Jiyu had given him too much. But, Seeing his 6-year-old granddaughter gazing longingly at the piece of meat, he could only blush and accept it. After a moment's thought, he asked Chung Ji-yu and the others to wait. He dug out a brand new tea set from his room and said, "How can I make tea without tea sets? I haven't used this set yet. It's not the best, but it's enough. I can't use this either, so you can take it." Chung Ji-yu was about to refuse, but the middle-aged man immediately said, "Just take it. You can't eat or drink it. Consider it your uncle's thanks. If you accept it, I feel at ease." Having said this, Chung Ji-yu sighed and ultimately didn't say no. Chung Imo was curious, "How do you use this thing?" The middle-aged man smiled, "Let me show you." So, he pulled out his tea set. He had originally planned to demonstrate without the actual equipment, but Chung Imo found it difficult to understand, so he decided to learn how to make tea for Ji-yu back home. Ji-yu had just held the box of tea, praising it as excellent tea, saying he must enjoy it. Chung Imo simply got out a basin of water and had the man demonstrate. The middle-aged man, He shook his head, boiled a pot of water, and began to make tea with fluid movements. Though he looked like a rough man, he was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. After watching, Chung Imo felt he had mastered the technique. He put away the tea set and planned to make tea for Chung Ji-yu back home. The middle-aged man walked Chung Ji-yu to the door and was about to leave when he heard a sneer from the side. He turned and saw his neighbor, Seong Chi, standing at the doorway with his hands behind his back, his face sullen and full of sarcasm. Seong Chi said half-heartedly, "Some people, all they do all day is flatter others." The middle-aged man remembered a previous conflict with Chung Ji-yu, and how he'd held a grudge against him. He understood Seong Chi's reasoning. He sneered, "It's rare to find someone as petty as you. You can't find your son yourself, so you blame others. If you had the guts, why don't you go find him yourself?" Seong Chi felt a pang of pain, his face flushed, and he raised his voice, "Wu Li. I thought you were a good neighbor, but instead of helping me, you're helping that bastard Chung Ji-yu." The middle-aged man, Wu Li, frowned. "Say another word? I don't know how you can have the nerve to do that. If you can, return the rice you took." Seong Chi was speechless for a long time. How could he possibly be willing to return the rice? He wasn't stupid. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "Why should I return it? It was given to me by the base. It's from Xiao Chung." Wu Li said, "I don't believe it. You know it was Xiao Chung who gave it to you, yet you're eating his rice and cursing at him all the same time. Ugh, shameless." Seong Chi-jin's face paled. He had always remembered Wu Li as a kind person who disliked conflict, which was why he had dared to say that. He hadn't expected Wu Li to be so blunt and insulting. For a moment, he was speechless with anger. Wu Li snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of offending someone like that, someone who didn't remember favors and was always fussy about the smallest things. He ignored Seong Chi-jin and went home, leaving him stomping his feet in anger. "Just wait. I see you've been sold, and all you do is count the money." Seong Chi-jin kept telling himself that Wu Li couldn't get any good from Chung Ji-yu. He was sharp-tongued and had no respect for his elders. How could he be any good? However, that night, he smelled a delicious aroma coming from next door and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His stomach growled with hunger, and he muttered to his wife, "What's going on? Where did Wu Li get the meat?" His wife, also starving and unable to sleep, said, "It was given by old Chang's son. I saw it all. It was a huge piece of meat, and even water." Seong Chi-jin didn't know this. He only saw Wu Li shove a can of tea into Chung Ji-yu's arms. The enticing aroma now made his mouth water. If he had known he could trade for meat, he would have. His wife, upon hearing Seong Chi-jin's words, laughed at his naivete. "You've offended old Chang's son. How could he possibly be willing to trade with you? Besides, what kind of tea is that? I bought it from a stall, and you can buy a pound for 100 yuan. How can it compare to old Wu's tea?" Seong Chi-jin was furious. His wife wasn't even on his side. "That's enough. Stop talking. I have my own plans." His wife rolled her eyes, thinking, "What plans do you have?" After saying they'd come to Chung Ji-yu's place, they returned home with the tea set Wu Li had given them. After boiling water, Chung Mo began to make tea. Tian Xiao and the others, bored, gathered to watch. Chung Mo's expression was indifferent. He simply ignored them, poured a cup of boiling water, and began to make tea. Chung Ji was in high spirits, but he saw boiling water poured on Chung Mo's fingers several times. Then he looked at Chung Mo and saw. He remained calm. "Chung Ji, Tian Xiao coughed lightly. Hey, aren't your hands hot?" Chung Mo glanced at him with a sullen gaze. "Tian Xiao, Chung Mo confidently said, This tea is just this hot. What do you know? Tianxiao, although I don't know how to make tea, I do know people whose fingers could withstand such heat. Even Cheng Yamo, with his thick skin, had his fingers reddened. Cheng Yamo still insisted on following the procedure, pouring the tea onto the quilt and handing it to Cheng Jiu, propping his chin up with anticipation. Try it? Cheng Jiu took a sip and smiled. Delicious. In reality, he couldn't tell what good tea was, but he was just praising it. Cheng Yamo was so happy, his tail almost lifted to the sky, that he eagerly said, "She used done drinking, I make you some more." Tianxia was tactless. "Brother Hey, I want some too." Cheng Yamo immediately put on a show of his impressive face-changing skills. He had been smiling at Cheng Ziyu with his chin propped up, but when he heard Tianxia's words, he looked at him coolly. "If you want to drink, drink it. What are you talking to me about?" Tianxiao, Okay, I'm not worthy. Zhou Min chuckled. Tianxiao, you're still so clueless. He quickly said, come on, I make you some. Tianxiao was surprised. You can make tea? Yes, isn't it simple? Zhou Min said, tossing a little tea leaves into each person's cup, then poured hot water and made a gesture of invitation. Drink it. Several people responded, Tianxiao was incredulous. Is this what you call making tea? Just tell me whether it's made or not. Zhou Min blew on the water cup, then took a sip. I think they all taste pretty much the same. Tianxiao, never mind. He couldn't really tell the difference. Tian Manman took a big sip and praised, delicious. Tianxiao and the others were used to it. Tian Manman wasn't picky about his food. There wasn't anything he found unpalatable or unpalatable. Cheng Jian, seeing all the hustle and bustle, came over and asked, what are you guys doing? Tianxiao said, Yin Yin, would you like a cup? Brother Tian, how do you drink tea like that? Cheng Jian smiled and looked at Cheng Jiu. My brother's way is the right way. Cheng Yamo treated Cheng Ji's younger sister very well, making more tea for her to drink. Cheng Jian couldn't really tell what the taste was, but she still praised delicious. She finished her cup of tea, waved her hand, and said she was going back to her room. Cheng Jiu pondered for a moment, finished his last sip of tea, and then went to his mother to ask about Cheng Jian's condition. I've noticed that every time she goes out with other psychics, she's always in a bad mood when she comes back. Mother Cheng also noticed this, shook her head, and said helplessly, she's been better since you came back. Before, Yin Yin was always gloomy. I asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't tell me. Sigh. Cheng Ji realized after a moment's thought that Yin Yin must be worried about her parents. He comforted his worried mother, it's okay. I find out later. As for how to find out, he immediately thought of Aunt Wang. As a psychic and an elder, Aunt Wang took good care of Cheng Jian, so she should know something about the situation. When Cheng Ji found Aunt Wang and explained his purpose, Aunt Wang was surprised. Yin Yin didn't tell you. Cheng Ji frowned slightly and shook his head. She never mentioned it. Aunt Wang sighed. This child is just too sensible. She said, there was nothing we could do before, but now that you're back, there's no need to be afraid of him. After saying this, Aunt Wang added, this matter has to do with Yang Kai. You know Yang Kai, right? The one who fainted the other day? This guy used to be a lazy villager, looked down upon by everyone. But after the apocalypse, he suddenly awakened dual powers and became a powerful figure. This guy is so shameless. He's in his 30s and still hasn't married, but he's already set his sights on Yin Yin. With a crack. Aunt Wang watched helplessly as her table crumbled to pieces. Cheng Ji withdrew his hand. Sorry, I make you a new table later. Aunt Wang coughed softly. He wouldn't dare go too far. He'd talk about pursuing Yin Yin. Yin Yin would be annoyed by him, and naturally she'd be in a bad mood. Cheng Ji was so angry that his vision darkened. He exhaled, thank you. I leave now, and come back later. Aunt Wang was a little anxious. Xiao Cheng, don't be impulsive. She wanted to persuade Cheng Yamo again, but Cheng Yamo said, Shiyu, who are you going to kill? Aunt Wang's legs went weak. She decided to follow him, and see what was going on. At this moment, Yang Kai, completely unaware of what was about to happen, was bragging to his younger brothers. Younger brother A said in dissatisfaction, Brother Yang, you don't know that since Cheng Jiu came back, he's completely stolen our limelight. That's right. Younger brother B was also very upset. He couldn't stand the good life of ordinary people. If they lived well, wouldn't his noble character be reflected? Brother C, everyone says Cheng Jiu is incredibly powerful. What can we do about him? Yang Kai was immediately displeased upon hearing this. Cheng Jiu is powerful? He's just a plant type. He relies entirely on the psychics around him. His reputation is just empty. I could kill him with one punch. Haha. If he keeps up this arrogance, I teach him a lesson sooner or later. Break his legs and make him beg for mercy. The brothers immediately praised, Brother Yang, you're awesome. Give him a lesson. However, just as they finished their words, the door suddenly shattered. The broken wood scratched one of the brothers' arms, causing him to scream in pain. Yang Kai was about to curse when he saw Cheng Jiyu at the door and shuddered. Chapter 62. Yang Kai realized he was subconsciously afraid of Cheng Jiyu, and his face darkened. He didn't understand what there was to be afraid of. Cheng Jiyu had no skills at all, relying entirely on his friends. Thinking of this, he seemed to gain confidence and glared at Cheng Jiyu. What the hell are you doing? Cheng Jiyu smiled. Come over to take care of you. Yang Kai almost thought he had misheard. He saw Cheng Yimou standing beside him. Having seen how powerful he was, he felt a little scared. He wasn't afraid of Cheng Jiyu, but Cheng Yimou. Yang Kai instantly had an idea and said, Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in the base? But I can challenge you to a fight. How about we have a fight? Cheng Jiyu raised an eyebrow. Okay. Yang Kai immediately said, It's just the two of us. No one else can participate. If you don't agree, you're just scared. To get Cheng Jiyu to agree, he even used provocation. Cheng Jiyu couldn't help himself. So much nonsense. Just the two of us. Yang Kai chuckled inwardly. This Cheng Jiyu was way too conceited. He must have thought he was so powerful, hiding behind Cheng Yimou. Great. Such a perfect opportunity to prove he was far more formidable than Cheng Jiyu. He would beat him mercilessly, letting those foolish ordinary people see who was more formidable. Edwan hurried over to hear that Cheng Jiyu and Yang Kai were planning a fight. She was a little surprised, because it was Yang Kai who suggested it. Surely, Cheng Jiyu didn't really think he could beat Cheng Jiyu, but after a moment's thought, she understood the reason. When Cheng Jiyu had killed the wild boar leader, Yang Kai had already fainted, completely oblivious to his opponent's strength. After hearing that Cheng Jiyu was a plant type, he subconsciously assumed, due to his stereotype of plant types, that Cheng Jiyu wasn't very capable in combat. Edwan was no longer anxious, waiting to see Yang Kai's joke. The younger brothers excitedly shouted, Brother Yang, come on. Beat him down. Beat him until he calls me daddy, haha. Break his legs, make him kneel down. Cheng Yimou narrowed his eyes, and several younger brothers felt as if their mouths had been slapped, their mouths swelling. Cheng Yimou, if you keep talking, it won't just be a swollen mouth. The younger brothers were speechless, tears welling in their eyes, as they looked at Yang Kai, hoping he would avenge them. Yang Kai said bluntly, let's begin. With that, he immediately launched into action, hoping to seize the initiative and knock Cheng Jiyu down. However, before he could even see clearly, Cheng Jiyu easily dodged the blow. He felt a pain in his leg and fell to his knees. He gritted his teeth and tried to fight back, but Cheng Jiyu didn't even give him a chance to stand. He felt a pain in his chest and nearly vomited blood. Yang Kai tried to scream in pain, but Cheng Jiyu didn't give him the chance. He felt himself being grabbed and punched like a punching bag. I admit defeat. Yang Kai tried to concede, but his mouth was blocked, preventing him from speaking. He continued to be beaten unilaterally. He couldn't understand why he had lost so inexplicably. How could he, so powerful, not even be able to defeat a plant-type mutant? Moreover, it wasn't a question of whether he could defeat her or not. He was completely powerless to fight back. The younger brothers, who had hoped their big brother would avenge them, were stunned by the scene. No, the one being used as a punching bag, only able to cry out in pain, was their big brother? Why does he feel so weak? The younger brother inexplicably felt, I'm stronger than him. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, knowing his performance was disgraceful. If he continued like this, he would have no prestige in the base. No, this must not happen. He gritted his teeth, concentrated all his supernatural power, and hurled himself at Cheng Jiyu. He struck with such force that if Cheng Jiyu was hit, he would be either dead or crippled. Just as he was about to hit Cheng Jiyu, Yang Kai's face twisted into a grin. Ha ha ha, Cheng Jiyu, I kill you. But the next moment, his expression turned horrified. Something entangled his foot, and he swung it to the side with a swift movement, just in front of Cheng Jiyu. The blow, delivered with all his supernatural power, landed entirely on himself. Yang Kai screamed, ah, and fainted. Cheng Jiyu expressionlessly retracted the small scroll. He had only intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson, to deter him from harassing Yin Yin again, but he hadn't expected him to resort to murder. He'd only just reaped what he had sown. Chung Mo hurried over and pulled Chung Ziyu over to check him out. He examined him from head to toe, examining him from head to toe. Only with relief, after confirming he was unharmed, did he look at the bloodied and unconscious Yang Kai and sigh, "Ziyu, you're so kind." Yang Kai's followers, Chung Ziyu smiled. He hadn't realized how kind he was. Aunt Wang, watching Yang Kai from the side, said, "From the beginning, Xiao Chung was just trying to stop when he could." It was Yang Kai who, unable to win, resorted to ruthless action. This is his own fault. Xiao Chung can't be blamed. And Wang said this to defend Chung Ziyu. Even if Yang Kai pursued the matter, Chung Ziyu wouldn't be blamed at all. Chung Ziyu let Chung Mo hold his hand, and said sincerely to Aunt Wang, "Thank you." Aunt Wang waved her hand, indicating that it was all right. Yang Kai's subordinates came to their senses, and realized that despite Yang Kai's constant boasts about how great he was actually no match for Chung Ziyu. They had been willing to serve as Yang Kai's subordinates because they thought he was powerful, but now they realized how mediocre he was. The subordinates immediately rebelled, looking at Chung Ziyu. "Brother Chung, are you still in need of subordinates? We're willing to follow you." Chung Mo's face immediately darkened. "Is it your turn to be Ziyu's subordinate?" The subordinates scratched their heads. "Huh? Brother Chung has a subordinate now?" Chung Mo proudly said, "I am." The subordinates, Should such a powerful person only be Chung Ziyu's subordinate? They suddenly felt that Chung Ziyu was truly terrifying. However, since they couldn't be Chung Ziyu's younger brothers, they turned to Chung Mo. "So, do you still need younger brothers?" "Chung Mo, go away." Chung Ziyu looked at Chung Mo helplessly. "What younger brother? I don't consider you my younger brother." Chung Mo said coquettishly, "Everyone who can be close to you is mine." Chung Ziyu's ears burned. Does this Chung Mo even know what he's talking about? Brother. Chung Jian, having heard the news from somewhere, was worried her brother would suffer, so she hurriedly called Tian Xiao and the others over. They saw Yang Kai lying on the ground, a bloody mess. Sun Yu blocked her view, fearing she would be frightened. Chung Ji walked up to his sister, touched her head, and said gently, "Yin Yin, tell me anything you encounter in the future." Chung Jian felt a lump in her throat and nodded, "Yeah." She wiped her tears and said admiringly, "Brother, you're amazing. If I'd known you were so capable, I would have complained to you long ago." "By the way, is Yang Kai dead?" she asked, looking anxiously over Sun Yu. Of course, she wasn't worried about Yang Kai, but she was afraid his death would cause trouble for her brother. But after a long look, she couldn't see anything. Sun Yu completely blocked her view. Sun Yu thought Chung Jian was just a little girl, so he decided not to look, fearing it would leave a psychological scar. Chung Ji reassured her, "She's not dead." He explained, "She just reaped the fruits of her own labor." Chung Jian cursed him, shameless, but then felt relieved. At least her brother couldn't be blamed. Yang Kai certainly wasn't going to die. Such a serious injury would have been dangerous for an ordinary person, but it wouldn't be a problem for a psychic. A psychic's body was strong, and a month or two of rest would heal. It was he who had suggested the competition, and he had only himself to blame for his severe injuries. Even if he wanted to cause trouble for Chung Jiu, he had absolutely no reason to. I figured after this, Yang Kai would learn his lesson and wouldn't dare harass Chung Jian again. After everyone left, Yang Kai lay on the ground like a dead dog. The other brothers didn't want to bother him, looking at each other, but finally resigned themselves to their fate, carried Yang Kai to the bed, and cleaned his wounds. It wasn't that they valued friendship, but rather that they feared Yang Kai would bear a grudge if they ignored him. They weren't as powerful as Chung Jiu, so they were still quite afraid of him. There were no healing psychics at the base, so they could only use ordinary methods to treat his injuries. Brother A ran to find the base's doctor. Before the apocalypse, the doctor had run a clinic in the village. His medical skills were quite good, and he could treat even simple headaches and fevers. After the apocalypse, he didn't awaken his superpowers, but thanks to his medical skills, he managed to live comfortably at the base. However, there were some short-sighted people who looked down on him, thinking he wasn't a superpowered person. Yang Kai was one of them. Once, Yang Kai had an argument with the doctor, and his words were particularly harsh. The doctor flew into a rage and said, "Don't even think of asking me to treat you again. I won't care even if you have only one breath left." Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. He felt incredibly powerful, and believed such a day wouldn't come. He immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are? Why would I need you? You think you're so powerful? You're nothing." This successfully offended the doctor. So, Brother A hurried over to find the doctor. Upon seeing the doctor The doctor recognized him as the man who had been following Yang Kai. His brows furrowed, but he didn't vent his anger on him. He asked what was wrong. Brother A touched his nose and said, "My eldest brother is injured. Can you come with me?" The doctor's face immediately turned grim. "Yang Kai?" Brother A nodded. The doctor sneered and shooed Brother A out. "He's so strong, he should treat himself." Then he slammed the door shut. Brother A, frustrated, had no choice but to return dejected. Upon learning that the doctor was unwilling to treat Yang Kai, the other brothers gathered around the injured Yang Kai, worried. "Brother B, what do we do now?" Brother C suggested, "Should we tie up the doctor and force him to treat Brother Kai?" Brother A immediately said, "I don't dare. I'm afraid my mother would beat me to death if I offend the doctor." Brother B didn't dare either. Brother C was just talking though. He wasn't ready to offend anyone for Yang Kai's sake. "Brother A, let's handle it ourselves. It should be easy." Brother C nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Brother Kai is strong, he shouldn't die." So, the others got to work, starting with tending to Yang Kai's chest wound. It must be said that psychics have remarkable resilience. Even a serious chest wound, like that, had already stopped bleeding on its own. Scrambling, they began to remove Yang Kai's clothes. The clothes were stuck to the wound, making them difficult to remove. Brother A tugged hard, and the unconscious Yang Kai winced twice in pain. The other two brothers glanced at him, coughed lightly, and began to tug at his clothes as well. "I don't mean to retaliate against Brother Kai, even though he bosses me around and often slaps me on the head, making my head buzz," Brother A said as he pulled the clothes off the wound. Brother B nodded repeatedly. "Me too. Although Brother Kai often scolds me harshly, I absolutely don't hold a grudge." As he spoke, he poured iodine from Yang Kai's cabinet onto the wound, and Yang Kai convulsed again. Brother C complained, "How could you do this?" He then reached out to Brother B. "Let me have a couple of hits too." In this way, Yang Kai convulsed for who knew how many times before the brothers haphazardly bandaged his wound. Brother B felt his stomach. "I'm a little hungry. Let's go eat. Do you want to join us?" "Let's go, let's go." Behind him, Yang Kai lay alone on his messy bed, a feeling of desolation and forlornness. Over here, after dinner, the Chung family members returned to their rooms. Chung Jiu came out once, that evening, and ran into his mother in the yard. Chang's mother sat in the yard, lost in thought, seemingly lost in thought. Chung Jiu walked over. "Mom, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go to bed?" Chang's mother came to her senses, and looked at Chung Jiu, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Chung Jiu sat down beside her and asked again, "Do you have something to ask?" Chang's mother hesitated and struggled, remaining silent for a long moment before finally asking, "Jiu, you and that kid Xiaomao are a couple, right?" Chung Jiu, Chang's mother spoke to herself. "I've been looking around these past few days, and I've learned that two boys can be in a relationship." "Are you and Xiaomao in a relationship?" "It's nothing, actually. It's good. You can still take care of each other, but you just don't have children. But it's okay. In this world, having a child is also a hardship. It's good to have someone to be there for you." It was obvious that Chang's mother had been thinking about this question for a long time. It was unknown how she had convinced herself to accept it. Chung Jiu said with difficulty, "Mom, he and I aren't what you think." He was indeed somewhat attracted to Chung Mo, but it felt as if Chung Mo didn't understand anything and simply treated him the way he had treated her before she became a human. Mother Chung asked, "You don't like boys?" Chung Jiu, unsure how to approach the subject, lowered his head and said, "I do like boys." Mother Chung looked at him with an "I don't understand" expression. "You like boys, but you're not in a relationship with Xiao Mo, yet you two cuddle and sleep in the same room." Chung Jiu, It does sound a bit. Mother Chung looked at her son with a look that made him look like a jerk. After a long pause, she couldn't help but say, "Son, Xiao Mo is a good kid. You can't bully him like this." Chung Jiu said helplessly, "Mom, I don't know how to explain this to you. This is a bit complicated. Don't worry about it. I don't think two men in a normal relationship would hug each other like you do." Mother Cheng's words startled him. "Would your dad hug your Uncle Tian?" Chung Jiu imagined it for a moment, and instantly couldn't accept it. "Think about it," Mother Chung said seriously. "Don't hurt Xiao Mo's feelings." She shook her head and went back to her room. She had been struggling with the fact that her son was gay, but suddenly realized that he was not only gay, but also a scumbag. Now she didn't have to worry anymore. She had to persuade her son to give Xiao Mo a legitimate relationship. "No, what's going on?" Mother Cheng's expression was gloomy. When he reached the door, he ran into Cheng's father, who was about to leave. He said, I was just about to go out and look for you. What are you doing out here, so late at night, when you're not sleeping? Chang's mother glanced at him and shook her head. You don't understand. Chang's father, ? Chang's mother, what do you know? You know nothing. Chang's father, What's wrong with you so late at night? Even then, Chang Ji returned to his room with mixed feelings, staring expressionlessly at Chang Yimou, who was now naked and lying on the bed. Can't you put on some clothes? Chang Ji felt helpless. Jiyu, don't you like looking? Chang Yimou said confidently, look at you, you can't take your eyes off me. Chang Jiyu's ears flushed. He admitted that Chang Mo's figure was indeed attractive to him, but he wasn't that lustful, was he? He kept a straight face, trying to appear unmoved. As a result, he was scooped up by Chang Yimou, who nuzzled him and complained, Jiyu, where have you been? You've been gone for so long, I'm sleepy, and I'm still waiting for you. Chang Jiyu tried to push forward, trying not to let his chest muscles press against his back. However, just as he gained some distance, Chang Yimou pulled him back and pressed him tightly. Chang Jiyu, I ran into my mom outside and talked for a while. Don't touch me. Chang Jiyu blushed. Chang Yimou withdrew his hand without a trace of guilt, explaining, I wanted to see Jiyu's abs. They're so well trained. Not letting him touch, he nuzzled the back of Chang Jiyu's neck and took a deep breath. Jiyu, you smell so good. Chang Jiyu's hair stood on end, and he cursed, are you a dog? Sniffing all over me. Yes, I'd love to be Jiyu's dog. Shamelessly, Chang Yimou gently bit the back of Chang Jiyu's neck. Chang Jiyu's entire body tensed, his scalp tingling. He really wanted his mother to know truly that she didn't blame him. He said weakly, I want to sleep. Oh! Chang Yimou hugged Chang Jiyu tightly. Yeah, go to sleep. Chang Jiyu couldn't sleep. His legs felt like they were being poked, and his entire body flushed. Jiyu, I'm in pain. Chang Yimou rubbed his face unconsciously. Chang Jiyu exhaled, trying to calm himself. You let me go first. Chang Yimou relaxed slightly. Jiyu. Chang Jiyu glanced at him and was shocked. Sure enough, animals and humans were different. He felt his throat strangely dry. He looked away, frantically saying, go to the bathroom and take care of yourself. How do we solve this? Chang Mo's eyes were hazy. He eagerly reached for Chang Jiyu's hand, his charmingly handsome face pleading, Jiyu, help me. Chang Jiyu lied, I don't know how. Chang Yimou held his hand, his voice hoarse, just help me. Chang Jiyu wanted to shake the hand off, shouting, we're just friends, you're crossing the line. But the truth was, his mind was completely muddled, and he made no move to resist, letting his hand be held. Chang Mo's sighs filled his ears, and Chang Jiyu felt his heart tingle, as if his adrenaline was surging. The room fell silent, only occasionally tingling with the lingering, sensual sounds. Chang Jiyu stared blankly at Chang Yimou, his Adam's apple moving. Damn, his heart was beating so fast. It wasn't until it was over that he came to his senses. Chang Yimou looked at Chang Jiyu, his eyes moist. While he was stunned, he leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips. Jiyu, you're up too. Chang Yimou chuckled, I help you too. Chang Jiyu felt his entire body on fire. He said, no. But then his scalp went numb, and he had no strength to push him away. He just half-heartedly gave in. Chang Yimou didn't have any tricks. He just kept groping, trying to reach every part of little Jiyu. His calloused fingers scraped against the delicate skin, causing Chang Jiyu to tremble. He buried his face in Chang Mo's arms, and bit Chang Yimou hard, recklessly. Chang Jiyu hissed. Outside, the wind picked up, and the branches swayed slowly. Afterward, both of them were sweating profusely. Before Chang Jiyu could recover, Chang Yimou leaned in and kissed him again, taking a deep breath. Jiyu, why do you smell so good? Really good. Ah! Chang Jiyu pushed Chang Yimou aside and hurried to the bathroom. Chang Mo's head hit the bed. He covered his head and complained, ah! Why did you push me? He got out of bed like a big dog, walked to the bathroom door, and knocked. Jiyu, open the door, Jiyu. Chang Jiyu? Did I make you uncomfortable? Are you angry? Chang Yimou touched his nose. This is my first time doing this too. If you feel uncomfortable, I can learn. In the bathroom, Chang Jiyu, who had entered sage time, washed his face and thought he might have gone crazy. If this continued, it wouldn't be surprising if he slept with Chang Yimou one day. No, this must never happen again. Next time he encounters a situation like this, he absolutely refused sternly. A moment later, Chang Jiyu opened the bathroom door. He thought he calmed down, But the sight of Chung Yimo made his heart beat even faster. He said expressionlessly, "Chung Yimo, put on your clothes next time." Chung Yimo, inexplicably offended, said, question mark. Could it really be that he made her uncomfortable? Isn't he inexperienced? Why was he so aggressive? Chung Yimo felt wronged and gave Chung Jiyu a resentful look. After being looked at, Chung Jiyu, feeling strangely like a jerk, said, "Eh." He coughed lightly, his voice softening. "Go wash up." The smell sent heat through his body. Chung Yimo, oh! He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Sure enough, he saw teeth marks on his chest. He smiled, leaned over to Chung Jiyu, and pointed, "Chung Jiyu, look at where you bit me." Chung Jiyu, eh. He felt a little guilty. Chung Yimo muttered to himself, "You said you didn't like looking at me. See? These teeth marks are proof. I see you not only like touching me, but you also want to bite me." Chung Jiyu, I really can't argue. Chung Yimo glanced at him and coughed lightly, "But I can allow you to touch and bite me. Can you please stop being angry about me not satisfying you just now?" Chapter 63. Chung Yimo was still nervous as he said this. After all, his technique seemed truly poor. When Jiyu emerged from the bathroom, his expression had become much colder. He thought Chung Jiyu was too realistic. Wasn't his technique just that bad? Luckily, Jiyu really liked his body, so he could negotiate. "So? Don't be angry anymore." Chung Yimo tried to coax him. Chung Jiyu was helpless. What the hell was going on? "I'm not angry," he said. If he wasn't angry, why was he so cold? Chung Yimo didn't want to think of any other reason. Liar. Chung Jiyu's eyes were dead. He really didn't know what to do. Forcefully distance himself from Chung Yimo? He couldn't do that. He couldn't stand the sight of a hurt or aggrieved expression on his face. Forget it. Just let it go. Chung Jiyu thought wearily. He pulled a quilt over him and closed his eyes. "I'm tired. Go to sleep." Chung Yimo, seeing his exhausted face, said nothing. He quickly washed himself, slid into bed, hugged Chung Jiyu, and kissed his ear. "Good night, Jiyu." "Chung Jiyu, good night." Chung Yimo smiled. He was so happy. But Chung Yimo, so happy, was soon struck hard. After 2 days of busy work at the base, the river was cleared and the pump installed. They made their way all the way to the base. Finally, the base had water. That day, everyone rushed to tell each other, their faces beaming with excitement. Finally, they didn't have to painstakingly exchange contribution points for water, and even then, they could only get a tiny bit. The river had never dried up in their memory, which meant they could draw water at will. Upon hearing the news, every household happily grabbed a bucket and lined up to get water. Some, fearing their turn would be missed, ran as fast as they could. By the time they reached the water station, they found a long line. "I'm rushing. Why are there still so many people?" Someone looked ahead anxiously. "Will there be no water by my turn?" "Ist, how could that be?" A nearby person said, "Didn't they hear they're pumping water from our small river? There are only a few of us. How could there be no water?" "That's right, don't be such a pessimist. How about you guys line up for me, while I go check ahead?" Although the person who spoke said there was plenty of water, he was still a little worried and consulted with the others. The others were also worried and hurriedly said, "Then go check and see if there's still enough water." So the man went ahead to check. After a moment, he returned with a smile on his face, reassuring them, "I see the pump is pumping water very quickly. We'd be able to collect a bucket in no time. There's plenty of water, and we definitely have some when it's our turn." The others were instantly relieved upon hearing this. That's good, that's good." Someone burst into tears on the spot. "That's great. We finally have water to drink." The people around him didn't laugh at the crying. They wanted to cry too. As expected, the line moved very quickly. Those who had received water in the front, each carrying a full bucket, walked back joyfully. When someone asked about it, he said, "Well, if I had known, I wouldn't have run so fast. I'd get here sooner or later anyway. There's water here, so it doesn't matter if I'm here earlier or later." "TSK, I see you're just saying that. You still run like crazy if it happens again." Everyone around laughed. The person being criticized didn't seem upset, but snorted, "Don't you want to run faster? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going back." Those waiting in line for water, when it was their turn, took a long gulp. The stream's water was sweet, not only quenching their thirst, but also filling their hearts. Some even expressed their gratitude to Chung Jiyu and the others, remembering their kindness. "I think Chung and Xiao Tian are the lucky stars of our village." "What do you mean?" "Look, with their return, we've got rice and water. Now we're planning to plant some crops. Will we have to worry about food in the future? Hey, now that you mention it, it really is? Of course it is. How could I be wrong? Chung Jiu and the others were completely unaware they were being criticized. They were currently discussing who would be responsible for growing the mutant wheat. Although Chung Jiu provided the mutant seeds and claimed to be a plant-based psychic, his identity was fake, so he had no intention of taking on the project. Seeing his lack of interest, Lin Kong decided to choose one from the other plant-based psychics. He ultimately chose a man in his 40s named Fong Wei. Unlike other plant-based psychics who, after acquiring plant-based abilities, were forced to pursue farming due to their powers, Fong Wei genuinely enjoyed farming. Before the apocalypse, he had been a farmer, and upon discovering that his powers could be used for farming, he was truly delighted. Of the 5 plant-based psychics, he was the most diligent in farming and had the fastest progress. Chung Ji realized that even if he hadn't brought mutant seeds, Fong Wei would eventually be able to cultivate mutant seeds suitable for large-scale planting. It's just that his progress is a bit slow. However, compared to the other 4, he's making relatively fast progress. He's already on his 5th crop of mutant rice, but the yield isn't high. After the 5th crop matures, the seeds will only be enough to plant half an acre at most. But by the 6th crop, a qualitative change will have occurred. After half an acre of mutant seeds mature, they can be planted in plenty. The other 4 people's work can only plant a small patch, and it's not very stable. It's not that they weren't serious, just that they lacked passion. When Fong Wei learned he'd been chosen to oversee the cultivation of the mutant seeds, he was a bit overwhelmed, feeling he wasn't up to the task. Why not Xiao Chung? I think he's much more capable than me. The simple middle-aged man rubbed his hands uncomfortably, feeling a little insecure. He looked at Chung Ji with admiration. Chung Ji felt a little embarrassed. Honestly, if he didn't have the space, how could he possibly compete with Fong Wei? Lin Kong smiled and said, Brother Fong, since we've chosen you, everyone must think you're up to the task. Lin Kong was in his 30s, and called Fong Wei uncle. Since he felt a bit old, he called him brother. As for Xiao Chung, he's a versatile talent, and there are even more areas where he's needed. Lin Kong said, farming is crucial to the survival of the base. Can you promise to do a good job? Fong Wei's heart surged. He loved farming, and now that Lin Kong had said that, he immediately said, Don't worry, Captain Lin. I, old Fong, will definitely take care of these fields like my own. He then touched his nose sheepishly, and looked at Chung Jiu. That's right. If I have any questions, can I ask Xiao Chung? Chung Jiu was under immense pressure. Uncle Fong, I might not be as good at farming as you are. You're being modest, aren't you? Fong Wei was unconvinced. You can grow so many mutant seeds, how could you be worse than me? Fong Wei immediately assured, Don't worry, I won't bother you with anything I can handle. If I really can't, I come back to you. Is that okay? At this point, what else could Chung Jiu say? He could only bite the bullet and agree. When Fong Wei saw that he had agreed, a smile broke across his honest face, and he sighed, Little Chung, you're so modest. How could you be worse at farming than I am? Ha. Chung Jiu was helpless. I'm really not being modest. Turning around, he saw Chung Imo smirking. Chung Jiu looked at him. Chung Imo suppressed his smile and said pretentiously, Jiu, you're too modest. What can you not know? Fong Wei, confused, laughed heartily. Yes, young people have a promising future. Chung Jiu angrily twisted Chung Mo's waist. Chung Imo, unmoved, blinked and said, Jiu, it's not nice to touch me in front of so many people, is it? Chung Jiu's ears flushed as he withdrew his hand, not wanting to bother with Chung Imo anymore. Seeing Chung Jiu ignoring him, Chung Imo grew anxious and leaned forward. Jiu? Are you angry? Jiu? Are you really ignoring me? A handsome face leaned forward, almost touching Chung Jiu's. Chung Jiu extended a finger, pressed it against Chung Mo's forehead, and gently pushed stop it. Chung Imo smiled again at his words, and said coquettishly, Jiu, I make an ear for you to touch when I get back. Don't be angry anymore? Chung Jiu wanted to refuse, but after seeing that handsome face with those furry ears, who could resist? How about it? Chung Imo pressed, Do you want to touch it? Chung Jiu, yes. Chung Imo was pleased. It seemed he still had a lot of appeal to Jiu. Fong Wei was in charge of farming, and the other 4 plant-based psychics had no objection. They certainly weren't as dedicated and skilled at farming as Fong Wei, and since Fong Wei was older, they didn't think it was a big deal to listen to him. Just the 5 of you won't be enough. Lin Kong said, We've said before that we're looking for skilled farmers. Brother Fong will definitely be in charge of these people. How about you take charge? Fong Wei smiled. Of course, but There's no age requirement, right? Lin Kong raised an eyebrow. Do you have a candidate? Fong Guowei scratched his head and said embarrassedly, not really. I'm trying to recruit older people. First, we're all born and raised in the countryside. Besides the young people, who doesn't know how to farm. But when it comes to real experience, it's the older people. Second, some of the elderly have lived. Life is tough, but now they have a way to earn contribution points, which will improve their lives. Cheng Jiu, listening from the side, felt Fong Guowei's point made sense. However, Lin Kong, standing beside him, was more thoughtful. Brother Fong, your idea is correct, but in addition, we also need to recruit some strong and healthy young people. Older people have experience and can provide technical guidance, but they are definitely not capable of manual labor. But how can farming be without manual labor? Therefore, we must also recruit some strong people. These people don't need experience, just a willingness to listen to you and endure hardships. Fong Guowei listened and nodded. Captain Lin, what you say makes sense. Let's do it this way. Cheng Jiu had originally thought he had nothing to do, but Fong Guowei, upon hearing that he was free, drafted him in and asked him to help with the recruitment. Since he didn't have much to do anyway, he figured he might as well go along and help. So, they wrote a notice and posted it in the most visited area of the base, next to the water pump. It said the farming department was hiring, offering generous pay. Interested parties should apply at a designated location after 3 p.m. And so, the base's farming department began recruiting in full swing. This time, the recruitment was open to ordinary people, and many excitedly rushed to spread the word, making plans to apply together. By 3 p.m., Cheng Jiu noticed people were already lining up. After all, the farming department offered good pay, and it was crucial to their future livelihood. Furthermore, the notice stated that after the first harvest, those working in the farming department would receive a free meal every day. This was a huge temptation for the hungry, and many people came to join in the fun. However, not everyone came with a genuine desire to work. For example, at the beginning, Fong Guowei ran into an acquaintance. Upon seeing him, he waved his hand and said, "You can't do it, next one." The acquaintance immediately became angry. "Why can't I do it? You haven't even asked me anything, and you're already saying I can't do it. You're abusing your power for personal gain." The onlookers laughed. "Hey, lazy Chen, do you even know what abusing your power for personal gain means?" Lackluster Chen, seemingly oblivious to the joke, said, hands on his hips, "How could I not know? He's abusing his power for personal gain. I'm fine. Why would he let me go just because I came here?" Fong Guowei was speechless. "Chen, lazy man, before the apocalypse, the grass in your field was taller than the crops. Did we hire you here to plant grass?" The people around him quickly burst into laughter. Chen, lazy man, didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, saying calmly, "That was in the past. Every criminal gets a chance to mend their ways. Why don't you give me another chance?" Fong Guowei didn't want to waste time with him. He was here to recruit, not to put on a show. He waved his hand, "Stop talking nonsense. Next one." Chen, lazy man, stood firm. "I'm not leaving." Fong Guowei's face turned cold. "If you don't leave, I have to have you kicked out." Chen, lazy man, saw the other psychics nearby and felt a little intimidated. Before leaving, he reluctantly said, "That's not fair. Everyone, come with me. I think this is a job opening specifically for those who have a good relationship with him. Those who don't have a chance at all." Everyone knew Chen, lazy man's character, and refused to believe him. They continued to wait in line. Over on Cheng Jiu's side, everything was going smoothly. When his mother heard he was here to help with the recruitment, she volunteered to help as well. Cheng's mother said, "You don't know the people in the village well enough. You don't know who's lazy, who's hardworking, who's cunning, or who's dishonest. Farming is a big deal in the village, so we need to recruit honest and hardworking people. I can even help you watch over them." With Cheng's mother's help, Cheng Jiu screened candidates with remarkable speed. Cheng's mother was truly ruthless. Regardless of whether they were close friends or not, she wouldn't hide any flaws from them. Those who were eliminated left dejected, while those who made it to the first round were beaming with joy. Of course, there were those who tried to cause trouble, but Cheng Jiu immediately tossed them out with a small scroll. Seeing the troublemaker's fate, the others behind them all weighed their options, muttering a few words at best. Though being thrown out wasn't a big deal, it was still humiliating. Furthermore, they realized that Cheng Jiu was a psychic, and simply had a good temper. On Cheng Mo's side, no one dared to cause trouble at all, and there were very few people lining up in his row. Cheng Jiu took a moment to glance at Cheng Mo, who immediately smiled at him, propping up his chin. "Cheng Jiu, he doesn't look fierce. Someone, too lazy to wait in line, came over to Chung Mo's side. Seeing the man grinning like crazy, he immediately turned stern. Can you drive a harvester? The man shook his head. Chung Mo, what about a tiller? The man shook his head again. Chung Mo pointed to a 200-pound bag nearby and said, try to lift it. The man obediently tried to lift the bag, but after a long, red-faced struggle, he could only lift half a meter. Chung Mo frowned, and the man immediately dropped the bag. I'm leaving now. Chung Mo, ? I haven't said anything yet. Never mind, it's a failing grade anyway. Seeing that there was no one else in the group, Chung Mo continued to look at Chung Ji-yu. Ji-yu, I really want to hug you. Chung Mo's words trembled, and Chung Ji-yu's hand, gripping the pen, trembled. He subconsciously glanced at his mother. Mother Chung was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Let the next person go. Chung Ji-yu, next one. Thankfully, Chung Mo was telepathically transmitting, so no one else could hear. It had been so long since the other person had spoken to him like that, and he didn't react. Chung Ji-yu turned his head to see Chung Mo smiling broadly and glared at him. Why are you glaring at Xiao Mo for no reason? Mother Chung lectured her son. I think you're just taking advantage of Xiao Mo's good temper. Just be quiet, don't glare at him. Chung Ji-yu, Chung Mo, standing by, coughed softly, realizing he'd angered Chung Ji-yu again and feeling a bit guilty. Chung Mo, Ji-yu? As expected, Chung Ji-yu ignored him. Chung Mo rubbed his nose and thought hard about how to coax him. Most of the ordinary people in the base had come to participate in the recruitment, including Xiang Qijing. Xiang Qijing glanced at the back of the line and decisively chose not to line up behind Chung Ji-yu. Humph, he had a grudge against Chung Ji-yu before, and Chung Ji-yu was sure he'd abuse his power for personal gain. After waiting in line for a long time in Fang Guo's group, it was finally his turn. After asking a few questions, Fang Guo shook his head and said, next one. Xiang Qijing, unconvinced, asked, was I chosen? Fang Guo kindly replied, you're not suitable for our farming department. Xiang Qijing was immediately furious. Why am I not suitable? I've been farming for over 30 years. How can I not be suitable? Fang Guo explained good-naturedly, everyone has been farming for decades. Anyone can be selected. It's definitely not possible. Choose like this. Our requirements are that you can operate a tiller and a harvester, or be exceptionally strong. If neither is possible, specialized farming skills will do. You don't quite meet either requirement. What about her? Xiang Qijing pointed at the old woman who had just walked away. She's almost 70, right? Is she exceptionally strong? Can she operate a tractor and a tiller? Fang Guo helplessly explained. She does have specialized farming skills. And we can judge based on her experience what crops should be worked on, and when. Xiang Qijing said unconvincingly, well, I can do that too. Fang Guo, crops grown from mutant seeds are different from ordinary crops. We can't judge them based on past experience. Only experienced farmers, who have been farming for a lifetime, can tell. He then waved his hand, saying, all right, next one. However, Xiang Qijing persisted, launching into conspiracy theories and pointing a finger at Chung Ji-yu. Did you collude with him? Is it because I offended him that he's not recruiting me? Fang Guo was speechless. If Xiang Qijing hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have known he had offended Chung Ji-yu. Chung Ji-yu? ? What's it to me? Chung Mo glanced over, licking his fangs, wondering if Ji-yu would be less angry if he helped take care of this guy. Fang Guo said sternly, it has nothing to do with Chung Ji-yu. He never mentioned you. But Xiang Qijing didn't believe it. He firmly believed that his offense against Chung Ji-yu had cost him this opportunity, and he was determined to seek justice. Someone asked, how did he offend anyone? You don't know he... blah blah. Whether he got justice or not is unknown, but those who originally didn't know what he had done, after hearing about it, all cried out, pooh, and said shameless. As for Xiang Qi, his constant insistence on seeking justice had seriously disturbed the people in the queue behind him. Everyone was shouting, old Xiang, stop embarrassing yourself. Get out of here. Don't be so shameless. We're still waiting. Get out of here. Don't delay us. Xiao Chung, use that shameless thing of yours to get him out. He's wasting our time. Before Xiang Qijing could react, he was entangled by something and flung completely outward. Xiao Wan, perhaps sensing Chung Ji-yu's dislike for him, deliberately didn't throw him out directly, but instead tossed him in the air. Hearing Xiang Qijing's nearly raspy voice, Chung Ji-yu gently nodded at Xiao Wan. Stop it. It wasn't that he was particularly kind, but more because he was afraid Xiang Qijing would get hurt and then blame him. Xiao Wan reluctantly threw him out, shaking off the vines as if he had just thrown away something dirty. Xiang Qixing, having fallen flat on his face, stood up, spat out a mouthful of mud, glared at Cheng Jiyu with a sinister look, and left with gritted teeth. This time, he had completely remembered Cheng Jiyu. After Xiang Qixing left, he encountered no other unusual people. By the time Cheng Jiyu and his team finished their work, it was already dark. Fang Guowei glanced at the people who had made it to the first round. Aside from Grandma Wu, who was quite elderly, the oldest was only in his 50s. After the other plant-based psychics finished their work and left, Cheng Jiyu saw Fang Guowei frowning and asked, "Any questions?" Fang Guowei shook his head, "No problem, but I'd like to recruit someone." Cheng Jiyu asked curiously, "Who?" Fang Guowei said, "Uncle Zhao." Cheng Jiyu paused before remembering who it was. "Grandpa Zhao from the 3rd Brigade?" Fang Guowei nodded. When Grandpa Zhao was young, he was a renowned farming expert. Other villages even organized groups to come and learn from him. Cheng Jiyu had heard of him. The county had even awarded him an award. Come to think of it, Grandpa Zhao is 70 this year, right? Cheng Jiyu felt that Grandpa Zhao was indeed a good fit. His experience and passion for farming were unparalleled. Although he was a bit older, he wasn't hired to do the work, but primarily to provide guidance. Fang Guowei had also mentioned in advance that he wanted to recruit some experienced veterans. Well, come to think of it, he's the only one left in Uncle Zhao's family now. On the way to Grandpa Zhao's house, Uncle Fang sighed in the darkness. Both sons were bitten by zombies, and there's a daughter. It's the end of the world, and she married somewhere else, so we haven't heard from her since. My grandson is working away from home. Cheng Jiyu listened with a heavy heart. They reached the dilapidated front door of Grandpa Zhao's house and knocked. Chapter 64. After knocking on the door, a long while passed. Just as Cheng Jiyu was wondering if the other party had heard the knock, footsteps were heard from inside. A thin, grim-faced old man opened the door. His lips were dry, and his complexion looked unwell. Fang Guowei was shocked. He remembered that Uncle Zhao had been in good spirits before. How could he be so different after just a short while? It quickly occurred to him that both of Uncle Zhao's sons, sigh. To see someone die young, who could bear it? Cheng Jiyu called out Grandpa Zhao. Fang Guowei, regaining his composure, called out Uncle Zhao. Grandpa Zhao was surprised. "What are you doing?" Cheng Jiyu said, "Can you come in and talk?" Grandpa Zhao nodded and invited them in. The room was pitch black, but Cheng Jiyu and the others, with their special abilities, could see clearly. I wondered how Grandpa Zhao could see clearly. There was nothing he could do. The water supply problem at the base had just been resolved, and as for electricity, it was still a luxury. Although Grandpa Zhao couldn't see, he was very familiar with his home and could walk even in the dark. Still, seeing this made Cheng Jiyu and the others tremble with fear. Cheng Jiyu and Fang Guowei supported the old man on either side. Grandpa Zhao smiled and said, "No need for support. I know this road well. I have a candle here." After a moment, the candle emitted a dim glow, and Grandpa Zhao looked even thinner in the light, as thin as paper. Fang Guowei glanced at the empty rice jar in the old man's home. He didn't think he would eat the 2 kilograms of rice he had distributed so quickly. He frowned and asked, "Uncle Zhao, didn't you go to get the rice?" Grandpa Zhao shook his head. "Why would I want to get any? I'm an old man. Leave it to the young people." "Alas, I've had enough of this." Everyone fell silent for a moment, and Cheng Jiyu sighed, "Grandpa Zhao, we're looking for you for something serious." Grandpa Zhao was puzzled. "Something serious?" "Well, the base now has a farming department, and you were once a renowned farming expert." Cheng Jiyu said, "We need you." Grandpa Zhao was stunned and shook his head. "I'm an old man, useless." "How can you say that? When it comes to farming, who in the surrounding area can compare to you?" Fang Guowei, fearing he wouldn't agree, winked at Cheng Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu sighed, "Well, if Grandpa Zhao doesn't agree, there's nothing we can do. We young people, what do we know about farming? Some crops are good, some are bad. What a pity for those seeds. If this batch doesn't grow well, our base will probably be in trouble." Fang Guowei agreed, saying, "Who said it wasn't? If they don't say they can't grow crops, or if they say the yield has decreased, I, as the person in charge, will be blamed." The two of them exchanged words, leaving Grandpa Zhao's face hesitant. He truly loved farming. In the past, their family's livelihood depended on the crops, and he had an indelible bond with the land. If the situation Cheng Jiyu described came to pass, he would be the most heartbroken. You young people are really something. You were born and raised in the countryside. How could you have given up on farming?" Grandpa Zhao's voice was no longer as weak as before, and he spoke with full energy. Chung Jiyu said helplessly, "It can't be helped. We don't even learn this in school. This had to be taught in school, so there was no way to explain it." Grandpa Zhao simply looked at Fang Guowei. "Xiao Fang, what's wrong with you? You went to school too, and the teacher didn't teach you?" Fang Guowei scratched his head awkwardly, listening attentively to the lecture. "Farming requires experience, and I don't have as much experience as you do." Grandpa Zhao snorted. "I think you're just lazy. You're just blindly planting without any proper planning." Fang Guowei was being lectured like a grandson, so he could only lower his head and obey. "Hey, I heard you're planting some mutant seeds." Grandpa Zhao hesitated. He had never grown anything like that before. "Fang Guowei, Uncle Zhao, I didn't expect you to be afraid of your brothers." Grandpa Zhao's temper flared. "What do you mean by afraid? Forget about anything else. I've never been afraid of farming." Chung Jiyu. "Exactly, Grandpa Zhao. Don't you think about it? Even if they're mutant seeds, aren't they still seeds? Since they're all seeds, is there anything you can't handle?" Grandpa Zhao, upon hearing this, thought it made sense. Even if he hadn't encountered them before, weren't they all seeds? It would just be a matter of extra effort. He refused to believe there were seeds he couldn't handle, so Grandpa Zhao finally nodded. "You guys. You think highly of me, an old man. So, I risk my life and do one last bit of work for the base." "That's not an exaggeration, Grandpa Zhao. You have to be well. We all depend on you," Chung Jiyu said hurriedly. "That's right, once you agreed, I felt reassured." Fang Guowei said, "Otherwise, my heart would be in suspense, unable to find a solid foundation." Grandpa Zhao shook his head. "All right, stop flattering me. I've already agreed, and I won't go back on my word." Chung Jiyu and Fang Guowei exchanged a glance and smiled. Chung Jiyu took 2 kilograms of rice and said, "Grandpa Zhao, I take your rice. It's perfect. I make you some porridge." The old man hadn't eaten much in a while, so it wouldn't be good for him to digest it. Porridge would be better. Without waiting for the old man to refuse, Chung Jiyu said, "You need to take good care of yourself so that you can contribute more to the base." Grandpa Zhao opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to refuse. "Hey, kid." Looking at Chung Jiyu, he thought of his grandson. The other had come all the way back from outside. There was no news from his grandson now, but there was still some hope. Perhaps people like Chung Jiyu were a minority, after all. Life is unpredictable. He had originally planned to go down and keep his wife company, but the base needed him now, so he might as well live a little longer. Chung Jiyu quickly made the porridge. With Chung Mo's help, and the simplicity of making porridge, it was ready in no time. Grandpa Zhao took the savory bowl of porridge and took a sip. The rice aroma filled his mouth, and he unconsciously took another sip, his complexion seeming to brighten. Chung Jiyu was completely relieved upon seeing this. Grandpa Zhao was in good health, but he'd been taking some time off, so he needed to take good care of himself. He thought about finding an excuse to bring Grandpa Zhao some more food to nourish him. Chung Mo knew what Chung Jiyu was thinking. Jiyu was truly kind-hearted. Chung Jiyu went to clean the pot, waited for Grandpa Zhao to finish his drink, and then washed the dishes. Grandpa Zhao couldn't stop him. Watching him busy himself, he said helplessly, "It's not like I can't do it." Chung Jiyu smiled and said, "It's just something that comes naturally. Besides, I don't have much to do when I get back." It was late at night, and pitch black, and he was worried about Grandpa Zhao working alone. It was indeed a convenient thing to do. "You kid." Grandpa Zhao shook his head, his eyes inexplicably moist. He lowered his head, and secretly wiped his eyes. Chung Jiyu knew Grandpa Zhao didn't want to be noticed, so he simply pretended not to notice. After finishing his work and making sure there was nothing more to do, he said, "Grandpa Zhao, you should get some rest. We be leaving first." "Let's go." Grandpa Zhao got up and prepared to see them off. "You don't have to." Chung Jiyu quickly persuaded the others to go back and took Chung Mo with him, closing the door behind Grandpa Zhao before leaving. The moonlight was exceptionally bright today, spreading a layer of silvery frost on the ground. The base seemed to be asleep at night, with only the figures of the psychic patrolling at night. Chung Mo, standing beside him, seemed even more brazen today. Chung Jiyu could clearly feel the gaze resting on him, a strong presence. He turned his head, and met Chung Mo's gaze. Chung Jiyu felt uncomfortable. "Stop staring at me." Chung Mo pulled his hand. "Jiyu is the most beautiful, kindest person I've ever met." He thought back to when he was a cub. Even though Chung Jiyu couldn't guarantee his own safety, he still picked him up and took good care of him. Chung Jiyu looked away. "I was just helping out." Chung Mo smiled. "See, that's how you are." Chung Jiu was really not used to sentimentality. He shook off the hand he was holding, but didn't let go. He coughed lightly. Let's go faster. I'm hungry. He hadn't eaten much all day, so he was indeed hungry. Chung Mo chuckled, leaned closer to Chung Jiu, and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Chung Jiu, could he have lost some memory? Why did Chung Mo do this so naturally? Did he teach him all this? He really used to love hugging Chung Mo and kissing him. Oh, it's all his fault. When they returned home, Chang's mother was still awake, and Chang's father dozed off in the living room. Hearing Chung Jiu return, he quickly stood up and asked, Jiu, you're back? Your mom left some food for you. Chang's mother glanced at the two of them. Don't think she hadn't noticed. They were holding hands when they first entered. What kind of grown men would hold hands? Oh Jiu, what a complete lack of responsibility. Chung Jiu, completely clueless about his thoughts, said, Mom and Dad, if you're tired, go to bed. Don't wait for me. Chang's father yawned and waved his hand. Not really. Chung Jiu, Chang's mother was speechless, and pulled him back to his room to sleep. In the pot was stewed fish. The fish had been caught from the river, and since the river had been cleaned, there were many more fish. Now that she knew how much Chung Jiu and his friends ate, Chang's mother cooked by the basin, and there was still half a pot of stewed fish in the pot. After dinner, before going to bed at night, Chung Mo held Chung Jiu in his arms, his hands restless as he whispered in his ear, Jiu, let me help you. Chung Jiu dodged and said weakly, I'm tired. He warned himself not to let this depravity continue. He felt like an incompetent husband unable to satisfy his wife. It's okay if you're tired. I take care of you. Chung Mo didn't know where he'd learned this phrase. Unfortunately, Chung Jiu dodged the attack and said again, I'm tired. I don't feel anything. Chung Mo refused to believe it. How could Jiu not feel anything for him? This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. He reached out and touched her, then smiled. Jiu, you said you didn't feel anything. I just touched you. Chung Jiu, he pushed Chung Mo away and said cruelly, I'm sleepy and need to sleep. If you keep doing this, we sleep in separate rooms. Chung Mo, a little hurt, said aggrievedly, Chung Jiu, don't you love me anymore? Chung Jiu, don't be soft-hearted, don't be soft-hearted. Softness is the beginning of degradation. He took a deep breath. No, I really don't need it. Chung Mo pursed his lips. I see. Did I make you uncomfortable? Chung Jiu finally had an excuse and nodded immediately. Yes, it wasn't very comfortable. Chung Mo said aggrievedly, it was my first time too. Let me try more. Maybe it would be better? Chung Jiu thought to himself, what a joke. You're asking me to try more. He said righteously, no. That time left a scar on me, and I haven't recovered yet. Chung Mo couldn't believe it. Was he really that uncomfortable? Jiu looked so comfortable at the time. He began to question his life. Seeing him calm down, Chung Jiu knew his trick had worked and exhaled. So now, I'm going to sleep. Good night, okay? Chung Mo reluctantly said, good night. Damn it, if he couldn't even serve Jiu well, how could Jiu like him? No, this couldn't happen. He had to make Jiu comfortable. Chung Jiu fell asleep happily, feeling that he had stopped himself from falling further, completely unaware of what Chung Mo was thinking. The next day, Chung Jiu and his group went outside the base to see the mutant elk again. As they approached, they could hear a distant yo-yo sound, which sounded somewhat cheerful. Oh, the elk are welcoming us. Joe-man beamed. From a distance, he waved and greeted the elk. Hello, don't you look like us? The elk ran over, and Joe-man was about to pet it, but it bypassed him and ran to Chung Jiu, gently nuzzling him with its antlers. Chung Jiu, nearly knocked over by the deer's antlers, said, Sitting down on the ground would have been too humiliating, so he stood his ground firmly and petted the elk. Hello, little deer. Joe-man was incredulous, a bit sour. Why is this happening? Why is it so affectionate with you? Tianqiao laughed and asked translator Lin Jiashu, what did the deer say? Lin Jiashu suppressed a laugh. It said, human, give it that yellow, round, delicious thing. Chung Jiu, Joe-man burst out laughing, Poochie. Ha ha ha, so it wasn't affectionate with you, it was affectionate with the pumpkin. Chung Jiu had no choice but to pull out the pumpkin he had prepared and hand it to the deer. As expected, the deer stopped flirting with Chung Jiu upon seeing the pumpkin, lowering its head to nibble on it, devouring it with relish. Tian Man stared intently at the deers. Pumpkin, is the pumpkin delicious? Sensing danger, the deer immediately turned its rear end towards the group. Everyone, Tianqiao helplessly patted Tian Man. If you want to eat pumpkin, go back and have it. Stop staring at the deer. Tian Manman scratched her face awkwardly. Cheng Jiu helplessly glanced at Zhou Min, who nodded and stepped closer to examine the deer's leg, which had been infected by the zombie virus. Zhou Min said, "The virus hasn't spread." Cheng Jiu had originally worried that the virus would spread, just at a much slower pace, but the result was unexpected. They were more curious. Was this a unique ability of the deer, or was it something possessed by powerful monsters? They leaned towards the former. After all, as humans and monsters leveled up, so did the zombies. It didn't make sense for only the monsters to become more powerful. It was likely that the deer itself possessed this ability. However, the zombie-like leg wasn't completely ineffective for the deer. It couldn't fully utilize its abilities, and the leg also looked uncomfortable. The deer kept shifting its leg while chewing the pumpkin. They had come here today to treat the deer's injury, but Zhou Min naturally didn't have the ability to heal a zombie-like leg, so their treatment method was rather brutal. They would cut off the zombie-like leg, and then use Zhou Min's abilities to regrow it. Seeing the deer happily enjoying its pumpkin, Lin Jiaxu started chatting with it. "Little deer, I see your leg is injured. Is it hurting?" The deer ate its pumpkin, occasionally letting out a few yo-yo sounds. It was really hurting, all because of the ugly humans. It had always thought humans were friendly, so the first time it saw one lunge at its leg, it was genuinely frightened. In a fit of rage, it beat the ugly human to death. Since then, it has been wary of humans, and even now, it won't approach anyone except Cheng Jiu and the others. That's right, in the deer's eyes, zombies are just ugly humans. They look a lot like humans, only even uglier. It thought humans were so friendly because, as an elk, it was a protected species, and no one dared to harm it. However, this only applies before the apocalypse. Afterward, it's right to be wary of humans. After translating for everyone, Lin Jiaxu continued, as they requested, "Since you're so uncomfortable, do you want your leg to heal?" Of course the deer did. Ever since the bite, its leg had behaved strangely, as if it had lost all feeling, and it often felt a bit out of control. Furthermore, because of its injured leg, it couldn't fully utilize its special abilities, which made it very uneasy. Lin Jiaxu asked anxiously, "How do you prevent the zombie virus from spreading throughout your body?" The deer tilted its head, clearly not understanding Lin Jiaxu's complex words. Lin Jiaxu had to repeat it in simpler terms, but the deer didn't understand at all. It had no idea what the zombie virus was. Perhaps it itself didn't know how it prevented the zombie virus from spreading. Everyone was slightly disappointed. But they weren't too disappointed. They hadn't thought they could get anything out of Xiaolu. Lin Jiaxu finally revealed the key point: "We can help you heal your leg." Before she could finish her words, Xiaolu suddenly looked up and opened his mouth. Before anyone could react, a mouthful of pumpkin seeds erupted. Cheng Yimo reacted the fastest, immediately pulling Cheng Jiu to safety. The others weren't so lucky, being sprayed with saliva and pumpkin seeds. Zhou Min, unable to contain the stench, doubled over and retched. The Xiaolu's yo-yo could be heard nearby. The cries seemed to mock them. Cheng Yimo also laughed, mocking, "Don't they know how to hide?" Cheng Jiu suppressed a laugh. How could they react so quickly? Who could have thought that Xiaolu would suddenly spit out insults? If it weren't for Cheng Yimo, he probably wouldn't have been spared either. Tian Xiao was about to cry, "Brother, hey, stop laughing. We're dying of the stink." Lin Jiaxu, "Ugh." Tian Man, "Ugh, it stinks." Tian Xiao had been able to hold it in, but now he felt even more nauseous and began to dry heave on the spot. The sight of them, their faces covered in saliva and pumpkin seeds, and their heads bowed as they dry heaved, was truly hilarious. Cheng Yimo, ha ha ha. Cheng Jiu, still clinging to the last bit of friendship, tried to stifle a laugh and patted Cheng Yimo. "Stop it, help them wash." Cheng Yimo leaned all over Cheng Jiu. "No, let me take it easy. This is too funny, ha ha." Cheng Jiu, pfft. The faces of the people being scolded grew even more resentful. Tian Xiao threatened with a smile, "If you keep doing this, I jump on you and hug you." Cheng Jiu couldn't stand it, and patted Cheng Yimo hard. "Hurry up, stop laughing." Cheng Yimo, okay. He raised his hand, and water brushed over everyone, instantly refreshing them. Cheng Yimo buried his head in the crook of Cheng Jiu's neck, and sniffed deeply. Cheng Jiu frowned and shifted uncomfortably. "Ah, what are you doing?" Cheng Yimo, "They stink so badly. Let me take a break." The people who were sprayed lowered their heads and sniffed themselves, their expressions instantly darkening. Although they had washed themselves clean, the smell of stinky saliva lingered. Zhou Min's face also sank. "Oh my god, why does it stink so badly?" The fawn nearby purred happily, yo-yo. Everyone's eyes were filled with resentment. The fawn clearly refused to have its legs touched, perhaps subconsciously believing them to be its weak spot. Lin Jiaxu had merely mentioned them, and she was warned. This was a difficult situation. She had thought she could discuss it after getting to know the fawn better, but it still wasn't working. Everyone was helpless, their bodies stinking, and they had no choice but to return to base. Seeing Tian Xiao return, Tian's mother walked over and said, "Dinner's almost done." Tian's mother instantly stepped back, looking at her son with disgust. "Oh my god, you stink so badly." Tian Xiao, I don't want to talk anymore. The others who came out after hearing the commotion, Cheng Jian, the angel, kindly reminded, why don't you guys go take a shower? Cheng Mo clung to Cheng Jiu, patting him. Ha ha ha. Cheng Jiu warned, stop laughing. If he kept laughing, he'd be unable to hold it in. Everyone immediately rushed to the bathroom, and frantically washed themselves with shower gel. Fortunately, the deer's saliva wasn't a biological weapon, and after washing with shower gel, the stench disappeared. Zhou Min was still terrified. I have to be vigilant every time I see it. Tian Manman's eyes were filled with sorrow. I don't want to eat pumpkin anymore. Tian Xiao's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to cover his mouth. Although he was also a victim, he really wanted to laugh. Cheng Jiu coughed softly. Well, it seems there's nothing we can do for now. Fortunately, the virus in the deer's leg won't spread. If it did, it would be difficult to deal with. We could only wait and see if there would be another opportunity in the future. Just when everyone decided to let the matter go, Lin Kong hurriedly sent someone over to say that someone had noticed movement from the deer's side. Upon closer inspection, they found the deer fighting a tiger. Tiger? Tian Xia was shocked. The messenger said, well, that tiger seems to be another exotic beast, and they're fighting fiercely. We heard the noise, and went over to take a look. From afar, we could see flying sand and rocks. We were so scared we didn't dare get closer. I told Captain Lin about this after I got back. Captain Lin asked me to come over and tell you guys right away. The messenger scratched his head, not understanding what was there to say. Two exotic beasts fighting, it was probably out of their control. However, Cheng Jiu and the others grew serious when they heard this. It wasn't a question of whether they could intervene or not. If the tiger won, it would be disastrous. Chapter 65. As herbivores, the fawns were relatively gentle and friendly toward humans. So they could coexist peacefully with the fawns, and they could use the river's water. Furthermore, with the fawns around, the safety of the river's source was guaranteed. The mutant tiger attacked the fawns, possibly because it was hunting, and secondly, it was likely fighting for control of the river's water. If the mutant tiger won and took control of the water source, things would become difficult. They would have to defeat the tiger and reclaim it. Otherwise, how could the carnivorous tiger allow them to approach? They had to regularly clean the river source, or they would be in a predicament of having no water. This was why Lin Kong immediately sent someone over after receiving the news. Cheng Jiu immediately said, let's go check. Several people hurried over and found it motionless. The fawn lay there, covered in blood. The tiger was nowhere to be found. There was blood on the ground. The tiger must have escaped injured, having likely gotten away with the deer. The deer wasn't looking well either. Zhou Min gasped, oh my god, is it dead? The deer slowly opened its eyes, glaring as if cursing. It was certainly not looking well. Its body was heaving rapidly, as if it were nearing death. Zhou Min coughed softly, and quickly tended to its wounds. Instantly, the deer's condition improved considerably, its wounds healed, though it was still a little weak. Cheng Jiu was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the deer's leg, infected by the zombie virus. The zombie virus is spreading? He asked. Tian Xiao took one look and exclaimed, oh my god, it really is. The zombie virus's spread was likely due to the deer's injury. However, now wasn't the time to investigate. They had to deal with it quickly. They had come so hastily that Lin Jiaxu hadn't come along, leaving them unable to communicate with the deer. But it was too late to bring Lin Jiaxu with them now. Once the zombie virus spreads to the deer's brain, the deer will completely transform into a zombie deer, and by then, it would be impossible to recover. They had rarely encountered zombie-like beasts before, as zombies generally don't attack wild animals, but the mere thought of a zombie-like beast made it difficult to deal with. Without further ado, several people held the deer down, constantly on guard against any attack. Then, Tian Manman picked up a machete and chopped off the zombie-like leg. The deer screamed but didn't attack. It wasn't clear if it understood Cheng Jiu and the others were helping it, or if its superpowers had been completely depleted, leaving it unable to attack. Whatever the case, Zhou Min seized the opportunity and used his healing power. Fortunately, after the zombie-like leg was severed, the virus didn't spread further. Xiaolu's leg, which had been severed that day, slowly grew back under Zhou Min's care. Xiaolu, with his eyes half opened, felt weak and gently nuzzled Zhou Min's pale lips. Zhou Min withdrew his hand and said unhappily, now you know I'm fine? Xiaolu blinked, his eyes fawning, but it was unclear if he understood Zhou Min's words. Xiaolu's supernatural powers were now completely depleted, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Even though the tiger had escaped, it seemed injured as well, and wouldn't be back for a while. But everyone was still worried, fearing something might take advantage of the deer's weakness. So they simply stayed put, deciding to wait until the deer had recovered before leaving. At first, the deer lay weakly, but as expected of a rare beast, Zhou Min gave it some water, and it finally moved. It looked eagerly at Cheng Jiyu and rubbed against him. Tian Xiao smiled. What a foodie. I'm afraid it's craving pumpkin again. Cheng Jiyu was helpless. They'd agreed to 3 a day, but now, considering the deer's injuries, a little more wouldn't hurt. Pumpkin was also a mutant plant, so eating it would help the deer recover. At first, the deer lay down to eat the pumpkin, but then it couldn't lie still anymore and half-crouched to eat. After finishing, it looked eagerly at Cheng Jiyu again. Cheng Yamo, that's it. Do you know how tiring it is for Jiyu to grow vegetables? Cheng Jiyu, who had initially felt a little soft-hearted and wanted to feed another one, said, never mind. Seeing the deer practically dead, he was heartbroken. I think this guy's a bit of a dramatic character, too, Tian Xiao commented. Everyone shook their heads. Isn't that right? They stayed until the deer had almost recovered, then left. The next day, worried, he brought Lin Jiashu back. The deer kept making yo-yo sounds. Cheng Jiyu was curious. What is it saying? Lin Jiashu's mouth twitched. It's calling that tiger a dead tiger, saying it's back and strong, and if that dead tiger comes back again, I show no mercy. Cheng Jiyu laughed. This deer was quite vindictive. Lin Jiashu negotiated with the deer. Can we draw a tube of your blood? It's just a little, it won't hurt. The deer rolled its eyes and tilted its head back, agreeing, but on one condition. It would eat an extra pumpkin today. Cheng Jiyu was a bit troubled. Although the pumpkins in his space grew quickly, they couldn't keep up with the speed of the deer's consumption. Cheng Jiyu, no more pumpkins. The deer's sadness was palpable. Cheng Jiyu hurriedly said, I still have some cabbage. Would you like to try it? He took out a head of mutant red cabbage and handed it to the deer. The deer sniffed it and took a bite. It tasted good, but not as good as pumpkin, just barely edible. Seeing it was willing to eat, Cheng Jiyu felt relieved and decided to plant something fast-growing in his space that the deer would enjoy. Well, he remembered that elk liked alfalfa. With the new food of red cabbage, the deer agreed to a blood test. Zhou Min took a clean syringe, drew a tube of blood, and immediately stored it in liquid nitrogen. There are experts at Chaoyang Base researching vaccines. We contact them when the time comes, and give them this tube of blood as soon as possible, Zhou Min said. Their base didn't have the necessary equipment, so they could only rely on experts from other bases. However, getting the blood there was also a problem. Fortunately, they had liquid nitrogen, which could preserve it for a long time. After its blood was drawn, the fawn lay back down, yo-yoing again. Lin Jiashu translated. It said it felt uncomfortable and needed something delicious to wake up. Cheng Jiyu, what else could they do? They could only give it another head of red cabbage. He had originally thought he had a lot of mutant cabbages here, but now, the pressure was on. He had to plant some alfalfa in the space as soon as possible. After feeding the fawn the red cabbage and confirming it was fine, Cheng Jiyu and the others said goodbye and left. The fawn yo-yoed, and Lin Jiashu said it was sending them off, sounding a little sad. Tian Xiao scratched his head. We're not far away, can't we come over any time? A foodie knows a foodie. Tian Man, it can't bear to part with its delicious food. Everyone, that makes sense. Okay, they were just being sentimental. The fawn had regained its full strength, and ordinary beasts or zombies were no match for it. Everyone stopped worrying and returned to the base. Cheng Jiyu, with nothing else to do, went to check out the crops being cleared in the fields. Once the crops had grown, they would undoubtedly be the base's most important asset, so they had to be protected within the base's boundaries. However, to save manpower, the original base had built a much smaller perimeter around the wall, insufficient to cultivate a dozen acres of crops. So, this time, the clearing and planting required not only turning the soil, but also moving the base outward. The clearing location was set behind the base, right near the crops their village had cultivated before the apocalypse. To avoid trouble, they enclosed 30 acres at once, even though they might only be planting a dozen or so. This would save them the trouble of having to fence off more land if they wanted to expand. As for why they didn't enclose more, it was because there were no land for several kilometers around. Lincoln said, "It can't be helped. The base is short of manpower." However, he currently has no plans to expand the base's staff. Firstly, the base itself is resource scarce, so now isn't the right time to do so. Secondly, well, I don't know where to find people, so expanding the base will be a matter of time. 30 acres is a large area, and building a fence will take some time. That's why Cheng Jiyu only recently heard that the fence was completed. The location they chose is not only close to their previous crops, but also to the river, making it convenient for irrigation. When it comes to growing crops, water is crucial. However, when Cheng Jiyu approached, he saw several people with worried faces. They had already encountered their biggest challenge from the very beginning. It hasn't rained since the apocalypse, and the ground is terribly dry. Grandpa Zhao shook his head. With this dryness, even if the mutant seeds are planted, they probably won't survive. Fang Guowei was also worried. They had always grown mutant seeds, but those were small-scale plantings, essentially just a small plot of land, so watering was easy. But now they had to plant 10 or so acres at a time. 10 or so acres of land, and it would take forever to irrigate. "We can only bring water from the creek," Fang Guowei said helplessly. "Plant type psychic A nearby side, it's just a little bit of growth. It take forever to water it." Plant type psychic B, that's right. It's been so dry, the creek looks a lot narrower. Plant type psychic C dreamed, "I think the sky's been gloomy lately. Maybe it's going to rain. Then we won't have to go through all this trouble of soaking the soil. Before planting crops, you have to water the soil once, which is called soaking the soil. Moist soil makes it easier for seeds to grow. If you don't, you have to raise seedlings. Raising seedlings for over 10 acres of wheat? Only crazy people would do that. It's even more troublesome than soaking the soil." Grandpa Zhao shook his head. "Don't rely on fate. There's always a way. It's just a little more troublesome." Ever since Grandpa Zhao joined the farming department, he's had something to do and seems much more energetic. His eyes are no longer dull, but have a sparkle. Cheng Jiyu looked up at the gloomy sky. Without the sun, it was indeed less hot, but it made him even more uncomfortable. When the sun was out, it felt dry and hot, but now, with its overcast sky, it felt humid and hot, stuffy, and his body was constantly damp and sticky, making him even more uncomfortable. "Will it rain?" Cheng Jiyu looked at the sky, feeling a little worried. It felt strange, and if it did rain, it wouldn't be a good thing. Something strange would happen. As if it had come true, that night, Cheng Jiyu heard crackling sounds outside, and occasionally excited voices. He suddenly opened his eyes. Cheng Yamo was hugging him tightly, his furry tail appearing out of nowhere, now wrapped around his waist. The tip of the tail was restless, digging a little into his pajamas, and now it swung around his waist, causing Cheng Jiyu to shudder. "Is it raining outside?" Cheng Jiyu asked, pushing Cheng Yamo away. Cheng Yamo frowned, opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. "Yeah, it's raining." Cheng Jiyu got out of bed and went outside to look. Cheng's father and mother woke up at some point and were talking outside, wrapped in their clothes. Mother Cheng smiled and said, "Oh my God, it's finally raining." Father Cheng was also delighted. "It's good to see the rain. It make the drought less severe." Cheng Jiyu's hearing was much better now. He could hear someone waking up outside. Most villagers were delighted by the rain. After a long drought, a downpour of rain was finally here. But some people grumbled, "Too much rain isn't a good thing." Someone nearby glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not raining hard. How can it possibly bring disaster?" In fact, it wasn't a disaster. It was just that the rain had been falling for several days, with no sign of stopping. Everyone's smiles faded again, and they kept hoping the rain would stop. It kept falling, and it felt like it would keep going. Moreover, because of the rain, several families' houses have started leaking. With the incessant rain and no way to repair them, they've been forced to move in. The days are now damp and cold, with no sunshine at all, making everyone feel gloomy. Cheng Jiyu stood by the window inside. "Oh, when will this rain stop?" "Jiyu, don't worry." Cheng Yamo, like an octopus, leaned in and hugged him. "It will stop when it's time." Cheng Jiyu was helpless. He knew worrying was pointless, but he couldn't help but worry. Just as he was frowning, he felt a sudden warmth against his lips. He turned his head, and met Chung Mo's smiling eyes. Chung Jiyu hesitated. You don't kiss me so carelessly. Chung Mo talked about the past when Chung Jiyu hugged him and kissed him all over. It's different. You're a human now. Chung Jiyu asked, when have you ever seen two people kissing so casually? Chung Mo replied confidently, I have, but they didn't kiss like I did. They bit each other's lips. Jiyu, do you want to try it with me? Chung Jiyu, Damn, who the hell is that? Can't I just go home and do it? No, absolutely not. Chung Jiyu sternly refused. Chung Mo's kiss just now was fine, but kissing? What was that? God, only after thinking that did he realize how low he'd fallen. He changed the subject. Hey, I wonder how the deer is doing. Chung Mo complained, what can it do? A strange beast that can't even get wet in the rain? Chung Jiyu looked at Chung Mo's perfect, model-like face and said helplessly, I only care about Jiyu. Chung Mo said, and a pair of black, furry ears sprouted from his head. Chung Jiyu's eyes widened. He used to think he had no interest in animal ears, and didn't understand why some people were so obsessed with them. But now? Chung Mo's face was truly unbelievable. He had a sharp-edged appearance, and a pair of ears didn't make him look cute. Instead, they added a hint of unconcealable wildness. The three of them felt their hearts pounding. It was unbelievable, especially since he had a look that said, you can touch me. Who could resist? Chung Jiyu couldn't move his eyes away. Chung Mo, secretly delighted, reached out and unbuttoned his shirt. Today, he wore a pure black shirt, unbuttoning it bit by bit, revealing his beautiful, enticing figure, determined to continue his seduction. His skin wasn't white, but tan, just like his appearance, full of wildness. Jiyu, do you want to touch me? Anywhere is fine. Chung Mo whispered, his voice naturally magnetic, not trying to lower it. Chung Jiyu's ears tingled, and he blushed deeply. As if seduced by a succubus, he unconsciously reached out and touched his chest. Chung Mo sighed, Jiyu really likes this place. Chung Jiyu's fingers trembled, and his Adam's apple slid. Chung Mo chuckled, Jiyu. He reached out, grasped her wrist, and moved it to the side. Remember? You bit her right here last time, but the mark disappeared quickly. Jiyu, do you still want your mark here? Chung Jiyu's throat was dry, as if he desperately longed for something. His skin was fair, and even after being in the sun, he hadn't tanned much. Now his face was flushed, and his breathing was rapid. Chung Mo's tail emerged, the tip gently rubbing against Chung Jiyu's waist. Chung Jiyu felt his legs weaken. He was now completely unable to think, relying on Chung Mo's guidance. He lowered his head, and bit the spot where his hand had touched him. Chung Mo made a sound. Chung Jiyu frantically looked up, realizing his voice was hoarse. Did I hurt you? However, as he spoke with concern, he suddenly realized that Chung Mo's eyes were filled with tears. It didn't make him feel pity, but rather, like being stared at by a beast. The other person's eyes seemed to want to eat him. Jiyu? Tears streamed down Chung Mo's eyes. In that moment, Chung Jiyu was overwhelmed by the beauty before him. He unconsciously raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Who could have imagined that Chung Mo, who usually kept a cool face, would cry at this moment? In that moment, Chung Jiyu realized that he seemed a bit perverted. Not only did Chung Mo's figure and appearance suit his taste, but even the tear that fell seemed to hit him hard. I can't help it. Chung Mo saw the other man dazed and awkwardly lowering his head. However, a warm feeling welled up in the corner of his eyes. Chung Jiyu kissed him there, and Chung Mo's eyes widened slightly, filled with joy. This was the first time he had been kissed since he became a human. Chung Mo immediately wondered, could it be that Jiyu liked this? Every time he felt comfortable, he couldn't hold back his tears. If he had known Jiyu like this, he wouldn't have tried. Chung Mo was filled with regret, feeling like he had missed out on so much. He took the opportunity to act coquettishly. Jiyu, I help you one more time. This time, I'm sure you feel good. As he spoke, his hands began to pull. Chung Jiyu's ears flushed red. He wanted to refuse. He had to stand firm. This couldn't go on, but he had just kissed and touched her, and now he was refusing. This Chung Mo guy, was he really a succubus? Chung Jiyu felt dizzy. He couldn't refuse Chung Mo at all, so he could only let him do what he wanted. Chung Mo was delighted to see that he didn't refuse. He decided to prove himself this time. Last time was his first time, and he was sure to improve this time. As long as he made Jiyu feel comfortable, she would definitely not refuse him again. He hadn't considered it at all. It wasn't a question of comfort or not. Just as Chung Mo was touching her, a voice suddenly came from outside. A zombie horde is attacking the base. Chung Jiyu's expression suddenly became serious, and he quickly calmed down. He pushed Chung Imo away, put on his clothes, and quickly left. Chung Imo, his clothes disheveled, said, Damn zombies. And at this very moment, Tian Xiao and the others had also heard the noise and hurried out in the rain, only to see Chung Jiyu and Chung Imo already out. However, Chung Imo seemed to be in a very bad mood, his face dark and frightening, as if he would randomly kill anyone who provoked him. Tian Xiao thought Chung Imo might be in a bad mood. Without further ado, the others hurried to the base's perimeter wall. Sure enough, they saw another group of zombies approaching in the rain from afar. At first glance, it was a black mass, a staggering number. Why are there so many zombies? Even though Zhou Min had seen large-scale scenes before, his scalp tingled. There were too many, more than the entire population of the base. Chung Jiyu, there must be a high-level zombie commanding them. Lin Kong and his men were already killing zombies, and there were still many ordinary people in the base. They must not let these zombies break through the defenses. They also saw Yang Kai. They had to admit that the psychic's recovery ability was truly astonishing. In a short while, Yang Kai no longer looked injured and was killing the zombies attacking the wall. He noticed Chung Jiyu and immediately glared at him. Now was not the time to discuss grudges. Chung Jiyu shot the zombie next to Yang Kai and said calmly, "Are you distracted now? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai's face turned grim, and he quickly focused on dealing with the zombies. Even though Chung Jiyu had defeated him last time, he still thought he was just lucky. He was just a plant type. What was he bragging about? Chung Jiyu focused on dealing with the zombies, completely oblivious to Yang Kai's thoughts. Chung Imo, interrupted from his chance to prove himself, exuded a terrifying aura, hacking at the zombies furiously, strangling them with his water-type attacks, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Tian Xiao's teeth were bared, a terrifying grin. Zhou Min shot down a zombie with one arrow, looking anxiously at the dense swarm of zombies not far away. When will we be able to finish them all? Tian Manman brandished his broadsword. We eventually finished them all. Sun Yu had said he'd leave, but he never did. He'd heard about the zombies attacking the base, so he came to help. Seeing more psychics joining in, Lin Kang's frown relaxed slightly. He was quite capable himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to his position despite Yang Kai's ulterior motives. Everyone silently killed zombies in the rain. Ordinary people were also busy, braving the rain to carry supplies and replenish their energy. The zombies' relentless attacks were enough to exhaust even psychics. From day to night, they fought without a break, and everyone's faces were covered in fatigue. However, the zombies suddenly intensified their attacks. Lin Kang's brow furrowed, his heart aching. How long could they hold out at this rate? Chung Ji pursed his lips, and finally called out the waiter. Ever since the waiter reached level 5, he hadn't let him out again. As soon as the waiter emerged, he happily nuzzled Chung Jiyu. Yang Kai, who had taken a moment to observe the situation, nearly laughed when he saw Chung Jiyu produce a weak willow grass. Was he kidding? However, before he could even laugh, the grass suddenly transformed into a fireball taller than a man. The rain had no effect on it at all. It rolled, reducing zombies to ash wherever it passed. Yang Kai swallowed. If he remembered correctly, Chung Jiyu was a plant type. But this plant type seemed different from the plant type he knew. Chapter 66. This wasn't over yet. After Chung Jiyu created a fireball plant, Xiaowan, wrapped around his wrist, joined the fray. Yang Kai had seen Xiaowan before, but in his impression, Xiaowan could only carry people around and toss them around like a toy, completely harmless. However, at this moment, Xiaowan suddenly grew several times larger, and its vines grew thicker. Countless spikes sprouted from the vines, and the countless vines surged, tearing the zombies apart. Yes, tearing them apart. Yang Kai watched helplessly as a piece of zombie tissue flung toward him, and he quickly dodged. Chung Ji warned Xiaowan. Xiaowan, deliberately scaring Yang Kai, immediately calmed down, and no more zombie tissue flung at anyone. Yang Kai thought this was the end, but Chung Jiyu unexpectedly released another cactus. After appearing, the cactus grew to 3 or 4 meters tall, shooting spikes wildly at the zombies. Yang Kai, I'm paralyzed. Release Chung Jiyu to fight him. He'd be powerless against any of these guys if he released them. Although, even if Chung Jiyu hadn't released him, he wouldn't have been able to fight back. At this moment, the weapon in Chung Jiyu's hand suddenly changed. Wow, a closer look revealed a mechanical wooden silo. The zombies huddled together, which made things easier for him. With a single volley of gunfire, a large number of them were instantly wiped out. The zombies in front of the base had been standing there like that, But suddenly, there was no zombies. Everyone, awesome. Lin Khan also smiled, and someone even had time to approach Chung Jiu. Dude, what's your special ability? It's so fast. Chung Jiu took the opportunity to explain. It's plant-based, but mine is different from the others. Maybe I've mutated. Superpowers can mutate? The people nearby were shocked. Do you want me to take you out to fight zombies? A cold voice came from the side. Chung Imo watched gloomily, talking so much that he practically clung to Jiu. He was already in a bad mood. The person who spoke immediately shrank back. This one's even tougher. I can't beat him. Chung Jiu glanced at Chung Imo helplessly. The latter's mouth drooped, looking very depressed. That zombie has appeared. Someone shouted. The zombie leader, perhaps unable to sit still, actually launched an attack himself. One superpower user was knocked off the wall by it, nearly dying. Judging from the opponent's abilities, it was estimated to be level 4. Chung Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Level 4 was difficult to deal with, but with Xiao Er here, Xiao Er was now level 5. Sure enough, Xiao Er immediately attacked the level 4 zombie, but it was a water type, making it a bit difficult for Xiao Er, who was a fire type. Difficult means it can't be resolved immediately, but both sides fought back and forth. The person who had been frightened pale by the level 4 zombie said, shock. It seemed there was no need to be afraid anymore. As they dealt with a little loot, they nervously observed Xiao Er's battle progress. Thankfully, the level 4 zombie was finally injured, and it seemed to be trying to escape. Chung Jiu immediately said, don't let it get away. The higher level zombies had already gained some intelligence, and they were afraid they might hold a grudge, which would mean they would never have peace again. Xiao Er desperately tried to stop it, but the zombie, perhaps angry, attacked the base recklessly. Chung Imo raised his hand, and a water barrier formed outside the base. The condensed water bullets were dissolved by the water barrier, silently blending into it, losing their offensive power. The zombie, preoccupied with attacking the base, didn't check for a moment, giving Xiao Er an opportunity. Xiao Er's body solidified, transforming into a ball of fire. With a bang, a massive crater exploded in the zombie's location. The zombie's body shattered, but its head remained intact. It tried to fight Xiao Er, but Xiao Er gave it no chance, extinguishing its last remaining breath. Instantly, cheers erupted from the base. The high-level zombie had been eliminated. The remaining zombies, without their commands, scattered, and the psychics quickly dispatched them. Lin Khan walked up to Chung Jiu, a complex expression on his face. Thank you for this time. Chung Jiu smiled. I'm part of the base too. There are people here I want to protect. Lin Khan was taken aback, then smiled as well. Well, after all your hard work, everyone go back and rest. It seems the rain has stopped. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Chung Jiu looked up at the sky. A rosy glow shone through the clouds, signaling a clearing sky. Everyone was exhausted, and after a long day in the rain, even the healthiest needed to be careful. Catching a cold would be a serious problem. Chang's father and his companions, who were helping deliver supplies, also got caught in the rain, so Chang's mother cooked a large pot of meatball and ginger soup, which was both refreshing and filling. Delicious. Zhou Min ate one meatball at a time. Tian Maman finished her bowl, and immediately went to get another, helping Tian Xiao get one as well. It was hot and fresh, and one bite warmed my whole body. They were starving. Even Chung Jian couldn't finish her large bowl. Chang's mother, heartbroken, watched them. After they finished, she urged them to go back and rest. Go to bed. We clean up the rest. And Tian nodded, yes, go to bed. Everyone nodded wearily, feeling lightheaded and returning to their rooms. After a shower, Chung Jiu fell asleep. Chung Imo hugged him. Jiu. Still feeling aggrieved. Chung Jiu gently touched his face and closed his eyes. Yeah. Chung Imo looked up and saw him asleep. He leaned down and kissed the corner of his lips gently, then closed his eyes as well. It wasn't until the next day that he woke up from this sleep. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed. The sun was shining brightly outside. It had finally stopped raining. The rain had stopped, thankfully without causing any disaster. The village was bustling with activity. Those whose houses were leaking fixed it themselves if they could, and those who couldn't found help. In short, everyone was busy. But this rain wasn't entirely a bad thing. The ground didn't need to be kept dry anymore. It was very wet. However, because it was so wet, planting wasn't possible now. It would have to wait a few days. Chung Jiu and his companions planned to check on the deer. It had been raining for so long, and the deer didn't even have a cave to shelter from the wind and rain. They didn't know what had happened to it. Luckily, when they approached, the deer was still lively, though filthy and covered in mud. It came over and rubbed itself all over Chung Jiu. Chung Jiu, He fed the deer mutant cabbage. Zhou Min, standing nearby, said, "Why don't we build it a shelter?" During the hot weather, the deer had rested in the shade of the rocks, but that clearly wasn't enough to keep it out of the rain. It must have been soaked for days, and looked aggrieved. Chung Jiu amused himself. "Can't you find a place to take shelter?" The deer cried out even more aggrievedly. Lin Jiaxu translated. It said it was afraid a tiger would come and take its territory. Tian Xiao, has the tiger not given up yet? Lin Jiaxu, the deer said it comes to check on us from time to time, but because it's injured, it hasn't made any moves. It seems the tiger is very attached to this territory. But the deer clearly considers this place its own and is determined not to give it up. So let's build a shelter for the deer. For convenience, they used local materials, chopping down the top of a tree and paving the ground with some stones. This would make it much cleaner. The deer seemed particularly happy about its new house. It leaned its head over to them, glancing at this and that. Stones found in the wild are naturally not perfectly square, but with Tian Man around, they simply and roughly cut them into square shapes. Tian Man was very strong, and with the broadsword Chung Jiu had given him, he chopped the stone like tofu. With one stroke, even the oddly shaped stone became square. The deer didn't like cramped quarters, so they decided to build a shelter. The roof provided protection from the rain, and the neat stone path below was comfortable for lying down. First, they cut the felled tree into sticks of equal thickness and length, cutting 4 to serve as pillars around the perimeter. They chose sturdy, corrosion-resistant wood. Then, they cut several boards and nailed them together to form the roof. To make it stronger, they not only built a horizontal roof, but also added slanted roofs on top of the horizontal boards, forming a perfect triangle. Being psychics, this little task wasn't tiring. As they worked, chatting, they soon completed the deer shelter. They even made a nest of hay for the fawn to sleep in. The fawn seemed to love its new home, happily running around with its hooves and calling out, "Yo-yo." As the sun set, everyone was hungry, so they said goodbye to the fawn and returned to the base. Back home, their family had already prepared a delicious meal. After a satisfying meal, they felt incredibly happy. Just as they were about to go to bed, someone knocked on the door. Cheng's father, who was nearby, went to open it. Unaware of what was being said, he turned and said, "Shiyu, come out for a moment." When Chung Jiu and the others emerged, they saw a handsome young man named Zhou Lan standing at the door. He remembered that he was in charge of the base's supply distribution. "I heard you weren't at the base this afternoon." Zhou Lan explained why he'd arrived so late. "I figured I'd wait for you to get back before delivering the supplies." Tian Xiao glanced at the bag in Zhou Lan's hand, puzzled. "What are they?" Zhou Lan replied, "They're crystal cores." Team Lin's men spent a whole day digging them all out. They were attacked by a horde of zombies, and with so many zombies, they naturally had no time to dig for the cores. They dealt with them first. After the zombies were dealt with, they were exhausted, so Team Lin assigned men to guard the area. After a night's rest, Zhou Lan was allowed to begin digging for the cores. The quantity of cores this time was enormous, packed directly into sacks. As key figures in defending the base, Chung Jiu and his men naturally received a significant share. "Thank you for bringing them here." Chung Jiu took the items without counting them. "It was just a quick trip." Zhou Lan smiled, then added, "You don't know. You made a name for yourself yesterday. Now everyone admires you." Chung Jiu smiled. "Haha, I admire you too." Zhou Lan looked at Chung Jiu, a little embarrassed. Chung Mo narrowed his eyes, and put his arm around Chung Jiu's shoulders. "It's late, so let's stop talking nonsense." Zhou Lan hurriedly said, "Sorry, I was so excited to see you that I forgot it was late. I'd be leaving now." Chung Jiu nodded. "Goodbye." After Zhou Lan left and everyone closed the door, Chung Mo said, "Stay away from that guy from now on. He's obviously not a good person." He kept his eyes fixed on Jiu. If he wasn't afraid of Ziyu getting angry. In short, Chung Mo was very emotional. Zhou Min watched from the side. Haha. Tian Xia was puzzled. "Ah? He's not a good person? I'd have to tell Captain Lin. I remember he was in charge of supplies." Chung Jiu said helplessly, "Don't listen to him." He tossed the bag of crystal cores to Tian Xiao and said, "Pick out the ones you can use, and give me the rest." Back in the room, Chung Mo didn't mention Zhou Lan again. There was no need, he didn't even care. But there was something more important. He looked at Chung Jiu. "Jiu?" Chung Ji-yu coughed lightly, and quickly lay down, closing his eyes, afraid he'd be bewitched again. I was so tired yesterday. I'm still not recovered. Let's go to sleep. Chung Yimo stared at him like a ghost. Chung Ji-yu, you're lying. Chung Ji-yu, I'm really sleepy. Let's go to sleep. After saying that, he even pretended to yawn. Chung Yimo, Heartbroken, he muttered. Ji-yu, am I really that uncomfortable? You won't even give me a chance. Chung Ji-yu closed his eyes, and didn't respond, fearing he'd compromised again. Oh my god, this couldn't be anything else. He needed to seriously reconsider his relationship with Chung Yimo. Until he figured it out, he couldn't let himself sink any further. But he couldn't help but say, it's nothing to do with this. I'm a pure-hearted person. Go to sleep. I'm pure-hearted, so stop thinking about it. Chung Mo's eyebrows drooped. It seemed he was really uncomfortable, making Ji-yu pure-hearted. He sensed a sense of danger. He couldn't go on like this. What if Ji-yu really didn't like him anymore? Chung Yimo pursed his lips, and lay silently beside Chung Ji-yu. Chung Ji-yu had been pretending, and while he was pretending, he fell asleep. He was completely unaware that Chung Yimo had slipped into his blankets and lowered himself. When Chung Ji-yu regained consciousness, his scalp tingled. He looked down and saw Chung Yimo lying there, gently licking him, then wrapping him up. Chung Ji-yu, shock. He almost suspected he was dreaming. Chung Yimo even conjured furry ears and a tail. Chung Ji-yu clenched his fingers, straining until they turned white. His voice trembled. You let go. Chung Yimo looked up and mumbled, Ji-yu is comfortable. He was especially certain this time, having seen Chung Ji-yu's expression. How could someone with that expression not be uncomfortable? He continued to work hard. The shock, both mental and physical, was immense. Chung Ji-yu confessed very quickly this time. Chung Mo's face was stained, and this was particularly noticeable on his naturally tanned skin. Chung Ji-yu's mind went blank for a second before he came to his senses, and quickly said, I'm about to throw up. It's so dirty. Chung Yimo cleaned it up, and wiped it off for Chung Ji-yu, smiling. How could it be dirty? Chung Ji-yu, He suspected Chung Yimo was doing it on purpose. His black, furry ears, still twitching, were still close to Chung Ji-yu, twitching slightly, as if inviting him to touch them. Chung Ji-yu inexplicably recalled the scene just now. His Adam's apple twitched, and he clamped his legs together sadly. Damn, it felt like it again. Chung Yimo chuckled, and his ears twitched again. Help! Chung Ji-yu couldn't help himself, and reached out to touch those ears. The ears in his palm seemed to itch, twitching. The touch scraped across his palm, bringing a tingling sensation. Chung Ji-yu couldn't help himself, and reached out to pinch them. Chung Mo's eyes were red, and his breathing was heavy. Ji-yu, I'm very sensitive here. Don't pinch me. Chung Ji-yu, unsure of what he was thinking, pinched her again, maliciously. I was sleeping soundly. What are you doing? I want Ji-yu to feel good, but you keep rejecting me. Chung Yimo held him tightly, and Chung Ji-yu could clearly sense the change in him. Chung Ji-yu's Adam's apple shifted slightly, and his fingers felt hot. He quickly withdrew his hand. However, Chung Yimo quickly grasped his hand and pulled it down. It's only right that we return the favor. Shouldn't you help me? Chung Mo's confidence returned. Looking at that face and those eyes, Chung Ji-yu couldn't find the words to refuse. He pursed his lips, and could only go along with Chung Yimo. This whole process was truly a long one. When it was over, Chung Mo's eyes felt moist again. He knew Chung Yimo was feeling comfortable. Chung Ji-yu, for some reason, felt his heartbeat was unusually rapid. He felt that this couldn't go on any longer. He needed to rethink his relationship with Chung Yimo. Since avoiding the problem wouldn't solve it, he might as well face it head-on. Ji-yu? Chung Ji-yu. Why are you distracted? Chung Yimo was furious. Wouldn't it look bad for him to be distracted at this time? Chung Ji-yu coughed lightly. Nothing. Chung Yimo narrowed his eyes, but ultimately said nothing. He wiped Chung Ji-yu's hands, cleaned himself, and hugged Chung Ji-yu, feeling refreshed. He took Chung Ji-yu's hand, placed it on his body, and coughed softly. Ji-yu, touch me if you want. Chung Ji-yu gritted his teeth and gently pinched it. Chung Yimo hummed twice and whispered, Ji-yu, where you pinch. Chung Ji-yu raised an eyebrow. Why? Didn't you tell me to pinch you anywhere? Chung Yimo inexplicably felt that Chung Ji-yu had suddenly changed. His heartbeat was a little slower, and his throat felt strangely dry, as if he were longing for something. His eyes fell on Chung Ji-yu's lips, and for the first time, he kissed him, barely touching him. If you like, then so be it. Chung Ji-yu thought he had the initiative, but in an instant, his face flushed again. Chung Mo, really? Why did he suddenly kiss him on the mouth? Before, he'd only kissed the corners of his mouth. While it had a touch of ambiguity, it wasn't as impactful as a direct kiss. Do you know what kind of relationship requires for this? Chung Ji tried to purse his lips, but then something occurred to him, and he took the opportunity to speak, blushing. We have this kind of relationship. Chung Mo said, no one else can do this except me. Chung Mo said domineeringly, anyway, no one can kiss you except me. Chung Ji, my future boyfriend is fine. Chung Mo was struck by lightning. Chung Ji, you want a boyfriend? Chung Ji looked at Chung Mo. Yeah. Chung Mo, then what should I do? Chung Ji, hasn't it ever occurred to you that that boyfriend could be you? Just as Chung Ji was speechless, Chung Mo suddenly said seriously, Chung Ji, can I be your boyfriend? Chung Ji blinked. Wow, the progress bar had just been 1%, and now it had jumped straight to 99%. He was still racking his brains trying to figure out how to explain to Chung Mo that their behavior wasn't normal, and that they needed to establish a relationship first. So Chung Mo suddenly got it. Seeing Chung Ji remain silent for a long time, Chung Mo grew anxious, his brow furrowed. You won't agree? Chung Ji's throat was dry, and he asked earnestly, do you know what a boyfriend is? Chung Mo wasn't completely stupid. Hadn't he gone to such lengths to seduce Chung Ji before, just to get him to like him? A boyfriend is someone you like. If he became Chung Ji's boyfriend, it would mean he liked him. Chung Mo's eyes lit up with happiness at the mere thought. However, Chung Mo sat up in panic. Isn't this a bit too formal? He pondered what he should do now. Unfortunately, his life had been all about training and improving his abilities. He had always disdained matters of the heart. He only remembered to give a gift. Yes, a gift. Chung Mo stood up, thinking of getting a gift for Chung Ji. Well, that would increase the chances of him agreeing to be his boyfriend. Seeing him hurriedly trying to leave, Chung Ji quickly knew what he was about to do, and quickly stopped him. No, I don't need anything. Chung Mo felt uneasy, but Chung Ji helplessly said, you want to give me a gift, so do I have to give you one too? It's too much trouble to send it back and forth. Chung Mo said matter-of-factly, Ji, you don't have to give it to me. I want to be your boyfriend willingly. Chung Ji pinched his face and said angrily, then I don't want to be willing? Chung Mo was stunned, his handsome face looking a little dazed. Chung Ji looked at him and smiled. I want to be willing too. Chung Mo felt a little dizzy for a moment. Happiness came too suddenly. Chung Ji waved his hand in front of his eyes. Are you stupid? Chung Mo held his hand. I feel like I'm dreaming. Chung Ji was about to laugh when he heard Chung Mo say, Ji, can you find a way to make this feel real? Chung Ji was puzzled. What way? Chung Mo said, a kiss. You just said boyfriends can kiss. As he spoke, he leaned in. Chung Ji's eyelashes fluttered, and he unconsciously held his breath. The other person's lips pressed against his, the warm touch making both of them tremble slightly. Chung Ji hoped for more, but Chung Mo pulled away, a look of satisfaction on his face. Chung Ji? Question mark. That's it? It seemed to him that Chung Mo had so many tricks up his sleeve, letting him touch her, letting her touch him, and then touching each other. So was it really just a kiss? It didn't even count? Okay, maybe it was all instinct before, a feeling of comfort from touching each other. Chung Ji's Adam's apple moved, so he would teach him. He pulled the other's collar, and the two of them got close to each other. His tongue slid in slightly. Chung Mo seemed to feel something, and learned it by himself, plundering the air from Chung Ji's mouth. Chung Mo had seen people hugging each other before, so close that he'd only found it irritating and hadn't the slightest interest in watching. Now, he realized, was this actually a kiss? I love it. Finally, Chung Ji's mouth went numb before he let go. Just as he recovered, the other person moved closer, and Chung Ji held up his hand to block it. That's it. Disappointment was visible in Chung Mo's eyes. But okay, he'd listened to his boyfriend. Boyfriend? His lips curled up. Chung Mo felt he couldn't treat Chung Ji badly. He took out something like a token and placed it in his hand. It was something he didn't know what it was, but the material was unique, like metal and jade, yet it radiated a brilliance unlike either. It also depicts a wing. Dog? Chung Ji was puzzled. What is this? Chung Mo said, a token from our Wing clan. After he finished, he said a little embarrassedly, it's useless here. I really regret not bringing my belongings with me. In fact, the Wing clan's tokens are generally not given to anyone except very important people. After all, possessing a token practically grants freedom, and the token's significance is extraordinary. But Chung Yimou still felt that he had treated Chung Jiyu poorly. He deserved the best. Chung Jiyu, on the other hand, was somewhat bewildered, finally realizing, somewhat slowly, that Chung Yimou wasn't a dog, nor was he a dog demon. Chapter 67. Wing Tribe. Chung Jiyu asked slowly. Chung Yimou felt guilty, but he still confessed to Chung Jiyu sincerely. Chung Jiyu finished, It kind of overturned his understanding. Oh my god, aliens really exist, and he even has an alien boyfriend? Chung Jiyu was quite receptive. After all, he used to think Chung Yimou was a dog demon. Dog demons didn't seem much better than aliens. Jiyu, I kept it a secret from you. Chung Yimou showed his ears schemingly. You can hit me or scold me, but I won't give you back your boyfriend. Chung Jiyu didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't believe couples had to know every secret of each other. Besides, they had just confirmed their relationship. Seeing Chung Jiyu wasn't angry, Chung Yimou breathed a sigh of relief and confessed again, Actually, I'm not 18. Chung Jiyu had wanted to say this for a long time. You don't look 18 either. He narrowed his eyes. Tell me the truth, how old are you? Hey, can I not tell you? Chung Yimou didn't want to say it. What if you think I'm old and don't want me? Chung Yimou said he wouldn't give Chung Jiyu a chance to reject him. So, I'd better not tell you. Chung Jiyu, so what's the point of confessing? He said he wasn't 18, but he wouldn't reveal his true age. Chung Yimou said confidently, I don't want to lie to you anymore. Then tell me the truth. Chung Jiyu was genuinely curious and speculated, You're not thousands of years old, are you? He exaggerated, and Chung Yimou got anxious. How could I be that old? Chung Yimou, even my father isn't that old. I'm almost 100. Chung Jiyu, Well, not much better. 100? Chung Jiyu's eyes widened. Chung Jiyu, do you really dislike me? Chung Mo's eyes widened, trying to suppress his sadness. He tried to excuse himself. We Wing Tribe reach adulthood at the age of 100. Rounding it off, that's about the same as you humans at 18. Ahem, I'm just a little shocked. Chung Jiyu hurried to reassure him, but asked, Do you Wing Tribe have a long lifespan? Chung Yimou, well, my father is almost 1,000 years old, right? Still in his prime. Chung Jiyu pursed his lips. I'd probably be reduced to ash by 100. Chung Yimou frowned. Don't be ridiculous. 100 is still a child. While comforting Chung Jiyu, he didn't forget to mix in his own personal opinions. Chung Jiyu thought to himself, for a human, 100 years is not a lot. Jiyu, once we're settled here, will you come with me to my star system? Chung Yimou said, Now that I have a partner, we naturally want to be together for a long time. I won't let you turn to ashes at the age of 100. Chung Jiyu was actually quite open-minded. Even relationships break up, and he was only in his 20s, so there was no need to worry so early. He smiled and said, We talk about it later. If they were still together by then. Chung Yimou had no idea what Chung Jiyu was thinking, so he nodded yes. My father always said I would never find a lover and would end up alone. Chung Yimou said proudly, I found one when I was almost an adult. That old man didn't start pursuing my mother until he was over 500 years old. He pursued her for over 100 years. I make fun of him when I get back. Chung Jiyu smiled. Isn't that okay to say that about your own father? But father and mother? He suddenly realized that his new boyfriend wasn't just an alien, but no ordinary alien. None of this matters, Chung Yimou explained casually, adding, My father's less than 1,000 years old, still young. Perhaps he can have another child. The crown prince's status wasn't important, and he didn't guarantee he'd become king. Chung Jiyu held his forehead with his hand. Okay. Since Chung Yimou didn't care, he might as well. Forget it. However, Chung Jiyu was curious. You must have had a name before? What was it? Chung Yimou nodded. My name is Yer. Yer? Chung Jiyu repeated. Chung Yimou said, But I still prefer you to give me a name. Just call me that. Chung Jiyu was a little sleepy, but his mind was incredibly active. He closed his eyes, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. No, since you're not a dog demon and have lived in a civilized society before, you wouldn't be unaware of the inappropriateness of your previous behavior, right? Chung Yimou, feeling guilty, feigned ignorance. What do you mean, Jiyu? I don't understand. Over there, can you just kiss someone casually? Can you hug them? Can you pinch? Ahem, what else? Chung Jiyu sobered up considerably, his eyes sharp as he looked at Chung Yimou. Chung Yimou made 800 movements in a second. Chung Jiyu unleashed his ultimate move. Oh, so you've done this kind of thing with others before? No. Chung Yimou quickly retorted. We Wing Tribe aren't such casual beasts. We only have one partner for our entire lives. How could we be so casual? Chung Ji smiled. Oh, so you know those things are only for partners? And you're still playing dumb with him. You've tricked him completely. Although he often tacitly approved of Chung Mo's behavior, and if he didn't agree, there was nothing he could do, Chung Ji still gritted his teeth in anger. Good boy, he looked so stupid. I was seducing you. Chung Mo's ears popped out again, completely unconcerned with seduction, and Ji-yu always agrees. Chung Ji-yu's face flushed. How dare you say that? Damn it, he was indeed seduced by Chung Mo. They hadn't even confirmed their relationship, yet he was half-heartedly giving in. Chung Mo blinked. Are you angry? Chung Ji-yu didn't want to talk, feeling so embarrassed that he couldn't control himself every time. Chung Mo, Ji-yu? 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 Chung Ji-yu chuckled. You're such a good actor. He acted like a completely innocent, naive boy, and since he thought she was a dog demon, he probably didn't understand and just believed her. Ah, too much talk is just bitter tears. Don't be angry. Chung Mo quickly acted coquettishly. I'm willing to compensate you with my body. Chung Ji-yu, haha, no thanks. His little trick failed. Chung Mo rubbed his nose. Chung Ji-yu pushed him away and said cruelly, You are not allowed to have any physical contact with me for a month. Chung Mo was struck by lightning. He had just gained a status, and now he was banished to the cold palace. I'm so heartbroken. Chung Mo pretended, touch my chest. Chung Ji-yu, Another seduction tactic, huh? He closed his eyes, feeling calm without looking, and said coldly, No. Chung Mo reached out, trying to pry open Chung Ji-yu's eyes. Open your eyes and look. As long as the other person could see, he wouldn't believe his seduction wouldn't succeed. However, Chung Ji-yu refused to open his eyes, and Chung Mo didn't dare force him. He could only look at him dimly. Chung Ji-yu, do you not like me anymore? Chung Ji-yu, yeah. Chung Mo gritted his teeth. Lying to me is boring. Go to sleep. Finally, Chung Mo gave in, and Chung Ji-yu smiled. Only a month. Good night. Chung Mo certainly wouldn't stay quiet, but he decided to compromise for now. Good night. The two of them had been talking for a long time, and it was already late at night. Even though Chung Ji-yu was a little excited, he couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness and fell asleep in no time. Chung Mo, who had been lying quietly just now, moved closer to him, waited a moment, and made sure he wasn't awake, then carefully hugged him again. What about no physical contact with Ji-yu for a month? He couldn't do that. The next morning, Chung Mo opened his eyes. Chung Ji-yu got out of bed, unconcerned about waking up in someone's arms. He smiled faintly. Good morning, you're sleepy. Sleep a little longer. Chung Mo was captivated by the smile, and couldn't help but get up and move closer. Just as he was about to kiss him, Chung Ji-yu leaned back slightly, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Did you forget what I said last night? Chung Ji-yu suppressed a laugh, finding it amusing to tease Chung Mo. But he didn't relent. This guy had played him around so hard before, it was truly embarrassing. He had to get back at him. Chung Ji-yu was washing his face, when a figure floated up behind him. Chung Mo stared at him like a ghost. Chung Ji-yu, are you really that cruel? Chung Ji-yu had a way to deal with him. Who tricked me first? Chung Mo's momentum suddenly weakened. Chung Ji-yu said confidently, I've been traumatized, both physically and mentally. I need some time to recover. Chung Mo had to soften his stance. Then can't you try a different approach? Chung Ji-yu didn't answer, but wiped his face and said, Wash your face quickly. With that, he left the bathroom. Chung Mo had no choice but to quickly wash his face and go downstairs. The change in their relationship quickly caught the attention of the others, Zhou Min being the first to notice. Zhou Min, with his keen observation, immediately noticed something was amiss. He looked at Chung Mo and wondered, wow, he's actually managed to stay 10 centimeters away from Chung Ji-yu without getting too close. Something's wrong? Definitely something. Did they have a fight? Zhou Min started to worry. Then, Chang's mother noticed something was amiss, and called her son over to ask, What's going on between you and Xiao Mo? Chung Ji-yu blinked. What's going on? Chang's mother asked, Did you have a fight? You should be more considerate of Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo has come through so much, following you into our house. He's unfamiliar with the place. Don't bully him. Chung Ji-yu, He helplessly said, Mom, we didn't have a fight, so don't worry about it. Xiao Mo treats you very well. Chang's mother pleaded earnestly. Just be nice to him, okay? Chung Ji-yu had no choice but to nod. I know. But that didn't make sense. Why did his mother pretend he and Chung Mo were together? If he remembered correctly, they had only been together last night, right? In response, Cheng's mother said, "You two are living in the same room, and you're not together yet?" Cheng Zhiyu's expression looked as if he were looking at a scumbag. Cheng Zhiyu, okay. Then, even the resilient Tian Xiao sensed something was amiss. Unafraid of Cheng Yimou, he leaned over and asked, "Brother He, did you have a fight with Qingzi?" Cheng Yimou immediately replied, "How could I have had a fight with Zhiyu? Then you too." In reality, their current relationship was just like that of normal friends, but they were usually so close, and suddenly it felt like a fight. "We didn't have a fight." Cheng Yimou emphasized again, then said with a hint of impatience, "Okay, I have good news for you. I'm Zhiyu's boyfriend now." Tian Xiao, who had assumed his childhood friend was straight, opened his mouth wide, willingly believing there was something wrong with his hearing. "Male friend? Boyfriend?" Cheng Yimou emphasized, "It's just the same as you guys. Do I need to say it again?" "Oh, this?" Tian Xiao was dazed after hearing this. "Isn't Qingzi straight?" Cheng Yimou left, and Zhou Min leaned over, slyly asking, "What were you talking about?" Tian Xiao instinctively said, "Brother He said he's Qingzi's boyfriend." "Huh? Wasn't that a long time ago?" Zhou Min scratched his head. Tian Xiao, He had no choice but to ask Cheng Zhiyu for confirmation, and he got a positive answer. Cheng Yimou listened, a smug expression on his face. He was now a man of status. Tian Xiao was dazed. "Give me some time." Cheng Zhiyu patted his shoulder, urging him to take it easy, and then left. Cheng Yimou followed him. "Zhiyu, have you calmed down?" Cheng Zhiyu was cold and ruthless. "No." Cheng Yimou sighed. "A month? It's only the first day, and he can't take it anymore." They arrived at the base's fields. It had rained a few days before, and the dry, cracked soil had become much more moist. The ground had been too wet for planting the previous few days, but after a few days of drying, they were finally able to plant the seeds today. Grandpa Zhao grabbed a handful of soil and muttered with a smile, "What a good rain this time." Cheng Zhiyu smiled, as he walked over and squatted down with Grandpa Zhao. "How's it going, Grandpa Hao? Have you planted the seeds?" Grandpa Zhao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I planted them. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen wheat seeds this big. They're almost as big as my palm. I wonder how much grain they yield when they grow." Grandpa Zhao spoke with a simple smile. He was a true farmer, always happy for the crops in his fields. "I'd only heard that mutant seeds could adapt to the climate of the apocalypse, thinking they were simply more adaptable. I didn't expect this kind of change." Great. Grandpa Zhao's smile wrinkled his face. After chatting with Grandpa Zhao for a while, and seeing that everything was fine, Cheng Zhiyu estimated that the wheat would soon be growing. The winter wheat they used to grow needed to hibernate for a winter, then awaken and slowly grow when the weather warmed up. The mutant wheat obviously doesn't require this step. It grows and sets ears immediately. It won't be long before the base achieves food independence. By the way, in addition to wheat, they've also planted some fast-growing vegetables, such as lettuce. With an acre planted, the base will have lettuce to eat in about a month. Wheat requires little attention in the early stages, leaving the farming staff free. They asked if they had any mutant seeds. Cheng Zhiyu certainly had some. Previously, fearing they'd be overwhelmed, he hadn't offered many varieties. Now, they took the initiative, and after some discussion, they offered potatoes and pumpkins. In the absence of staple food, potatoes can temporarily replace it. They're filling and tasty. As for pumpkin, it was chosen simply because it produces so many fruits. Fang Gui thanked them, and returned to work with his men. They cleared a lot of land, so now they didn't need to do any special clearing. They could just plant directly. From time to time, people from the village would pass by to take a look. Some, in fact, weren't just passing by, but had specifically stopped by to take a look. This piece of land held the hope for the future of the base. It was planted with the food they would need in the future. Even though the land was bare now, it still brought joy to look at. The mutant seeds had already been planted below. The farming community wasn't crowded, so some villagers passing by would specifically ask if they could help. They were happy to help for free, figuring that if they planted more, they would grow more, and thus, have more to eat. There wasn't much help needed here, so Cheng Zhiyu went back to Lin Kong. Lin Kong had just sent someone to look for him, asking him to come over. Cheng Zhiyu followed Cheng Yimou there. Entering Lin Kang's office, he was sitting at his desk, writing something. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu enter, he smiled and said, "You're here?" He then stood up and poured tea. "I just got some tea, perfect for you." Cheng Yimou took a sip from the teacup, but didn't quite make it out. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know much about tea, but after taking a sip, he found it quite fragrant. A truly fine tea. Little Chung, you've truly impressed me with your performance against the zombie horde this time. Lin Kang's expression was complicated. Honestly, seeing so many zombies, I wasn't as calm as I appeared. I was thinking, if it doesn't work out, we hold them off and let the ordinary people leave. But who would want to leave their home unless it's absolutely necessary? Especially since our base is finally starting to see some improvement. Chung Jiu simply said, I'm part of the base too. It's my duty. Lin Kang smiled. After this, I believe everyone, ordinary or supernatural, will respect you. Chung Jiu didn't know what he meant by that, so he didn't respond. Honestly, I used to have so many grand ambitions, so when the apocalypse arrived, I immediately thought of organizing people to resist the zombies. Lin Kang recalled, I didn't have any grand ideas back then. I just wanted to be the first to step forward. Chung Jiu said sincerely, whatever you think, the base is still a success thanks to you. Lin Kang smiled wryly and shook his head. I was ambitious at first, but as time went on, I've come a long way and found myself completely overwhelmed. I'm not cut out for management. Chung Jiu, you've done very well. Lin Kang sighed. No, I was actually holding on. Yang Kai has always wanted to take my place. I know that, but if he had even a little brains besides strength, I'd be willing to give him the job. But with him like that, if I gave up my position, wouldn't I be a disaster for the base? He then looked at Chung Jiu. Until you came back, I'd actually been observing that you're more suited to managing the base than I am. Chung Jiu, I'm not really suited. Ha ha ha, you're too modest. Lin Kang said earnestly, think about it. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Maybe some people aren't naturally suited to this. Hey, this is the first time I've told someone this, but I've actually been trying to adapt. But it's still incredibly painful. Before, I couldn't find anyone suitable, so I just had to grit my teeth and persevere. Now, don't you? Little Chung, I really think you're more suitable than anyone else. At least, there's no one more suitable in this base right now. Chung Jiu fell silent. He hadn't expected Lin Kang to call him here for this. Before leaving, Lin Kang pulled him aside and said, think about it. I'm serious. Chung Jiu was helpless. He hadn't expected Lin Kang to think that way. After leaving, Chung Mo asked Chung Jiu, what do you think? Chung Jiu felt a little hesitant to take over. He wasn't sure he could do better than Lin Kang, so he said, let Captain Lin persevere a little longer. Chung Mo completely agreed with Chung Jiu. If Yang Kai knew, he'd probably be furious. He'd fought so hard, but he couldn't win control of the base, and now these two were shoving each other. But even if Yang Kai knew, he wouldn't dare say anything. Ever since the zombie horde attacked the base, Yang Kai was completely terrified of Chung Jiu. Whenever they met head-on, Chung Jiu would immediately avoid them. Consequently, Chung Jian was also afraid, which made her laugh to death. The psychic who had been monitoring the situation at the stream came back with a message, saying they'd heard noises coming from the spring again, suggesting another fight. Chung Jiu and his companions immediately decided to go over and take a look, even though Xiaolu said they wouldn't be a match for the tiger if they came. But they were still a little worried. As expected, as they approached, they saw flying sand and rocks, and the mournful cries of a fawn. Their hearts tightened, and they hurried over. To their surprise, the tiger lay on the ground, completely still. The fawn, on the other hand, was fine, save for a few minor injuries. Zhou Min went over to tend to the fawn's wounds. Chung Jiu walked over to the tiger, reached out, and felt its breath. It was dead. The fawn continued to wail. Zhou Min frowned. Are you feeling any worse for wear? No, I don't see any other injuries. Luckily, Lin Jiaxu was there today, and she translated, the fawn is upset. Its nest was destroyed by the tiger. Everyone looked and saw that the previously built shelter had indeed been shattered. Chung Jiu comforted the fawn, saying, it's okay. We build a new one. The fawn was still upset. The wicked tiger had to come and provoke it. It had a gentle nature, and didn't want to conflict with other animals. Although it guarded the spring, it had no control over the river. If the tiger wanted to drink, it could go to the river, but it had to come and compete with it for territory. Exotic beasts value their territory very much, so how could they be willing to give it up? So the two exotic beasts fought again. The tiger had recovered from its wounds, but he hadn't expected that the deer, whose leg had been healed by Zhou Min, had regained its full strength, making the tiger no match. The deer approached the tiger, seemingly sniffing it, and suddenly told Lin Jiaxu to follow him. Chung Jiu and the others were confused, but the deer seemed to be onto something, so they hurried to follow. As an exotic beast, the deer was very fast, and it would occasionally turn its head to check on the people behind it to make sure they were following. It seemed the other party had some target. Zhou Min muttered breathlessly, "Why did the deer take us there?" Tianxiao, "I don't know, but we don't have anyone guarding the spring, so is it okay?" Cheng Jiu said, "It won't be a problem in the short term. The tiger's body is still there, which will deter many other beasts." Tianxiao felt relieved. Tian Manman and Cheng Yimo were the most relaxed of the group. Tian Manman was a speedster, and Cheng Yimo was a natural runner. Finally, they arrived. The deer stopped in front of a cave, seemingly reluctant to go in. Lin Jiaxu finally had time to ask it why it had brought them there. The deer said it had just realized the tiger had cubs. No wonder it was fighting so hard for territory. It actually felt a little regretful for having just killed the tiger, but it had no choice. The tiger was too fierce. If it had given in, it would have been the one to die. But the deer still felt a little guilty, so it brought them here to see if they had any solution. It had been carrying the scent of a tiger all the way over, and indeed, it sensed a tiger cub in the cave. Lin Jiaxu explained the deer's intentions to everyone, and several people exclaimed, "Oh my god, there's a tiger cub." Chapter 68. The deer paced at the entrance, unwilling to approach the cave. It had just killed the tiger. If they went in, the tiger cub would sense its lingering scent and fear a grudge against Cheng Jiu and the others. So, after bringing the people in, it turned and left. Cheng Jiu and the others exchanged glances and walked into the cave. Sure enough, they saw a tiger cub inside. The cub looked like it was just a month old. Upon seeing them, its fur stood up and its teeth bared warily. Cheng Jiu, "Oh my god, so cute." Afraid of scaring the cub, they stayed away. Lin Jiaxu tried to communicate with the tiger cub, but it was too young to fully express itself. All they could hear was it saying things like it was hungry and looking for its mother. Everyone was silent. The tiger cub's mother had already. The tiger cub, just 1 month old, was clearly not capable of survival. Cheng Jiu had some space, so he simply took a piece of meat, minced it on the spot, and placed it in a small bowl in front of the cub. The chubby little tiger was initially wary, but then, caught a whiff of something delicious, he couldn't resist and stumbled towards its source. It sniffed the minced meat in the bowl, and everyone held their breath nervously. Thankfully, the little tiger was willing to eat. He took a tentative lick, and was immediately captivated by the aroma. He staggered, burying his head in the bowl and eating. In a short while, the small bowl of minced meat was completely devoured. The little tiger grumbled. Lin Jiaxu, it said it wanted more. Cheng Jiu took the opportunity to feel the little tiger's belly. Confirming it was still slightly flat, he pulled out another piece of meat. Now the little tiger knew the delicious food was made from this. He crouched down in front of Cheng Jiu on his short legs, staring eagerly. "Ah! It's so adorable, who could resist?" Cheng Yimo couldn't resist. Seeing Cheng Jiu staring at the little tiger with an anti-smile, his alarm bells immediately went off. Cheng Jiu absolutely loved furry things, especially small ones like this, which were at their most adorable. Cheng Yimo immediately grabbed the little tiger and placed it in front of Lin Jiaxu. "Little tiger, ? Lin Jiaxu, ? Cheng Yimo calmly explained, "Don't you know how to communicate with exotic animals? It's most likely one, so you're the best person to take care of it." He then looked at Cheng Jiu and blinked. "Jiu, is what I said okay?" Cheng Jiu didn't answer, but smiled faintly. "Come and chop the meat." Cheng Yimo immediately said, "Okay." He then took Cheng Jiu's knife and began chopping. Then, Cheng Jiu and the others gathered around the little tiger. Zhou Min worried, "Let's spread out a bit, don't scare it." "It looks pretty brave." Tianxiao said, "It even tugged at my hand." Lin Jiaxu excitedly said, "Oh my god, I've only seen tigers in zoos before. A tiger this small is so cute, isn't it? Its paws are so big. Won't they grow to be as big as my hand? So adorable." Cheng Jiu pinched the little tiger's ears. The tiger bared its teeth fiercely, but halfway through, it saw Cheng Jiu and, perhaps realizing it was the mincemeat he'd just fed it, it felt a little embarrassed and pulled its teeth back, humming adorably. Cheng Jiu cupped his hands in his hands. So cute. Cheng Yimo watched, his teeth nearly breaking. Damn, isn't he cute? Who called him cute before? A philandering man. He was furious. He gripped the knife and chopped louder and louder. Cheng Jiu quickly covered the tiger cub's ears. "Keep your voice down, don't scare it." Cheng Yimo, He was really furious. The mincemeat was even better this time, because Cheng Yimo chopped it extra hard, making the meat extra chewy. Cheng Jiu took the bowl and smiled. "I feed it." Cheng Mo's eyes were dead, It can obviously eat on its own. Chung Jiu felt sorry for the tiger cub. It's still so young, of course it needs feeding. Chung Yimo was furious. You never fed me when I was a kid. Chung Jiu smiled. You were so cool when you were a kid, you didn't need feeding either. Chung Yimo, So infuriating. Why did he have to act so pretentiously before? Lin Jiashu, not quite understanding the situation. Question mark. Seeing as Chung Yimo is older than Chung Jiu, I don't understand. In the end, Chung Jiu didn't feed the tiger cub. He was deliberately teasing Chung Yimo. The tiger cub could eat on its own and didn't need to be fed. It had food all over its mouth, and Chung Jiu was about to wipe it clean when a ball of water came over. It cleaned the tiger cub's mouth. Chung Jiu, Chung Yimo, don't give Chung Jiu a chance. The tiger cub was playing alone with insects. Everyone discussed what to do. It definitely can't survive on its own, Lin Jiashu said softly. Chung Yimo crossed his arms, guarding himself. Then give it to the deer. It killed its mother, it deserves it. Chung Jiu gave him a look. Watch your words. The tiger cub is still here. Don't let the children hear. Chung Yimo, Heartbroken, isn't he the most important? Zhou Min said, take it back. Didn't Lin Jiashu plan to raise a beast? However, Lin Jiashu had intended to raise a cat or dog, but she hadn't found one yet. Instead, she encountered a big cat. Lin Jiashu was still a little afraid. After all, tigers are wild, and she worried she wouldn't be able to control them. But she was willing to try. Her abilities had never been very effective, and among the psychics at the base, she was practically useless. But who wants to be useless? But let's be realistic. Isn't usefulness determined by strength? If she could raise the little tiger well, no one would dare to look at her clearly again. So, it wasn't just fear that the little tiger would be left unattended. She softened her heart. She was actually thinking about herself. So Lin Jiashu said seriously, I'm willing to give it a try. After she finished, she gently called the little tiger over. The little tiger tilted its head in confusion, and stumbled towards her under Lin Jiashu's nervous gaze. After all, it was young and unprepared, and having just eaten something delicious, it had developed a fondness for the others. The tiger cub's behavior gave Lin Jiashu confidence. She picked it up and said earnestly, I'd do my best to raise it. If she couldn't control it, she was at least willing to raise it until it could fend for itself before releasing it back into the wild. Chung Jiu couldn't take his eyes off the tiger cub. Lin Jiashu, with her special abilities, was undoubtedly the best breeder. He nodded, if you have any questions, feel free to contact us. Yes. Zhou Min's eyes were glued to the tiger cub as well. Tian Xiao enviously said, damn, you're so lucky, tiger. Even Tian Manman spared a second glance at the tiger cub. Normally, it was only interested in food. Only Chung Yimo breathed a sigh of relief. That was great. As long as Chung Jiu wasn't raising him, it didn't matter who did. On the way back, he even deliberately blocked Chung Jiu's view, preventing him from glancing at the little tiger. Unable to see the little tiger, Chung Jiu grumbled, childish. He really wanted to see the little tiger, but his boyfriend was incredibly jealous, so he had to restrain himself. Seeing this, Chung Mo's mood brightened. He took the opportunity to touch Chung Jiu's hand, but he dodged, his eyes conveying a message. 1 month. Chung Yimo, Lin Jiashu was leaving with the little tiger, and Tian Xiao and the others were reluctant to let him go. Zhou Min asked eagerly, Sister Jiashu, can you take care of the little tiger by yourself? Tian Xiao couldn't move her eyes away. Yes, this little tiger needs meat. If you can't take care of it, why don't we help take care of it for a few days? Help rub it for a few days, hee. Lin Jiashu hugged the tiger cub tightly and decisively refused. Haha, no need. Tiger cubs don't eat much, and I can still provide that little bit of meat. Seeing her about to take the tiger cub away, Tian Xiao felt grief-stricken. Can't you just let me rub it for a few days? It's a tiger cub, not a cat or a puppy. Tiger cubs are rare. However, after he finished speaking, he realized something and turned to look at Chung Yimo, quickly saying, Brother hey, I don't mean to say dogs are bad. Dogs are good too, haha. Chung Yimo, Why explain to him? He's not a dog. Chung Jiu couldn't help but puff. Chung Yimo felt aggrieved. Jiu, you're still making fun of me. Chung Jiu quickly said, Ahem, I'm not making fun of you. I was just thinking of something happy. Chung Yimo, do you think I believe it? Ever since Tian Xiao found out his childhood friend was with Chung Yimo, Before, when Chung Yimo held him, he didn't think anything of it, figuring that after all, Hayes was a dog, so it was normal for him to behave differently from humans. Now, even though they weren't physically touching, he felt, well, uncomfortable all over. It wasn't that he felt anything, he just felt like a third wheel. Luckily, there were plenty of other third wheels besides him. Lin Jiaxu took the little tiger away amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd. Zhou Min sighed, "Oh, why isn't my ability to communicate with exotic animals so annoying? That's a tiger. I'd only seen it in the zoo before, never touched it." Everyone went back sadly. After Cheng Ji returned home, he entered the system space. He came almost every day, picking ripe plants in the space and loosening the soil and watering the waiter and the others. Cheng Ji first checked on Xiaosan. Xiaosan had already entered its growth phase and should be mature soon. The other plants had also been upgraded to varying degrees, and he had given all the crystal cores previously allocated to him by the base to these plants. Xiuqiang had advanced from level 2 to level 3, Xiaowan from level 3 to level 4, and Qiuqiu from level 2 to level 3. As for Xiaotai, he was already level 4, so further advancement would be difficult, unless he managed to obtain a level 5 zombie core like Shower had. As for Shower, reaching level 5 was even more of a challenge. The fire cores given to him hadn't significantly changed him. However, what surprised Cheng Ziyu the most was that Xiao Huang had finally advanced from level 3 to level 4. This meant that after consuming Xiao Huang's fruit, zombies of level 4 or lower would be completely unaware of his presence for 5 minutes. This is absolutely amazing. You know, level 4 zombies are already incredibly difficult to deal with these days. With Xiao Huang's fruit, you can truly turn the tide in battle. However, Xiao Huang's level 4 fruit isn't available yet. He only has the previous level 3 fruit, which Cheng Ziyu has distributed to his parents, Uncle Tian, and Aunt Tian, so they can be used in case of danger. What makes Cheng Ziyu happiest is that, thanks to these plant upgrades, the system space has expanded from 16 by 16 to 20 by 20, expanding by over 100 square meters. This is so exciting. Before, Cheng Ziyu wanted to grow other things, and now he can finally do so. It just so happens that beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes are completely past their peak fruiting period, so Cheng Ziyu took the time to pull them out. This frees up a large area for other plantings. What Cheng Ziyu wants to grow the most right now is soybeans. They're a truly useful crop. They can be used to make tofu, bean curd sheets, and other delicious foods. They can also be used to extract oil, and the tofu residue can be used to feed pigs. He'd always wanted to raise poultry, but the current conditions at the base weren't suitable. People weren't getting enough to eat. However, once everyone's food problem was solved, he could consider it. It would be too late to plant soybeans by then, so he could start preparing in advance. Besides, Cheng Ziyu himself was craving tofu. He hadn't really enjoyed it before, but now that it was gone, he missed it more than he could chew. Besides soybeans, Cheng Ziyu also wanted to plant cotton. He had a feeling this winter wouldn't be very warm, so he had to hurry and plant. It seemed unlikely that he could plant cotton on a large scale at the base and harvest it by winter. He had to hurry. For the cotton planting locations, he initially chose showers and Xihuangs. Shao air can provide heat to the plants around it, and the cotton it grows will likely generate heat, providing even greater warmth. Plants next to Shao Huang can produce multiple crops, significantly increasing yields and saving both farmland and labor. As for soybeans, plant them next to Shao Chang. The food, having grown several times larger, is truly delicious. Plants planted next to Shao Wan will grow taller, which is a benefit, I suppose. He plans to plant sweet potatoes. As for Qiuqiu, any plant next to it will develop thorns. Cheng Ziyu really didn't know what to plant, so he decided to plant sweet potatoes. Cheng Ziyu had originally planned to plant rice next to Shao Chang, but unfortunately, he wanted to plant soybeans. After careful consideration, he decided to plant soybeans. The main reason was that wheat was already widely cultivated and could completely replace rice, so there was no rush. Finally, after planting everything, Cheng Ziyu decided to plant fruit trees. Yes, he wanted to eat other fruits. What I'm craving most right now are peaches and cherries. It just so happens that they have both of these fruit trees here, but the trees are all wilted now, and the fruit isn't bearing much. Even when it does, it's small and sour, nothing like it used to be. Cheng Ziyu was so craving fruit that he decided to dig up 2 fruit trees and plant them. After finishing his work in the system space, Cheng Ziyu came out and told Cheng Mo about it. Cheng Mo naturally wanted to accompany him. So, the two of them set out the next day. There were no fruit trees at the base, but Cheng Mo remembered that their village used to have orchards. Some families planted several acres of fruit trees, and among them, cherries and peaches were the most common. They might as well just go look for it in the orchard. Cheng Ji planned to dig up the fruit trees and store them directly in his space. It was a simple task, and it was just him and Cheng Yimou going. Cheng Yimou was in a good mood, so they didn't drive. Cheng Ji said the orchard wasn't far from the village, so they could walk. Cheng Yimou took the initiative and asked, Shiyu, are you tired? If you are, you can ride me. Before, Cheng Ji wouldn't have thought much of it, but now, he coughed lightly. What a lewd talk. Cheng Ji, no, it's not far. We can walk slowly. Before, he was always in a hurry to do anything, but now he slowed down. Okay. Although Cheng Yimou was a little disappointed, he soon felt happy again. It was just him and Jiyu, so a slow walk was fine. By the way, do you have any favorite fruits? Cheng Jiyu asked. If he could find any, he could dig them up and plant them. Cheng Yimou looked a little confused. I don't know. He'd only ever eaten watermelon, grown by Cheng Jiyu. Watermelon was delicious. Cheng Jiyu paused, then looked at Cheng Yimou. Huh? You haven't eaten it before? What do you eat? It looked like Cheng Yimou and his friends were eating something different than here, and he was curious about what was new. Ah, we eat meat. Cheng Yimou rubbed his nose, realizing his galaxy was a complete food desert. Meat? Cheng Jiyu didn't think much of it, figuring that Cheng Yimou and his friends were beasts, so it was normal for them to like meat. Remembering that this was a place he had never been before, Cheng Jiyu became curious. Do you have any special ways of eating? Cheng Yimou lowered his head. What could be so special about their food? Being able to cook well is good enough, because many of them were originally wild beasts, and even after becoming human, they retained their animal habits, many of which consumed raw meat. However, Cheng Yimou, as a royal family, was quite particular, and by that I meant eating cooked food. In their place, anyone who could cook food without burning it was considered a master chef. Cheng Jiyu listened and said, eh. He looked at Cheng Yimou with sympathy. No, Cheng Mo's galaxy should be an advanced civilization, so how could they live like a primitive society? But then he thought, oh, they were originally furry. How could you expect furry creatures to cook delicious food? Okay. No, I remember you mentioned that there were pure humans in your galaxy, Cheng Jiyu said. Pure humans wouldn't be like this, right? It's mainly because humans can't digest raw meat, right? Cheng Yimou nodded. Yes, but they live on their own planet, and their numbers are very small. I don't know the exact number. These humans do grow crops and cook food, but they're self-sufficient and rarely export to us. Also, the relationship between the pure humans and the beast men isn't very good. Why? Cheng Ji was curious. Can you tell me? There was nothing to hide. Seeing his interest, Cheng Yimou spoke seriously. Because the beast men live a casual life, even though they have taken human form, they still retain their bestial habits. At first, the relationship between the two tribes wasn't that strained. The beast men would visit the human planet, and humans would visit the beast men. However, once the beast men on the trip got drunk, they let loose, transformed into their beast forms, and started causing chaos everywhere, causing great panic. The same thing happened to the orcs. Orcs often ran wild in their original form, nearly killing a fragile human. After several incidents, the humans demanded that orcs not return to their original form when visiting their planet. As for the orcs running wild on their own planet, they couldn't control it. At most, they could just restrict their own residents from visiting the orcs. But the orcs felt this was too much of a burden for the orcs. When they were happy, they loved to let loose. Seeing they couldn't control it, the humans outright banned orcs from visiting their planet, and somehow, the two sides stopped communicating. At the time, Cheng Yimou was still young and focused on improving his abilities, so he didn't know the specifics of the situation. When Cheng Jiyu heard about orcs returning to their original form and going crazy, he inexplicably thought of a cat misbehaving. Maybe that's just the nature of the orcs. Luckily, his Dahe was more composed. Haha, but the relationship between humans and orcs was quite interesting. No wonder Xiaohei jumped onto the coffee table so desperately at first, devouring half the beef while he wasn't paying attention. Maybe he really hasn't eaten anything good. So miserable. Cheng Yimou, upon being reminded of his dark past, said, "Can you please not talk about this?" Haha. Cheng Ji practically fainted from laughter. It was hilarious. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now, looking at Cheng Mo's face, the more he thought about it, the funnier it got. Ah! Stop laughing. Cheng Mo's tan face flushed slightly, and he reached out to cover Cheng Jiyu's mouth. Cheng Jiyu, woo-woo. Cheng Yimou cautiously said, "You're not going to talk about it anymore?" Cheng Jiyu nodded obediently, yeah. Cheng Yimou finally let him go and emphasized again, "Don't say that." Chung Jiu coughed. Actually, I think it's quite cute. Chung Yamo looked at him dimly. Say it again, I kissed you. Chung Jiu's face flushed, and he immediately shut up, saying nothing more. Chung Yamo, He was still a little disappointed. After playing and joking all the way, they finally reached the orchard. The trees were wilted and lifeless, without even a few leaves, and those that did were withered and yellow. Even the weeds were few. Chung Jiu shook his head and chose a peach tree. He loved peaches the most, describing them to Chung Yamo as sweet, and with a fresh peach fragrance. Chung Yamo couldn't imagine it. Chung Jiu felt sorry for him and said, "Don't worry, I give you the first one I grow. It's delicious." Chung Mo's lips curled up. Well then, I look forward to the first fruit you grow. See, that was his place in Jiu's heart. Ha ha, Dahe, you're so silly. Don't all the fruits ripen at once? There's no such thing as being the first to ripen, but the first to be picked. Next, Chung Jiu and the others dug up another cherry tree. They didn't plant it right away, but instead placed it in the space, and would plant it again when they got back. Alas, it's a shame there's no durian here. Chung Jiu was craving durian. Chung Yamo was curious. What is durian? Chung Jiu, it's fragrant and sweet. I definitely let you try it sometime. Chung Yamo, completely unaware of his sinister intentions, nodded, feeling a bit of anticipation. Durian, just the name suggests it's incredibly fragrant and delicious. However, Chung Jiu didn't really have much hope for durian. Finding a tree was impossible. Finding durian seeds was possible, but durian trees only bear fruit every 4 to 8 years, so even with the space bonus, it would take ages. Oh, I don't know when I'd be able to eat it. The problem is, I can't even find seeds right now. No, I can't think about it anymore. He hadn't been craving it that much before, but now, the more he thought about it, the more he craved it. He was afraid if he kept thinking about it, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chung Jiu shook his head and stopped thinking about the durian. The two of them had almost finished digging the tree. They stopped by to see the fawn, fed it some mutant cabbage, and then headed back to the base. When they arrived at the base, Chung Jiu thought he'd check on the wheat in the fields. He walked over and saw several people from the farming department gathered together, their faces looking glum. From a distance, he couldn't quite hear what they were saying. Chung Jiu walked over and asked what had happened. Fong Gui sighed and said angrily, "There are bad guys in our base." Chung Jiu? ? Chapter 69. Fong Gui's expression didn't seem joking. Chung Jiu frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Grandpa Zhao's face was filled with distress. He sighed. Someone secretly dug up mutant wheat seeds. Mutated wheat is wheat that is mutated to become larger. Each seed was almost as big as the palm of a hand. They checked and found about 10 seeds. This was done in secret. Who would have thought someone would dig seeds in the ground? If the seeds didn't grow, it would be natural to assume they hadn't germinated. But they probably didn't expect Grandpa Zhao to be so meticulous. He liked to walk around the fields whenever he had nothing to do. He keenly noticed that the soil in some places was a different color than others, as if it had been disturbed. Then he noticed what looked like footprints in the ground. They didn't look like they were from the farming department. They walked very carefully, fearing that stepping on seeds would affect germination. Grandpa Zhao immediately dug up the different colored soil, and found no seeds. A mutant wheat seed that large wouldn't have gone unnoticed. He immediately told Fong Gui about the incident. Fong Gui quickly brought people to investigate, and discovered that more than one seed had been dug up. There were also signs of overturned soil in other areas, and they were certain it was done by humans, not gophers or something similar. First, there were human footprints. Second, the other party seemed to be trying to fake the seeds not sprouting, so they dug at a considerable distance. If it weren't for Grandpa Zhao's careful observation, they might have truly believed the seeds hadn't sprouted. The mutant wheat crop, however, hadn't been dug up, clearly indicating that the other party was well informed about the types of wheat. Knowing that even if the mutant wheat was dug up, it wouldn't yield much flour, the other party was clearly planning to dig it up and eat it. This infuriated Fong Gui to death. They'd worked so hard to cultivate the land, reluctant to even touch the seeds themselves, hoping that a single seed would produce more food and bring food freedom to everyone at the base. They'd previously been protecting against insects and other things, but they'd never imagined they'd have to protect the people at the base as well. Grandpa Zhao sighed, feeling a little upset, but after all, he'd experienced so much, and he quickly recovered. Gui, there's no need to be angry about this. The people at the base are also part of our village. We're all human, and it's normal to have our good and our bad. Fong Gui knew, but he couldn't help but be furious. This thief was so short-sighted that he'd actually stolen the seeds. He looked at Chung Jiu, his face burning. These mutant seeds had been provided by the other party. In the end, he hadn't bothered to check them out. Cheng Jiyu immediately understood what Fang Guowei was thinking and said, "Uncle Fang, I'm not trying to comfort you. You're really not to blame for this. Don't take all the blame on yourself. The seeds are already planted in the field. How could you possibly keep an eye on them all the time? The blame belongs to that person who stole the seeds. He should never, ever have dug up the seeds for his own sake. If the base had no food and was starving to death, it would be fine. But they had just distributed rice a while ago, so it shouldn't have gotten to this point." "Ah," Fang Guowei sighed. "From now on, I guard the fields. I don't believe anyone dares to steal." Cheng Jiyu frowned. "We can't just let this go. Otherwise, there's no cause for making a mistake. Stealing seeds now, stealing the soon-to-ripen crops later." Grandpa Zhao sighed, "There's no other way. With so many people at the base, how can we find out who stole it?" That was indeed the case. As long as the other party only stole once, they were completely helpless. Cheng Jiyu said, "Let's take turns guarding here. If they dare to come again, we be caught. If they don't, we have to tighten our watch over the crops when they're ripe." Fang Guowei nodded. This was indeed the only way. The seeds are about to sprout in the next few days. If they want to steal again, they definitely come now. Before Cheng Jiyu finished, Fang Guowei immediately stated that they would definitely have someone on the lookout at all times. "Grandpa Zhao, don't spread the word. If they were caught, publicizing it wouldn't matter. But if it got out now, it would definitely alert the enemy. If the culprit wasn't caught, some timid but impatient individuals would think it was a completely cost-effective mistake." Everyone felt this way, and so the matter was quietly suppressed. On the way back, Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Jiyu. "Jiyu, are you in a bad mood?" Cheng Jiyu shook his head. "Not really. I'm just thinking some people really." He didn't want to be dampened by someone like that. Sure enough, no one in their right mind could fathom the way they think. "If we catch him, beat him up." Cheng Mo teased Cheng Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu laughed. "Are you just going to resort to lynching?" "Of course I do it." Cheng Mo didn't seem to mind at all. "Who made Jiyu unhappy?" Cheng Jiyu felt a warm feeling in his heart. "Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's go back and plant the tree. It's already borne fruit. Maybe soon we have peaches and cherries to enjoy." "Are both peaches and cherries peaches?" asked Cheng Mo, who came from a food desert. Ah, this was the first time someone had asked him that question. "Cheng Jiyu, I don't know. They're both called the same thing, but there's a big difference between the two." "Oh, you know when the time comes." Cheng Mo, "Oh." As they walked back, they saw a middle-aged man and woman arguing with each other. One of them was an acquaintance, Xiang Qizhen. The other was Xiang Qizhen's wife. As soon as Xiang Qizhen saw Cheng Jiyu, he glared at him, but fearful of him, he immediately distanced himself. The last time Xiao won through him, his back nearly broke. Xiang Qizhen immediately turned and left, fearing another setback. His wife stayed behind, giving Cheng Jiyu an awkward smile. "Xiao Cheng, don't bother with your uncle. He's just like that. He's petty and vindictive." Xiang Qizhen's wife looked embarrassed. Before they'd even gotten far, Xiang Qizhen, who'd heard everything clearly, roared in anger, "Why don't you hurry up and catch up? You're the one who talks the most nonsense all day." Xiang Qizhen's wife's face sank, and she gave an awkward smile. I be leaving first. Don't take it personally. One shouldn't hit someone who's smiling." Xiang Qizhen and the other person were two different people, so Cheng Jiyu wouldn't take his anger out on them. "Well, go back, auntie." Xiang Qizhen's wife smiled, turned, and walked away, sighing inwardly. "Oh, this old Xiang, how foolish. Cheng Jiyu is a psychic after all, and I heard he's now the most powerful psychic in the base. Even Yang Kai has been defeated by him. Even such a powerful person, and yet old Xiang is still so proud of himself. It's a good thing he's good-tempered. If it were Yang Kai, he'd definitely give him a beating." Thinking of something else, Xiang Qizhen's wife's face etched with worry, and she sighed. "Why are you sighing?" "Bad luck." Xiang Qizhen was already feeling a bit embarrassed about running away after seeing Cheng Jiyu, but his wife didn't join him in scolding Cheng Jiyu, and instead kept trying to be nice to him. He considered himself Cheng Jiyu's elder. How could an elder say nice things to a younger person? It was out of place. He also felt that Cheng Jiyu was ungrateful, and was slapping him in the face. "Oh my, stop talking." Xiang Qizhen's wife slapped her thigh in frustration. "You really need to change your temper. We used to live in a society ruled by law. If you said something unpleasant, people would just say a few words. But things are different now. The world has changed." Xiang Qijing knew things were different, but he couldn't help himself. It seemed that the more he knew this, the more he wanted to prove himself special. And that thing from before, it makes me nervous. Don't do it anymore, Xiang Qijing's wife muttered. Xiang Qijing waved his hand. You're just a woman. What are you afraid of? They won't find out. Xiang Qijing's wife hesitated. She wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Xiang Qijing wouldn't want to hear it even if she did, so she could only worry inwardly. Hey, why is life so hard these days? Cheng Jiyu and Cheng Yimou, unaware of Xiang Qijing and his wife's conversation, returned home and didn't rush to plant the tree. It was just dinner time, so they ate. There were so many of them, so they all ate at the large round table. Mother Cheng and Mother Tian used to work outside, but since they came back, they'd stopped doing so much and cooked exclusively at home. Zhou Min and his family would give them a portion of their monthly earnings. That was the original agreement. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt comfortable eating at this place all the time. The cooking inevitably smelled delicious. Outside, those living nearby drooled over them. Hey, the Cheng and Tian families are so well off. How come they eat meat every day? Look at how talented their children are, and their friends are all powerful psychics. How could they not eat meat every day? Yeah, I think life is pretty much like it was before the apocalypse. He swallowed hard. That's right. I heard that Mrs. Cheng and Mrs. Tian cook exclusively at home and don't have to work odd jobs. I'm so envious. Their families are all psychics. I'd be content just to eat meat even if I died. They didn't dare to even think about eating meat every meal. Speaking of which, I smelled a sweet aroma last night, like steamed buns, but it wasn't very distinct, and it made me crave them. They mainly eat noodles and steamed buns here. Who has flour these days? I think you're just craving it and must be mistaken. Oh, that's possible. I dream of giant steamed buns. After dinner, Cheng Jiyu went back to work. He dumped the trees haphazardly in the system space. They couldn't leave them there any longer. They'd lose their vitality and become difficult to grow. He planted the cherries next to Shower, and the peaches next to Shout Ai. After the two trees were planted, the system space was completely full. There was no more room. Looking at the land being fully utilized, Cheng Jiyu was in high spirits, humming a song as he left the system space. Cheng Yimou leaned over. Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu? ? Why is he acting like a ghost? A month is a long time. Cheng Yimou grumbled. Cheng Jiyu knew he was going to say that, but he wouldn't budge no matter what. It's only been 2 days, right? It's got to be a few days at least. He coughed softly. We agreed to a month. Who told you to do that before? Cheng Yimou, I don't know how to pursue someone. His life used to be all about training, with no interest in relationships. He regretted it now. If he'd known more, if he'd known how to pursue someone, he wouldn't have ended up like this. And now, being punished by Jiyu with a month-long ban on physical contact, it felt like the sky had fallen on him. However, Cheng Jiyu, unfazed, remained unmoved. Cheng Yimou had no choice but to strip off his clothes and seduce her. Cheng Jiyu swallowed and averted his gaze with difficulty. Go to sleep. Cheng Yimou pursed his lips. Jiyu, if you like it, why put yourself in such a difficult position? At worst, I keep my promise. You can touch me, not you. Cheng Jiyu was so captivated by the beauty that his mind was completely clouded. For a moment, he didn't realize what was wrong with his words. You really don't want to touch? Cheng Mo's handsome face seemed to glow even brighter. Cheng Jiyu swallowed cowardly, and couldn't help but reach out to pinch and touch her. He felt justified. This was different from before. He was touching his boyfriend. As they touched, Cheng Yimou began to feel something. The other person's voice was a little hoarse, and he stared at Cheng Jiyu as if he could make a hole in him. Jiyu, help me. Cheng Jiyu felt a little soft-hearted and wanted to help, but for some reason, his mind turned to evil. He dragged a chair from the room and sat across from the bed, raising an eyebrow. Just do it yourself. Aren't you good at it? Cheng Yimou pursed his lips. He knew how to do it, but when it came to him, he seemed completely lost. After a while, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he seemed a little angry. Cheng Jiyu, help me. Cheng Jiyu, for some unknown reason, lifted his foot and stepped on it. Cheng Yimou, who had been doing it for a long time, was suddenly stimulated and groaned as he came. Cheng Yimou pursed his lips, wiping himself away without looking at Cheng Jiyu. Cheng Jiyu felt strangely guilty, sensing that Cheng Yimou was truly angry. He leaned over and asked, Are you angry? Cheng Yimou remained silent. Really angry? Cheng Jiyu didn't know how else to comfort him. He felt guilty. Is it uncomfortable for you when I step on you? No, it's very comfortable. Chung Yamo was honest about this, fearing that if Chung Jiyu stopped doing it, he would be angry about something else. You haven't touched me for so long, can you bear it? Chung Jiyu, there's something I haven't told you. Chung Yamo suddenly said. Chung Jiyu was puzzled. What's going on? As long as we have a partner, without their help, we can't. After Chung Yamo explained this, Chung Jiyu finally understood. No wonder the other party had been trying so hard just now, but it seemed to be getting worse and worse. That's not right. How do you define a partner? Chung Jiyu was puzzled. To him, a partner was someone who had a marriage certificate. A winged person only loves one person in their lifetime, and that person is their partner, Chung Yamo said. Chung Jiyu was inexplicably shocked, and a heavy feeling settled in his heart. You're really at a disadvantage. The thought of being betrayed by a partner would be unimaginable. So, winged people generally only seek partners who are also winged, but there are exceptions. One of Chung Mo's elders once fell in love with someone from another race. At first, their lives were harmonious, but the other person later betrayed the elder. Unable to find another partner, the elder was trapped in daily grief, a torment both physically and mentally. Many winged people use the elder's example to teach their children that when choosing a partner, they should always choose someone from the winged race. After hearing this, Chung Jiyu felt not only sympathy for the elder, but also a bit of heartache for Chung Yamo, muttering, "What kind of broken rule is this? Is there no way to change it? Does betrayal by a mate mean that the winged clan will be left with a life of widowhood? No way." Chung Yamo said, "If there were a way, my father, the king, and my mother wouldn't have to watch that elder suffer every day. That's why, for the winged clan, not being loved by a mate is the most terrifying thing." Chung Yamo actually shed tears. "I just did that, and you didn't help me." Chung Jiyu was heartbroken and quickly hugged her to comfort her. "I don't dislike you, really. I just wanted to tease you." "Then even if you tease me from now on, don't tease me like that," Chung Yamo said. Okay, I do whatever you say." "Oh, I really want to slap myself right now." Chung Jiyu regretted it completely. Chung Mo's lips curled up secretly. He was saying this on purpose, for Chung Jiyu to hear. He knew him, and how could he not feel sorry for him after hearing this? He trusted Jiyu and wouldn't betray him. He was just saying this to soften Jiyu's heart. "So that 1 month you mentioned earlier." Chung Yamo took the opportunity to say. "It doesn't count anymore." Chung Jiyu was now incredibly soft-hearted. Chung Yamo tried to suppress the edge of his smile. "So for what you did just now, shouldn't you compensate me?" Chung Jiyu coughed lightly. "How do you compensate me?" Chung Yamo thought for a moment. "I'm going to make an unreasonable request." Chung Jiyu's face flushed slightly, his heart beating a little faster. How unreasonable. Actually, they'd known each other for so long, and they were boyfriends. Taking it to the final step now seemed acceptable. It was Chung Mo's big guy that still made him feel a little uneasy. He needed to be prepared. If he forced it, Chung Yamo had no idea what the other person was thinking. He was still trying to figure out what unreasonable request to make. Still a bit confused, he simply asked Chung Jiyu, "How do you think you can compensate me?" Chung Jiyu coughed lightly, deciding he couldn't rush into the final step, so he took the opportunity to say, "I help you with my legs." Chung Mo's eyes were blank. "What do you mean?" Chung Jiyu blinked, ? The other person seemed to know nothing about legs. Was he that naive? After all, he was in his 20s. There was no way he didn't know everything. Chung Jiyu guessed that there was no such thing, so he simply asked, "You should have friends since you were a child, right? They didn't tell you this?" Chung Jiyu actually doesn't like to listen to these things very much. He can't help but some people like to speak yellow. Although he doesn't contact each other, he will still hear some. Chung Yamo looked disgusted. "Why should I listen to them say this? I feel so disgusting." Very good, Chung Jiyu understood. It was not that the beast race knew nothing, but that Chung Yamo, who had no beast dared to speak yellow, looked at the other party's expression. If someone did this, he would probably be beaten to death. Chung Jiyu thought about it and asked again, "Then do you know what else can you do to be a partner besides the ones we did before?" Chung Yamo felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from being suddenly tested. He didn't know much, mainly because he'd spent his entire life training, never had many friends, and no one dared to bring many things to his attention. So he really didn't know much. Chung Jiyu thought to himself, as expected. Just now, he'd been worried about the size issue. Now, it seemed there was no need to worry. As long as he didn't bring it up, Chung Yamo wouldn't know anything. For a moment, he didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or a sigh of relief. Relief meant he didn't need to worry about it now, but a sigh of relief meant it didn't mean he wouldn't want to worry about it later. In this situation, he still had to teach Chung Mo. Forget it, forget it. Let him worry about the future. Now, the issue was that he just mentioned using his legs. Chung Mo was very inquisitive and kept asking him what he meant and how to do it. Finally, when Chung Jiyu finished speaking, Chung Mo exclaimed, "Shock! Chung Jiyu, if I'd known he didn't know anything, I wouldn't have mentioned it. It's embarrassing." Forget it, forget it. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Chung Mo was usually a cool guy, but at moments like this, he'd burst into tears. Chung Jiyu's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but kiss the corner of Chung Mo's eye. Wet. Afterward, Chung Jiyu's legs were a little red and swollen, and Chung Mo eagerly applied medicine to them. Chung Jiyu blushed. No need, it'd be fine soon. But Chung Mo was firm, yes. After applying the medicine, Chung Mo was in high spirits, hugging Chung Jiyu like a big puppy. "Jiyu, I didn't expect it to be this good? Is there something else?" It had to be said that Chung Mo was quite perceptive in some ways, but he was exhausted before any real action. If he did, he'd be in agony. Forget it, forget it. He refused to say anything. "Chung Jiyu, no, I don't understand." "Go to sleep." Chung Mo looked at him, keenly aware that Chung Jiyu was lying, but why? He was puzzled. He didn't want to ask anyone else about this, so he could only ask Chung Jiyu again sometime. Chung Mo was already satisfied today. He smiled and said, "Okay, good night then." Chung Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he needed to wait a while before talking about it. He would tell Chung Mo later if he thought about it. He coughed inwardly, feeling that this didn't seem very genuine, but whatever. Let it be for now. He would worry about the future. The next day, Chung Jiyu was preoccupied with the farming department. After breakfast, he decided to go check. He wondered if the thief had been caught. If the other party wasn't greedy and stopped while he was ahead, he might not be caught. Chung Jiyu actually hoped he would be greedier. When they arrived, Fong Guowei emerged from his room, looking rather glum. Chung Jiyu asked, "How's it going?" Fong Guowei sighed, "We've caught him. He's inside." Chung Jiyu nodded and asked, "Who is he?" Fong Guowei didn't say anything, simply saying, "Let's go in and take a look." "Hey, this guy is really..." Following Fong Guowei inside, they saw the bound man. To their surprise, it was someone they knew, Xiang Qijing, whom they had met yesterday. Chung Jiyu frowned. Why was it him again? He absolutely hated him now. Xiang Qi was struggling. "Let me go, let me go! What gives you the right to tie me up? Untie me now." Fong Guowei's face darkened. "You know why we tied you up. You're harming the interests of the base. If anyone knows about this, you'd be drowned in spit." Xiang Qi felt a little guilty, but then realized he couldn't admit it. He immediately said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I was just worried about the crops at the base, and wanted to check them out. Other people like to hang around there too. Why didn't you arrest them? You arrested me instead. I think you're just taking revenge." Fong Guowei sneered, not believing his nonsense. "Going around at 2 or 3 in the morning? Are you kidding me? Others check on their crops in broad daylight, but you're doing it in the middle of the night. Don't think we don't know what you're doing." Xiang Qi refused to admit it. "I'm not doing anything. Let me go." Chapter 70. Xiang Qijing knew that if he admitted it, he would suffer the consequences, so he refused to admit it. "Just because I have a grudge against Chung Jiyu, you arrested me, Wu. Poor me, my sonless, helpless in the end times, an ordinary person, and yet I'm bullied like this, Wu." Chung Mo narrowed his eyes, and a ball of water blocked Xiang Qijing's mouth. "Shut up." Xiang Qijing choked, coughing until his face flushed red, and he nearly passed out. It took him a long time to recover. He didn't dare blame Chung Mo. He looked like he was not to be trifled with, so he could only shrink his neck and remain silent. However, if he was asked to admit to stealing the mutant seeds, he would not admit it. Chung Mo sneered. He had plenty of ways to make Xiang Qijing speak, to get Chung Jiyu to hand the person over to him. Chung Jiyu shook his head. Send someone to search his house, and call his wife in for questioning. Xiang Qijing, who had originally decided to remain silent, became furious upon hearing this and struggled desperately. You can't do this. Why are you searching my house? I can't live like this. You've ruined my reputation. I can't live like this anymore. I hang myself at your doorstep and come after you every day." Chung Jiyu glanced at him with disgust. "You're really annoying." Xiang Qijing was choked and speechless. Every time he criticized Chung Jiyu before, he had best ignore him. This was the first time he'd said something like this. Chung Jiu had wanted to speak up a while ago, but he felt it wasn't worth wasting his breath on someone like that. But now, he couldn't help himself. Why are you acting like an elder all the time? Who owes you anything? You said I, a psychic, was bullying others by taking advantage of my power. Even if I did, what could you do? Xiang Qijing, You keep saying die if you want to. Then I burn you to death, and let you rest in peace. It was obvious that Chung Jiu was truly annoyed by him, and wouldn't have said such harsh words. Xiang Qijing was stunned for a moment, then sobbed, I can't live anymore. He was hoping someone would show some mercy, but Fang Guo remained stern. He was furious at the thought of the seeds they had painstakingly planted being secretly dug up. Soft-hearted? Soft-hearted, huh? If they were soft-hearted towards Xiang Qijing, what would happen to the people who would starve to death from this lack of food? It would be too cruel for those people. Chung Mo, needless to say, was even more sympathetic. He raised his hand and applauded. Well said, Shiyu. So well said. Xiang Qijing. Wow, people these days are so hard-hearted. Wow. He cried until his voice was hoarse, but no one paid any attention. After a while, Xiang Qijing's wife was finally brought in, along with a bag of flour. Look at this flour. It's obvious they grind it themselves. It's clearly not made from ordinary wheat. I can feel the energy flowing through it. It's mutated wheat. Xiang Qijing's wife shrank her head, rubbing the hem of her clothes with her hands. She lowered her head and shivered. Wow. I've been telling old Xiang not to do this. It's so heartless, but he won't listen. Xiang Qijing, who had originally refused to admit it, was nearly vomiting blood in anger. He cursed, you stupid bitch. Why did I marry someone as stupid as you? Old Xiang, just admit it. They've ground you down to the very bottom of the flour. What difference does it make whether they recognize you or not? Xiang Qijing's wife advised. After she finished speaking, she sank to her knees. Please, old Xiang was confused for a moment. Just give him another chance. Give him a chance? What about those who died of starvation? Chung Jiu asked, who will give them a chance? Xiang Qijing's wife was stunned. After a moment, she said, we compensate. Isn't that enough for us? Fang Guo was furious. Compensate? What will you use to compensate? Do you know how valuable a mutant seed is? Do you know how much grain it can produce? You're so ignorant. I tell you, even with so many mutant seeds, your lives aren't worth that much. Xiang Qijing's wife was stunned. She hadn't expected him to be so valuable. She could only mutter, please, just let him go. Give him a chance. Xiang Qijing had been trying to feign composure, but now, he could no longer. His expression changed, and he sobbed, Little Chung, I've been confused too. I've been tortured by this apocalypse. Please, for the sake of watching you grow up, give me a chance. Didn't you give me these mutant seeds? Just say the word, and I'd be fine. Uncle, please, I beg you. Chung Jiu simply said, many of the elders in this village have watched me grow up. Honestly, you're not even a good person. Do I have to give each one a chance? Xiang Qijing was furious. You black-hearted man. How can you be so cruel? With a slap. A slap mark appeared on his face. Chung Mo looked dangerous. Say another word? Xiang Qijing shuddered, not daring to say a word. Now that the man had been apprehended, to set an example, he summoned the people from the base and told them about the incident. Everyone was furious when they heard about this. Before the apocalypse, they were farmers, but after it, those mutant seeds became their hope for the future. Xiang Qijing actually dug up the seeds and ground them into flour to eat. Bah! Shameless. The base is distributing rice now, so they won't starve to death, and he still dares to dig up mutant seeds. How shameless. I've always thought he wasn't a good person. Before the apocalypse, he was a petty thief. He even stole a shovel from my house. Later, when I went to his house and saw it, I asked why it looked so much like mine. But he had the audacity to say he bought it off the street. How could I not know if it was mine? I think he's stuck in his ways. Everyone should keep a close eye on your belongings from now on. If he takes a fancy to it, it might become his. In my opinion, people like that should be kicked out of the base. Kicking out is too much. He have to die outside, but that's not the case. Lin Kong, as the base manager, also came, but he said it was the farming department's business, and he wouldn't interfere. Chung Jiu, aware that he wasn't part of the farming department, didn't intend to intervene. Finally, Fang Guo said, this is the first time we discovered him, but stealing mutant seeds is truly egregious. A minor punishment won't cut it. From now on, he have to work in the fields. No contribution points, no food. Xiang Qijing was anxious. Won't that mean I starve to death? He wouldn't starve to death. The base would provide everyone with basic supplies, just like the rice they received before, but when life gets better, he wouldn't have any of the perks. Not only would he have to do heavy physical labor, but he'd also have to eat the bare minimum. Feng Gui, however, since this is a precedent, anyone who dares to do this again will be expelled from the base, including Xiang Qijing. Everyone, keep an eye on each other and report any problems at any time. If they're genuine, there will be a reward. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even without a reward, they had to keep a close eye on things. This was the future of the base. Those who had originally had ulterior motives, upon hearing this, no longer dared to intervene. If they were kicked out of the base, they would be doomed. Feng Gui looked at Xiang Qijing and said, "If you're not satisfied, leave the base directly. We won't stop you." Xiang Qijing felt as if his throat was being strangled, his face flushing red, and he dared not say anything more. He glanced at Feng Gui with a resentful and sinister look. He had never expected him to be so ruthless. After all, they were once from the same village, and Feng Gui had even come to his house for dinner before. What an ungrateful bastard, Xiang Qijing spat inwardly. As he left, he saw the villagers' glaring eyes, and his face flushed. These people were truly, didn't they want to dig the seeds? Why were they saying that to him? Whatever Xiang Qijing thought, he was woken up early the next day and supervised working in the fields. The one who supervised his work. He was a very disciplined young man, working non-stop when told to, except for lunch, when Xiang Qijing's wife came to bring him food and he took a short break. Otherwise, he worked non-stop. For lunch, Xiang Qijing's wife was so frugal that she made thin porridge, certainly without any vegetables. Who could have vegetables at that time? A bowl of porridge alone would have been fine in the past, but today, after a long day of work, Xiang Qijing was exhausted and starving by the end of the evening. When he got home, he scolded his wife, saying, "Don't you know what I was doing? You just made me some thin porridge. Do you want to starve me to death? Don't you know what's going on at home?" Xiang Qijing's wife was also aggrieved. "You're saying this as if I'm deliberately being harsh on you. The rice is almost gone. If I don't cook it sparingly, will we all be starving? You can't contribute any points to the family now, and it's all thanks to me. I'm busy outside and at home, and yet I still have to find time to bring you food? It's not easy for me." She felt increasingly aggrieved. It was all her husband's fault for not knowing the importance of things. He couldn't just dig up the seeds from the base whenever he wanted. Now, what will happen in the future? You're blaming me? If you want to blame someone, blame Feng Gui, blame Cheng Jiyu. Xiang Qijing gritted his teeth, barely able to curse. I just ate some seeds, didn't I? In fact, he felt a hint of regret in his heart, but he refused to admit it. His wife cried beside him, and Xiang Qijing was also panicked. What should he do? He would have to live this hard life forever. When Cheng Jiyu and the others had free time, they went to Lin Jiashu's house to see the little tiger. Lin Jiashu wasn't originally from this village. She married and moved here to live with her husband's family. Lin Jiashu's husband was a simple, honest man, and her father-in-law was also quite quiet, so her mother-in-law was much more talkative and came to entertain them. When Lin Jiashu's mother-in-law saw them, she was incredibly enthusiastic. "Alas, it's a pity we don't have anything to treat you right now." "No, you're welcome," Cheng Jiyu said with a smile. Zhou Min and the others had already moved in to pet the little tiger, but Cheng Imo got jealous, so Cheng Jiyu had to give up with regret. It wasn't a big deal, really. At worst, he could just go back and let Cheng Imo transform back into Dahe, and he could pet anything he wanted. That day, Jiashu brought a tiger and really scared me. Grandma Lin Jiashu said, "Who would have thought we could have a tiger at home?" "Mom, the little tiger is very well behaved. You don't have to be afraid." After a few days of raising the little tiger, Lin Jiashu had already developed a fondness for it. "I know. How about letting you stay?" Grandma Lin Jiashu said, "It's this tiger. It eats too much and needs meat every meal." "Look, we humans don't eat meat every meal, do we?" Lin Jiashu paused, a little unhappy. She had promised to take good care of the little tiger, and now her grandma's words embarrassed her. For a moment, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Mom, I earned the money to feed the little tiger myself." "You kid, is it yours from home?" Grandma Lin Jiashu thought her words were harsh. "I just said a few words to you, and look at you." Zhou Min and Tian Xiao, who were petting the little tiger, exchanged an awkward glance. Grandma Lin Jiashu was indeed a bit speechless, but they couldn't say anything. They thought, Maybe they should leave first and come back when Grandma Lin Jiaxu was gone. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law started complaining. She wiped her tears and looked at Cheng Jiyu. Tell me, how could a daughter-in-law talk to her mother-in-law like that? I just said a few words to her. Lin Jiaxu was embarrassed. Mom, can you please stop being like that? What's wrong with me? Can't I just cry? Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law wiped her tears and said confidently, I didn't say you were a dead hen. You've been married to our family for so long, and you don't even have a child. It's only because I'm kind. Otherwise, who would want a daughter-in-law like you? Cheng Jiyu and the others, You still mean? You have no shame, however, since it was someone else's family affair, they couldn't say anything. Cheng Jiyu coughed lightly and made to leave. Instead, it was Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law who kept on pestering him. Little Cheng, please do justice for your aunt. Look at her, what a mess she's been in day and night. She's away all day, and when she comes home I have to cook for her and wait on her. That would be fine, but she even made a mistake. Oh my god, how heartless. Cheng Jiyu's mouth twitched. Lin Jiaxu hadn't wanted to argue, as she felt embarrassed, but seeing her mother-in-law persist, and even blocking Cheng Jiyu and the others from leaving, she was furious. Everything we eat at home, I worked so hard for. Why didn't you tell me I wasn't home when you were eating? I was even thinking of trading with you. How about you go out and fight zombies while I cook? Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law slapped her thigh in anger. Woo woo woo. Look at this daughter-in-law pointing at her own mother-in-law and cursing. She's become a superpower. Our whole family depends on her. She's so powerful. She's a hen that doesn't lay eggs, and it's already kind of our family not to despise her. How dare she talk to me like that? Lin Jiaxu remembered that her mother-in-law had been very kind at first, but after she hadn't had children for several years, her attitude toward her changed dramatically, and she brought up the matter from time to time. Before the apocalypse, their family had argued numerous times about this. Lin Jiaxu had nearly divorced before she could, but the apocalypse arrived before she could even get there. At that point, she was practically dead, so naturally, she wouldn't argue about it. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law to suddenly bring this up again. It was the apocalypse. Was having a child still that important? Not to mention the suffering it would cause the child, but considering the family's situation, she was the only one with special abilities, and everyone depended on her. If she did get pregnant, how would she live? It would take 10 whole months. But for some reason, Grandma just couldn't figure it out. Who knows what she's going on with today? We only have one son. If you don't give birth to one, you're trying to make our family extinct. Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law slapped her thigh in anger. Cheng Jiyu and the others were annoyed by her howling. Honestly, if it weren't someone else's family matter, they wouldn't want to get involved. But with Grandma Lin Jiaxu acting like that, they really wanted to curse her. Enough. Are you done yet? Lin Jiaxu took Xiuhu back to her room, before finally losing her patience. Cry, 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 cry? What the hell? Do you think anyone will feel sorry for you if you cry? It's hilarious. Everyone just thinks you're annoying, you annoying old woman. Shut up. Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law was incredulous. She hadn't expected Lin Jiaxu to dare point her finger at her and curse. She was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Lin Jiaxu. When my son comes back, I make him divorce you and make you a widow. Lin Jiaxu was afraid of her. It was the end of the world, and her mother-in-law was still threatening her like that. It was hilarious. She didn't want to continue the argument. It was too embarrassing. She pushed her mother-in-law aside and said Cheng Jiyu and the others away. Sorry for making a fool of yourself. Lin Jiaxu's expression was bitter. Cheng Jiyu didn't elaborate further, to avoid embarrassing Lin Jiaxu. He simply said, if you need any help, you can contact us. Lin Jiaxu blinked. Thank you. She hadn't had the heart to ignore this family before, thinking they were family after all, but they were really getting more and more aggressive. They'd only said a few words at the dinner table before, but today they were going so far. Lin Jiaxu calmed down and returned home. Her mother-in-law stopped crying and started cursing. You still dared to come back. If my son comes back, I make you divorce him. You've gone crazy, even pointing fingers at me, your mother, and scolding me day after day. I think you've gone too far. Lin Jiaxu took a deep breath and said, you're not my mother. My mother wouldn't say that to me. Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law was stunned. Well, you don't even recognize your elders. Your biological mother died a long time ago. Lin Jiaxu's face suddenly darkened. Her parents had been separated from her when the apocalypse arrived, and she didn't know their situation now. But Lin Jiaxu had always believed that they would reunite in the future. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law to say such a thing. After she finished speaking, her mother-in-law realized she had said the wrong thing and felt a little shaky, but she still insisted. What did I say wrong? It's true. Lin Jiaxu returned to her room with a grim expression. A moment later, she returned carrying Xiaohu, a suitcase in her arms. Grandma Lin Jiaxu was just thinking about how to talk to her son when he returned, when she saw this scene. She was stunned. What are you going to do? Didn't you ask for a divorce? Lin Jiaxu said, it's impossible now. I just move out and consider it a divorce. She had originally planned to divorce before the apocalypse, but during this time, she had almost forgotten how she had been tortured by this family. You think I'm afraid of you? Grandma Lin Jiaxu stiffened her neck, still feeling that Lin Jiaxu was threatening her. Lin Jiaxu ignored her and left. The base had dormitories for psychics, and since everyone had found housing, they were empty, so she could stay there temporarily. Even then, Zhou Min was still saying in disbelief, is Grandma Lin's brain gone awry? Tian Xiao, I've been tempted to scold her so many times. But after thinking it over, he held back, fearing that the old woman would get back at him. Tian Man patted his chest. Scary. Cheng Zhiyu's fists hardened. He'd only seen Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law in melodramatic TV dramas. It was bizarre. Not long after, they learned that Lin Jiaxu had moved out. During that time, Lin Jiaxu's husband had also approached her. That afternoon, after her husband returned home and listened to his mother's story, he went to the psychic dormitory to find Lin Jiaxu, hoping to persuade her to come back. My mother has a temper like that, you know? The honest man looked exhausted and helpless. Just bear with it. She'd say a few words to you at most. Just ignore it. Why should I? Your mother's words were so harsh. Why didn't you say anything to her? Lin Jiaxu's ears were almost calloused from hearing this man's words. She'd always endured it, and she'd had enough. The man was stunned. Jiaxu, how can you say that? That's my mother. Why? She's my elder. Besides, don't you know her temper? How dare I say anything about her? You know, that's your mother, not mine. Lin Jiaxu looked at the man, increasingly disappointed. If you want to be scolded by your mother, then listen. It has nothing to do with me. I don't plan to go back either. Your persuasion is useless. It's just that you listen to your mother so much. She asked me to divorce you, so divorce me. Don't come to me again. How can you be so heartless? The man was incredulous. I get it. It's the end of the world now. We're just ordinary people, so we're a burden to you, right? Okay, then leave. We won't be a burden to you anymore. I be filial to my parents. You can live your life. The man finished his words and turned away, leaving her to continue persuading him. Lin Jiaxu looked at him from behind and chuckled self-deprecatingly. See? She'd worked so hard to support this family for so long, yet in his eyes, she was just such a selfish person. As expected, no matter how good you are to someone, if they do something wrong, they overturn all your kindness. Lin Jiaxu had initially felt a little soft-hearted as she looked at the exhausted man, but now, she regained her resolve. She didn't want to go back. She had repeatedly given that family chances, making them feel like they were the ones they couldn't live without. She had made the right choice not to go back. Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law waited at home for her son to bring Lin Jiaxu back. She figured she'd be patient this time and find another opportunity to talk to her later. But after waiting for so long, only her son returned alone. Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law looked out the door and asked, "Where's your wife?" "She's not coming back, Mom." "From now on, just pretend you don't have a daughter-in-law," the man said with a sullen face. What do you mean?" Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law was stunned. "She won't come back, and she won't treat you as her mother," the man said. "Her heart isn't with her anymore. Even if we beg her, she won't come back." The man said, "I take care of you from now on. Don't worry, no one will scold or get angry with you." Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law was stunned. She had never expected Lin Jiaxu to really not come back. For some reason, she had been so calm, but now she was panicking. This shouldn't be right. Every time they argued, no matter how fiercely, the man would comfort her and she would be fine, as if nothing had happened. Why didn't it work this time? Why don't you go and call her? Thinking of Lin Jiaxu as the only person with a special ability in the family, even if her ability wasn't very effective, it was still stronger than ordinary people like them. Why would I ask her to do anything? She's a psychic. She's not the same as before. The man refused to lower his dignity and beg her to come back. "Mom, you just can't stand her either, so isn't this good?" "What good is that?" Lin Jiaxu's mother-in-law was inconsolable, watching her son return to his room, unsure of what to say. How could this Lin Jiaxu be so cruel?